See, most of you don't understand the power of SaaS. It's the most rewarding business model because you build it once and you can sell it 1,000,000 times. And it's not just rewarding because of how much money you can make, it's rewarding because you can finally get your time back. Now, if you had the perfect solution to a problem in just 2 months, you can potentially attain financial freedom. Don't believe me? Look at school. A learning management system for coaches. And in just a few months after Alex Hormozi's investments, they were able to bring in $1.6 million per month. And today, I want to give you the knowledge to create something like this for yourself. The application that we're going to be building today is called Drupal. And given the fact that there has been a steady upward trend in education, Drupal will definitely stand out. What if I told you that by just watching this video, you will have the knowledge to build an application like this? And we spent about 3 months of our time to create this amazing full stack application so you can learn to build an application like school as well. And just like always, this course is also completely free. You will not find a link where you can purchase this course. This course was made for you. Now, in return, this is all we ask. We are so close to hitting 100,000 subscribers. And all we ask in return is you click that subscribe button. Not only is it going to help me reach my goal, but it's also going to put the best projects on your feed. By turning on your notifications, you are going to be the first person to see the best project on YouTube. Now, with that being said, the sponsor of today's coffee is Harsh. Thank you so much for giving back to us. That way we can give you much more free value just like this. Now, quick disclaimer, please listen carefully. In this project, we are at the absolute bleeding edge of technology. That means we are using Nextjs15. As we all know, Nextjs15 is not production ready. You might face some bugs. But don't worry, because we have a solution. If you look in the description, you're going to find a Discord link. Inside our Discord, you are going to be able to connect with every single person watching this video. That means you are going to be amongst thousands of SaaS business owners and web developers who are doing the exact same thing as you. If you have any problems, just put your problem in that Discord channel and the Prodigies community got your back. Now, I've said this 100 times. We are the creators of action-driven content. That means you only get better if you take action. So go get your laptop, get ready to take action and build this amazing project. And if you think that this is an amazing project, I cannot wait for you to see what we have next. All right, Prodigies, I hope you're excited. We believe in you. We know you can do this, and we cannot wait to see what you have to create. So go ahead, subscribe if you haven't, and let's jump straight right into the video. We will be creating a beautiful landing page with a unique pricing plan. Instead of giving the user unlimited access to the software for $99 per month, we give access to one group for $99 per month, which is very similar to what school and other platforms do. The user can click on Get Started, or they can log in or create an account. When they click on the login page, they are taken to a custom login flow. And this entire login flow is built using Clerk authentication. And because it's a custom form, we will no longer have the Clerk watermark. This can help your company build a better brand identity. Our sign-up page prompts for the following information. Once the user clicks on Generate Code, an OTP is sent to the user. You can grab this one-time password from your email. You can directly paste it in here, which will auto-populate all of the fields. Once you click Sign Up, the user is then taken to the Create Group page. This way, we can maximize our conversions. You can go ahead and enter a name to create a group. The user is prompted with the following information. We are no longer using Stripe's default components for credit card information. This is a single line custom component given by Stripe. There is not a single video on YouTube that shows you how to make this possible. The user can enter their credit card information, and when they are done, an animation kicks in, sending them into the next form field. This component also has custom error checking. And once completed, the user can now make a payment. Now, here's another cool component. This slider component is an infinitely scrollable slider. That means the user can scroll forever. Not a cool user experience, but definitely a cool feature. Once the user hits Get Started, the account is created, and they are sent into their group. In this project, we will also be learning how to create public and private pages. So for example, this Explore page is a public page. Anyone with an account or without an account can access this page. Now remember this slider component. This has multiple functionalities. This component also acts as a filter. If there are no groups under a category, then we show the user an empty page. But here's the best part. All of the search results are cached. That means if the user makes the same search request, the responses instantly show on the browser. The other cool feature about the Explore page is every component here uses infinite scrolling. That means if the user hits the end of the results, more results are fetched. And we have built the infinite scrollable component in such a way that you can reuse it for any component that has scroll functionality. And you can also do this for vertical and horizontal elements as well. The user can also search for results, and once the results show, they are cached immediately. So if the user tries to enter the same search request, data instantly shows on the front end without infinite scrolling. Not to forget, we have also used the infinite scroll feature on this page as well. Now the user can also click on each of these groups, and each group has a custom about page that the group owner can create. The about page can also have hosted videos and images to have a custom look and feel for their about page. But here is an amazing feature. If the user who is signed in is the owner of this page, the Create Media component shows right here. The group owner can then click on this and then add media files that they want the About page to hold. But here is the magic of this application. The idea of building a SaaS is to get a product in front of your customers as fast as possible, and not to forget, without breaking the bank. So hosting media files, especially if you have absolutely no money in your bank, could be pretty expensive. So as an MVP, we give the user the ability to attach Loom videos. To make sure that our users also have a free alternative, we can also embed a YouTube video. And the video links show up right in here with custom animations. The user can also upload images, and we will be using Uploadcare to make this work. Once the user clicks upload, the gallery is successfully updated. Now here is an amazing feature. We are using a block-style text editor to host the About page descriptions for each group. But the amazing part of this editor is it gives the group owner infinite capabilities to customize their landing page. So the group owner can add images, heading, code blocks, and even videos into their description. And customization does not end just yet. The user can also connect a custom domain for their entire group. And there's not a single YouTube video that teaches exactly this. We will be using custom name servers and DNS configuration settings to make this work. Before we look into the other amazing features inside the settings page, let's go back to the group. The user can access all their groups from the dropdown. As you can see, I have already created a bunch of groups right here, so it shows inside this drop-down menu. Now I'm going to click on Prodigies University, and that's going to take me to my homepage. The first amazing feature that group owners can do is create channels for their group. But take a look at this. If the user clicks on the plus icon, the data instantly shows on the front end. This UI architecture is called optimistic UI. That means changes are instantly showed on components even though they are server-side. If the user double-clicks on this title, they can change the name to whatever they like. I'm going to change it to test channel right here, and if I click outside, the data is instantly saved, and there is no need to refresh the front end. The group owner can also change the icons for the sidebar elements. All posts that are made within the group fall under a channel. And as you can see, they are all categorized under the channel as well. If you click on the post, it takes you into the post page. This is where you can like posts, read replies, and also comment on every post. And since this is optimistic UI, the update shows instantly on the front end. And if everything was successful, the data remains there. But if an API request failed, the data will revert back to what it originally was. That is what makes optimistic UI very powerful. Users can add a post by clicking on this element. You can type in a title, and here's another amazing feature. We are reusing the editor component in many parts in our application. So that means a post can be customized as per the user's liking. They can literally create whatever they want. And we have built this editor in such a way that you can expand on it and create custom components. So for example, I'm just going to create a post right here, and let's go ahead and click on create. And instantly the post shows on the front end. Next, the post page also has infinite scrolling. And if the user clicks on the courses page, they are instantly taken to the courses section. The group owner can click on the Create Course button. A modal shows up where the user can add the information, and the user can also choose if the course should be published or not. So for now, I'm going to publish this course. I'm going to select an image for the course and click Create. And instantly, the course shows up on the front end. If you click inside the course, it automatically takes you to the first page that has a video or any other course content. The group owner can create a category by clicking on the plus icon, and instantly a drop-down shows up in here. This is called a module. The user can create a section by clicking on the plus icon. And because of optimistic UI, the results are instantly shown on the front end. The user can also rename each section by double-clicking them. And once you click outside, that is successfully saved. Changes also reflect on the document. Users can also mark a module as completed by clicking on the Mark as Complete button. And once that's done, a purple icon shows that indicates that this module is completed. Now, because we're using the same editor components in here as well, the group owner has complete control of what each module should look like. So for now, I'm going to first add a video. And once you click on the video, it's going to prompt you for the URL. Go ahead and paste that in, and the video instantly shows on the front end. You can then add more text by double-clicking and adding whatever you'd like, and you can also click on Save Content to save whatever you created. In the top info bar, the user can access their settings for the group. The first is the general settings for the group itself. You can change the group cover image as well as the preview icon. You can also change the group name at any time and the description right from here. Now here's a really nice feature as well. The user can create multiple prices for the groups, but can switch between them at any time they like. Because we're using Stripe, all we have to do is create a payment intent with the pricing that currently exists. So let's go ahead and click on Add Price. I'm just gonna put $99 per month. And just like that, a new price is created, showing 0 members attached to this price. But as you can see, I already joined this group using a different account, so I can see that I have 1 active member. Now, the next amazing feature of our application is the affiliate program. Drupal has an affiliate code for each customer that has an active membership. Group owners can copy their link, share it with whoever they like. But the best part of the affiliate link is 40% of the monthly revenue that comes from the new customer's active membership is transferred directly to the group owner because they were the ones who referred us to this new customer. Nowhere on YouTube do they show you how to create such an amazing affiliate system. Affiliate systems are very powerful when it comes to building SaaS applications. It's the most cost-effective way to reward someone for referring customers to your SaaS application. I really suggest that you have this feature in any SaaS application you build. This way, content creators market for you. All right, the next feature is the domain configuration. We will be using Vercel domains to verify that the domain can be configured. And if the domain can be configured, the user can click on Add Domain, and that will show success. Of course, now I can't put a domain in here because I don't have anything right now, but if you have a burner domain, you can test this out. And inside your domain host provider, you will have to go and create an A record and point it to this IP address. That way, when your website visitors try to access your domain, it takes them directly to this About page. Finally, to transfer affiliate sales directly into your group owner's bank accounts, you will have to use some sort of payment provider. Now, we are using Stripe, and with the help of Stripe Connect, you can get the user's Stripe account so you can make transfer charges directly into their accounts. So as you can see in here, we are already connected. But if this is your first time logging into the application, you can connect the user's Stripe account. So go ahead and click on Connected. A modal shows up that says what information is required. And once you click Connect, which I unfortunately can't right now, a page that looks very similar to this will show up. Once the account is connected, you're redirected to the group page. And if you go into the integrations page, you can see that it will now show connected in here. Now, we built this integration page keeping in mind that you will want to improve and expand on this feature. That means you might have other application integrations that you might want to have as part of Drupal. So we built it in such a way that you can expand on each and every integration. All you have to do is create the icon for it, the title, the access control, and have a server action that gets called whenever the user tries to connect. And that's literally it. You can have every feature you want inside Drupal. Now, another feature I want to show you that you are going to learn today is Supabase presence. That means when a user signs in on one client, you can get feedback from there and share that with multiple other clients that are connected to the same channel. So this allows us to create real-time features. So as you can see on the left side, I'm connected with a new account, and I'm going to quickly join Prodigies University right here. And once you're done paying, it should send you right into this group as well. I just accessed the messaging feature inside our application, and now I can click on the new user that is logged in. And now, of course, these two users can communicate in real time. Now, if you think this application is amazing, I cannot wait for you to see what we have next. And that's it for the demo. But I also have an announcement to make, so let's hear that first. All right, Prodigies, hopefully you got your laptop and you're ready to get started building this amazing project with us. Now, before we start, I just have a couple words to say. As a thank you for when we hit 100,000 subscribers, I will be releasing a premium course. And just as always, this course will also be completely free. This course is every single thing you need to learn a new business model that I have created called micro SaaS arbitrage. And in this course, I'm going to show you how you can start a SaaS without even writing a single line of code. The best part of this business model is it's completely free to get started. And even if you have 1 million users on your application, you don't even pay a single dollar to scale. Now, I strongly believe that this is the future of business because every single micro SaaS feature is already created for you. All you have to do is sell. And this business model will work even if you don't have thousands of dollars to invest on yourself, you have zero experience in running a business, you know nothing about offering a service or running a SaaS, you don't even know how to code, or even if you hate cold outreach, because in this system, we are going to show you how to automate lead generation and get high-paying clients come to you instead of you having to run after them. Now, in my opinion, this is by far the easiest way to make $10,000 per month. And to prove to you that anyone can make this happen, I will start an agency of my own to show you that anyone can do it. That means I will show you right from start to finish how to get the tools, how to find the clients, how to close them, how to deliver the service, how to accept money from your clients. I will also get the first paying customer, and even better, you can make recurring revenue with zero service delivery because this model runs as a SaaS. I'm super excited for this course. All you have to do is hit subscribe. And when we hit 100,000 subscribers, as a thank you, I'm going to be giving away this course completely for free. And with that being said, let's jump straight into the project. So the first step is we need to create a folder for our project. So just create a folder anywhere you want. And I'm going to quickly rename this to Web Prodigies Drupal. Okay, and please use the same naming convention so it's easier to kind of follow through. And next, you want to drag and drop this into your Visual Studio Code. Okay, now please pay attention. This is very, very important. The description of this YouTube video is going to have all the important links to the GitHub, to the starter kit, which is completely free, and a bunch of other stuff like the exact page to some documentation. Whatever we need is going to be in the description. Use those links so it can take you to those pages. We went above and beyond and created a full starter kit with every single thing you're going to need to start a production-ready build. This is completely free again. Go grab it right now. And in the future, we're going to upgrade this. And there's also going to be a paid version with a bunch of more, cooler stuff in that. But for now, this is more than enough. It's literally every single thing you need. Go to the description. You're going to find something called Web Prodigies Starter Kit. Click on that link and you're going to click here and you're going to get this link here. And now we're going to open the terminal and you're going to type the following command. So you're going to say git clone and you're going to paste the URL, put a space and put the period sign. Okay. And now when you hit enter, it's going to pretty much install this inside the root directory. So if you open up the folder structure, you should see something like this. First thing you're going to see is Husky. Now, what is Husky? Guys, research. Make a quick search and read about it because this is not a Husky tutorial or, prettier tutorial. We don't have a lot of time, right? This is literally probably going to be a 16-hour tutorial. So just research and read. Now, to give you an example of how I would understand these topics, I would just look up Husky web development. and then something's going to pop up. I'm going to click on that link and I'm going to go from there. Okay, so as you can see here, Husky enhances your commits. So remember, when you make a commit, sometimes your team members are going to use different, different text. They're going to have a different message. You might want to limit that. You might want to have a format. That's when Husky comes in handy. Okay, and you also have a commit lint.config.typescript. So if you look at this, this is what we are essentially telling Husky to do, which is we want to always have the following commands or the following framework inside our commit messages, and we can invoke that with the help of the commit message script right here. Okay, and this is using npx. Guys, you can use whatever you want. Now, this project will have a combination of yarn, npx, and a bunch of other stuff, just because we were testing to see how things work and how compatibility is with Nextjs15. Okay, because Nextjs15 is very new, so that's why we're using everything just to see how it goes. So I would suggest you do this right now. Pause this video, go download or go install Homebrew, go install Yarn, go install npm, go install Bun, do all of these, okay? 4 of these. Pause this video and go download all of this if you haven't. And if you don't want all of that, no problem. You can just change the commands right here and it should work as expected. As you can see, we're using Yarn here as well, okay? So you can use Bun commands and that will work fine as well. The next one is we have Prisma set up, so it's already done for you. We also have the environment example file. All you have to do is copy all of these variables, paste it inside your environment file, and we're just going to update that as we go, okay? Next thing is we have an ESLint file. Now, I think some of this already comes with Nextjs, but we have, of course, enhanced it a little bit more, all right? So you're also going to find a prettier file. This is essentially just a code formatter, okay? And then let's go down here. You're going to find a Tailwind config file, and this is basically all of the styling that we wanted. So right now, pause this video, go to GitHub. You're going to find all the links in the description, okay? Please, this is very, very important. All the important links for our project, for this entire tutorial, is going to be in the description, okay? Use those links to get to the exact pages that we want you to go, so that way you can kind of, be with us while we're coding, okay? So you will find this starter kit also in the description, and you'll also find the GitHub repository for the code inside the description as well. Click on that, it's going to open up, and then I'll show you what to do. Okay, awesome. Once you have the repository open, of course, right now I just have the starter kit open, but you are going to have the Drupal Web Prodigies Drupal repository open, okay? You're going to click on the Tailwind config file. Just copy everything you see inside that file, and you're going to paste it in here, okay? Again, you're copying this directly from the main repository, which is the Drupal repository, okay? Because you want the same themes, the same styling that we have in that project, okay? Once you're done, that's pretty much it. Let's move on. Okay, the next thing is inside your source folder, we have a bunch of stuff already done for you, okay? So first thing is we have the components folder, and inside the components folder, we have global folder, we have the theme, and UI. We just created this because we like this folder structure. Pretty much it's easier to understand, okay? The next thing is we have a constants folder, and you may not see some files in here, but that's totally fine, but we're constantly updating this starter kit, but eventually you're going to find everything you need in here, okay? We also have the hooks folder. We can put all your hooks in here. You have the icons where, every time we're going to need some icons for a project, and we use custom built icons. So that time you need to, probably download all of them and just put them inside this folder, okay? You have the lib folder, which has the Prisma and the utils file. You also have React query, and in this project, we are using this library, and in my opinion, it's one of the best libraries I have ever used when it comes to server-side stuff, okay? If you don't know what it is, again, pause this video, go take a quick look at React query, understand everything. You don't need to know everything about it, just understand that it's going to help us build optimistic UI and stuff like that, okay? And I'm going to explain how we're going to build our application in just a second, all right? Next, we have the Redux folder, and our Redux folder is essentially state management, okay? So we have that in here as well for you, so you can start putting whatever you want in here. Now, the middleware file should look like this only for this project, okay? But in the future, we might change this because I know Clerk is updating their docs as well. So eventually, we might kind of update this to exactly what it needs to be. So let's quickly understand the architecture in our application, why this application stands out, and is better than other competitors when it comes to the UI experience. Okay, so we are using not a new but a more popular UI, I would say, architecture called optimistic UI. Now, what does this mean? Try to guess from the word optimistic. What does this architecture mean? Pause this video and try to guess. And if you don't know the answer, I'm going to show you exactly what it means. All right, awesome. Hopefully you got the answer. If not, this is exactly what optimistic UI means. So let's just quickly look at an example. Let's say you have an application right here. When you click on the plus icon, you want a module to show up inside this course. Okay, just like this. Let's say you hit the plus one more time. You want a module to show. Usually in server-side applications, how we do it is once the user clicks on create, we would first make the API request. And once that is successful, we would do something like router.refresh to get the new latest data populate on the front end, right? Now, the problem here is sometimes this process can take time. All right, it might take 2 seconds, 1 second, doesn't matter, but it's still going to take some time. And this really makes the UI feel slow and sloppy. And for that reason, what optimistic UI helps you do is when the user hits the plus icon, we assume that everything is going to become successful because let's be honest, it probably is going to become a successful response, right? So we assume that the response is going to be successful and we immediately show the change on the front end to the user. So from the user's perspective, they feel that the application is working at lightning speed when in reality, it's just a UI, kind of like a cover. Okay, so you can use Redux to make this work, which is just simply populating the data on the front end and then it shows, but it can be very manual, right? And you can also use the use optimistic hook, but I know there are some restrictions with the use optimistic hook, and that's why we went towards using React Query for this process. React Query does everything, including reverting back to the previous state if something happened wrong with the API request. This is super powerful because not only can we handle errors that take place in our API requests, we can also show instantaneous feedback to our user. So I hope you understood what optimistic UI is. That's it. It's nothing crazy, okay? It's just showing instant feedback to the user instead of waiting for the API request to first become successful and then showing it, okay? All right, guys. So go ahead and try to guess. What is React Query? And if you don't know what React Query is, because the name actually does not tell you anything, well, it kind of does tell you something about it, but just try to guess, what does the word React Query mean? All right, awesome. Hopefully you guessed correctly. If not, no problem. This is probably what I would have guessed. So the word React and query means something to do with making query requests, like API requests or some sort of server-side stuff, right? And it's related to React. So this is how you can sometimes understand what a package does. Okay, just want to kind of get you, thinking as well. So if I needed to learn about React Query, I would make, of course, a Google search really quick, and I would find something. And in my opinion, React Query is one of the best packages I have ever used when it comes to stuff like server-side data caching, all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to show you how it actually benefits us. And the most important part is why we actually need it. Okay, so one of the common principles in web development is if we have an application like this, for example, and we want to show some data on the screen, but this data actually comes from a server-side component. Let me also change the background here. Okay, so this is a server component, and the server component basically makes the fetch, and we get access to this data. Now, my question to you is, if I want to truly benefit from the server-side rendering in a client component, how can I pass this data to this client component? Go ahead, pause this video, and try to guess. And if you don't know how to do it, I'm going to tell you exactly how you can do this. Well, very simple. You pass the data as a prop into the child component. And now if you need to pass this data down into another child component, try to guess. What would you do? That's correct. You would pass this data again as a prop into the next component. But you see how this is basically prop drilling. This is not a good principle or not a good, development architecture in production projects. So what is the solution? Well, you can create a provider. You can create a provider and you can store the data inside that. So for example, you can create a data layer like this, and inside the data layer, you can store all the data. This way, all the components inside this data layer can get access to this data. Now there's one problem, and I want you to try to guess. Why will this not work? Go ahead, pause this video, and try to guess why will my server components not work if I'm using this data in here. All right, hopefully you guessed correctly. If not, this is the answer. Well, you can use a provider inside, you can't use any sort of states inside a server component to store this data. And that's why we need to create some sort of a provider, but this provider needs to work on the server side as well. Now that is, of course, sounds a little challenging, right? And that's why React Query does every single thing for us. It essentially helps us cache all of the data that we're getting from the server side and also help avoid the problem of passing down all the data as children or as props into our children components. That way you can create a provider and pass the data directly in the server itself into the data layer, and you can access it anywhere in the application. And all you would have to do is just call a hook and you can get all the data from that. And yes, there's so much more to using React Query. You can read everything if you want, but there's caching, even checking if data is out of date and kind of, updating that in the background so that the user doesn't even know that something happened, but instantly it just changes. And that's why we are using React Query. So the query client is already created for you inside this file. And next, let's go inside Redux. Now, Redux is a very important concept you need to know if you want to get a job. I mean, you're going to learn during this project itself, but I want you to understand how everything works under the hood. Now, it's not a requirement for this video. You don't have to know about it because we are using Redux Toolkit, which basically simplifies every single thing for us. All right, so next, let's just quickly understand what is Redux. Now, in simple terms, Redux is literally state management for your application, okay? So if you guys remember, we used to have the traditional React context API. That's what we used to use. Redux technically, under the hood, is a form of React context API, just that it's made to look prettier, okay? That's literally it. And it also gives you a bunch of other cool stuff. Specifically, you also get a plugin like the Redux Toolkit and the Redux DevTools toolkit as well. So that way you can essentially see which action is fired at, which second, which was fired first, which was fired later, what was the specific state when that action was fired, and what it is after the mutation occurred, right? So this information is very helpful, especially if you have like hundreds of actions being performed all at once in your application, right? You're not going to be able to debug very easily if you did not have DevTools. So Redux is definitely going to be helpful. So we created a Redux folder as well in the starter kit for you. All right, and that's pretty much it. So now we can go into the folder structure, into the app structure, and in the app folder, we can create all the other folders that we need. So let's just quickly create the skeleton for our application. The first thing we're going to need here is the auth folder, and the other one is the discover folder. Next, create the landing folder, which is going to have all of our landing page stuff in here, and that should be good to go. Now, next, you want to go into the layout.tsx, which is in the root file right here, and you want to change the title to Drupal. All the other fonts, like, generally what we use, and all the theme providers, everything is already done for you. And if you don't know how to do this, you can watch all the other videos, but this is just to save you a lot of time and show you the main parts of our application. Next thing you want to do is you want to click on the page.tsx, and you're going to move this page.tsx inside the landing folder. And inside this, we also want to create a layout.tsx, and I'm just going to create a component in here, and I'm going to call it landing page layout, just like this. And I'm also going to change our prop so we can get children. And I'm going to create a div in here with the class name flex, flex column, container, and relative. And I'm going to pass in all the children components in here. Now, if you try to do bun run dev, you're going to see this error. And this error is because we haven't updated our environment variables. So let's go ahead and do that first. So you want to go into your .env.example file. You're going to copy everything in here. And inside your .env file, you're going to paste all of those variables inside this file. Next, you want to go into .getignore. And after this, you want to say .env. Next, you want to open up Clerk authentication. I've also put a link in the description. You can click on that link and it's going to take you to this exact page. You want to click on Get Started and you want to either create an account or you can sign in if you already have an account in here. Next, you should be in the dashboard.clerk.com page if you click the link in the description. If not, you can just go to this page and you want to click on the Create Application. Now make sure you have Google and your email turned on in here. And after that, we're going to say Web Prodigies-Drupal as the application name, and we're going to hit Create Application. Next, they're going to give you the public key, and we need this stuff. So we're just going to copy this from here, and you're going to replace all of this with whatever you just copied. Next, you're going to find a middleware file in here. I think we've already done that for you. Let me go ahead and take a look. Okay, looks like it's already done, so you should be good to go. But if you don't see anything in here, then make sure you paste that. But we're also going to need a bunch of stuff, so make sure you have exactly what we have on the screen right here. Now you want to open the terminal and you want to say bun run dev. Go ahead and refresh the browser, and let's just give that a second. Okay, awesome. Now everything is working. Let's go back to our page.tsx, and let's make the following changes. Okay, so before I go into the page.tsx, I want to make some changes in here. So I'm going to quickly create a component called landing page navbar, just like this. And let's go ahead and create that component inside this folder. So inside this landing folder, you're going to create another folder in here, and you're going to call it underscore components, just like this. And inside this, you're going to create another folder called navbar. And now we can create the index.tsx file and the menu.tsx file. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a component. I'm just going to use the snippets that I have. And this is the landing page navbar component, just like this. Finally, I can go back into my layout.tsx and I'm going to import the landing page navbar component I just created. Now, please follow through with me. We're going to create a bunch of stuff in here. This is basically a navbar, so it shouldn't be too complex, but we're going to have a div on top with the following styles. And inside that, we're going to have a paragraph like this called Drupal, okay? And after that, we're going to need a component in here called menu like this, which we're going to create in just a second. So I'm going to copy this name, and inside the menu components, I'm going to return a new component in here, just like this, and I can go ahead and import this component from this file. Okay, just make sure you import the component from the right file, which is ./menu, not something else. Now, all the way at the top, we're going to have a type in here inside the menu file. I'm going to say orientation menu props, and I'm going to create the menu props right up top here. So you're going to say type menu props is an object like this, and it's going to have orientation, which is mobile or desktop. Next, go all the way to the top, and you want to call this a use client component because we're going to need some states to actually figure out which page we are on so we can have some styling for the navbar. And we're actually going to put that into a hook. So that hook is called use navigation. So const, we're going to destructure section and onset section, and we're going to say equal to use navigation hook. All right, so now we're going to scroll down into our app folder. So let me just quickly shrink all of this. Or let me just shrink everything in here. So you want to open the source folder like this. And inside the source folder, you want to create another folder in here. So let me just click on that one more time right here. And this is called hooks. And inside this, we're going to create the use navigation dot. Actually, let's create a folder. So I'm going to say navigation. And inside this index.typescript. Now you can just return a component. Actually, you wouldn't be able to use this. So I'm just going to say export const use navigation, and I'm just going to return a component like this. And inside this, I'm going to say const path name equal to use path name, and we're going to invoke that. And use path name should come from next navigation. And next, we're going to create a state, and this state is called section and set section. And this is going to use state, of course. So I'm going to import that as well. And it's a type a string, and we're going to pass in the path name like this. Next, we're going to say const on set section is equal to an arrow function like this, and we're going to invoke this and pass in that page in here. And then finally, we're going to return both of this, so the section and the onset section. So now we can go back into our menu.tsx file, and I'm just going to quickly import the use navigation hook like this. And awesome, it works. Great. Now, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of this, and I'm going to create a switch statement like this. And the key is going to be orientation, which is actually not here. So I have to, okay, so I just have to destructure it from these props like this. And now we're going to have it in here. And for the value, you have to set it to desktop. Okay, so sorry, I just made a quick TypeScript error here. I'm just going to remove this, and I'm just going to use the menu props from here. Okay, and this should solve this error right here. And for this, I'm just going to return a div for now because I'm going to need another case. And this case is for mobile. So I'm just going to duplicate this and change this to mobile. Awesome. And finally, we're going to have a default, which we're going to return nothing. Okay, just like this. Awesome. Now for desktop, we're actually going to return another component, and this component is called the card component, which comes from Shatsian UI. So let's go ahead and import that component. Okay, awesome. And inside the card, we're going to have card content. Let's go ahead and import that as well. And please pause and write the class names. Okay, that's the fastest way for us to go through a 20-hour project. So please just pause the video and type all these class names. So the next thing we need is you want to scroll down into the constants folder. And I don't know if I created that already. Okay, so we didn't create it. So outside the source, you want to say constants like this. And inside that, create an index.typescript. And inside this, I want you to go to the GitHub. Remember, I told you, keep the GitHub open at all times because we're going to need to copy some stuff. So copy this constant from that constant file and just paste it in here. And the next thing we want to do is inside this constant file, you're going to create another file in here called menus.tsx, just like this, menus.tsx. And inside this, we're going to export const landing page. We're going to say menu, landing page menu, which is this, and it's of a type of array with menu props. And for the menu props, let's just scroll all the way up top, and we're going to say the following. So ID, label, the icon, the path, the section, and integration. Okay. And then we're going to need all of the stuff, all of the icons. So again, I want you to go into GitHub. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, I'm inside the GitHub. You're going to find an icons folder. Just go ahead and download all of these files, and I want you to paste them inside the same folder in here, okay? So inside your icons folder, which you're going to create in just a second, so inside source, you're going to say icons. If you're serious about your web development career and you're looking to get access to much more premium content just like this, then the next 15 seconds is for you. Prodigies University finally has a one-time fee for lifetime access to every single course we ever create. That means if you sign up today, not only are you going to get access to every course we ever create, you're also going to get lifetime mentorship through weekly coaching calls. Now, I must let you know that we only have 4 spots available for the lifetime access. So please understand, if you try to join and your payment doesn't go through, it's because we are out of spots. If you'd like to know about all the value you're going to get by joining, there's a link in the description, or you can go to webprodigies.com. All right, now back to the video like this. And inside this folder, you're going to paste all of those icons. Okay, so go ahead, pause this video and do that. And once you're done, let's continue. Okay, hopefully you did it. If not, you literally have to copy it or download it, copy that, and just paste that in here. Next, just simply import all of these, and you want to import them from the icons folder, okay, not from anywhere else. So I'm going to import this one. I'm going to import the credit card icon as well, and the Explore icon as well. Now I'm going to go back into my index file, and I'm just going to quickly solve all these errors. Actually, sorry, I need to get all of these. So just give me 1 second. Okay, so the landing page menu we already created, but we don't have access to all of this. So I think I can just comment this out for now. Okay, and we're going to need another constant props for this. So I'm just going to provide this as well. And I'm just going to comment all of this out. And I'm going to import my menu prop from here, just like this. And that should do it. Now I'm going to go back into my menu.tsx file, and now we can essentially loop over all of that and we can render out a link component. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm just going to say Drupal constant. So let's go ahead and import that dot landing page menu dot map. And for each of these, we're going to return the following. So in here, I'm going to return a link just like this. And this link comes from next link like this. Now, one thing I want to point is we are using Nextjs15 in this project. And Next also has, I mean, it's pretty new, right? So there are some issues with Nextjs15. And I just want to give you a quick heads up because I know we're going to be using images in this project, but we're actually going to be using the older image tag, not the new image tag that comes from Nextjs. And this is just something that we saw when we were developing and we were so confused, but that was just the only solution we found. Okay, so sometimes you're going to find us use something that's not, the probably best convention, but that's because we're using Nextjs15. We're literally at the bleeding edge of technology. Okay, next we also have to import the cn function, and all we're doing here is we're just saying href, we're passing in the path, and we're dynamically passing in this function in here, which is the onClick, and we're just setting the selection. So whatever is being selected in here, we're just setting that, okay? And then we're also passing in the menu item dot path. So whatever is showing in here, based on that, we're going to give it a different style. So right now, as you can see, localhost is being selected, and that's why we're highlighting this. Now, if I click on this, of course, we don't have this page, so it's not going to show us anything, but technically it should pretty much show something in there, right? So I just want to point out that's how this is working. And of course, we're going to pass in the key, and in here we're going to say section equal to menu item dot path. And if this is true, then we're just going to pass that in there, and we're also going to pass in the label. Now, the next thing I want you to do is I want you to go into GitHub, and I want you to go into app globals.css, and I want you to copy all of the CSS styles, and we're just going to paste it in here. So replace whatever you have in here with the new styles. So this way we have the same themes. Again, you can use whatever theme you want. We just want to have everything, similar, so it's easier for you to debug. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into my page.tsx. I'm just going to remove all the stuff because we don't really need it. Okay, so just remove everything in between the main tag. And the next thing you want to do is go into the root layout.tsx, okay, which is under your app, layout.tsx. And in here, we're going to change this body tag, okay? And we're going to change it to the following because we have to pass in our black background, okay? So you're going to say class name, and you're going to pass in the same class name, but you're going to change the background color. And we're also going to suppress the hydration warning in here. All right, and another quick disclaimer is sometimes you're going to notice that the styling is not going to work on some of the browsers. And I don't know why this happens, but for some reason, Nextjs15 is, it's still new, right? We're just using it just to show you everything about it. But you will notice that some styling will not work. And that's simply because we are using Nextjs15. So don't be alarmed. It's totally fine. Just change your browser, try to use a different tab, use a different account. Like, for example, I have a different Google account here. This Google account works, but with a different Google account, it's a completely different styling. So I don't know if I have some plugins that's actually causing this, but if you don't have this problem, great. But if you do have this problem, just change your browser and see if it works. Okay, now we need to go back to our menu components because we also need to provide the mobile version for it, which is also very simple. So I'm just going to put this in here, which is just a div. We're going to loop over all of the constants, okay? For each of them, we're going to map over and we're going to return another link component. And that link component is going to have the href just like this. We're going to have the onClick. So when you click this, we're going to change the state to the exact path that was selected. And based on which path is being selected, we're going to set the following class names in here. And we're also going to pass in the key, the icon, and the label. Now I'm going to go back into this component, which is our landing page index.tsx, sorry, the navbar, and I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to create a div right after this. And inside that, I'm going to have a simple link. And let's go ahead and import our link component from NextLink. And we're going to have a button component inside that. And we're going to say this is sign in page. And for this button, we're just going to have outline and put the following class names. And we're going to create another component in here. And this component is called login. Actually, I think this is an icon. So let me go ahead and see. All right, it's just an icon. So let's just go ahead and import that as well. And just like that, you're going to have the login icon right here. Next, we're going to go into our global folder, which is in here, inside components and under global. And we're going to create another folder in here called glass-sheet. Okay. And inside this, create a index file. And we're going to return a component from here. And we're going to call this glass sheet just like this. And this component is going to have the following props. So let's also go ahead and destructure all these props from here. All right, awesome. And this glass sheet it's really cool. I mean, it's just a sheet component, but it has this cool translucent effects. Now, I don't think this works in Safari, but let's just see how it works. So we're going to create a simple sheet component. Let's go ahead and import the sheet component as well. It needs a trigger and the content. Okay, very straightforward. So I'm going to import these two components as well. Please pause the video and type it out, or at least keep the GitHub so you can copy paste and just build with us. Okay. So essentially, when we click on this glass sheet component, it's going to open up this component right here and put whatever children component we want inside it. So going back to our navbar, we can now put the glass sheet component right after our link right here. So I'm going to import this, and we're just going to pass in some trigger class, some props basically. And for trigger, we're going to pass in the button, and this is the menu icon component from Lucid React. So let's go ahead and import that as well. And in here, we're going to have the menu for mobile device. Okay. So that means if you shrink on a mobile device, you're going to see something just like this. All right, so now you might be wondering, how does the glass screen or glass sheet effect work on a on Safari browser? Sorry. The reason why it works is because we have some special styling for it. Okay, so if you look at the CSS file, you will notice the change we made. Let me see if I can actually show that to you. Okay, so right here we have a WebKit backdrop filter set to blur 5 pixels, and that's why it's working. Okay. Now, the next thing I want you to do is go back into the GitHub repository. I want you to scroll down to where you find the tailwind config.ts file, and you're going to copy everything in there, and you're going to replace it with what we just got. That is going to give us a new theme for our application. So there you go. Now it looks so much better. Okay, so now that we're done with our navbar, we can go into the page.tsx. In this page.tsx, we're just going to remove this class name right here, and we're going to place the following class names. And after this, we're going to create a div inside this, and we're going to have a new component called call to action. So let's go ahead and create this component. So we're going to go into the components folder under the landing page, and inside that, we're going to create call to action. It's a folder, and inside that, the index.typescript, and we're also going to import this component that we're going to paste the new components in here. Oh, kind of choked there, but, and after this, we're going to say class name, and we're going to put the following class name. Next, we're going to have a special component called gradient text, okay? And this component's actually really nice, and we kind of had to reuse this, so that's why we created a new component out of it, okay? So try to guess, where would we put this component? Would it be under the components folder, inside UI folder, or inside the global folder? Here's a hint. We're going to need this in pretty much our entire application. So where do you think is the appropriate location to place this component? Awesome. Hopefully you guessed right. It is the global folder. So go ahead, create a folder called gradient text. And inside that, I'm going to create a file called index.typescript. And in here, we're essentially going to create this component. Okay, there you go. So I just used the snippets and I created the component in here. And we're also going to need a new prop. So I'm just going to put the props in here as well. Okay, and I'm just going to quickly destructure all of the new props. Next, we're going to have a simple H1 tag and an H2 tag. And we might also return a paragraph. Okay, So I'm going to say switch element. So based on what's been passed in, if it's H1, we're going to, return the following, which is an H1 tag with text gradient, and we're going to pass in all the children. And H2, we're going to return H2 tag and a paragraph tag. So let's go back and quickly import this component now. All right, just like that, and that should solve our error. Oh, never mind. We actually have one more in here, which is call to action. So let's go ahead and import that as well. Okay, look at that. Actually looks really, really nice, right? Okay, so now I'm going to go back into my call to action file, and I'm going to continue from here. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a simple paragraph tag right here, and I'm going to say Drupal is a vibrant online community platform that empowers people to connect, collaborate, and cultivate meaningful relationships. Okay? And after this paragraph, I'm going to have a simple div, and this div is going to have a button inside this div. So let's go ahead and import that button, and let's also go ahead and import the link component. And we also need an icon here called Badge Plus, and this comes from, I think, our local folder. So let's just install that as well. And I'm also going to add with full to this one as well, so that way it kind of spans across the whole page, okay? And now we have this beautiful header section. So let's move on to the next part now. So let's go back into the page.tsx, and after the call to action, we're going to have a snippet of our application. And that snippet is just another component called dashboard snippet. So let's go ahead and create this component as well. So open up your folder structure. You're going to go into components. You're going to create another folder, and you're going to call this dashboard-snippet just like this. And inside that, you can create an index.tsx file. Okay, and here I'm going to return a new component and just change the name to dashboard snippets. And inside this component, I'm just going to return a div just like this. And this is going to require the image tag from Nextjs. Now, I just want to point out something. Because we're using Nextjs15, sometimes we might need to use the old version of image. For some reason, it just does not work the right way. It's just a bug we found in Nextjs15. We tried really hard to understand what the hell is going on, but made absolutely no sense, okay? I mean, we're pretty much at the bleeding edge of technology, so we can't really complain, but I just want to point this out, okay? So for now, here, we're using the regular image from Nextimage, but sometimes we might be using the other image tag, okay? So let's also go back to our file, and let's quickly import this. And now you are going to need an image here. So if you can look at this, it says dashboard-snippet.png. But since we're creating a starter kit, of course, we can't put all that stuff in here, right? But if you go into the public folder, you're going to see that there's no image in here. So go into GitHub and copy all the images you find inside the public folder and just drag and drop them inside here, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and do that as well. Just give me a second. Okay, awesome. And now if you refresh the page, you're going to see this beautiful image on the screen. Great job. Now, after this div, we're going to need another component, which is essentially our pricing section. So let's go ahead and create this component as well. Okay, just like this. And now I'm going to create that file. So you can go up top right here, and you can actually you can dynamically import this. So I'm just going to dynamically import it like this. And let's go ahead and import dynamic from next dynamic. And we're going to say import from component/pricing, which of course we don't have. And once that's successfully imported, we're going to return the component from that. Okay. So now you want to go into your components folder. Let me just quickly expand this a little bit more right here. And inside the components folder, create something called pricing and create an index.tsx file in there. And now just return a component just like this. Okay, awesome. I also renamed it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to return a div here. So let me quickly return a div just like this. And make sure you pause and you put the same styling, okay? And you can also use the GitHub to copy paste, no problem, because it's just a div, right? But make sure you're doing this with me. Next, we're going to use a really cool custom component that we created called backdrop gradient, okay? And I see that we need to also import this. So let me just go ahead and see if I can import this so it stops screaming at me. What seems to be the issue here? Okay, it was screaming for what I don't know. I think I just had to kind of rename this. Just re-import this, and then that worked. And the other thing I'm going to do is inside the pricing component, just don't change it to a default export. Just export it directly from here, okay? Because we're using it that way in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this backdrop gradient component. Okay, so I'm just going to import it like this first, and then I'm going to create this component. So I'm going to scroll down to global, and inside global, I'm going to create a folder, call it backdrop dash gradient like this. And inside that, I'm going to create another file called index.tsx. And in here, let's go ahead and return a new component. Now, this is going to have a couple of types. So I'm going to go ahead and import those types, put those types in there and also destructure and get all these props. Now, all we're going to do in here is we're just going to return a div with the following class names. Okay, so first go ahead and import cn, and we're going to put this right here, and we're going to call this, we're going to pass in the container in here as well. And for this one, we're just passing another div with a radial blur, and we're going to give it any class names that we passed in, and then we're just going to pass all the children elements inside. So essentially, it wraps the elements we want, and it kind of places it behind it. Okay, so let's go ahead and also import this component, and that should solve that problem. But of course, it needs the children elements, right? So it's just screaming. Let's go ahead and put that in as well. So I'm going to import the gradient text, which we already created, and I'm going to say pricing plans that fit you right, just like this. And after the gradient text, I'm going to put a paragraph, and that should look like this. Okay, awesome. And remember, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but sometimes some styling will not work on certain browsers, right? If that happens, again, this is just because it is Nextjs15. If it does happen, just change the browser. Okay, right now I changed my browser from Safari to Google Chrome just to see that, and now it's working, right? So if you see that problem as well, please change your browser, and you should see everything work as expected. Okay. Next, after this backdrop gradient, we're going to have a card component. So let's go ahead and import this card component as well. And inside the card component, I'm just going to have a div, and this div is going to have a card title. And next, we also have card description. So I'm going to import all of these. Please import it with me. And I'm going to have a link in here, which comes from Nextlink. And I'm also going to import the button. Awesome. And just like that, we have a card in here. Finally, after this div, I'm going to have another div which has all of my features, okay? So it's just a bunch of spans. So let's go ahead and also import this check. And this check does not come from Lucid React. It comes from our local icon folder, okay? And there you go. Just like that, we now have a pricing section for our for our application. And now if you click on this, the reason why it scrolls to the bottom is because inside the search bar, you'll see we're adding this hashtag, which is essentially an ID name, okay? And by default, I think Chrome just has that behavior. It will scroll to those elements. Okay, so now I think we are done with the landing page. Let me just take a quick look. All right, so I hope you guys have watched the Corinna AI video, and if you haven't, don't worry about it, it's not important. But the reason why I'm saying that is in Corinna AI, the entire landing page was built using WordPress as a backend, so WordPress as a CMS with the help of Cloudways. And Cloudways was basically helping us boost our website's SEO performance, which is super important if you want to rank higher on Google. But in the last video, we looked at Cloudways Flexible, which was a bunch of manual stuff, and the setup for the project takes some time. So for example, you would have to set up stuff like the server size, the type, and a couple more settings, so it is time consuming. But Cloudways just released a new amazing product called Cloudways Autonomous. So with this, you don't have to do any setup at all. All you have to do is click create project and you're set. So you just have to spin up the application, and Cloudways Autonomous will do all the heavy lifting for you. And everything scales automatically. Now, the amazing news here is Cloudways wanted to help each and every one of you. So if you have a WordPress site or you expect a lot of traffic on your website and you are not an expert at server configuration stuff and you want something that can scale on autopilot, you don't want to sit there and manually configure everything. And of course, faster performance, a simple process, and most importantly, you want to save a ton of money. Cloudways is giving the Prodigies community $20 worth of free hosting credits for your WordPress website with Cloudways Autonomous. The reason why Cloudways can be helpful here is if you're building a learning management website, you're going to have a lot of traffic. A lot of users are going to stay on your platform. So you can't be sitting there and manually scaling everything. You want everything to be automated. So let's quickly take a look at the new product and compare it to the previous one so you can decide which one you want for yourself. The first thing is Cloudways Autonomous works great if you're looking to build or you already have a high traffic website. So high traffic e-commerce stores or websites work great. If you have a ticketing site, a media site, or a learning management system, it works great for these as well. Another good use case is if you have some sort of high traffic blog pages. And that's exactly what we built in the previous project, except there was a lot of setup, but now it's all automated. Another use case that can work great for Drupal is if we have to host virtual events, right? There's going to be a lot of traffic. And for all these reasons, Cloudways Autonomous can help us. Cloudways Autonomous is hands-off, auto-scalable WordPress hosting on a highly available infrastructure. That means nothing can go down so easily. But with Cloudways Flexible, you get managed cloud hosting, but you have more control over the server customizations, but it's very manual. And you also have a pay-as-you-go type of pricing model. The server selection for Cloudways Autonomous is, well, everything is hosted on GCP using GKE, okay? So that means you don't have to worry about selecting the server, any sort of settings, specifications. Everything is done intelligently by Cloudways Autonomous. It basically meets the demand that your website has. And with Cloudways Flexible, they pretty much give you 3 different providers, so you can get GCP, AWS, or DigitalOcean. You can pretty much customize it and select all the server specifications. Now, when it comes to scalability, Cloudways Autonomous is what I prefer. With Cloudways Autoscale, you get automatic vertical and horizontal scaling of your resources without needing to do any manual work. So you can literally forget about it, and Cloudways Autonomous will handle everything. Now, with Cloudways Flexible, it is on-demand vertical scaling. So they give you the control, but you get to set whatever you want. So you would have to go in there, and if you see a large amount of traffic, you would have to pretty much click it and scale your server resources. Now, in terms of performance, Cloudways Autonomous is integrated with Cloudflare CDN. So you get fast caching of all your data and your pages. So as you can see, Cloudways Autonomous is a big upgrade from Cloudways Flexible. If you want to get access to this product and also get the $20 worth of free hosting credits for your WordPress website with Cloudways Autonomous, make sure to use this promo code at checkout. So let's just quickly take a look at what their dashboard looks like. Now, if you're looking to go ahead and get a plan right away, that's fine. You don't have to do that for this project. It is not a requirement. But if you're going to go ahead and purchase a plan, don't forget to use code WEBP, okay? WebP. Use that promo code at checkout and you can get the $20 worth of free hosting credits, okay? Now, the next thing you want to do is once you're inside your dashboard, you want to scroll right here and you want to click inside this tab. And this is going to take you to the Cloudways Autonomous sidebar. Then go ahead and click on My Applications. And that's literally it. You don't have to set the server size, the type of server you want, server speed, and other configuration settings. All you have to do is go ahead and put an app title, select a region as well. I'm just going to use WordPress right now and just click on Add Application. All right, and once your application is created, you can click on it and go inside the dashboard. And the first cool feature in here is under the Performance tab. Now, the first thing I want to point out is Object Cache Pro is actually $100, but it's completely free for you. Next, full page caching and CDN using Cloudflare CDN actually cost hundreds of dollars, but you are going to get it completely free with Cloudways. Next, under the Intelligence tab, you can see your server logs and you can also check the traffic analysis. But right now, since I don't have anything spun up, I cannot access any traffic information. And that's literally all you need to do. So don't forget to upgrade to Cloudways Autonomous if you're looking to have a WordPress site. Or if you already have a WordPress site, you can move it to Cloudways, and Cloudways also has a plugin that can help you do that. Use the link that is in the description to grab your $20 worth of free hosting credits for your WordPress or WooCommerce site, okay? And you have to use the promo code WebP at checkout if you want to grab this discount. Awesome. Now let's move on to our application. Okay, so the next thing is when I click on Get Started, it takes me to the sign-in page. But of course, I don't have any sign-in stuff in here. Now, in the future, we are actually looking to build sort of like another starter kit, I guess, a starter folder for the authentication as well. But just for now, I wanted to actually build it from scratch and show you how it works. And then, eventually in the future, when the more premium version comes out for the starter kit, you can just grab it from there. Okay. So let's go ahead and type in layout.tsx for the sign up and sign in pages, because we're going to have some common designs. And I'm just going to return a component in here called auth layout. And in here, in the props, I'm going to have children set to react.react node. Next, I'm going to destructure the children from this prop so I can actually return it. Now, we're going to need a server action in here. And for server actions, we're going to need to create another folder. So inside the source directory right here, create another folder and call it actions. And inside the actions folder, we're going to create auth.typescript. And inside this, we're essentially going to put our server action. So first, all the way up top, if this is a server action file, I'm sure you should know by now, what do you think we should do up here? Try to make a guess, pause this video, and try to guess what should you write up here to make a file a server action file. Okay, awesome. Hopefully you guessed correctly. If not, you have to say use server up top to make a file a server action file. So now let's go back right here. And first thing we need to do is we need to make this call. So we're going to say await unauthenticated user. And this is essentially going to give us the user information. And this component will need to also be an async component like this. Now I'm going to go back into our auth file so I can create that server action. So I'm going to say export const, and I'm going to paste this here. And this is going to be equal to an async function. And inside this function, I'm going to have a simple try catch. And the first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say clerk await current user. And this comes from clerk. Next, if no user exists, then we're just going to return a status of 404. And then finally here, we're going to get the user from our table. So for this, we're going to need Prisma, right? And our client is going to come from libs Prisma, but I think we also have to kind of create all our models and stuff like that. So I'm just going to remove this for now. And now I think is a good time to just go to Prisma and just create all our schemas. Okay, so I want you to go into GitHub, just copy all the schemas and paste it in here. And we're just going to quickly run through each and every single thing. So first thing is we have the user schema, and the user just has all of this information, right? And we're also going to need the Stripe ID. And this is so important because this is going to help us use Stripe Connect so the user can get affiliate commissions, which is super, super cool. And no project on YouTube has ever shared this feature. And I'm super excited to be the first person to do this. Okay, so just for that, I would appreciate it if you can smash the thumbs up button so that way we can create much more amazing projects like this. Okay, so first thing is we're going to also give some access to some other models, right? For example, a user can have multiple groups. So that's why we have group, and it's of type group. And if you don't know what that is, again, we have a model for that. Okay, and similarly, each group can also have membership, right? And with the amount of members, and we also have posts inside them because each post is basically related to a user, right? And also a like, the comment, and a message. All of this is related to the user. So that's why we have all of these right here. And same thing for subscription. This just shows their subscription and what's active and if they are paying for a group. And the pricing model in our application is one group is $99 per month. So it's very different compared to other SaaS platforms because most SaaS platforms just have a month-to-month subscription. We have a month-to-month subscription per group, okay? Next, a group is going to have all of this. We have the basic stuff, right? We also have gallery for some information, the JSON, HTML description. This might be a little confusing right now, but essentially we are going to be using a editor, okay, that's built on top of TipTap. I think it's called Novel, and Novel is going to help us build a Notion style editor, and that way we can create custom landing pages or custom about pages. Okay, super, super fun stuff. So definitely stick around. You're going to have so much fun building this project. Okay, and then of course we have the icon, the members, the channels inside that specific group, the privacy settings, whether it's active, just basic stuff, right? Just read through it. And if you have questions regarding syntax, don't worry, not everybody's going to know about it. We use ChatGPT ourselves. We're just being very transparent. Sometimes if we don't know what's going on and we need to speed up the process, we'll just use ChatGPT, okay? So you can copy all of this and you can go into ChatGPT and you can ask it and it will explain every single thing for you, okay? All right, so next we have the members. We have a post. This is the structure of it, of a post. And then we have a like. Basically, the like is related to a post, right? So we're going to need a model for that as well. A comment. We have channels, which is going to be inside a group. We have courses, which is going to be inside a group as well. We have a module, which is going to be inside a course, right? And then we have section. And after the section is essentially a way to kind of group all of our modules. And I think actually, I think we made a naming convention error here, so I'm really sorry about that. But basically, a module is kind of like a group of sections, okay? Sorry about this, guys, but I think it was just a miscommunication, but that's pretty much it, okay? So a module is a group and a section is a module. Think about it that way, okay? And then we also have the affiliates. So basically, which group ID, which group is it related to, and the group owner essentially gets the affiliate commission, okay? And then we have messages. So the reason why this application is going to be so much more engaging than a regular community platform is because there's a chat environment, okay? When you chat, there's a better, I guess, one-on-one like experience, and that way users usually, they usually make more use of the platform because they get to share their thoughts anytime they want, right? They don't have to create a big post. And then finally, public and private. That's pretty much it, okay? All right, guys, so now that we're done with all our Prisma setup, we are going to need a powerful database like Supabase. Now, Supabase is not the sponsor of this video, and hey, Supabase, if you see this, do reach out to us. But just want to let you know that we absolutely love this tool, okay? Supabase does every single thing you need, and I personally would use this for my SaaS development projects if I have any, okay? So here's what you're going to do. So go ahead, click the link in the description. It's going to take you exactly to this page, and then you're going to make sure you log in, okay? So log in, create an account, do whatever you need to do, and then let's move on to the next step now. So once you're done logging in, it should take you into the dashboard, and it should look like this. And I'm also going to quickly open up my .environment file because we're going to need to capture some variables and populate all these keys here. So go ahead, click on New Project, and you want to click on your organization, and you just want to give it a project name. So I'm going to set it to Web Prodigies-Drupal, just like this. And for the password, I'm just going to generate a password like this. And make sure you copy this password for now because you're going to need it inside your inside the database URL, okay? Now, once that's done, go ahead and click on Create New Project, okay? And that should spin up this page for you. So you're going to find the anon public key. Go ahead and copy that, and you want to put the anon key in here. And then you're also going to find a Supabase URL. So we're going to get this URL as well. And for the Supabase URL, the database URL, I think this is the one. If not, I will figure out the solution. Don't worry about it. But click on the database right here, okay, right here. And you're going to find something here called connection string. And you want to make sure URI is selected in here. And this should also say PostgreSQL, okay? So if this is what you have as well, go ahead and copy this. And you want to scroll down here. And I'm just going to replace this for now with the new URL, okay? And remember the password we copied. Go ahead and put that password in here and also remove all these square brackets and just paste it just like this. Now, this should work. We will see if it doesn't, but I also want to see where I'm using this. So just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm not sure if we're actually using the public Supabase URL, but that's fine for now. I'm just going to keep that in there, okay? Okay, so the next thing we want to do is you want to open up the terminal and you want to say bunx prisma generate like this and hit enter, okay? And then you want to say bunx prisma db push, okay? And hit enter as well. And if everything was successful, this should push to your database. Now, this will take some time, all right? Just wait for it. I know that usually there is a port issue, and I don't know if that's going to show up. And if it does show up, then I will see what's the solution for that. But let's just see what happens. All right, guys, so yep, there is a weird error, like I mentioned. I think it's because of the port, okay? And I went to my old video and actually looked at it, And you see, sometimes it does come in handy for me as well. All right. So let's go back in here and you want to remove this. I'm just going to quit the terminal real quick. Just quit it like that. All right. Just like that. And I'm going to remove this and I'm going to say 5432. Okay. And do the same thing again, which is bun x Prisma DB push, and fingers crossed. Let's hope this works. All right. Awesome. It says your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Let's go into our database and refresh our database, and there we go. Great job so far. So now after this, right here inside our server action, our auth file, we can say const auth, user equal to await client.user.findUnique for the specific clerk ID. And we're going to select the ID, first name and last name. Okay. And then after that, we're going to make sure the user exists. So if the user exists, then we're going to, return 200. But if the user does not exist, we're going to return 404. And finally, we're also going to catch an error in here if any error happened, and we'll return the status of 400. And you can just read through this to see what we're returning. We're just returning the username, which is user.firstname, user.lastname. Okay, very straightforward stuff, nothing too complex. So you should be able to pause this and read through this. Okay, again, guys, if you have any questions, just reach out in the Discord. The Prodigies community will help you out. Okay. All right, so now we can go back into our layout.tsx inside the auth folder, and I'm just going to go ahead and import our action. Next, I'm going to check the status. If it's status of 200, then I'm going to redirect the user, which comes from next navigation. I'm going to redirect them to callback/signin. And I'm also going to spin up the server, so I'm going to say bun run dev so we can actually see something. Okay, so the reason why we cannot see anything is because, first of all, the sign-in page does not even exist, right? So before we create all the layout stuff, I'm just going to go into the auth folder and I'm going to create another folder in here. And this folder is called sign-in. Sorry, it's gn-in. And inside this, you can create an index.tsx file. Sorry, guys, not index. This has to be page.tsx. And after this sign-in, we also need another folder in here called sign-up. And inside this, make sure you create another page.tsx as well. And first, let's go into the sign-in page. This is a very, very simple page. And all we're going to do in here is we're going to have a component, okay? And we're going to say return an H5, which says, network with just a title, right? With a paragraph in there. And here in the H5, we're going to say login, okay? And then we're going to say sign-in form, which we're going to create, of course, in just a second. And then we're going to have a div here that says or continue with, and we can basically pass in the Google authentication button. So let me quickly just comment this out so we can actually see something. Okay, that should be good. And there you go. We see the auth layout. Okay, so I'm also going to go into the layout right away. And I'm going to make some changes and then we'll come back to this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need is, it's also very simple components. I'm just going to paste this in here. Please copy this from GitHub and paste it. It's just a div with the following class names, and inside that another div with an h2 called Drupal, and then we're going to have the background gradient, backdrop gradient that we created, and the glass card. And the glass card is a new component, so let's go and create that as well. So you're going to open up your folder structure. You're going to go into components, go into global, create a new folder called glass-card, and inside that create an index.tsx, and you want to return a new component in here and rename it as glass card. And inside the props, we're going to pass in the children and the class name, and let's also go ahead and destructure it from here. And then all we're going to do in here is we're going to return a card component. And that card component comes from chatCN UI. So I'm going to import that and also import the CN function. And this class name here is what's going to give it that, I guess, a glass morphism type effect. Okay, so let's go back and let's import our glass card component. And that should solve this error. Honestly speaking, I think this is some of the best UI design I have ever done. So yeah, feel free to, let me know in the comment section what you think about it. And I personally really, really like this design. Okay, so now we can go back into our sign-in page, which is in here, and now we can proceed with whatever we need. So the first thing we're going to need is something called the sign-in form, all right? So let's go ahead and create it. So open up your folder structure. You want to go into components. I'm just going to shrink everything. Go into components. We're going to create a folder here called forms. Okay. And inside forms, you want to create another folder called sign-in. And inside this, you can create index.tsx. Let's go ahead and also return a new component. Let's return a new component using the snippet like this. And we're going to call this sign-in form just like this. And this is going to be a client component. So I'm going to say use client up top. And we don't need some props, but it can be there for now. And we're also going to need a new hook. Okay. And this hook is called use auth sign-in. So go ahead, open up your folder structure, go into hooks, create a new folder called authentication. Authentication, just like this. And inside this, create index.typescript. And you want to return an arrow function. Let me see if I can use some snippet. Oh, there's no snippet. Okay. So we're going to say export const use auth is equal to an arrow function just like this. And this is also going to need something in here. Okay. So first thing is we're going to say use sign in, and this use sign in actually comes from Clerk next. So go ahead and import that. And since this is screaming, I'm just going to go back and quickly import this hook. Now, of course, we're going to have more errors in here because it's not returning anything. So let's go ahead and proceed from there. So inside this hook, first thing we're going to do is we're going to use the use form hook that comes from Zod and React Hook forms, okay? Because we're going to need all of this for error handling and stuff like that. So go ahead and import use form from React Hook forms and Zod resolver from Zod. All right, so I just went ahead and imported use form from React Hook forms, Zod resolver from @hook forms, Zod resolver, and also Z from Zod. Okay, and in here now we can use this Z object to actually infer the type of a new schema, which we're going to provide in just a second. So inside your folder, go ahead and create another file, and you want to call this schema.typescript. All right, just like that. And inside this, we're going to import Z from Zod. We're going to create a function called sign-in schema, and we're going to say z.object. What is this error? Okay, I think that was just TypeScript, but yeah, just export const sign-in schema, which is z.object, and this is the schema we're going to create. We need the email and the password. The email, we're going to have the following validation, which is a string, and it's of type email. And for the password, we're going to have string, minimum 8, max 64 characters. And this message property allows us to give some more specific error message so the user can see what's wrong, okay? And then this refine method actually allows us to kind of set some additional steps to perform to validate the input. So here we're just going to put the following string in here, okay? So just please copy this and paste it. There's no point in me explaining. It's just a regular expression, and we're making sure that the password follows the guideline. Now, once this is done, let's go back and quickly import our sign-in schema, and now we can proceed. The next thing we need is router, so I'm going to go ahead and import use router from Next Navigation, just like this. And after this, we're going to need some authentication stuff right here for Clerk, okay? Now, there's a lot of this that I explained more in detail in Prodigies University, but I just want to save time here, so I cannot explain every single thing all over again. If you need help, just reach out in the Discord. People will help you, okay? But all we're doing here is we are using a custom auth flow. That means we are not using the components given by Clerk. We're using our own components, okay? So for that, there is a bunch of steps we need to follow. The first thing is we need to verify the user's, I guess, the session ID. Okay, there's a bunch of things that Clerk wants us to do, all right, especially when we're doing something custom. So first one is we need to pass in the identifier, which is the email and the password. And then we have to check if the status of that is successful. And if it is successful, then we'll push the user to sign in. If not, we'll just show an error. Very simple stuff, okay? So this is what the syntax, this is what the code looks like to make this work. So it's called onClerkAuth, which is a function. It's an async function, which takes in the email and the password. And all we're doing is we're checking if isLoading is set to true. And if isLoading is set to true, then we're just going to wait, okay? But so only when it is not true, we're going to do this, all right? So sorry guys, I think I mentioned this wrong. If isLoading is false, then we're going to send error, okay? Something went wrong. And in here, we're getting the is loading state from use sign-in. Okay, so toast again comes from Sonar, so I'm just going to import toast like that. All right, awesome. And next, very simple, like I mentioned, try catch. We're going to pass in signin.create, pass the identifier and the password. Okay, very straightforward. And after that, if that is successful, then we will reset. That means essentially we're resetting this token. I think that's what it means here. Or actually, sorry guys, this is resetting the errors or the states, I think. All right. And then we're going to set the active. We're going to set active to the session, which is authenticated.created session ID, so we can store it in there. And then we're going to say success. And finally, we're going to push the user to the sign-in page. Okay. And then if any errors occurred, just show the error on the page. All right, very straightforward. Then the next thing is after this, right here, after this blue bracket, we're going to say const mutate and initiate login flow. We're just renaming this, and we're also destructuring is pending. And this comes from a function called use mutation from React query. Okay, so go ahead and import that. And now all we're doing in here is we're saying on clerk authentication. So basically, when they try to authenticate the user, right, we're going to fire off this function and pass in all our credentials. That's literally it. Okay. So finally, at the bottom, we also have to create that function so we can return it to the front end, right? So we're going to say on authenticated user handle submit. All right, handle submit, and these values are equal to the values we got from our ZOD, right? Sorry, the sign-in schema, right? And we're just going to initiate this flow, and we're going to pass in those values that the user gave. And finally, most importantly, we need to return all of the stuff from this hook so we can reuse it. Now, if we go back here, we're not going to see this error anymore. Awesome. Now, I also see some problems here inside the sign-in function or the sign-in component, sign-in page.tsx. Let me see if I can solve this problem, okay? So sign-in form, import it, okay? And it looks like it just imported it. I don't know what was happening, but something's probably wrong, okay? But it's probably just TypeScript freaking out. Anyways, so now let's proceed to the next step. So now we are going to return a new component in here. It's just a form, okay? Because this is a sign-in form, and we're going to loop over all our constants. So let's go ahead and import that. And of course, we don't have the sign-in form constant, so we'll create that in just a second. But we do have the form generator, and I'll also show you what this form generator does. It's a really, really cool component, okay? And then we have the button, so let's go ahead and import that. And we have the loader component, which actually I think we need to create because it's a custom component. So go into GitHub, okay? Go into GitHub, and under global, which is right here, if you open it, you're going to find a folder called loader, just like this. Inside that, you'll find an index.tsx, and you'll find a component that looks exactly like this. Copy this component and paste it inside your folder inside the loader folder, okay? That way you can import it just like this from your global components, and we can use this loader throughout our application. Now, going back to the Drupal constants, we need the sign-in form. So I'm going to quickly uncomment this and uncomment this from here as well. All right. And we also need the sign-up form, so might as well just do it right now. Let's go ahead and uncomment this as well. And now I'm going to go into the constants folder, which is in here. And you see something called, oh, actually, we need to create it. It's called forms.typescript, okay? And you can go ahead and copy all of the constants from GitHub. It's literally the authentication form props, just like this, okay? And finally, the sign up form as well, the constant that we need, which is first name, last name, email, and password, okay? So it's basically from the schema, right? And then for sign in, we only need inputs and the email and the password. So we're just passing those values here so we can import that in here. So let's go ahead and import this from here and import the sign in form as well. Awesome. And for the props, import the props from here, and that should solve that problem. Awesome. And there we go, guys. We have a beautiful form pretty much set. I think we need to still complete some stuff. Let me just take a look and make sure everything is good to go. Okay, I also told you I will show you the form generator. So before we proceed to anything, I'm just going to quickly break down this component. So this component is something that we built by ourselves. So it's complete. It's also completely free for you inside this starter kit. Okay, so make sure you got the starter kit. And in here, we have the input, the different types of input, sorry. So we have the input component, we have select component, we have text area, and that's it. So the power of this component is it allows us to pretty much set up React hook forms with any type of input element, okay? And it's very, very easy to do because we just need to pass in the props and it will do it accordingly, okay? So this is really helpful because in the past projects, I had to build it from scratch. And now because I built this kind of like a higher order component, it's much easier, okay? So that's literally it. It doesn't do anything else crazy. I mean, we have the label, it's passing in the, HTML4. For the input, it's passing in the register that we get from the prop, right? So when we're creating this component here, we get this from the use auth sign-in, right? Remember in here, we're using the React hook forms from the use form hook, and we're getting all of these values, right? We're returning that in here. So its state is still being remembered. And then in here, we're passing it down as a prop, and that prop is being drilled into this component. And that's how we're able to kind of understand, the relation as to what type of element it is, okay? All right, so the next one now is the sign up page. So I'm going to go into signup page.tsx and let's quickly build out this component as well. So I'm going to return a component from here saying tsrefce, and I'm going to rename this component from here. Now I know there's one more thing we also had to do. Remember, I sent the user to a route called callback, right? That's something I need to do. So what I'm going to do right here, if you guys remember, is I'm going to create a work in progress flag, and I'm going to actually, let me go into the sign-in file and do it in there, okay? So in here, I'm just going to say something work in progress callback, okay? Just like this, so I can come back to this at a later stage. So since we're using a custom flow, we are also going to have a custom OTP input file, okay? So that's why I like this, this project. Everything is custom built, even though we're using Clerk under the hood. So we're showing you how to build your own custom flows so you can get data, get valuable data from the sign up of your user, okay? So let's go ahead and first use the use auth sign up hook right here. And because we're using a client, we're using a hook in here, we have to change this to a use client component, okay? So let's go ahead and import the use auth sign up hook, which, sorry, we have to create in just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and build out this inside our auth file. So inside our auth file under actions, we can actually, this is not an action, guys. Sorry, this is a hook. Let's go into hooks and let's create that action. Sorry, let's create that hook. Too many words. Now, please follow through with me. There's a lot of stuff in here, and I want you to make sure you understand at the same time. We want to save time, right? So this is what we're going to do in here. First thing is we have a hook called use auth signup hook, okay? And for this, we're going to need the use signup, which comes from Clerk. Next, we're going to create two states, okay? And these two states allow us to understand whether we're verifying the user or we're creating the user, okay? So go ahead and bring in that state. And the final one is the code and set code. Now, this code is essentially what we're going to get to kind of verify the OTP. Finally, we're doing the exact same thing in here as well. We're using React hook forms. With the help of use form, we're extracting register, the error state, reset, handle submit, and get values, okay? And the sign up form schema is also something we need to create. So inside the sign up folder, okay, so I think I made a small mistake. Okay. So you see the schema file, guys. I actually put the schema file under authentication. It's supposed to be inside forms under sign in, okay? So update all the imports accordingly so you don't see any errors and refresh the page. Okay, there we go. Looks good. And now we also have another form we need, which is sign-up. So go ahead and create that as well. And inside this sign up component, we're going to say index.tsx. And inside this, we're going to say schema.ts, okay? And remember, we built something up here inside this sign up components, right? Inside this, we have a page.tsx, which is under the auth sign up. You're going to essentially remove the stuff from here, okay? And we're going to remove the use client, and we're going to go into our sign up component, and we're going to paste that stuff in here, okay? So let's just quickly say let me just delete this and import a component, and I'm going to say sign up form, just like this. And in here, I'm going to paste whatever we just copied. Okay, now we can go back into the schema file because we needed that schema. And the schema is also very straightforward. We need the first name, last name, email, and password. And for this, it's a string, minimum of 3, string, min 3, string, min 8, max 64. And the refine is the exact same thing as the sign in. Okay, and now we can go back to our file, our hook, and we can import this stuff. Okay, so right here, we have the sign up schema. Let's go ahead and import that. And that's pretty much it. So now we have React Hook forms set up so we can wire up the errors and stuff like that, okay? Next, we have use router, the exact same thing. And this is very similar to the other function we had up here, which is on Clerk authentication, okay? This one is called on generate code. So if it's not is loaded, then we're returning an error and we're doing a try catch. So if the email and password exist, if they provided that, then we're going to say signup.create, okay? This is coming from Clerk. And we're going to pass in the email and the password. Then we're going to wait for, we're going to say wait and await, and we're going to say signup.prepare email address verification. And the strategy we're using here is email code. Now, this is all coming from Clerk documentation. We have to read all of this. So if this doesn't make sense, it's totally fine. This is just a way of how the user has to log in. Okay, there's another way, I think it's called Magic Link. There's different strategies as well. This one is called the email code. Okay. Next, we're going to set verifying to true. And if there is no email and password, we're going to say no field must be empty. Okay, we're going to show an error. And then that's pretty much it. And then we're also going to throw an error here in case something happened from the try catch. Okay. Finally, down here, we're going to have on initiate user registration. It's a handle submit function that we're going to return to the user. Okay. And all it does here is same thing here. If is not loaded, we're going to show an error, something went wrong. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to set creating to true. Okay. And then we're going to set complete signup equal to await signup.attempt the email address verification. And we're going to pass in the code that the user provided. Okay. So this happens first. And then when we need the OTP, this is what happens next. Okay. And then after that, we're checking if the status is completed. If not, we'll show an error. And if it is, then we're going to await on sign up user. And that is actually an action that we have to create in just a second. So let's go into our folder structure, go into actions, into auth, and all the way down here at the bottom, we're going to say the following. So we're going to say const on sign up user, right? And we need the following details, which is clerk ID, image, last name, and first name. And then we're going to say try await client.user.create data, and we're passing in all the data that we have to create inside our database. Okay. Then if the user was successfully created, return 200, and we're going to say user successfully created. And if not, we'll send a 400 response. And if an error happened, we can return the 400 response as well. Okay. And let's go back now and let's import this action. And all we're doing is we're passing in the values.first name, values.last name, and for clerk ID is signup.created user ID. This actually is provided by Clerk, so we can pass that in here. And for image, for now, we're just going to set it to empty. And then we're going to reset all the fields. And if you don't know what this is, you can actually go to the React Hook Forms docs and you can read every single thing, so it helps you understand even more in detail. Okay, but here we're just resetting all the fields. And next we're going to say if user.status is 200, then we'll say success, and we'll set the active state to that created session ID, and we'll push the user to group.creates. Now, the reason why we have this flow is everything is optimized to improve conversions, okay? And usually when the user goes through this, we want to give them the opportunity to also open up an account with Drupal. That way Drupal makes more money, right? We don't only want users, we also want to have an equal balance of group creators and content creators. And that's why we're pushing the user to the group/create. So every time they create an account, we're going to say, hey, do you want to create an account here? Great. And once you're done, would you like to open a group of your own? If so, we're going to give them that option. Okay. And that's it. If it's not a 200 response, throw an error, and then we're just going to reset all the states back to false. And finally, we're also going to have another console error just to see what's going on. And here, we're just going to return all of the things we created. This way, with the help of that hook, when we get register and all this stuff, we can create the input fields and we can pass in these values as props. Okay, very similar to what we did in the past. So I'm going to go back into my sign up form, which is under my forms, sign up right here. And let's go ahead and import this use auth sign up form. And this has to be a use client form component. So I'm going to change it to a use client component. And now we can proceed from here. So just like the sign in form, I want you to guess what component should I be returning in here. Pause this video and try to guess what component should I return. Great. Hopefully you got it right. If not, you have to return a form component. We did this in the sign-in form as well, and that's exactly what we have to do in here as well, okay? And on the onSubmit, we're passing in that function, and if you don't know what that function is, you can click on it and you can go take a look at it. All we're doing is it's a handle submit that essentially creates that code, passes that code in for verification, okay? So let's go back up right here, and here we're going to put a state, okay? We're going to check if we're verifying or not. And if we are verifying, then we're going to return a new component called OTP input. If not, then we're going to show the form generator. So it's a single form that does two things, okay? It has two different states. So if not, we're going to give them the email, password, first name, last name. And if so, then if they have already completed that and we're verifying the user, then we will show the OTP sign-in, okay? The OTP input. So let's go ahead and import the Drupal constants. And we also need the form generator components. I'm going to import that as well. And this is a new component. So let's go ahead and build out this component. So first thing is I want to dynamically import this component. And I know I already don't have the file, but I'm just going to say this up top here. Okay, we're going to say const OTP input, and it's dynamically being imported from the following folder structure, which is inside global. So let's go into global, and I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to say index.tsx, okay? And inside that component, I can essentially build out that OTP component. And it's actually very simple. So all we have to do in here is we're going to have the type, which is OTP string, and set OTP, which is a dispatch function, okay? It's a set state action. And if you don't know what this is, it's literally set state. It's a state, it's use state essentially, okay? And finally, in here, we're going to have the OTP input, and we're going to destructure, we're going to have the component, and we're going to destructure these props. And then we're going to return the input OTP, okay? And this comes from ShadsCN UI, and we have to pass in the slots, okay? So index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, because Clerk passes in a 5-digit OTP, okay? And once this is done, we can go back and import this. So this might throw some errors. So we might need to kind of, oh, actually, I know why. So let's go into that folder in here, and okay, you just have to kind of refresh this. It's just TypeScript. Your computer might be faster. I'm running a bunch of stuff, so that's probably why, okay? But that should solve that error for us, and we can now proceed. Now, after this, right, once we show the data, we also want to have another state down here. We're going to say if we're still verifying, then we're going to return a button here, okay? And this button comes from components, UI, so let's import that. And the loader is from our global loader, so go ahead and import that as well. And we're just going to say sign up with email instead, okay? And here we're going to have a button that just has an on click that essentially it passes in the on generate code function, which comes from our hook. And we're going to pass in the email and password so we can generate that code, okay? And as you can see here, we have a loader that essentially shows generate code. All right, that's it. Let's just give it a shot. Let's see what it does. And if we have any errors, we can, of course, fix it as well. Oh, actually, guys, there's one more thing I missed out. Let's go into sign in, which is the sign in page.tsx. We also have another way to sign in. So not only the form, we actually right here, sign in page.tsx, we also have Google authentication. So let's go ahead and quickly create this component as well. So this is going to be inside the global components. So let's search for global right here. And we're going to create something called Google-OAuth-button like this. And let me actually rename this, sorry. Okay, just made a spelling error. And inside that, we're going to create an index.tsx. And in here, we're going to return the following. So we're going to say it's going to be a use client component, and we're going to have some props here, which is sign up or sign in, right? And in here, we're going to have the use Google Auth hook, okay? And this hook, of course, needs to be created. So let's go ahead and create this hook. So we're going to go into authentication down here. And inside this, all the way at the bottom, we're going to say the following. So use Google Auth and this is an arrow function, and this is going to have use sign in from Clerk and use sign up. From this, we're going to get access to these values. So we're just going to capture that. And in here, we're also creating another function called sign in with. Okay. And in here, the strategy is auth strategy. What is this? I think this is actually, this should not throw an error actually. Maybe we need to import it. Okay. I don't know why it's not importing. Let me go up. It's a type, I know. All right, there you go. Okay, so we have this OAuth strategy. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass that in. And I just want to show you something. You notice how when I save the file, it actually rearranges all of my local imports to the bottom, and sorry, all of my local imports right up here. And it makes all the, hey, how's it going? Just a quick announcement. We now have 4 open spots for lifetime access to Prodigies University. That means if you signed up today, you get unlimited lifetime access to every single course we ever create in the future. Now, we also have a secret bonus if you signed up today. I'm going to leave a link in the description, or you can go to webprodigies.com to see all the value you're going to get by signing up to Prodigies University. All right, and let's get back to our video. The imports that come from packages at the bottom. Okay, so that's why we need all of those linters and the formatters and stuff like that. Okay, so once that's done, if we're not signing in, direct URL upon completion is callback/sign-in. So the user can then sign in with a new account. Okay. And finally, we're just going to catch any errors that happened. And next, we're going to say sign up with. And in here, we're going to pass the OAuth strategy again. And here, we're going to say sign up.authenticated with redirect. And we're going to pass in the same thing. And we're going to return any error. And finally, we're going to return the sign up with and the sign in with functions. Now we can go back here, and now we can access all of this from the hook. And of course, we need to import our Google Auth button. So I'm going to go ahead and import this button from our sign-in page. And as you can see, we have this beautiful button at the bottom that allows us to sign in and sign up with Google Authentication. Okay, so I just went ahead and kind of authenticated, and there you go. Awesome. It just pushed me to the callback page, but of course, we don't have the callback page created. So if you tried, maybe you might see some error, and we will fix it if we did, because I think we should have first created the callback page. Okay, but no problem. This is how we did it when we were developing as well. A lot of bugs happen and we realized, oh, we messed something up. So let's go ahead and quickly fix this. So go into your app folders. I'm going to shrink everything, go into source, go into app, and I'm going to create a folder in here. This folder should be called, it's not a route group, sorry. It's called callback, just like this, okay? And inside this callback, we're going to essentially place the complete and the sign-in paths, okay? So create another folder called complete, and then from the callback right up here, you want to create another folder again, and this one should be called sign-in. And inside the callback, you also want to have 2 pages, one called loading.tsx, and one is called page.tsx. Sorry guys, I actually created a file out of this, a folder. We want to change that to a file. So I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to create a loading.tsx and a page.tsx. And this is just it's literally just SVG stuff. So please go into GitHub, copy this, and you can paste it in here. So let me also shrink this real quick so we can see more. And inside the page.tsx, inside the loading.tsx, I'm going to just paste the SVG, okay? And inside the page.tsx, I'm going to pass in a component that comes from Clerk. And this component is called authenticate with redirect callback. Finally, we're going to have the complete file in here, so say page.tsx, and inside this page, we're going to do the following. So we're going to first wait for the current user. If the user does not exist, send them to sign in. But if the user does exist, then we're going to say await on sign up user. We're going to pass in all the information that we got, which comes in from the user, right? Remember, because they already signed up, right? And then we're going to say if the status is 200, push them to this create page. If not, send them to the sign up page. Okay, sign in page, sorry. And then let's go back here, and we also need to complete the sign in page as well. So let's go in here into the callback inside sign in and create page.tsx. And in here, we're going to do the following. So we're going to say on sign in user, which is another action we need to create. But let's just go here first, and then we'll get to that. So first, we're going to get the current user. If the user doesn't exist, send them to sign in. If everything is successful, then we're going to fire this action and pass in the user ID. Okay. And after that, if it's successful, redirect them to group/create. If it's 207, basically, if it's created successfully, then we will send that group to the group/this authenticated group ID and the specific channel, which is the authenticated.channel ID, which is the default channel essentially. Okay. And then we're also going to check the status, and we're going to, if it's not 200 for authentication, then we'll send them to the sign in page. So now we need to create this on sign in user. So go into actions, go into auth. You want to scroll all the way to the bottom, and we're going to say the following. Okay, please follow through with me. This project is almost guaranteed the highest paying job ever. So trust me when I say this. So many students inside Discord, inside Prodigies University, have made money from these projects after purchasing the license, or even got a high paying job. So trust me when I say this, these projects are what you should be having on your resume, not the other boring CRUD applications. Okay, so please follow through with me. You're going to learn so much from this project. So in here, I'm going to say export const on sign in user, and essentially we need the clerk ID. So first, we're going to check if that exists in our database. So user.findUnique for that clerk ID. We're going to get all of this info, which is the ID, the group, their channel info, and also we're going to order them in ascending order. And once that's done, we're going to check if the user is logged in. So logged in user exists. If so, we're going to make sure their group length is greater than 0. If they have created a group and their group length is greater than 0, we're going to send back a status of 207. Now, this is a little hacky. You don't have to do this, but essentially what we're doing, essentially what we're doing is if they created the group, they have a group, then we can send them to that specific group and channel ID. That's literally what we're doing. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And if this is not true, right? If they don't have any groups, then we're just going to say user successfully logged in, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, and if there's an error, send 400. If there's another error that we catch from the try catch, send an error there as well. Okay, so let's go back real quick. And I'm going to try one more time. If it doesn't work, I might have to delete the session inside Clerk and then continue, but let's just give it a shot. Okay, so if you see an error like this, that means the session was created and it's just bugging, and you just need to kind of reset all that stuff. Okay, don't worry about it. We're going to do it together. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is go into your project inside Clerk. You want to go into users, and you're going to find the user in here. Okay, so go ahead and delete this user from your Clerk dashboard. And now you can go back into Drupal, open inspect. Let's move this here. And we want to go into, application, not memory. And you're going to click on storage, and you're going to clear the site data. Okay, and you can also reset it empty cache from here, but I think this just makes more sense for me. So we're going to refresh that, and let's try one more time. Hopefully this works. Let's go into Google. Awesome. It goes to callback, and the user is actually signed in right now. Oh, or maybe not. Let's see one more time. Okay, the user is signed in, but you probably want to hide this button. Okay. All right, guys, I feel like there might be some confusion there, so I'm going to just do that one more time to make sure you understand what's going on, okay? So Google authentication was actually working, but because we did not have our callback path and all the other stuff set up, it was actually causing some issues, okay? Because it needs to verify and authenticate the user. So the first step is go into Clerk. You want to refresh your dashboard. You want to click under users, and then you want to delete the user that you just created. Okay, and then when you go back in here, you can refresh this and right click, hit inspect, and then you want to click on this right here, application, and then clear site data. Okay, now if you refresh, it should pretty much destroy the cookie and everything that it has stored. And now you should be able to also right click and empty cache and hard reload. Okay, now before you click sign in with Google, there's one thing that I missed out. So you will have this, don't worry, you're going to have this file, but there's something next public clerk after sign in URL. Please copy this exactly the same way, okay? And the path that you need is /group/create/group/create. Now, for sign in, you can change it if you want, right? Because for our flow, if the user signs in, we're just going to send them into their first group or the explore page. But for now, just for simplicity's sake, I just put it like this, okay? So if they sign up or they sign in, you can send the user to the group/create, okay? So now if you click this, let's give it a second, it should take us to /group/create. Awesome. If you did not have this, which is probably what you might be really confused about because it would be kicking you back to the localhost page. The reason why it's doing that is because the default path is just the root page. Okay, so now everything is working. I'm also going to try the other method. So I'm going to quickly do inspect. Not sure if I need to use a different email, but I'll just try my best. So I'm going to clear cache. I'm going to go back to the localhost page, go back to login, refresh this one more time, sorry. Then I'm going to clear, I'm going to empty this cache here, and I'm going to refresh this, and I'm also going to delete the user. Now, actually, I think this uses webhook, so let me do this one more time here. So I'll clear the site data, and I'll empty cache and hard reload, okay? Now, the next thing I want to do is I'm going to try to do the sign up. So change this to sign up here, okay? And sign up is going to show up like this. And basically, I want to use the email and password to sign into the application. Now, to do that, of course, we're going to need the sign up form, right? So let's go ahead and first do that. That way I can test it, test the OTP method and see if everything works, okay? Okay, so I want you to take this up as a challenge. I showed you how to build the sign in page. Now, we also built the components for the sign up page, so you literally don't have to do anything, but I want you to take this up as a challenge. Go ahead and create the sign up page, okay? It's very, very similar to the sign in page. You just have to do two things: change the form, and for the Google Auth button, you have to change the method to sign up, of course, okay? So go ahead, pause this video, give it a shot. If you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, no problem. This is exactly what you need to do. So first thing, just shrink everything so it's easier. Go sign up and page.tsx, and you're going to notice there's nothing in here, right? So the first thing we need is we're just going to return a React fragment, and inside that we need a header. So I'm going to put a header. Inside that I'm going to call it sign up, and then I need a paragraph. Just put whatever you want in here, doesn't really matter. And then I'm going to import the sign up form. Okay, so here, this is sign up form here, and this is also clashing, right? So I'm going to change this to sign up page, okay? Just like this, and also change the export. And now this is going to throw the error for importing. So I'm going to import the sign up form just like this from our folder, from our components folder. And now that should be imported successfully. And yeah, basically we're putting the form, and we then have the separator saying, or you can continue with Google, okay? So import the separator component, which also comes from components UI separator, and import our Google Auth button and change the method to sign up. There you go. Our beautiful sign up page is now completed, okay? So let's see if we can give this a shot and try to sign up using the code, the generated code that Clerk is going to give us, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so now I'm going to click on generate code. If everything worked correctly, we should see a prompt for the OTP. Okay, so something wrong with the password. We have to follow the guide given. So let me go ahead and change that. Okay, so I changed the password to something else. Let's see if this works. Okay, all right, there we go. So let me see if I received the email. Just give me a second. And there you go. If you go to your email, you will find the verification code. I'm going to copy the verification code, and I'm going to put it into the OTP component. And once that's done, you can hit sign up with email. And if everything is successful, it should send you to the correct page. All right, there we go. We went to the group/create page. Great job, guys. Now go ahead, open up your folder structure. I'm just going to shrink everything, go into source, go into app, and I'm going to create a folder in here called group. Okay, and inside this, we're going to create another folder called create. Now this is going to need a page.tsx. We're also going to create a loading.tsx, and we also need a layout.tsx. Now for our loading component, go into the GitHub repository, go ahead and copy the loading component for this create page, and I'm just going to paste it in here to help us speed up our process. And the next one is we're going to need the layout.tsx. Now for the layout.tsx, we are essentially going to extract the design, the layout for just showing the create page, okay? But inside the page.tsx, we're also going to have some affiliate type designs, okay? So for the layout.tsx, I want you to, again, just follow through with me, okay? So I'm just going to return a component from here and rename it to create group layouts. And the props is going to give me the children prop, so I can go ahead and also destructure it from here. The next thing we need to create here is a div, and this div is going to have another div inside it with the following class names. And now we're going to need to put a background gradient inside this div. So go ahead and create this background gradient, and please pause this video and type this out. That's the best way for you to truly learn. Okay, I've already done this like 100 times, so I know what I'm doing, but I want you to pause and type it so you understand what you're typing, okay? So we're gonna have a H5 called Drupal, and the gradient text we already created, so I'm gonna import that component as well. And then down here, you guys know the constants file, so I'm gonna bring this, but we don't have the placeholders, okay? So let's go ahead and create those placeholders. So click on this, it should take you into that file, and now you can essentially uncomment this from here, and we just need to populate this. So you're going to go into your constants file right here, constants folder, and you're going to create a file in here called placeholder.tsx. And inside this, you're going to do the following. So this does not have to be TSX. It can also be TypeScript, but I'm just going to create TSX for now because we have some components in here, right? So yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. Just go ahead, go to GitHub, copy the constant variables and paste it in here, okay? There's literally nothing else in here except for the features that our application offers, okay? For example, group chat, students can create teams within groups, gamification, just, examples, right? So let's go back here now, and now we can import this type that we just created, just like this. All right, awesome. So now this page is going to successfully render, but you're not going to see the page. And the reason is because page.tsx does not return a component. So let's go ahead and complete that as well. So the first thing is I'm going to return a component from here and just rename it to group create page. And this is going to give me the search params. So let me go ahead and destructure that from the props, just like this. So let me just delete this once and for all, and just put this in here. So we're going to get the search params, and the search params is going to be an object which has a dynamic ID called affiliate, which is a string, and we're just going to capture this as a string as well, okay? Next, we're going to need to get the authenticated user's data. So I'm going to say on authenticated user, and we're going to get this information right here. And after that, we're going to check for the affiliate. So await on get affiliate info, and we need to create this affiliate info as well, okay? So just follow through with me. So go into actions right up here. You want to create another file called groups.typescript, and inside this, you want to do the following action. So first thing is let's import the client from Prisma, and you want to also change this to use server. So in here, we have a function that is an async function. It needs an ID, and we're going to say affiliate.findUnique for this ID, and we're going to get the group. We're going to select the user info, and we specifically want to select first, last name, image ID, and the stripe ID. And if the affiliate info is successful, we got some return, we'll just send that back to the front end. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly import this. All right, awesome. And then we need to make a quick check. So we're going to say if there's no user or no user.id exist, then we're going to redirect the user to the sign-in page. If not, we're going to do the following, okay? We're going to have a React fragment, just like this, a React fragment. And inside that, we're going to have a div with the following class names. And this div is going to have an H5, which is a payment method. And we're also going to have something in here, which just says, free for 14 days, then $99 a month, okay? And you see that really cool gradient effect. I hope you guys can see it through the video, but it looks really, really nice, okay? And down here, we also have affiliate status, and if this is 200, that means we found an affiliate for the user. Then we're going to return an avatar, okay? So if you saw the demo, you should be able to see this, but we're just going to return an avatar here, just like this. And I'm going to quickly import these as well. So just go ahead and import all of this. Okay, so we will show an avatar icon with the affiliate user icon, right? So let's say if you share your affiliate link with another person to join and create a group, and they use your affiliate link, then your icon will show up in there and it will say affiliated or something like that. Okay, you were referred by, and it's going to put your name and the image as well. Okay, finally, at the bottom, we're also going to need a create form. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that as well. Now, before we move forward with this, I want to let you know that nobody on YouTube has shared this information. It took us literally 4 or 5 days to figure out how to use this special component in Stripe, okay? There is a component in Stripe which simplifies the UI and gives you the ability to pretty much customize every single thing for the input field. This component is a Stripe element, but this element is just one single input field, and it doesn't have all the crazy credit card numbers all split into multiple different fields. That way, the user only sees one simple field called credit card. That's it, right? It's just put your number. Once they put the number, it then swipes to the left with a really cool animation, which gives a really, really nice user experience, okay? I personally would only use this component if I could in my projects. Now, there are some limitations, but I don't think you're going to need, I don't think you're going to face those limitations in the first place. But so far, this works great. Okay. So just for that, just to support the team, please smash that thumbs up button and do subscribe. That way we can reach our goal of 100,000 subscribers. I'm super, super excited to unbox that 100K plaque for you guys. Okay. So let's move on. Okay. So since we are going to need Stripe right now, I'm actually going to put a pause on that because we don't really need to set up all that stuff right now. Okay, so it's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to try my best to kind of make it as simplified as possible. Okay, so open up your folder structure, go into forms, which is under your components, which should be in here. So components, forms, okay, and you want to create a folder called create-group, and inside that an index.tsx and a payment-form .tsx, okay? And finally, we also need a schema.typescript. And now inside this index file, we're going to essentially return a new component called create group, okay? And this create group component is the Stripe element and our payment form. Now, because of course we don't have the Stripe element, I'm just going to create the structure and I'm going to put some work in progress flags, okay? So go into global like this, and you want to say Stripe. And inside that, you want to create elements.tsx. So elements.tsx, just like this. And you want to do the following. So of course, we don't have all the Stripe stuff. So I'm just going to remove this. And I'm going to say work in progress, add Stripe elements. Okay. And here we don't need all this stuff. So I'm just going to, quickly hide all of this. And I'm also going to maybe hide this promise as well. And all I'm going to do is return a div with all the children items inside of it. Okay, just like that. Now I can go back and inside the payment form, so let's make sure there's a create group index.tsx, sorry. Inside this, we're gonna get the user ID, affiliate, and the Stripe ID, which is optional, okay? And after that, in here, we also need to destructure this stuff. So I'm just gonna destructure all of that. And I'm going to return the new Stripe element that we just created. So go ahead and import it. Awesome. And now we need another form called payment form. So let's go ahead and create payment form just like this and pass in all the values, all the props that we got into this component. Now the payment form is a form that we can actually create. It's a custom form. So let's go ahead and create that form inside this component. So inside the payment form, you're going to use the snippet and you're going to create a component called payment form, okay? And inside the props, you want to have the same thing, right? Which is a user ID, affiliate, and Stripe ID. And I'm also going to quickly destructure all of this stuff. And even in here, we're going to have another work in progress flag just like this. So please do this with me, okay? And we're going to say connect the use payments hook, okay? Because we're going to try to kind of bypass all of this and we just need the create function. So that's why I'm doing all of this stuff, okay? Or else I would need to, do some, the use payment hook is exactly what we did for the authentication, the login and log out, all that kind of login and sign up stuff, right? Same exact thing. But for now, we're just going to skip over that. All right, guys, so I literally sat for like 10 minutes to decide if it's a good idea or not, but I think it's a great idea to actually jump into Stripe right away. I mean, we got to build it anyway. Let's just get it out the way. And it's very simple because we made a simple setup compared to all the other projects that we see on YouTube, okay? So go ahead, click the link in the description. It's going to take you to stripe.com, sign in, and you're going to probably land on this page, and then I'll guide you from there, okay? So go ahead and do that, and let's continue. All right, so hopefully you are on this page and you need to essentially connect your Stripe into your application. Now here is a challenge for you. So I have showed you so many ways and I've also showed you multiple times how to get your Stripe API keys. Now the biggest problem with Stripe is everything is so hidden, right? You can't really find anything inside Stripe through the navigation, but there are some ways. So I want you to try to get all the API keys to integrate into our application. So pause this video and just try to kind of get all of that information and we will go from there. Okay, just take up a quick challenge. Let's see if you can do it. All right, awesome. Hopefully you got it. If not, no problem. Now, the first thing you're going to realize is you cannot get it from the left sidebar. There's no way to go into the developer tab to actually see all the developer related information, okay? So the only way is to look up the word developer, okay? And you're gonna find something like this. What is this? Okay, API keys right here. This is one way, and this actually took me a very long time to find because I was looking for some other stuff like keys or something, and I was actually not finding it in the beginning. I think they probably updated it to be a little more performant, but it's challenging to find all this stuff, okay? And even worse, when you try to read stuff like Connect, Stripe Connect, and how to use Stripe's newer features, it's very complex because you have to read all the documentation. So that's why I created this very, very simple 6-page documentation that gives you the direct links to these Stripe pages if you need it, so you can read it in just a second. You can literally click and go to that exact page. So if you want to learn how to accept a payment, just click on this. It's going to take you to the exact page in Stripe that teaches you how to accept a payment. If you want to connect a Stripe account, you can click this link. It'll take you to that settings and it will show you how to get it set up. It's not too complex. I didn't dump like 500 links in here. It's only the things that you need, okay? And I also put a secret link down here that shows you how to get direct support from the Stripe team, and they will literally give you answers to your question, and they're very, very quick with their support, okay? So this is how you can get that access to that chat, and they will literally help you with all your questions, okay? And this is very affordable. I just put it up for $1. You guys can go ahead and grab it. The link is in the description if you want to, save a bunch of time and you don't want to run through like 5 different type of documentation just to get one single answer, okay? And if not, no problem. I already showed you exactly what you need to do just for the API keys, okay? To get the Stripe quick link guide, go to webprodigies.com and then click on the store icon and you can grab it from here. So just look up API keys or look up developer and it's going to give that to you. So the first thing we need is the Stripe publishable key. So go ahead and copy this key. So click on it and you want to go into your environment file and just paste that key in there. And the next thing you need is the secret key. So go ahead and reveal this, copy this as well, and you want to paste that key in here. Now, the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go into my Stripe folder under global and click on the elements.tsx so I can finish this component. So the first thing I need is the elements component essentially, okay? This one right here. So let's go ahead and get that. So go ahead, open up the terminal and I'm just going to quit and I'm going to say bun add and I'm going to paste this, which is at stripe/react-stripe-js, okay? Go ahead and hit enter and that should install that package for us. And once that is done, we can now proceed. So I'm just going to quickly import the elements that we just received. And I'm also going to remove the work in progress flag. And now this shouldn't throw any errors. So now I can uncomment this, which is a use stripe elements. And the use stripe elements comes from a different hook, right? So let's go ahead and get that as well. So go ahead, scroll down to hooks and create a folder in here called payment. And inside that, create index.typescript. And in here, all we're going to do is we're going to say const export const to use stripe elements equal to an arrow function. And in here, we're going to say stripe promise equal to async. It's another arrow function. We're going to await load stripe. And load stripe actually comes from stripe-stripe.js. So we're not going to be able to import it because we need to actually install that. So go ahead and open up the terminal and we're going to say bun add or npm I, whatever you're using. And we're just going to say @stripe/stripe-js. And let's go ahead and import that as well. And now I can actually import this from stripe/stripe.js. So finally, once I load this, I'm simply just going to return the stripe promise. So now if I go back into my stripe file, I can, which is under the stripe elements.js, tsx, I can uncomment all of the stuff and I shouldn't see any issue. Let me see. Okay, the elements. Let's just go ahead and import the elements as well, which comes from this specific package. So just pause it and type it real quick. And finally, I'm going to remove this here. Actually, something got removed. Let me remove this, and I'm going to return promise. If this is true, return that and the elements, and we're going to pass in stripe with the promise, and we're going to pass in all the children. So only if this is true will it do this. Now, if you go back to the payment form, it will take you right here, which is under create group payment form.tsx, and you should have this. So now we can actually create this hook. Okay, so it looks like I also did not import it in index.tsx. I'm also going to quickly import that file just like this, and now I can go and kind of modify the payment form components. All right, so the first thing we need is this use payments hook, okay? So I'm going to remove my work in progress flag as well, and let's go ahead and create that hook. So open up your folder structure, scroll down to hooks, go into payments, and let's go ahead and say the following. So you're going to say export const use payments equal to an arrow function. And this is going to need 3 parameters. We're going to need the user ID, affiliate, and the stripe ID. So first thing we want to do in here is we want to get stripe. So we're going to say use stripe, which comes from this package. So just quickly import it. And then we need to say elements equal use elements. This is what allows us to create to use and create elements from stripe, okay? And then next, we need a state. And this state is actually, I'm just gonna put it up here. It's called is category and set is category. And also let's bring a new state in here and let's go back. And finally, since this is a form, we're going to need the React hook form stuff, okay? So all we need to do is say reset, handle, submit, the same exact thing. We're also gonna get register, watch from use form. So let's go ahead and import that one. And we need this new create group schema. So let's also grab that real quick. And this is going to come from one of our files, which is the create group schema.typescript under forms, okay? And in there, all we need is a name, the category of the group. That's literally it. And let's go back. And if you don't know what it is, guys, just quickly look at it, read it. It's the same exact thing, all right? We've done it like 100 times, so it shouldn't be too complex. And I'm going to import the create group schema. And I also need the Zod resolver, so let's go ahead and import that as well. And I also need Z from Zod. Okay, nice. So now I have React hook forms set up so I can return all this stuff from this hook. Next, I'm going to create a use effect. And whenever the values change, I essentially want to get the category and set the category that the user selected. Okay, so I'm going to say use effect just like this. And I'm going to say watch in the dependency array. And whenever this changes, I'm going to say const category equal watch. So I'm going to watch this. I'm going to invoke it. And I'm going to get the category from there. And if category is selected, we're going to say set is category to that specific category. And finally, we also have to unsubscribe from this watch. Next, we're going to need router. So I'm going to go up top here and just say const router equal use router. And let's also import it from next navigation. And now we need to create our intent. Okay, so this is how we're going to kind of cache all our values because we're using useQuery. I mean, I don't think we're doing it right now, but I'm just saying with the help of useQuery, you can cache values based on this query key. So anytime in your application, if you pretty much call this query key, it will give you all the values that were given, that were stored or cached from this API request. Okay, and it'll probably be inside data. So go ahead and import useQuery from Transtack React Query. And please don't make any spelling errors here. Okay, copy this exactly the way I have written it, which is payment-intent. Okay, all small letters. And then the query function is going to be this onGetStripe secret client. So let's go ahead and get that. So go into your actions file and you're going to create something in here called payments.typescript. And in here, we're going to essentially export a function. But before that, you have to set this file to a use server file. Okay. And then here, we're going to say export const onGetStripe client secret, which is an async function. And we're also going to have a try catch block in here. So in the try catch, we're going to get the payment intent. We're going to create a payment intent for $99 US. Okay. So we're going to create Stripe. This is essentially the, actually, this is something else here, guys. Just give me a second. Okay. So we need to create like a client, right? So scroll up top right here, and you're going to say const stripe equal new stripe. And this stripe is going to come from another package called just stripe. Okay. So say bun add and say stripe, and it's going to import that for you. And now you can essentially import this from that package. And at the moment, the API version is this. So I just put this. Before this, I had something like 4. So if you got the repository and you're wondering what the hell's going on, that's probably what's going on. Okay, so make sure you change that as well. Now that we have this little client here, we can actually just create the payment intent. So create the payment intent, okay, just like this. Currency USD, amount 99, automatic payment methods enabled true. Okay, and then down here, if the payment intent is true, then we're going to return a secret payment intent.client secret. And now let's go back and we can use this server action. So I'm going to import that. Awesome. And right after this, we're going to do the following. So we're going to invoke use mutation from Transtack query or React query. Okay, so I just said use mutation, and I'm just going to import this. And you want to destructure and get mutate async, create group, and is pending. Okay, and the mutation function is an async function which takes in the data, which is of this specific type. Okay, and all we're doing is if there's no stripe, there's no elements, or there's no intent, just return null. But if we have all of that, we're then going to confirm the card payment. Okay, so we're going to say confirm card payment, just like this from Stripe. We're going to pass in the intent secret. Okay, and in here, the payment method needs the card. So we're going to say card is elements.getElement, and then we're going to get the card element, and we need to just put as Stripe card element for TypeScript here. Okay, and this card element comes from Stripe React-Stripe-JS. So let's go ahead and import that, and the same thing for this as well. Awesome. So now we have created that payment intent, confirmed the payment, and we're actually getting an intent from that. Okay, so down here we can also import the toast from Sonar, and now we can show any error that occurred. If the payment was successful, then we need to transfer commission. What is this? If there was an affiliate, then we need to transfer a small percentage of the income to another user, basically the affiliated account. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that as well. So this function is going to help us do that. So this function is actually inside the actions folder. Under payments, you want to scroll to the bottom, and you want to say on transfer commission is an async function that takes the destination ID. Okay, and in here we're going to have a try catch with stripe.transfers.create amount for how much ever that is 40% or whatever we're doing. You can do percentage, I think, as well, but I'm just going to do a flat amount because I know the difference. And then you can say currency USD, and the destination, you want to put the destination ID. And then just return status 200, and let's go back and import this function. Awesome. And the next thing is we need to create this group. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that as well. So you want to open up actions right here, and inside groups, we're going to create a group way at the bottom. So just scroll to the bottom and we're going to do the following. I know it's it's not too big. I'm just going to explain it for you so it's going to make more sense. Okay. So you want to say export const on create group function. It's an async function that needs the user ID and some data. And that specific data is the create group schema, which is the name, the category of the group as well. Okay. And what we're essentially doing is we're doing client, the Prisma client, right? .user update for that specific user. We're updating the group, we're creating the group, and we're passing in all of the data. And for affiliate, we're just leaving it like this for now because it's just going to be like that. And then member, we're just saying create user ID, and we're passing this user ID. So this group pretty much is for this member. Okay. And then for channel here, we're saying create, and we're going to create a general channel and an announcements channel. So 2 channels for this group. Okay. This is the default for every single group. And now we're also going to use UUID. So let's go ahead and install that as well. So open up the terminal and you want to say bun add and say UUID. It's going to install for us. And now you can go ahead and import this. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say import v4 as UUID v4. Let's see what the issue here is. Okay, so it needs us to get the type. So let's go ahead and do this. So save dev dependency. Let's open this and say bun add and pass in the save dev at type /UUID. Okay, awesome. And that should hopefully solve this issue. Okay, nice, great job. So once we create the channels, what else? We need to also get some data in return. We're going to select the ID, the group itself, and we want the channels, and we're going to select the ID of those channels as well. And we're also going to order them by ascending order. Okay. And then we're just going to say 200 response and pass in all the data, or if any error happened, just show some error took place. And that's it. Let's go ahead and import this create new group. And in here, if the group was created, then we want to make sure also it's of status 200, show a toast, saying successful, and push the user to that group. Okay, so group / the group ID / the channel / the group.channel.id. So it's the exact ID that we just returned. Okay, and then if it's created, but the status is not 200, then we're going to reset all the fields and we're going to say error. Okay, very simple. Now, after this, all the way at the bottom right here, I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to say const on create group equal handle submit. And we're going to pass in this function that we just created. Okay, this create group mutation function right here. Okay, and then after that, we also have to return all of this so we can control it from another component. So return on created group is pending, registers, errors, is category, and creating intent. All right, that was a lot. Okay, but we are almost there. Just go into the create group and the payment form, and now we have to import the use payments hook. So now we get access to all this cool stuff. The first thing, let's just quickly render out a loader component so we can show some stuff in here, and I'm going to import that from our local folder. Then we're going to import the form component and we're going to pass in the on group create for the on submit function or the handle submit function. And inside this, we're going to have a really cool component called the group list component. All right, guys, sorry, one more thing before we move forward. Go into group create page.tsx and just import this so we can see something. Okay, so now if you refresh the page, nothing's going to run. So say bun run dev and let's just quickly refresh. Okay, so it looks like we made an error. Let's go ahead and fix that. So inside hooks, all the way at the bottom, we have payment index.ts. And if you scroll all the way up top, it's not a client component. So change this to use client, just like this. And that solved our first issue. So going into the create group component, I see stripe element in here. And let me see what else I see. Okay, so now if you go into your form, you're going to realize something really weird. Sorry, I can't speak. Inside this component, which is the payment form, if you put something in here, I don't see anything render. Now, I want you to think like a developer and debug like a developer. Where do you think this issue is happening? Go ahead, pause this video, and just try to guess, just try to attempt as to where is this issue happening. And if you don't know how to find the answer, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. Okay, awesome. Let me show you exactly what I did. So if it's not working here, which is a payment form.tsx, well, where is it being rendered? Well, it's being rendered in the index file. Well, if it's not being rendered here as well, because this component should be rendered, there's something that's probably rendering out the create group component, which is probably inside the page.tsx right here, right? But this should technically render out the element. I still don't see it. I tried to put some console messages, and it shows that this element is not even being reached. It's not being reached. Why? Well, if it's not being reached, something has to be failing in one of the API requests. Are there any API requests down here? Well, if technically it did fail, it should send us to the sign-in page, but it did not send us to the sign-in page as well. So it happened even more higher up in the tree. So let's go high up into the layout page. If you scroll down here, you're going to notice that we are not rendering any of the children elements. And that's why we don't see anything in here, okay? We see the layout, which is exactly this stuff, but we don't see the component that renders out our form. And that's why nothing is working. So let's go ahead and do that. So if you got this answer, great job to you. You truly, really understand web development and how to debug, okay? But if not, don't worry. It's just part of the process. Eventually, you're going to become really, really good if you keep practicing these projects and putting them on your resume, okay? So down here, first thing we're going to say is div backdrop gradient, and we need that glass card. So I'm going to import that as well, and I'm going to simply pass in our children component. Now, I see some errors here. Let's go ahead and fix all these errors. Okay, so the first thing is I don't think we need to make this. Well, let's just try making this a client component. So use client. I thought the tree would actually convert it into a client component. Okay, just looked like some sort of error we made there. So just convert this to a client component and that should solve your problem. Okay, I thought something higher up in this was already a client component, but anyway. So in here, now we can actually continue building out that component, the form that we essentially need for the payment form. So the first thing I'm going to put in here is a div for the error message. Okay, so let's go ahead and import the error message from hook forms. And after this div, I'm going to render out my magical form generator components. Okay, so let's go ahead and import this just like this and pass in all the props that we got from this hook. And finally, I'm also, well, not finally, there's more than this, but after this div, we're going to render out the card element inside this. So I'm going to import a card element component from Stripe React Stripe.js, and that should render out something in here for us. There you go. Look at that. How amazing does this component look? Like, I don't have to see any of the other stuff, like 500 different fields. It's really annoying to see 5 fields dedicated just for credit card information. But this one is much better. If I put 424242, you see all the information kind of auto-populates, right? And it has this beautiful animation. That's why I really like it. Now, I also see this really weird styling problem where it has a, it takes the, height of the page. You can just set it to some fixed height. I'm very lazy to do that right now, but I'm sure you guys have some really, really good design skills. Okay, so go ahead and fix that if you'd like, all right? Now, after this div at the bottom, I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to pass in a paragraph, a link component. Let's bring in next link. And then we're also going to have a button component right here. And then just also import that as well. So that way we can see the cancel anytime and the skip for now. So this way you can go straight to the explore page where you can see all the groups and pretty much join another group. Okay. So, and then you also have the get started button. So if you click on this, it's going to say you must select a category. Well, we haven't created that component yet, right? So let's go ahead and build that component out. So up here above the error message, you're going to see this div. Go above this and you want to say group list. And this is a new component that I created that looks so nice. And it's basically like a slider. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that. So open up your folder structure, go into global. You want to create a folder here called group list slider. And inside that, an index.tsx. And in here, I'm just going to return a component just like that. And we need some props from this component. So I'm also going to bring in these props, which is overlay, label, register, selected, and route. This use form register comes from hook form. So I'm also going to import that as well. And finally, I'm just going to say and. So I'm going to expand this with swiper props. And the swiper props comes from another library called swiper react. So let's go ahead and install that package. Now, Swiper React is going to make it easy to actually create swipeable or kind of like carousels or automatically scrolling elements. It's very simple, and I actually prefer to use it. It's not that big of a package as well. So let's go ahead and say bun add. Let's put this in here. Okay, something looks wrong. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, so you want to say bun add swiper. You don't need to React after that, and just hit enter, and that should install your package for you. And now I can import swiper props if it allows me to. Let's just give it a second. Okay, I'm just going to manually install it, which is I need the swiper props from swiper/react. Okay, and of course I'm going to say bun run dev and just shrink this real quick so I can continue. Next, I'm going to destructure all of my props like this. I'm going to get overlay and every single thing, but I'm going to put all the other props inside REST. Okay, this is called REST params. If you don't know what this is, you really need to understand JavaScript. Okay, so I'm just going to have a REST param in here and pass everything inside this value right here. Now we're going to create a component, a global component that we can reuse, and we're actually going to be reusing this a lot more. It's a slider component. Okay, so let's go ahead and build that out. So this slider component in here is going to look like this. I'm just going to say slider for now, just like this. And this slider needs all of these values, all of these props. So we're just going to pass that in here. And you're going to open up your folder structure. You want to go into groups, go into global right here. And you want to create a folder in here called slider. And inside that, an index.tsx. And go ahead and say the following. So we want to change this to a client component. And then we want to have the following props: the children, overlay, and the label. Next, we want to destructure everything from here and pass everything into the REST params. Finally, we're going to have a div, and we're going to check if overlay exists. If it does, we're going to show kind of like a shadow. It kind of plays, or it's like applied on top of the element that shows like a fade out kind of effect. Okay, I don't really know how to explain it, but if you saw the demo, you'd probably understand. Okay. And we're also going to have the label and the swiper component that comes from swiper props, swiper react. Okay. And we're going to pass in the modules, and the modules are the following. So from these swiper modules, we're going to have navigation, we're going to have pagination, autoplay, and free mode. Okay. And then all of the params, we're going to pass them in here, and we're going to pass all the children elements. Now let's go back and quickly import slider. And this slider is going to need all of our group constants, our constants values that essentially show these labels. Okay, so this is what it is. Also see an issue here. What is this error? Let me just see. Okay, so I think I imported the wrong slider, guys. Remove the slider and import the slider from our folder. Okay, that's why it was throwing that error. All right, that should solve that problem. And then we need our groupal constants. Essentially, for all of this, we're going to return a swiper slide. Okay, it's another component. So let's go ahead and get that. But before that, we need the group list. So I'm going to populate that real quick. So go ahead and uncomment the group list from here and uncomment the group list from here as well. Next, go into constants right down here. You want to create another file called slider.tsx. And in here, you're going to copy everything from GitHub, okay? It's just constant values. It does not matter. It's just a bunch of icons, okay? It's icons with titles, with labels, all right? If you want to type them out, sure, pause and type, but your time is much more precious than that. Don't waste time on that stuff, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and import this and the group list as well, just like this. Awesome. And now if I go back, I can import my slider component. I think we also need to create it, of course. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, we don't have to create it. Sorry, we just have to import it. Okay, so I'm going to import that component, import our link component. And in here, we're saying content with slide. So basically, the width of the element is within which we will be sliding. Okay, and I think this is, sorry, sometimes I have to think about it too, because we've literally been building this for 3 months and I forgot about a lot of the stuff. But essentially what we're doing here is we're seeing if the element or the input box and everything is registered. Okay, if it is registered, then we're going to render out a link like this. So I'm going to also create this element here called group list item. So inside your folder structure, go into group list slider, create another file called list-item.tsx. And inside this, you want to do the following. So we're going to say use client. We're going to have these props, which is icon, label, and selected. And in here, we're going to destructure these props and render out a div with the icon and the label. Okay, pause and type this out if you want, or you can copy paste, no problem. Okay, so going back here, now I can import my group list item component, and that should solve that error. Next, I want to make sure that I is greater than 0. And the reason why I'm doing this is the first element, for some reason, is just going to, it's not going to render anything according to the IDs we have. Okay, so I'm just going to render out the label. This label comes from component UI, and our input element comes from, and input element, input element comes from the components UI input, and that should solve that error as well. So there you go. So after this, we're just rendering out the group list item for each of these. Okay, so let's go back and import the group list. Where is it screaming? Let's see. Right here. Okay, import group list. Why is it not showing the group list? All right, sorry guys, we're actually going to dynamically import this. Okay, that's why it's not showing. So we're going to dynamically import it. So import dynamic, and we're going to import the following. So import this specific file, group list slider. And if you go into it, you should be able to see this element here. And let me just try to redo this one more time, see if that solves any of the problem. Oh, I think it's a default export. That's the reason why. Let's go in here and try to change that. Okay, you can just change this. So I'm just going to change it up here, export, and just do this. And we can also remove this. Okay, now if you go back, we can change this to dot group list slider. All right, guys, so this issue right here is happening because we need to import a CSS file from the swiper package. Okay, so right here, I want you to import swiper/CSS/bundle. Okay, and if you refresh the page, it should render out all these slider elements. Okay, looks really cool, and I think we might need to change one more thing. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Great job so far. And now we can go ahead and just try this out and see if everything works. Okay, so just give me a second. Let me populate all of the information. Okay, so I just went ahead and just said Prodigies University right here. And I put in 4242 for all, the credit card number, and just put a date. I think this is a CVC, right? And then the zip code, I just put something 4242 as well. Okay. And of course, I think this should be it. I'm just going to click get started. And let's see. Okay, we need to also select the category. So I'm going to select business right here. Okay, awesome. And you can also make some indication like showing a border, whatever you would like. But for now, I'm just going to click on get started. All right, awesome. There we go, guys. So our group was successfully created and we were sent to that specific group page. Great job so far. Okay, so now I want you to open up your folder structure. You need to go into, oops, sorry, I just created a breakpoint right there. Let's go into the group route right here, and we're going to shrink the create route, and we're going to create another route in here called group ID, okay? This is a dynamic route that's going to help us render out all of the group stuff, okay? And inside this group, we're going to have another folder in here called components. Now, the reason why we are naming these components like this and putting it inside this folder is this underscore essentially bypasses this folder and does not consider it as a route. And these components are components that we will not use in the rest of the project. Okay, that means it's mainly only local to this folder or this route, and we don't want to confuse the team and we don't want them to reuse these components in any other folder. So we completely hide it. That way they don't even know that that component exists. Okay, I mean, they can see it, but they're not going to get confused, right? They're not going to go into other people's work. What they can do is when they go into the global folder, they're going to find all these components and they can use those components instead. Okay. All right, so inside the group ID, you're going to create the following folders. Please follow through with me. The first one is, of course, we're going to need the components folder in here too. And the next one is the channel component. And then we need courses. We need messages. Okay, just like this. Then we need settings. And finally, we need a page called layouts.tsx. Okay, great job. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to return a component for the layout, and we're going to call it group layout component, okay? Group layout page. And then in here, we're going to get some props. So let's get those props, which is children and the params with the specific group ID. And then finally, we're going to also call this function, this component, an async component. And let's also destructure all of the props. Next, we're going to say a const query. Let me also shrink this so you guys can see more. Const query equal to query client. And this comes from Transstack React query. Next, here's what we're going to do in here. We're going to say on authenticated user, right? Just like this. And essentially what this is going to do is we are going to try to prefetch all our data and store it in here, okay? Inside the layout file itself. And we're going to say if there's no user.id, we can essentially redirect the user to /signin, okay? Just like this. Great job. Next thing is we're going to make another API request. And this API request is first to get the group info. Okay, so I'm going to say group info. Then we need one to essentially get the user's groups. So all the groups that the user belongs to. So I'm just going to say user's groups. Then we're going to need all the channels. So I'm going to say channels. Then we also need the group subscriptions. Okay, just like this. Then finally, we're going to need the chats as well. So I'm just going to call this member chats like this. Okay, so let's go into the group info. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to say prefetch query. And we're going to pass in the query key called group info. So this is basically going to kind of prefetch and cache all our data. This way we can pull it from any place inside the application. Now, next thing is we need to create this on get group info server action. Okay, so let's go ahead, open up our folder structure. We want to go inside actions, inside groups, and at the bottom, we want to say the following. So we're going to say export const on get group info is an async function with a group ID, which is a string. And in here, first, we're going to authenticate the user. And then we're going to find unique for that group ID. If the group exists, good. We're going to return a status of 200 and return the group itself. If not, return a 400. Very simple stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and import this function as well. And the next one is I'm going to get all the groups of the user. Okay, so now I got the group for the info for that specific group. Now I'm going to get all the groups for that user. Now I'm going to go back into that file right in here. And at the bottom, I'm going to say the following. I'm going to say on get user groups, we need an ID. And in here, I'm going to say client.user.find unique. So we're going to find that user and we're going to select the group. We're going to select the following data. We need the ID, name, icon. And for channel, we're going to say where the channel name is general. And we're going to select ID as well. Okay. And next for membership, we're going to select from the group, from memberships, we're going to select the groups. And we're going to select from that group the ID, icon, name, channel, where the name is general and selected. And we're also going to select the ID for it. Okay. And if we got something, we got the groups and the length is greater than 0, or the group's membership dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to return status of 200 and return all that data. Okay. So going back in here, I'm just going to quickly import this function. Awesome. Next, we need the group channels. So go ahead and try to take this up as a challenge. We need to essentially get all the channels of that specific group. Okay, should be very, very simple, but I just want to give you some challenge so you take action and you try for yourself. Okay, pause this video, take it up as a challenge, try to get all the channels of this group based on the group ID. Okay. All right, awesome. Hopefully you got it. If not, no worries. This is exactly what you need to do. So first thing we're going to do in here is we're going to do the same thing. We're going to give it a new channel name called group channels. Now, if you have a different channel name or a query key, please change it to this exact name. Okay. And the next thing we want to do is we need to create this on group channels function. Okay. On get group. So we're going to scroll down to the bottom. And at the end here, we're going to say the following. It's a very small action. It's an async function which takes in the group ID, which is a string, and we're going to say client channel.find many for this group ID, and we're going to order it in ascending order. Okay, so now we have all the channels, and then we're going to just return it if we have some response. Okay, now let's go back and just import this real quick. Next thing we need is the group's subscriptions. So right down here, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to create another prefetch query, and I'm going to say group subscriptions as the query key. And now for this, the function, the server action needs to be inside this file. So I'm going to click in here, and all the way at the bottom, I'm going to say on export const on get group subscriptions needs the group ID, and we're going to say client.subscriptions.find many for this group ID. We're going to order it in descending order, okay? And then I'm going to say clients.members.count for this group ID. So we're going to get all the members of that group. And if the subscription exists, return that. Okay, so let's go back and quickly import this. All right, nice. And finally, we need the members chats. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So down here, I'm going to say prefetch query for member chat, and we need to create another server action. And this server action is going to be inside this file. So if you scroll to the bottom, we can put it right here. And this is called on get all group members. So please pause the video and type, okay? To pause and type is the fastest way, or you can copy and paste with me as well. Doesn't matter. Pausing and typing is probably the best way because you're going to learn as you write, okay? So the first thing is we're going to await on authenticated users. We're going to get all the details. And then for the members, we're going to find many, right? Where the group ID is the ID that we asked for, and where it's not equal to this specific user ID, okay? So the user that is signed in, all right? And then we're going to also include the user model, the user schema stuff, okay? And then if the members or the members.length is greater than 0, then we're going to return a 200 response and return all the data. Now let's go ahead and quickly import that. All right, nice, great job. And now we have to create something called as a hydration boundary, okay? And this hydration boundary comes from React query, okay? So we're going to say hydration boundary just like this, and I'm going to import it from React query. And for the state, we need to pass in this dehydrate and the query itself. So anything that's inside this hydration boundary can basically get access to all that data, okay? Next thing is we need a div with the following class names, and then we're going to have a sidebar. Now, before I build a sidebar, I also want to see what I'm doing, right? So I'm going to open up my folder structure. I'm going to go into channels, and I'm going to create a dynamic folder in here called channel ID. Channel ID, just like this. And inside this channel ID, I'm going to create a page.tsx. Okay, we're going to need a bunch of other stuff too, but for now, just for simplicity, I'm just going to create this real quick. Now I'm going to return a component in here and call it group channel page. And first thing is I'm going to get the query client. So let's go ahead and import that real quick. And just like this from transstack query. So now I can get the client up here. Next thing is I'm going to wait for the current user and all the authenticated user information. So let's go ahead and import this as well. And since this is an async, since we're doing asynchronous stuff, let's change this component to async. And at the bottom here, we're going to make two different prefetch queries, okay? We're going to pull the information from the channel info and about group info. So two different prefetch queries, okay? So we're going to say await client.prefetch query, and we're going to pass in channel info and about group information. Okay, so here we need to get this these two actions. Actually, we need to create it. So let's go ahead and do that. So open up your folder structure, go up to actions, create a new file called channels.typescript, and inside this you're going to change this to use server. And at the bottom you're going to do the following. So you're going to say get client information. We're first going to get the channel ID, right? And then we need to basically get all the authenticated user information. And we're going to say client.channel.find unique for this channel ID. We're going to get all the posts, and we're going to take 3. We're going to order by descending order. We're going to include the channel. We're going to select the name from it. We want the author. We're going to select this information. For the count, we're going to get the likes and the comments for it. And for likes, we're going to get where the user ID is not equal to this specific user ID. So whoever liked it apart from ourselves, of course. And then we're also going to get, we're going to select their user ID and the ID itself. And then we're going to just simply return all the channel data. Okay, so now going back here, I can quickly import this info like this, and we should be good to go. Now params actually comes from the prop. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. So if you go up here, we can basically create params, which is going to have channel ID and the group ID. Okay, so now I also have to destructure it from here, just like this, and that should solve that bug. And let's refresh the browser. Okay, and the next one is on get group info. So let's actually, do I have this? Yep, we already have that action. So let's just quickly import that action. And if we refresh the browser, let's see what we see. Okay, awesome. So everything is working. Now we can actually go back to our layout page. All right. I just wanted to quickly, create something there so we can come back to it later. So in here, just like always, work in progress. And I'm just going to say complete the group channel page. Okay. And now let's shrink this. So let's go back into the layout page and let's continue from here. Now, the first thing we're going to have in here, like I mentioned, is a sidebar component. So open up your folder structure, shrink everything, go into components, go into global, create a folder in here called sidebar, and inside that an index.tsx, an icon-dropdown.tsx, and we also need another one called menu.tsx, okay? And inside the index.tsx, we're just going to return some stuff in here. So first, just create the component itself and rename it to sidebar. Next, the sidebar props are going to need the group ID, the user ID, and whether it's on mobile device or not. Okay. Next thing is we're going to create an interface here. Okay. So please go to GitHub and copy these 3 interfaces right here, and then we'll just walk through it. Okay. So I'm just going to paste it right here. It's basically the group channels and groups. Okay. So sorry, group info. So for group info, we're going to have status, which is a number. We're going to have the group information itself, which is all of the stuff, right? And we're going to also have undefined if that does not exist. Okay. And then for the channels, we need all this information, right? The ID, name, icon, and group ID. And for all the groups, we're going to have an array of these icons, ID, and name, okay, or undefined. So I think the better option here would be an array, but I think this is just how we did it, so it's fine. All right, for now it should work. The next thing is we're going to destructure all these props, and then we're going to get all the group info, the groups, all the information that we need, and we're going to do this with the help of a hook, okay? And this hook is called use sidebar. So open up your folder structure again, go into hooks, create a folder in here. Oops, sorry guys. We want to go down into the hooks folder actually. All right. And in here, we're going to say navigation. And inside the navigation, actually, did I already have this? Okay. So I think I already had this. Totally forgot about that because we built it for the main landing page, right? So totally forgot about that. My bad. So inside the navigation hook, you want to hit enter and you're going to say use sidebar. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to explain this. So use sidebar, we're just going to essentially do use query and we're going to get some data from there. Okay, this is how we can essentially get all the cached data from that. So we're going to get user groups, the group info, and the group channels. We already made these pre-fetch requests, remember? So that's all we're trying to do. So let's just go ahead and quickly import use query. And we also need those interfaces. So I'm going to quickly import this as well. And for this server action, which is to get group channels, I'm also going to go ahead and push this in here as well. And next thing is we need the client. So use query client, I'm going to import that as well. So now that we have the groups, the info of the group, and the channels, we can essentially perform something here, and then we can return all that data. Okay, so what are we going to do? So I put some comments in here so even I can remember and even you can read, and this will be in the repository, okay? So this is usually for the premium Drupal repository for Prodigy University students, but some of it is going to be in here as well just to help you understand, okay? So if you read this, it says we are going to be using the use mutation hook here, okay? And this is needed to basically use optimistic UI, okay? We're going to optimistically add a channel name once the user essentially clicks on that add channel, okay? So once the mutation is settled, so once we're done settling this call here, right? We're done settling this this mutation here, then we invalidate the group channel query, okay? So remember we made a request to essentially cache all the data for the group channels, right? When we make this mutation, it only happens on the front end, right? So when the API request, when the new channel is created, right? And we're also creating an action here. When that is done, after that, we want to invalidate what we already have. Okay, that's what we're doing here. But this will also do one really cool thing. It's going to update the data. Okay, it's going to update the data of the channels in real time. So instantly, it's going to have all the data stored in it. Okay, that's the best part of this use mutation. Okay, so this makes the optimistic UI seamless. That's basically what this does. So hopefully this helps you understand even more in depth. Okay, so first thing we're going to do in here is we have the mutation function, and this has the data property, and this is going to have ID, name, icon, and the group ID. Okay. Now we're going to need this server action. So open up the channels folder right in here under actions, channels. And in here, you're going to scroll to the bottom and you're going to create an action here. And this action is called on create new channel. So we're going to get the group ID and the data for that channel. And we're going to say group.update where for this specific group ID, we're going to update its channel and we're going to create a new channel in there. Okay. And we're going to also return that channel as well, so we can return it to the front end. Okay, awesome. And let's go back now and let's quickly import this. And of course, we're just going to send that information as well. So the icon and the channel name. Okay, and the icon is just like a drop down the user can select from there. Now, onsettled states that once this mutation is completed, then we're going to say client.invalidate the query. But here we're invalidating only the group channels query. So this is why it's so powerful. You get like micro level control over every single API request. You can reuse the data. You can get the data after it was fetched. You can also pass data from the server component, manage state there. It's just insane. Okay. All right, next, if it's pending, we're just going to show something like this, just an error message, a toast message to say success, okay? And if there was an error, we're just going to say oops, all right? And the reason why we're saying pending is, well, it's optimistic UI, right? That's basically why. And finally, make sure you return everything at the bottom so we can get access to the group info and everything that we need in here. All right, so now let's go back to our sidebar component and use this amazing hook that we just created, okay? So now we have access to all this data. The next thing we want to do is we want to create another hook here called use group chat online. Now, this is not very important right now, but I'm still just going to set it up because it's very, very easy to have real-time chat with Supabase, okay? So let's just try to see how far we can go. If I need to get into it, we'll get into it. That's fine. But basically, go into hooks folder. You want to create another folder in here. Or actually, we already have something called groups, do we? Okay, we don't. So in here, just create groups like this. And inside that, you want to create, oops, why did it disappear? Okay, inside that, an index.typescript. And now in here, we're going to essentially return this function, okay, this hook. And we need to make this a use client component. Or sorry, guys, we don't have to make it a use client. I totally forgot. I thought it was a component. Sorry about that. So you just remove this. And basically, we need to import all of this stuff. So we're doing use dispatch, and this comes from Redux, okay? And this helps us basically send an action to the store. And now I'm also going to import the app dispatch, which is a type from Redux store. And then we need a use effect. And this use effect is essentially just going to subscribe to the channel messages, okay? Or I think this is for presence, all right? It's group chat online. So I think it's for the presence, basically. So if you don't know what presence is, basically when a user logs in or is online, that time we're going to need this. Now, the next thing is we're going to need the Supabase client. And this Supabase client actually comes from our libs folder. So go into libs, into your utils folder. And in here, you're going to say export const Supabase create client. Let's import that. Actually, we need to probably create that somewhere. Oh, sorry, guys. We need to import Supabase, right? So just quickly quit the terminal. And you're going to say bun add Supabase /Supabase-js. Okay. And now you can import this client. Okay, it's not actually importing it. Let me do it manually. That should solve the problem. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to notice that we need this URL. Okay, where do we get this URL? I think this is not the same as database URL. All right, so let's go back into our database inside Supabase. I'm going to go into our Drupal project. And in here, I have the project settings. Let me just search in here. Just give me 1 second. All right, so the Supabase URL is inside the API submenu. Okay, so click on this. So if you don't know how to go here, go to project settings, click on API, and then you want to copy this URL from here. Okay. Now you can go into, oops, sorry about this. You can go into your .environment variables, and you're going to find something called Supabase URL, which should be around here somewhere, right here, and you can just paste that. Okay. So it's very different from the database URL. It's not the database URL. Okay. All right, so once you did that, once you've done that, you want to go into your hooks groups index.typescript, and let's go ahead and import this Supabase client, okay? And after this, we are essentially saying channel, which is a Supabase client, dot on. We're waiting for the specific channel, which is presence, and we have this event called sync, and then we have a callback function that will fire. And this callback function is essentially going to get the state from here, which is the present state, and that present state is going to have a bunch of information like the member info and whoever is subscribed to that event. So basically, for all those users, we're going to loop over that, and we're going to dispatch on online. It's just a function. Okay, we're going to dispatch this and we're going to pass in the members, which is an array of all of these. Okay, and this online function, actually, I think it comes from, let me see where to get this from, guys. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so this is basically an action creator with a payload, essentially. So let's just go ahead and create that. So it's basically a slice, okay? So you want to open up your Redux folder. And if you guys don't know what all of this means, you can maybe, look up Redux later. But for now, just push through this project. It's going to be one of the best projects for you to put on your resume, okay? So let's go down here. We have slices, which actually I think we need to create. Okay, we have the Redux folder. Inside the Redux folder, we're going to need to create another folder in here called slices, okay? Just like this. And inside this, we need to create our online tracking slice. So you're going to create another file in here called online members. This is .typescript. And this slice is going to be created as follows. So we're going to say initial props, which is the members, right? It's an array of IDs. So we're just going to pass in some default for now. And then we're going to say initial state props is going to be just, the initial state itself is just going to be an empty array. Very, very similar to our React Context API, okay? So if you don't remember, then you can watch all our past videos. But for now, I think this is more than enough. It's very straightforward. We're creating an initial state for our online tracking, okay? Next is we're saying create slice. The name is online. The initial state is this initial state. So the members it's an object, and the members property is going to be an empty array. And the reducers are the following. So on online is a reducer, and on offline is another reducer, okay? And the online reducer essentially gets the state and the action it needs to perform, okay? And basically what it does is when this reducer is invoked, it will get access to this and it will check for duplicates. So it's going to say state.members.find, and we're going to return action.payload.members.find, where the data.id is equal to payload.id, okay? If it did not find from that list, if it did not find any of those members, and that list is empty, then essentially we're going to do state.members are equal to everything that's inside state.members, and we're going to pass in the members stored in our payload. So what we passed into it as additional information, okay? This way we can add more people as they come online every time, all right? So if you don't know how this is working, think about it as a stack. Every time a new member is online, the Supabase real-time presence connection is going to fire off. It's kind of like a webhook, and that webhook is going to fire a action called on online, and it's going to give that action all the information in the payload, which is the new members information who just went online. And inside that action, which is right in here, all we're doing is we're setting that new members information into our current members information. That's literally it, okay? And when I say current members information, what I mean is current members that are online, okay? It's an array with all those members. So we're just updating that or appending a new member that joined or went online, okay? Awesome. And finally, at the bottom, we also have an on offline. All it does is it's removing. So it's doing .filter, and we're removing that member. So we're saying state.members.filter, and we're saying action.payload.members.find for this specific member, okay? And we're just removing them. So if we find it here, we're going to get the member itself, and we're just going to remove that person if this becomes true, okay? And then finally, we're going to return the offline and online actions, reducers. And then here, we're going to export default, the online tracking.reducer itself, okay? Now we can go back to this dispatch function and we can import the online reducer, slice, okay? And that's pretty much it. So we're going to subscribe to the channel, and every time the channel gets updated, Supabase is going to fire, off some sort of a webhook that will essentially call our front end. And when that does, we will basically update the information. We'll track that user. Okay, very simple. And finally, we're going to have a cleanup function that's going to unsubscribe from that channel. Great job so far, guys. You are doing fabulous. Just keep pushing through. You are going to find so much value in this project, especially when we get to the end where we show you how to connect real domains into this application. Nobody on YouTube has ever shown this feature, and it took us a very long time because trying to make it both, sort of production ready at the same time, beginner friendly is a little challenging. So it took us some time. So please do subscribe if you love this video, just like what it says right here. Subscribe and like this video. It's going to help us grow as, web prodigies, and we're going to hit 100,000 subscribers. I'm so confident. Okay, so thank you again in advance, and let's proceed. All right, so now I'm going to go back into the sidebar component, and I'm going to import this this hook right here. Next, we're going to remove the sidebar, and we're going to return a div, okay? Just like this. And let's also go to localhost so we can see what's going on. All right, it's telling us that we need to import sidebar. So first thing, I'm going to import CN right here. And I'm going to go back up one level, and I'm going to go into app group layout group ID layout.tsx. That way I can import this sidebar that I just created, which comes from our global folder. And now if I click into this, okay, so I see some issues here. Again, this should be a client component. I think so. Yep, this should. So I'm going to go up top and say use client, just like this. Okay, so something seems off here. I did put the Supabase URL, but I think I might need to refresh. Let me try one more time. So I'm going to put this in a string, and I'm going to refresh, or maybe I need to restart the server itself. Let's give that a shot. Okay, so I'm going to restart the server. Just give me a second. Okay, I think that pretty much sorted out our problem. Let me see something. So I'm just going to put some text in here. All right, that solved the problem. So just restart the server if you don't see it work as well. Okay, so I'm going to create a div inside the sidebar index.tsx, and in here we're going to say height screen flex column, and this is usually if it's not on mobile, if it is on mobile device, and if not on mobile, then we're going to put all of this, okay? And inside this, we're going to quickly make a check here. So we're going to say if groups exist like this, and the groups.length exists. Okay, something looks wrong here. What seems to be the issue? Not quite sure. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me just redo that part. Okay, I'm not sure what happened. I think I deleted a bracket or something. But basically what we're doing here is we're saying groups.groups. If this exists and the group's length is greater than 0, so we have some groups, then we're going to render out a dropdown. So in the sidebar, essentially, we're going to show all the groups of that belong to that user, right? So let's go ahead and import the dropdown component. And this is a special dropdown component. So we're going to go into our global folder right in here. And we're going to say drop dash down. Inside this, we're going to create index.tsx. And in here, we're going to say the following. So we're going to return a component called dropdown. It's going to have the following props: title, trigger, children, and ref. And in here, we're going to get all of these props from here, going to destructure it. And we're going to render out a popover component with a trigger and the content. And finally, we're going to have a title inside it and the separator followed by the children. Okay, so that way we can show each of the drop-down elements. When you click on it, a pop-up will show up right below. Okay, so I'm going to go back and quickly import our special component. Awesome. And inside this, we're saying title of groups. The trigger is going to be a div, and the div is going to have the following style. And we're going to also pass in a div here with the image tag. And as you can see, we're actually using the older image tag. Remember, I told you, because this is Nextjs15, in some places it just acts weird. I think it should work fine. I'm going to try to give it a shot and see. But this is the solution as to what we found if you're not seeing anything work. Okay, so the source is going to be from a different location, and I'm going to tell you what we're going to be using for all of this. And we're going to have the paragraph in here, and then we're going to have a span here called *sort. Okay, so let's go ahead and import this from icons, and that should solve that problem for us as well. And there you go. Now you can see some info. And of course, we don't have any image, so it's going to show this really weird icon. But don't worry, I'm going to show you how we're going to set up images for our application. And we're going to use this amazing software, amazing tool that's going to help us speed up the process of uploading images, caching those images, and improving the performance of those images. Then the next thing is we're going to say right after this bracket, we're going to say if the groups exist, the length is greater than 0, and we have something in here. Then we're going to map over the groups, and for each group, we're going to render a link element. Okay, so render next link, and after that, we're going to say group /item.id /channel / the first channel that we have. Okay, and then we also need a button. Just import that button as well. And this is going to be a Lucid React icon. So just import the group with the item name. Okay, great job. So now if you hit underscore, you're not going to find anything. So you could probably render something out down here. Let me see if I can do that. All right, guys, so I just wanted to make a quick change. So in here at the bottom at line 99, I have this thing called item.id not equal to group ID. So the reason why I'm doing this is I don't want to show the same group again. Okay. But I actually think this is not needed, so I just removed that, and now we can actually see the group name just like this. Okay, so hopefully you make this change as well. It's very simple. This way, if you click on this, it's going to take you to the same group ID. Okay, so that's why I wanted to put this as well. So we want to basically see all the groups, right? So that's why. Now, after this, guys, right here, after this drop down, hit enter, you're going to create another div in here. And inside this div, we're going to create another div inside this. Okay, just like this with the following class names. And this div is going to have a paragraph called channels. And after the channels, we're going to see if the user ID and the group info.group.user ID, if this exists, then we're going to return a plus icon so the user can create another group. Okay, and we're also going to import UUID. So I'm just going to change this to UUID, or I think it's called V4. All right, let me just import that. This is just much more easier to understand, and that should solve that problem. And then I'm going to pass in general as the icon. I'm going to also say unnamed here for no name, and then new date, and then the group ID. Okay, you can also change this to channel name or something like this. That's fine as well. Sorry, guys. I think I kind of understood that, kind of explained that wrong. This is not the channel ID. This is the group. Okay, so this has to be unnamed. Okay, you can give it another name, but not the channel name. All right. Sorry, guys. I think I'm just mixed up right now. Sorry, guys. This is the channel. All right. This is the channel. Only here we're looking for the group. Okay. So this is fine. We just need to create this channel here, put the channels in here. So this is okay. You can change it to the same thing that we had before as well. That's fine. Okay. The next thing we want to do is after this div right here, I'm going to create another thing called sidebar menu. And this is another component. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So open up your folder structure, and inside the menu component, we're going to create this component here. So I'm going to return this snippet, and I'm going to change it to sidebar menu. And in here, I'm going to have the following props. So it's a bunch of props, but it's just the channels, which is this interface. I'm going to import that as well. We're going to have optimistic channels, which is an object right here called ID, name, icon, created at, and group ID. The loading, the group ID itself, the group user ID, and the user ID as well. Okay. And then after that, I also have to make sure to destructure everything from this. I'm just going to go ahead and do that as well. And the first thing I can do in here is I actually need the path name. So I'm going to say use path name, and this needs to change to a use client component. Okay, just like that. And now we can go down here and we can continue. Next, I'm going to say const current page equal to path name dot split, and I'm going to split it at this backslash. Okay, and I'm going to pop this from the stack and just get it out from this. Next thing I need is the channel info, okay? So let me see if we need to do this right now because there's a lot of stuff in here. So just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, this is a pretty big component, but just follow through with me. Just pause the video and follow through, okay? So first thing is I'm going to create a hook here called use channel info. So I'm going to copy this name and I'm going to scroll down into my hooks and I'm going to go into channels. So create channels just like this and then ELS. And inside that, I'm going to create index.typescript. And in here, I'm going to say export const and I'm going to paste this arrow function. Okay, this is a hook that we're going to create. And the first thing we need is the channel ref. So I'm going to say use ref and let's go ahead and import this as well. And the next thing is the input ref, which I need. So I'm going to also import, okay, use ref is already imported. And the next thing is I need another state. So this is the channel and the set channel state. So let's go ahead and import this as well. Then I'm also going to need a bunch of other states. I'm just going to paste them. And I need the edit and the icon. So what is this? So before we start, I just want to give you a little bit of an introduction. So we have this really cool feature of being able to double click the channel directly and enter edit mode for the channel title. That's a really, really cool feature because you don't have to click on it, see a modal, and then enter the information, then hit save. That's so many clicks. Instead, all you have to do is click the title, change it, and hit outside the edit, I mean, okay? And that's pretty much it. So that's why we need to keep track of all these states. So that's why we're creating this channel. And there's a bunch of other stuff in here, which you're gonna come to know about in just a second. So first thing is I'm gonna import this use query client, and we also need a trigger ref, and I'm gonna push this ref all the way to the top. Next, I'm going to create an onEdit channel function, just like this, and we're going to set the channel to the ID and set edit to true. So basically, when we're ready to edit the channel, we can fire this function. Next, same thing for the icon. Okay, we're going to set the icon to the following icon. Next, we're going to have the use mutation hook in here as well. So I'm going to import that. And in here, we're going to have the mutation function. We're going to have on mutate, on success, and on settled. So this is again for optimistic UI. Okay, sorry about that. So this is optimistic UI as well. So that's why we need this. So first one is the channel is going to have the data is going to be name and icon. So when you change it, we're going to essentially use this mutate function to save it in the database. Okay, so go into your actions folder right in here, and under channels, you're going to scroll to the bottom and you're going to do the following. So you're going to say on create new channel, you need the group ID and the data for that channel. So here you're going to say where the ID is like this. So client.group.update for this group ID. We're going to go into the channels, right? We're going to say data channels.create, and we're going to create this channel, okay? And then we're going to select that channel as well so we can get that information. And then we're going to return this data to the front end. Oops, sorry guys, I'm actually reading the wrong thing. I just realized this is on create new channel. We're actually updating the channel, so it's slightly different, okay? So this is the one at the bottom, sorry about that. So we're gonna have the channel ID, the name, and the icon. So if the name exists, we don't need this anymore, but we're just gonna go into the channel. So channel.update, for that specific channel ID, we're gonna change the name. Okay, and if we got some response, send 200. If not, send 400. Next, if the icon exists, so the user also wants to change the icon, go into channel, update for this channel ID, update the icon. If not, if it's successful, return 200. If not, return 400. Next, if else, that means nothing exists, right? Or they gave both of the data. Then we're going to say channel.update for this channel ID. We're going to update the icon and the name also, okay? And if it is a successful response, send 200. If not, send 400. So you see, even though this looks really long, it's actually very, very simple if you read it, okay? So if you are just not typing and you're just seeing me do it, I would suggest you pause, type with me, okay? It's the best way for you to learn. It's okay if it's going to take you some time and effort because you need to also learn on your own, right? I'm here to give you as much of the information I possibly can, which is every single thing that took us 3 months to build, right? Your job here is to understand, spend a little bit of time also analyzing what I'm talking about, okay? Now, if you need more help, you need more assistance, you can join Prodigies University, where we can give you pretty much 3 weekly sessions, and I think that changes every time. We don't do it always 3 weekly sessions. It depends on, our free time as well. But usually it's 3 weekly sessions per week. And we essentially hop on a call and we break down everything for you. We answer questions. We help you with your SaaS. We help you build stuff. And there's a lot of cool stuff in there. And the main thing is it's unlimited courses, right? So if a course comes out, you can essentially subscribe and you get all our courses completely for free with your membership. And you also get some really, really cool bonus add-ons. You can click the link in the description and you can take a look at that. It's going to basically break down everything you get with your Prodigies University subscription. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so now I'm going to go back and import this server action that I just created, and that should solve that problem. And I also see toast here, so I'm going to import this toast, and I see sidebar menu is actually screaming. So let's go back to sidebar index.tsx and import this sidebar menu. Okay, so that should solve that problem. And now if you go into the sidebar menu, you're going to find this server action, this hook. So let's go ahead and import the hook that we're just creating. And of course, it's going to scream because we didn't return anything, but we're going to continue from here. Okay. Next, on mutate, what we're going to do is we're going to set edit to false, and we're going to set the icon to undefined. Okay. And then on success, so once everything is successful, then we're going to just show a toast message. And once the API mutation function is actually successful or it's settled, then we're going to invalidate the API request, which is the query key of group channel. So we're going to invalidate that and use the new data. Next, after this right here, we're going to say const variables, which is rename to delete variables, and mutate, which is delete mutation. And that's equal to use mutation. And the mutation function is essentially, we're just going to delete a channel. Okay. So go ahead, take this up as a challenge. Try to build a server action that allows us to delete a channel from a group. Okay. I just showed you how to update and how to create. Try to see if you can delete a channel from a group. Awesome. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. So you want to say export const on delete channel, which is an async function, and it's going to have try catch block in here. And all we're going to do is channel.delete for this channel ID. That's literally it. And you're going to return a 200 response or a 404 if any error occurred. Now let's go back and quickly import that server action. All right, awesome. And on success, we're going to send a toast message. And once the API request is settled, we're going to invalidate the group channels once more. Next, we're going to need a use effect here to basically listen to the icon. Okay, so we're going to say use effect. Let's import that as well. Okay, I'm actually going to put this use effect probably at the bottom. Let me see what's going on. Okay, I think I put it inside this bracket. Just put use effect like this. And we're going to say document.add event listener. When the user clicks on the document, we're going to essentially end the editing functionality. Okay, so that's when we are calling this function to end that channel edit. Okay, and this channel editing function, or the on end channel edit, is very simple. It's going to look like this. Okay, so we're going to say on end channel edit. We're going to have the event itself in here. If the input.current exists, if the channel ref.current exists, and the trigger ref.current exist, then we're going to also check that the input ref.current.contains, it does not contain this event.target as node. And if this is true, if all of this is true, and also the get elements by ID icon list does not exist, then we're going to say if the current value exists, then we're going to mutate. Okay, we're going to change something. And where's this mutate coming from? It's coming from our use mutation. Okay, so we're going to change the name and we're going to pass in the new value. Okay, and then if the icon does exist, then we're going to pass in that icon. And if it doesn't, we're just going to set edit to false. Okay. All right, now after this use effect, we're just going to say on channel delete, and we're going to return all of this. Okay, so we're essentially using the delete mutation function, which comes from the mutate in here, right? We're using that, and it's a callback function, and we're storing that in here so that we can return it from this hook. Okay, so we're going to return the channel on edit channel, the channel ref edit input ref, the variables is pending trigger ref, onset icon, on channel delete, and the delete variables. Nice, great job. Now we need to go back and sort of fix this issue right here, right? So now we are importing all of our stuff. We need to actually use it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to remove all of this right here, and we're going to say if the path name dot includes settings, then we're going to return something specifically in here, okay? Well, we're going to return, well, this is what we're going to return. We're going to return a div, and this div is going to have all our sidebar menu options for the settings specifically in here. So inside this div, you're going to loop over our sidebar settings, okay, which we have to create. And to create that, we need to go into our constant file. And inside that, you're going to find navigation. Sorry, actually not navigation. Let me see. This is the wrong folder. Okay, right here. And inside constants, you're going to find menus. And inside the menus file, you're going to paste the following. Okay, so you're going to say sidebar settings menu, just like this, is going to have menu props, which we already created. And it's going to have the following menu items. So we're going to have this one first. I'm going to import all of these icons. So just go ahead and import all of this. So yeah, so basically if this settings page that we're accessing is a settings, if the page we're accessing right now has settings in it, then the nav bar or the sidebar is going to have different menu options. That's why we have that if condition, okay? So let's go ahead and import our sidebar settings menu, and let's also bring in the cn function, and we also need to bring in link in here. All this stuff is very straightforward. We're just checking if we have any data, user ID and the group ID is equal to each other, and if so, we're returning a link with the icon and the label. So this is going to help us go to another page inside the settings page, okay? If not, we're going to return another link down here. Let me just see what we're doing here. Okay, so if it is an integrations page, I think we're going to have some more items in there. So if not, that's when we're returning something slightly different. It's pretty much the same thing. There's nothing different. It's just that this is going to have something called integration. So that way we can connect the user's Stripe account for affiliate programs. Okay. All right. And that's pretty much it. Great job, guys. All right, guys. Now in our application, we are going to be using Uploadcare to handle file storage for our application and for our user data, okay? Now, Uploadcare does an amazing job when it comes to storing your files, and this also includes images, videos, documents, or any other type of files that you want to save. They offer some pretty good features. For example, your files are immediately available on a CDN, so they're cached, so they're going to be instantly shown on the front end, and it's also optimized. And my favorite part is these pre-built components that you can just instantly use in your application. And they're also built for JavaScript, React, Nextjs, Vue, Angular, and Svelte. And I know that some of my clients, some of my connections also use Uploadcare for Webflow and other tools, other no-code builders, because they actually have some sort of setup for that. Okay, I haven't used it in the past, but from what I've seen, I've only seen Uploadcare do that. So really, really cool stuff, and that's why I like this tool, and I will be using this for this project. Now, I also managed to get a code for you, which is a really, really cool deal. It's a 50% discount on the Pro plan for the first 6 months, which is huge. So if you already have some sort of file storage, software or tool, you can actually go for Uploadcare, and it's very, very easy to transition, and you get that amazing offer if you use code WP50. Okay, use code WP50 to grab that discount. But anyway, they also have a generous free tier, so if you're just looking to get started, you can still use the same link and log in, create an account, and just test out everything, okay? So for this project, we are going to be using the free accounts. So scroll to the description, you're going to find a link, click on that link, and it's going to take you to this page. And first thing you want to do, of course, sign up. And next thing is create a project. So once you create a project, I'm just going to call this Web Prodigies, or I'm just going to call it Drupal for now. And I'm just going to say use Uploadcare's built-in storage for simplicity, okay? And then go ahead and click on create, and that's it. Now the best part is all the documentation is given directly inside the get started file. So every single step that you need is already in here. So you can click on the stack that you're using and they will tell you exactly what you need to be doing. And you see, this is exactly what I was talking about. They have some no code integrations as well for Webflow, Shopify, and a bunch of other really cool tools. So it's going to help you, save a lot of money. And at the same time, it's very simple to use. Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is open up your terminal and we're going to say bun add, and you want to paste this command in there. If you're using npm, you can just copy this command. Okay, so go ahead and hit enter and that should install Uploadcare for you. Now once that's done, go ahead and open the folder structure and you want to scroll down to nextconfig.js. Okay, and inside this you want to provide some configuration. The first thing we want to do is set React strict mode to false, just like this. And after this, we want to say images, and the remote patterns is going to be an array, and we're going to set protocol HTTPS and the host name for upload or ucarecdn.com. This way we can actually view our images. All right, guys. Now I'm going to go back into my sidebar, which is under globals folder. And down here, so I'm just going to shrink this so it looks much more easier to look at. And in here, I'm just going to return another component. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to return a div in here. And of course, don't forget to say bun run dev, and that should spin up your server as well. Okay. And in here, I'm going to first check for the channels. And if the channels exist, all I'm going to do is loop over the channels and then return a link for each channel. Okay, very, very simple. So you can take it up as a challenge, but there's actually a lot of stuff in here. So I'm not going to leave it as a challenge, okay? But just follow through with me and you will understand exactly what we're doing. So inside this, if this is successful, I'm just going to return a React fragment just like this. And if not, I'll return another React fragment right after this. And now I'm just going to type this out manually, so just follow through. Okay, so first thing is we're going to say channels like this dot map, and we're going to map over this. And for each of the channels, so for one channel, we're going to return something in here. We're going to say channel.id like this, equal to, or actually it should not be equal to the ID, or sorry, deleted variables, if that exists, .id. If this is true, then we're going to return something. All right, so it looks like I made a small error here. I'm just going to sort of redo this. Just give me 1 second. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just made a quick typo. So please fix this error. So what I did was I put this outside the bracket. So it's going to be channels.map, pass in the arrow function, and we're going to just make a quick check right here to make sure the channel ID is not equal to the deleted channel. And then we're just going to say, if that is true, then we're going to return something in here. So in here, we're going to return a link element from next link. And next, we're going to pass in an ID and a key. After that, we're going to pass in the following class name, just like this. And we also need the href. So let's go ahead and pass that in as well. Okay. And this is going to be group/channel.groupID. And we're going to have that specific channel. And it's going to have the channel ID itself. Okay, so as you can see, I'm just going to refresh this. We already have 3 channels right here. Now, if you click on this, it's going to take you to that specific channel. And because this is a dynamic URL, it's going to render everything for us. Now, after this href, I also want to pass in another prop. And this is dynamically going to be generated. So based on the class name, based on the name of the channel, if it's not equal to general, then if the channel is not equal to announcements, then we're going to essentially pass in a double click. Okay, so essentially you cannot edit the general and announcements channel. Next, inside this, we're going to have a div just like this. And I also noticed something here. So the tab width is 4 inside a prettier file. I'm actually going to make that 2 and just see what that looks like first. Okay, this is slightly better. So just go ahead and change that to 2 so everything is easier to read. Okay, and also it's easier for you guys to see. So yeah, so in here we have a div, and inside this div, I'm going to say channel ID is equal to the current, so whatever we have right now. And if that's true, is it edited, right? Did the user want to edit it? And if that is true, then we're going to show the icon dropdown, okay? If not, we'll just show the rendered icon. Now this icon dropdown is inside this one right here. So I'm going to also rename this to icon dropdown, and let's go ahead and create this component. So return a component like this and change the name to icon dropdown. And this component is going to have the following props. So we need the ref icon, the page, the channel ID, the current icon, and an onset function. Then I'm also going to quickly destructure everything from the props. And next we can return the component we want here. So first thing is I'm going to return a drop-down component like this. And this drop-down component comes from our local folder, okay? So import that. And we also have to pass in the ref. So I'm going to say ref equal to this ref. And the title is pick your icon. And we also need the trigger, right? So our trigger is just going to be a span with the icon renderer, which we're going to get in just a second. And we're going to show which icon they want. And we're just going to set it to dark. I mean, by default, it's going to be dark, but we're just going to pass that in here as well. And I think this is also just a way to show what's being selected. So that's why, okay, it's not the theme really, but sure, you can use some theming stuff and do that as well if you'd like. Next, you want to go back into your folder structure and you want to create a new folder in here. And you're going to call this icon-renderer. And inside this, an index.tsx file. Okay. And in here, we're essentially going to create a very simple component. Don't get overwhelmed. It's easy. Okay. So we're just going to import a bunch of stuff from icons. Don't worry about that for now. Just type the section and then you can just import directly from here. Okay. So based on a switch case, that means which icon the user wants to show. If it's general, we're just going to show a home icon, right? If it's dark mode, or the home duotone white, okay? If it's announcements, we're just going to show this one for dark mode, and then light mode, we're going to show this one. And then finally, we're going to have a dock, and then we're going to say dark for this, and we're just going to pass in the same things in here as well. Now, this is made in such a way that expand on this and provide as many icons as you like. But just for simplicity, I'm just going to keep these icons for now. Okay, I have created so many icons for you in here. You can go in here and literally knock yourself out if you want. Okay, put as many icons if you like, no problem. But this is all we needed for now. So I'm just going to close this and I'm going to import this component. And inside this dropdown, now I'm going to show all of the icon list. Okay, I'm going to render each and every single icon out. So here I'm simply going to say icon list.map, and for each icon, I'm going to say icon, make sure the icons.icon is not equal to the current icon, and then I'm just going to return a span, and inside the span, I'm going to have the icon renderer. Okay, so first thing, I'm just going to import cn function, and we also need the icons list. So let's go ahead and get that constant. So open up your folder structure, go down to constants folder right here. And inside the constants folder, you're going to create another file. And this file is called icons.typescript. And in here, you're just going to paste the following from GitHub. Okay, so open up the GitHub, go and copy this file. And if you look at it, it's literally just 2 icons for now. Of course, you can have a million different icons if you'd like. All right, but I'm just going to have these for now. And I'm just going to go ahead and import the icons list, and that should do the job. Okay, now that we created our icon renderer, let's go back one more step, and we need to import the icon renderer component. So go ahead and import that. And we also need the icon dropdown component. So let's go ahead and import that one as well. All right, guys, there you go. So when you click this, accordingly, the icons are going to change color. How amazing is that? Now, after this, down here, okay, make sure you're inside the menu.tsx file. You're going to hit enter, and here we're essentially going to render out an input field, okay? Inside this input field, we're going to have the channel name. So we're going to say channel ID equal to current, and if it is edited, so that means the user is trying to edit, only then are we going to show the input field. So go ahead, first import the input field, and it's of type text. We're going to have the ref pointed into this as well. We're going to have the following class name, and inside that, if this is not true, that means the user is not editing. Then we're going to show a paragraph like this, and we're going to see is pending if this is true, and variables is true, and current is equal to the channel ID. Then we're going to return the variables.name. This means they made some change, okay? And if not, we're just going to return the channel name. Now, after this div right here, you want to hit enter and you want to say channel.name is not equal to general. Okay, looks like I made a quick error here. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry about that. So it's just going to be channel.name. If it's not equal to general, then if that's true, and the channel name is not equal to announcements, and the user ID is equal to the group user ID. So only the user will, or the group owner will have access to this feature. They basically have the ability to delete the group as well. Okay, so the other users will not see this trash icon. So as you can see, it does not show the trash icon for all the other channels except for the unnamed channel. So I can delete it from here. And as you see, it immediately deletes it from the front end. This is the power of the optimistic UI. All right, guys. So I was having some issue when I was trying to delete some of the channels. Okay, so I'm gonna try to show you what fixed it, and honestly, nothing really fixed it. I just had to kind of refresh. I'll basically show you what you need to do. Okay, so you see, if I delete something, it successfully deleted it. And if I refresh, for some of you, or even, okay, well, I'm not seeing it right now, but for some of you, you might still see the elements show up and then disappear, and then you'll see a hydration boundary. So the reason why that's happening is it's being cached, right? So something is wrong with the caching, and I'm not entirely sure what the hell's going on. But first thing you can do is open up Inspect. You want to go into Application, and you want to click on Storage, and you want to click on Clear Site Data. Okay, that's the first step. And then next thing you want to do is you can right click this and click on Empty Cache and Hard Reload. And once that's done, you want to go down into the Delete Mutation function. Okay, if you don't know where this is, it's going to be inside the channels index.typescript inside the hook. And if you click on delete mutation function, it's this right here, okay? And this is going to have something called onsettled down here. This is where we're essentially invalidating the request. So what I did was right above this, I returned await client dot, I think it's called revert queries, right? Try that, okay? I think it's called, it's called remove queries, okay? So I think that's another way to kind of reset it. And I just reset that, and for some reason it started working, and I immediately changed it back to this invalidate queries, and it fixed the problem. Now, I don't think that's the solution, okay? I don't think, but I'm just showing you what I did and how it magically fixed. But I think it's just cache, nothing else. You should be good to go, okay? Now I'm going to create another channel here, and I'm going to try to rename this to something else. I'm going to call this help channel like this. And if you click outside, that will now save. So if you refresh the browser, you should see the help channel show up. All right, guys. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into the group ID folder, and you want to go inside layout.tsx. And after this sidebar right here, you're going to hit enter, and you're going to create a div right here. And oops, why am I seeing this color palette? Okay. And this div is going to have the following classes, and we're going to have two more elements here. This one is the nav bar, which we are actually going to create, and we're also going to have the mobile nav. Now for the nav bar, you're going to go inside the group page right here, this one, and inside that you're going to have the components tab, the components folder. So inside that, create the nav bar, and inside you want an index.tsx, and this is all we're going to do in this component. So inside this component, we're going to have some props. We need the group ID and the user ID. And let's go ahead and destructure that from here. And next, we're going to get the current user data, okay, from Clerk. So this has to also be an async component. So don't forget to pause the video and type all the stuff, okay? After that, inside this div, we're going to have a glass sheet component, a search component, and a link. And finally, at the bottom, a user widget. Now, of course, you're not going to have all the stuff, but don't worry about it. The next thing I want to do before we proceed here is go back one step and import the navbar component, okay? And now going back inside this one, all you have to do is just import the glass sheet. So just like this, and let's also import the sidebar component as well. So the glass sheet is the Shadcn sheet component, I hope you remember. And we have a menu item that the user can click on. And if you want to see what that looks like, it just looks like this, okay? And next thing is we need the search components. I'm going to import this one as well. or actually don't import this guy. Sorry, this is a custom component that we need to create. So let's go ahead and build that component out. So this search component is actually really powerful. It's a global search component that we can reuse for any search functionality, okay? So this component is going to be very helpful for your projects or whatever you're trying to build. So let's go ahead and build that out. So go into global folder and you want to create a search component, and inside that an index.tsx and no-results.tsx. And first thing is, let's build the index.tsx. I'm going to return a component here and change the name to search. And this is going to have a couple props, which is the class name, input style, placeholder, the search type, which is groups or posts. And all you would have to do is, if you're trying to expand on this, you would just need to create a different type of search type, okay? And then we have the icon, style, and glass, which is just to show if it should have some sort of a transparent background or not. Okay, it's just a styling thing, but for now we're just going to keep this. And then I'm also going to destructure and get all the values from here. And I'm going to scroll all the way up top, and I'm going to change this to a use client component. Now I see this error, the mobile nav, so I want to also see what I'm building. So I'm going to go back up the tree, and I'm just going to kind of comment out what we cannot see, okay? So go back into, which page was that? I think it's a layout page, right? Okay, so inside the layout page, I'm just going to comment this out, and I'm going to say work in progress, and we're going to put the mobile nav, okay? And let's go back into this sidebar. We're going to have some more, let me see real quick. Just give me a second. Sorry, we need to go into this nav bar, and in here we have the search component, which now we can import because we just created, okay? And I'm gonna go and kind of expand on that again, but I just want to complete all these errors so we can see what we're building. And for this, I'm going to just comment this one out again, and I'm just gonna say work in progress user widget, okay? So let's go back one step inside the search component. And this is, actually before that, I also wanna show you what changes we made here, so just give me a second. Okay, so this page, if you shrink it, you now have a sheet component. Now this sheet opens up from the right side instead of the left side, and that's just because we did not give it that setup, okay? So feel free to go in there and change it if you'd like to, but I'm just gonna keep it like this because it doesn't really change anything drastically for us, okay? And if you have to do it, all you have to do is go into glass sheet, and inside this component right here, you have to set the side property, the side prop, and you want to change that to left or right, whatever side you want, okay? I would say use a prop, and with the help of the prop, or you can also use rest params, right? Use the rest params and use a spread operator and pass all the props into that glass sheet component, okay? So moving on, basically we just created some sections here. So we created this section here. We have a top nav bar, okay? That has a create group as well. And we also have this section, and inside here, we're gonna have all the group related stuff, okay? And this is just our nav bar. That's pretty much it. So let's go back into the search component and let's complete this component now. The first thing we need in here is a hook called use search. So let's go ahead and create that. So let's scroll down to hooks right down here, and you want to go into the groups folder and go into index.typescript. And at the bottom, we are going to do the following. So we're going to say export const use search equal to an arrow function that needs the search type, which is for groups or posts. So if you're expanding on this, all you have to do is provide another value, okay? So first thing we need is two different type of states. And the reason is because we are also going to make this a little more performant. So we're going to allow debouncing for our search field. And the next thing we need is use dispatch. Now, the reason why we're doing all of this is we can also kind of, we can cache all the data, right? So for every search result, we can cache them. So that's why we're doing this, okay? So in here, first thing you want to do is you want to have the debounce, and after that, you want to have a dispatch function called use dispatch. And this is for Redux stuff. And then we're going to have something called on search query, okay? So go ahead and import that, and that's an arrow function. Sorry, go ahead and say set query here. You don't have to import it, sorry. I thought it was from React query, but it's just a variable we're creating here, and we're setting that to this arrow function, which will set the query to e.target.value. which is essentially the event, okay? So basically, when the user searches for something, that's when we're going to fire this. So next is down here, we have a use effect. Based on the query, this is going to kind of refresh, right? So we're going to have a set timeout, and the set timeout is going to run for about 1000 milliseconds. And every time it expires, essentially, we are going to cancel. We're going to clear that set timeout, okay? So we're going to have a clear timeout on the cleanup as well. And down here, we're going to have this use query. So let's go ahead and import this. You guys know we're already done this part. And we're going to create a query key for this, which is a search data. And we're going to say debounce in here, which is essentially this variable. And debounce is basically the set timeout. It's the timer that we're using here, okay? There's also many other ways you can do this. And in the last projects, the way I did it was with the help of a ref. So inside the ref, all I did was I saved the instance of the timer, right? Or the interval, whatever it is, you can save the instance in there, and then you can clear the timeout whenever you need to refire that instance, okay? So that's another way you can do it, and probably a more popular way of building a timeout or debounce system. Next, the query function is an async function. We're going to destructure the query key from here. We're going to say if search is of type groups, then we're going to make this API request, or basically a server action. So you're going to open up your folder structure. You're going to go into groups right here. And if you scroll to the bottom, you're going to basically do the following. So you're going to say on search groups is an async function with the following modes, right? Which is groups or posts, and the query and paginate. So this also has pagination capabilities, okay? So then we're going to have a try-catch block, and if it is of type groups, we're just going to say client.group.find many for this specific group where the name is of the type query that was passed in, and we're also passing this mode. I'm not entirely sure why I passed this in here. I think I might have to look at the docs, but basically pass this in here, and then we need to get 6 from this, and we're going to skip. So this is the pagination that we're going to need from the front end if we're setting that, okay? And with the help of this, we can skip that many results, okay? Next thing is if fetch group. So if there's some response and we have some length, then we'll return 200 or we'll return 400. Now, if it's for posts, you guys know what you can do in here. Same exact thing, okay? But right now, we are not paginating this stuff, so that's why I'm just going to skip over this, or at least we're not searching for any of the group posts. But if you want to search for any posts, you can put it in here. All right, so I'm going to go back here and I'm going to import this server action. Please pause the video and type this with me, okay? That's the best way for you to learn. At least eventually everything is going to make sense. Just keep pushing through, okay? So next thing is if we are fetching the data here, then we're going to set this on search, which I thought we actually set this. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I thought we already set it, but I think that was on online, so I just got a little confused. So you want to scroll down here into your Redux folder, inside slices, and you want to create a new slice called search-slice.typescript, okay? Just like this. And then inside this, we're going to do the following. So we're just going to create a slice and a reducer. So the first thing this slice is going to need is the initial state props. So the initial state is going to be is searching, status, the data, which I'm going to get to in just a second. And we're going to have debounce set to a string, which is optional. Okay. And the initial states are just going to be the following. So just set all these initial states for these values. Okay. And then we're going to create a slice called search. And the initial state, we're just going to pass it in. And for the reducers, the onSearch and onClearSearch function, okay? Now, this reducer gets access to the state and the action. So essentially what we're doing is when the user tries to search for something, whatever we get from the payload, we're just going to pass in here. That way, that response is then stored inside the search slice or state, essentially. And then we can get all the data from there, okay? onClearSearch is the same thing. We're just sending everything back to the initial state prop. So technically, you can just return a new object if you'd like, and you can set everything to just the initial value. That's fine as well. And now let's go back, or actually there's also an export here. So you want to export the onSearch and onClear, and you want to also send or basically return export default for the reducer. So we have a reducer from here that we can pass in. So I'm going to go down here to onSearch, and I'm going to import this onSearch as well, and that's it. So if is fetching, we're going to set dispatch onSearch is searching to true, and then after that, I think this should be the opposite, but if is fetched. Okay, it's different, guys. Sorry about that. So you can also do opposite of this, but if fetched is successful, then we're going to clear all of the data, I think, right? So is search, sorry, not clear, but we're going to set the data, okay? So right here, as you see, we are setting the data to the new data that we received, and we're setting is searching to false. Next, we're going to have a use effect, and this use effect is basically waiting for the debounce, okay? So if we are debouncing, we're calling something called refetch here, which comes from used query. So this means if the user was changing some data, then we can refetch from here. And let's also go ahead and import the onClearSearch reducer, just like that. So this way, if we're not debouncing, then we can clear our search results. All right, so now that we're done building this hook, let's go back and import this hook. And if you don't know where we're importing it, it's inside the search component inside index.tsx. Hey, how's it going? If you're looking to monetize our project, we have finally released the code license for you to purchase for every single code base. Just head over to our website and click on license. And we like to keep our license very short and simple. So make sure to read through this. Go ahead and authorize, select a license you'd like to purchase, or select everything, scroll down and click purchase license. And grab the code base from the description and get started. All right, I wish you the best and let's get back to coding. And the first thing we want to do in here is we're going to return a div. Okay, so go ahead, return a div just like this. And the following class names is going to be combined using cn function. So go ahead and import that as well. And we're just going to pass in class name from the props. And if the user gave glass, right, as true, then we're going to pass in the following styles. The next thing we need is the search icon. So I'm just going to create a search icon like this. And I think we can import it from Lucid React. Okay, and let's just give that a second. I need to refresh the browser. Okay, awesome. And there you go. You can see the search icon right there. Finally, we're going to need the input field where the user can enter all of the data or the search query. So I'm going to change this and also import it. And then on here, in here, we have the on change, which is the on search query. We have the value, which is the query itself. We have the class name, and we have placeholder and the type, which is text. So for now, this search is actually for posts. And of course, since we don't have that set up, you can take that up as a challenge because I've already done it for groups. Okay, so go ahead, pause this video and try to see if you can guess how to do it. I'm going to set this up as a challenge for you because I already did it for posts. I didn't want to waste any time. Okay, so pause this video and try to see if you can get it. If you did, awesome. If not, you can hop in the Discord, which is in the description down below, and the entire Prodigies community will help you out. I'll be in there as well, but the community will be more than happy to give you the answers. Okay, so let's see who can get the answer first. All right, so the final thing we need in this nav bar is the user widget. So I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this so we can build this out as well. Now the user widget is a very simple component. So let's just go into the global folder right here. And I'm going to create a new folder called user widget. And inside that, an index.tsx, a notification.tsx, and a user.tsx. And inside the index.tsx, we're going to do the following. So we're going to have a component, and this component is going to have image, group ID, and user ID. And basically, we're going to check for notifications. Okay, so we're going to pass notifications in here. And if there's anything, we can also have the message so the user can click on that. And then we're going to have the user avatar. So let's go ahead and build out these small components as well. So the message component is from our icons. Okay, so that's good. So make sure you install this, import this from our icons folder, okay? And for the notifications, let's go into the notification folder. It's a very small component. We're going to need the glass sheet. So let me just quickly import this one more time. All right, looks great. So this is going to be a client component, and we're going to have a glass sheet right here, and we're going to have a div in here. You can change this, all right? I think I just forgot about it, but basically we can show the notification from here, all right? So now I'm going to go back into index, and I'm just going to import the notification if you haven't, and next one is the user avatar. So I'm going to go into the user folder. So let me just quickly import this. Actually, we need to create that component, right? So let me just quickly get this user component right here. And inside this component, we're going to do the following. First, make it a client component. Then the following props. We need image, group ID, and user ID. Okay. Next, we're going to need the avatar right here. So we're going to get we're going to say use Clerk, and we're going to get the sign out from here, so the user can sign out from that. And in here, we need to essentially say untrack presence. So this is for the real-time presence feature from Supabase. Okay, so basically it's an async function that says Supabase client.channel.tracking.untrack, because they're now offline. Okay, and the next thing here is we're going to dispatch. We're going to get use dispatch. And after that, we're going to say const on logout. So when the user tries to log out, we're going to first untrack the user's presence. Then we're going to dispatch saying the user is offline. So even in our state, it actually turns off. And finally, we're going to import sign out from Clerk. Okay. And then we're going to put the redirect URL to the root domain. Okay. And the next is we're going to have a drop down here so we can show all these options. Okay. That's literally it. So we're going to have the settings, and we're going to have a button to log out. Okay. So the dropdown is going to have the user's avatar icon in there, right? And after that, down here, we're going to have the settings page, and that's group/group ID/settings. Okay. And final option they're going to get access to, which is the logout, and that's why we needed this. And the on click is what's going to help fire this on logout function. Okay. So let's go back up and let's import our user widget. So I'm going to go back to navbar index.tsx under the components folder. And now I can import this amazing component. All right. And there you go, guys. We now have a user icon. Okay. How amazing is this? So now that we're pretty much done with this setup, I think we can go into the settings page. So the reason why I'm doing the settings page first and we're not actually going to the explore page is because inside the settings page, we're going to have some options to actually set whether the user is now, whether the account or the group can now be public or private. Okay. So open up your folder structure. You want to go into group ID, and you're going to find the settings page right here. Okay. Inside the settings page, you want to create the following files and folders. So we're going to say page.tsx, just like this. And inside this page.tsx, we're going to have all of the stuff that we need. Okay. So now if you return a component in here, I'm just going to call this group settings page, just like this. Now, if I click on settings, let's see what happens. All right. And just like that, it sends me into the group settings page. And if I go back, of course, it's going to take me to the group page itself. And there you go. Also, the channels are also being updated. You can remove this if you'd like. I don't think we should actually put this in here because it's the settings page, but I just wanted to pretty much show you that the sidebar items will also change. So this component is going to get access to the params, right? So we need the params because we need the group ID. So let's go ahead and destructure that from the props. Okay, just like that. So you're going to say params like this. And in here, you're going to say params as an object is going to have group ID, and group ID is going to be a string. Now inside this, we're going to first return a div. So I'm going to backspace all of this, and I'm going to return a div in here. And inside this div, another div with the following class names. And the next thing we need in here is a settings. So an h3 called settings. And we need a paragraph with the following description. So just put whatever you want. Don't waste don't waste your time. But I'm just showing you what you need to put in there. And finally, we're going to need the group settings form. So after this div, we're going to create another component in here called group settings form. Now this component is going to be under the form components folder. So let's go into that folder. So in your components folder, you're going to see forms. Create another form in here called group -settings, just like this. And inside that, an index.tsx and a schema.typescript. Now inside the index.tsx, just return a component and change it to group settings form. And this component is going to take in a prop called group ID, which we're also going to destructure from here. Finally, we're going to need another hook in here. So let's go ahead and create that hook. So this hook is called use group settings. Okay, so let's go ahead and build it out. Let me just get that real quick. So open up your folder structure, scroll down to hooks, and you're going to find the groups folder. So you want to scroll through it all the way to the bottom, and we're going to do the following. Now there's a lot of stuff in here, so I'm going to do this one by one. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say export const, and we're going to set this to an arrow function just like this. And the first thing is we're going to get all the user info using use query. So let's go ahead and say use query. We're going to import this and we're going to pass in the query key, which is a group info. And in here, we need on group info, which is an action that we already created. So let's go ahead and import that as well. And now we need to pass in the group ID. The group ID is going to come from here, which is a string. Next thing we need here is the content of the group. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that as well. So this is const JSON content is data.group.json description, which is not equal to null. And we're just going to see if this is true. If this is true, we're going to parse the JSON data and we're going to get the JSON description from it and we're going to set it as a string. Okay. And then the next thing is we need to also create a state down here. So I think, okay, we have to put it down here actually. So we're going to say const on JSON description is set JSON, and set JSON description is going to be use state. And this is going to have the JSON content. And this JSON content we need to actually import. So just give me 1 second. Okay, so this JSON content actually comes from another library that we're going to be using to make our editor for users to create posts or just create an about page, a landing page, all that kind of fun stuff, okay? Now we're going to be using Novel. Now Novel is a Notion style editor that allows us to create text, images, pretty much anything you want, right? And the best part is it's very simple to integrate and it gives us a block-like structure to create elements. So for example, if you put the backslash, that command opens up a pop-up, and in the pop-up you can create custom elements that you want to render, and you can probably give users the ability to create a website, a landing page, about page, even the post body, or the course module body. Literally whatever you want can be enhanced with the power of the Novel editor. Okay, so this is what we're going to be using. So the first thing we need to do is we need to install Novel. So let's go ahead and do that. So go ahead, open up your terminal. You're going to quit your terminal here. And I was actually using Prisma Studio here. So I'm just going to delete this. And inside the terminal, you want to say bun add, and you want to paste the Novel. Actually, let me just type this instead. So Novel, just like this, and hit enter. Okay, and just like that, the package is installed. So let's go up all the way to the top, and we need to install our JSON content from Novel. Okay, I think we might need types. Let me just take a look. Okay, and now we scroll to the bottom. You should see that error disappear. Okay, so after this, we need to create another state. So I'm going to create a state in here, and I'm going to say on description and set on description. And this is going to be string or undefined. And we're going to set its default value to data.group.description or undefined. Now, the next thing we need to do for the user group settings is we need a form, right? So when we need a form, try to guess what do we need for a form to be to have error handling and stuff like that. We've done this 100 times. So pause this video and take it up as a challenge. Try to guess what should I write here to start creating a form, start creating some error handling and states for our form. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. So we are going to use the use form hook. I hope you remember that. And if you got that answer, great job to you. You have been paying attention. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. It's very simple. We just need to invoke use form. And just like usual, we're going to use Z from Zod. And we also need the Zod resolver. So let's go ahead and import that as well. Now we're going to need the schema group settings, which we don't have, of course. So let's go ahead and build that out. So open up your folder structure, and inside the group settings under forms right here, you're going to see an index.tsx file. Inside that, you want to create a schema.typescript file. Okay, looks like we already created that. All right, sorry about that. So just go to that schema file, and we need to do the following. So first, we're going to create two constants. Now you can move this constant to the constant file, but for now, I'm just going to keep it in here because we are going to need this from other files as well. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it, and it doesn't really matter. You can move it if you'd like. So the first one is max upload file size. This is usually for, this is for Uploadcare. So I'm going to put that in here, and then accepted file types. I'm going to put PNG, JPEG, and JPG. And then for the schema, what I need is name, description. We're going to need the icon, thumbnail, HTML description, and JSON description. I'm going to explain what this is in just a second. And then we have some refined fields, okay? These refined fields essentially look at the icon, look at the length, make sure the upload size is less than the max upload size. And if that's true, then we return true here. So only then will it upload it. And for the second refine, we are doing the thumbnail. So the thumbnail for the group essentially, right? And in here, same thing. We have the pretty much making sure it's less than the max upload size. And if so, we return true. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the schema. Let's go ahead and import it now. Now we have access to all the form stuff. So let's go ahead and pretty much start using it when we need. Okay, so the first thing is I need to create a state for the preview icon and the set preview icon. This way, when the user sets that, we can put it into we can pretty much store it in this state, and then we can send that. Okay, next we need the thumbnail. So same thing here. I'm just going to put that here as well. Now I'm going to have a use effect in here. So let's go ahead and say use effect, and we're going to say const previews. We're going to watch right here. We're going to watch for any changes. And if this updates, then we're going to get the thumbnail and the icon from the watch function. And this is going to essentially search and make sure that we have some data in there. And if we have some data, then we're going to extract it and we're going to set that as the preview icon. So this way, when the user first uploads an image or file, we can essentially preview what that file would look like. Next, after this use effect, we're going to create another function called onSetDescriptions. And this one is going to essentially stringify all the description, and we're going to set the values as well. Now, you might ask, why do we need this JSON description and the HTML description? Well, in Novel, here's how it works. You get two formats of data for your entire editor. You get the JSON data and the HTML data. Now, rendering JSON can be it's not going to be very performant. So for that reason, we are using JSON just to pretty much, render out one version of it. But when we make the first paint, that is, when the user is only seeing it, not making any edits to it, that time we're using the HTML version. Right, so the HTML version will instantly paint onto the onto the DOM without any errors, without any issues or any delays. But the JSON version might take some time. So only when the user is trying to edit the file or edit maybe the about page or edit some sort of description or the post, only then are we going to swap from the HTML version to the JSON version. Okay, I hope that makes sense. If not, if you have some questions, just reach out in the Discord. Everybody will help you out. Okay. Next, after this, we're going to have another use effect, and based on the description, we're just going to listen for that and on change. So if something changes here, we're going to invoke this onSetDescriptions. Next, after this use effect, we're going to use mutation. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that as well. So I'm going to say use mutation just like this, and I'm going to import it, and I'm going to destructure all these values. Now let's see if you remember what we were doing so far. This is called pattern recognition. When you understand a pattern of what you are typing, that way you already know what to type first. So what do you think is the first thing that we would want inside the mutation or inside the use mutation hook? Well, the first thing is a key. Remember, even for the query, we also have a query key. Same way, we have a mutation key. So let's go ahead and put the mutation key, and we're going to call this group settings. And now go ahead and pause and try to guess what is the next property that we need to change to make the mutation. All right, pause this video and try to guess. Okay, hopefully you got the right answer. If not, we need a mutation function. Remember, even for the query, we had a similar query function, right? Same way, this mutation function is required in here, right? So let's go ahead and bring that in as well. And now this is an arrow function, and in here, I'm going to make this an async function as well. Now this function is going to take in a property called values because it's a form, right? And that is going to be of type group setting schema. And in here, all we're doing is we're updating the data if the user provided those values. Okay, so in here, first thing is if values.thumbnail exists and the thumbnail length is greater than 0, that means they want to change the thumbnail. So we're going to first upload it. So let's go ahead and build this out. So you're going to open up your folder structure. You can go into your libs folder. And in here, you can create another file in here called upload. Actually, I don't think we need to. Oh, I think it's fine. Let's just say Uploadcare and say .typescript. And inside this, we're going to do the following. So we're going to say export const upload equal to new upload client. And this upload client comes from, guess what? Uploadcare. So let's go ahead and get that as well. So you want to go back into your Uploadcare documentation, or which is also your dashboard. Just click on Get Started if you're kind of lost, and then you want to click on Nextjs. Then you want to copy this, or actually, I'm going to use a different package, guys, because I think this is not going to give me, well, this gives me the uploader. We also need another package, okay? So just copy this. We need the starting of this, but we're going to need another part of it. So I'll just type it down here for you. So you're going to say bun add and paste this, but then you're going to change React upload to upload dash client, just like this. And go ahead and hit enter, and that should install the package for us. Okay, awesome. Now we can go back into our file, and now we can import our upload client. So our upload client comes from this specific folder, which is the this package. So go ahead and import that. And now this is going to need an object with some properties in here, and that is the public key, okay? And our public key can, of course, be found in our dashboard. So you want to go into API keys, and you're going to find something here called public key, okay? So copy this, and you're going to go into your environment file, and you're going to populate the public key. Now, you're also going to need an Uploadcare secret key. So just create a secret key right here, and then you want to show key, and make sure you copy this, and now you can paste it in here as well. Awesome. So now let's go back, and in here, the public key is going to be equal to process.env, just like this, upload, not this one actually. All right, guys, so just a quick change here. We're going to change this from Uploadcare public key to next_public_Uploadcare public key, okay? I'm not sure if you would be having this or not, so you have to make the change as well, all right? So I'm going to copy this, and you want to put the same thing. Okay, I made a spelling error here. Okay, it's just public with a C, not with a K. And down here, you want to do the same thing, so put this in front of it as well. And now we can close this, and I think this should be good to go. And just copy that variable so you can paste it in here. And then you want to set this to as string. So now it's no longer going to scream at you, okay? So now you can go back and import this upload from libs Uploadcare, and that's pretty much it. So upload.upload files, and we're just going to push the values.thumbnail if the user wanted to upload a thumbnail. Next thing is we're going to need to create an action, which is on update group settings, okay? So let's go ahead, open up your folder structure. You want to go up into actions, you want to click into groups, and you want to scroll down all the way to the bottom, and we're going to say the following. Now, this is a little longer than usual, so please pause and type, okay? Please pause the video, type it out so you understand what you're typing. So just follow through with me. It's all going to make sense, okay? So export const on update group settings is an async function. We are taking in all these properties. And for the type, we can take icon, the image, name, description, JSON description, and HTML description. So individually, you can change. Now, you can also make one query with this, but this way, I thought it would make more sense for people who are reading it, right? So this way, even if you don't know how to code, it's very easy to understand this code, right? So in here, if the image changed, then what we're doing is we have a try catch, and we're saying group.update for this group ID. We're just changing the thumbnail, okay? Same thing for the icon. So we're seeing the icon here, if it exists. If it's a type of icon, then we're changing the data, setting icon to content. Similarly, I want you to pause the video and take this up as a challenge and build it out for description, name, JSON description, HTML description as well. So all of the remaining types right here, okay? Go ahead, pause this video, give it a shot, and if you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you exactly how to get the answer. Okay, great job. Hopefully you got it right. If you wrote this, great job to you. Okay, so the next thing for description is exactly the same. You're just going to say description, and then you're going to say group.update for this group ID. You're going to change the description to the following content. Okay, next for name, same thing. We're just going to change the name to the following content. For JSON description, we're just going to change it to the content, and same thing for HTML description as well. Next, we're going to need to revalidate this path. So I'm going to import it from Nextcache, just like this. And that should solve that error. All right, now I'm just going to go back in here into our index.typescript file right under groups, and I'm going to import the server action. And it looks like I also need a toaster. I'm just going to import that as well. And that's it. So all we have to do is pass in the ID, the type that we want to update, and we're going to pass in the ID in here as well, along with the path, right? So group slash group ID and settings, and then it's going to invalidate this path basically. Okay, that's pretty much it. And finally, if it's some sort of error happened, then we're just going to throw an error, or we're just going to show an error, sorry. Now, after this green bracket, we are going to do the following. So we're going to say if values.icon, if the icon exists, then we're going to do the exact same thing. There's nothing different. We're just going to change the values, okay? So I want you to pause this video and try to do the exact same thing for the name, description, the JSON description, and if you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. All right, great job. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, no worries. This is exactly what you need to do. So same thing here. We're going to check if the values has .name. I mean, if it has a name in there. Same for description. Same for the JSON description as well. Okay. If it has the name, we're going to fire the same exact server action, and we're going to just change this to name. Okay. And here values.name as well. And then same thing down here for description. Okay. We're going to say description, values.description, and same exact path. And then same thing for JSON description as well. So even though this looks really, really long, it's actually very short. So this is why you shouldn't get overwhelmed by just looking at code, okay? Technically, code is literally like English. It literally speaks about what it's doing. I mean, at least JavaScript does that. I don't know about C++ and C#. It kind of scares me, but you guys get the point. Before you judge the code, read it, okay? It's not difficult. I see so many students inside the Discord asking for help, and the error is literally in front of their face. It tells where the error is and what the error is as well. But then they just say, hey, I don't know how to do this. Please help me. And then nobody helps them because that kind of an error does not deserve any help, okay? I'm just being completely honest. Now, I know some people are just getting started, and if you're just getting started, I understand. But I want you to first attempt. That's the whole point of this, okay? Just attempt, try to change, try to fix it. And if you really cannot, tell people, hey, I tried this. Even though I tried it, it did not work. Please, I'm a newbie. Please help me, okay? And people will help you, all right? So read your code, read whatever you write before you ask questions, before you doubt what you have written, or before you judge the complexity of the code. Now, after this, there's one more step we need to do. So right down here, hit enter, and we're going to say if there's value.description does not exist, and all of these do not exist, then we're going to say the form is empty. If not, we're going to say the form is, all the data is updated. Now, after this bracket down here, you want to create router for basically use router. So let's go ahead and import it from Next Navigation. And after this, we're going to create a handle submit. So let's go ahead and say on update equal to handle submit. And we're going to basically pass in this arrow function with the update here and the values inside it. Next, we're going to check if everything is successful, then push the user to group create. Sorry, guys, if the data is, if the response is not 200, then we're going to send the user to group/create, okay? Not if it is successful. And then once that is done, we're going to return all of the stuff we created, right? So the data, register, errors on update is pending, preview icon. Just pause this and type it out, and then you should be good to go. Now I'm going to go back here really quick, and inside this group settings form, I'm going to import our cool hook in here. So now we can use it. Next, we're going to create a form in here, and we're going to pass in the on update as the on submit. Then we're going to create a div in here, and this div is going to have another div inside it. And inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph. Now, of course, we're not going to see anything. So let's go ahead and start our server saying bun run dev. And we also probably need to import this. So let me see if I can import that. Okay, you want to go into the settings page.tsx and just import it from here. Okay, so now the group settings form is also imported, and I'm also going to refresh the browser here. So in the meantime, this should spin up. All right, so the first thing I see is a beautiful error. So let's go ahead and fix this error. Looks like inside our group index.typescript file, we actually need to convert this component into a client component. So go ahead and change this up top to use client, just like this, and that should solve the problem. And the next problem I see is inside the group settings index.tsx. This is using a hook in here. So guess what? This also has to be a use client component. Let's go ahead and refresh and see what happens now. Okay, so the next thing is I saw this error here saying that there's nothing inside icon. So inside the use effect under groups index.typescript, this use effect right here where we have this index at 0, if there's no icon, I'm just going to return. And the reason is because by default, we don't have anything in here, right? Because we did not set any settings for this page. So that's why we don't have any data. So it's going to throw an error. So the best way is usually to just use TypeScript. I don't think this is using TypeScript. There you go. That's why any is failing, right? So you want to make sure you're using good type case as much as possible. That way you don't bump into such errors. So now going back to our index.tsx for the group settings, we can now continue our form. So the first thing I'm going to do in here is after this paragraph, I'm going to create a group card component, and this card component needs to be created. So just give me 1 second. So you're going to open up the folder structure. You're going to go into Explore, and Explore is something that we did not create yet, right? So go into App, and you want to create a folder in here, and this is a route group, and we're going to call this Discover just like this. And inside that, we're going to create another folder in here, and this folder is called Explore. And I'm going to drag this folder inside Discover. And inside Explore, I'm going to have an underscore components folder, and this components folder is going to have our group card. So group-card, just like this, .tsx. And now I can return a component from here, just like this, and I'm going to rename it to group card. So now going back to our file, which is the group settings file, we can now import this group card. Now let's go ahead and just fix up this component so we see something. So the first thing we need is the props. So ID, name, category, created at, user ID, thumbnail, description, privacy, and preview. And then of course, I'm also going to destructure from here to get all the values from the props. And next, I'm just going to return a link that essentially returns the image, the preview image for the thumbnail. Okay, so I'm going to import a link component. Let's go ahead and import that from next link. We also need the card component, so I'm going to import this one as well. And then we're using the default image tag, right? Not the image tag from Nextjs, and the reason is because of Nextjs15. I mean, it's just acting up really weird, right? So you want to put that in here as well. And now you want to go into your utils file all the way at the bottom, and you want to put the following helper function, which is called truncate string, okay? And this is going to say return slice 0 to 60 plus ... just like this. So let's go back here, and now I'm going to bring this in just like this. And now we can have the description and just have some dots to just fill up the space. All right, so now that we are done with this component, we can go back right up here and we can continue from our group card. So next we're going to have a label right under the group card. We're going to have a label that says thumbnail upload. And just go ahead and import our label component, and you want to import our input component as well. And this input component is of type file. But this file is actually wired up to the thumbnail. Now after this, I'm just going to create a div in here. And then after that, inside that, we want to create a paragraph tag. Now after this paragraph right here, we're going to have another image tag. And this image tag is going to render out the preview icon for this, okay? Next, we're going to need another label. So right down here, I'm going to say label just like this with the following styles. And this is going to be the icon upload button. Finally, after this div right here, all right, guys, so I just made a quick error. So before we go down here, you want to drag all of this image stuff, the label, just grab all of this and drag it into this div, okay? And save that, and that should kind of reorganize itself. So now when you move it along, you can see it kind of wrap like that. Now after this div right here, go ahead and hit enter. And you want to create another div in here. And inside this, we're going to bring in our magical form generator component. So let's go ahead and import that component. And we're going to pass in the default value as the group name. And next, right after the form generator, we're going to need another label for the group description. And we're going to use the block editor, and we're going to put this in here. And this block editor is another component, so let's go ahead and get that as well. Now, there's a lot of stuff in this block editor, so please pay close attention. So you want to scroll down here inside your components, go into global, and you want to create another component in here called rich-text-editor, just like this. And inside that, an index.tsx. And inside that index.tsx, we're going to have a bunch of, we're going to have the component, the main component in here. So just please follow through with me. So I'm going to return a component just like this, and I'm going to rename it to the block text editor. Next, I'm going to get in all my props, and my props are the content, a setter, the min max for the length, the name, any errors, the text content, the setter for that, on edit, so if the user is trying to edit it, inline, disabled, and the HTML version, as well as the setter for that. And now don't forget to also destructure everything from the props. And now the first thing we're going to do in here is we're going to create a bunch of states. And these states are going to help us understand when the node is opened, when a link is opened, or basically some data that we're going to need for this editor. So just say open node, open link, open color, and characters. Okay, so go ahead and import the use state, and that should do the job. So if you don't know what this is, you don't know what the node is, then you can look at the novel documentation, but it's essentially just that when you type the backslash, you see something show up, right? Those are all nodes. Now the other thing up here is you're going to see some type errors. So I'm going to quickly import field errors, JSON content, and that should solve those bugs as well. Now let's go back and quickly import the block editor so we don't see this bug anymore. One more error inside the groups. So hooks, groups, index.typescript at this function. Let me just show you which, this hook, the use search hook. If you scroll down, you're going to notice data.group.json description not equal to null. So if it's undefined, this actually might pass through because it's a different type in itself, right? Because if you hover over JSON description, it can also be undefined. So the best thing to do here would just be to say, if the JSON description exists, only then do the following. Okay, so if you want to change it everywhere else, you can do that as well. And if you refresh the page, I don't think I will see that error anymore. Okay, there we go. Now let's go back to our block editor right in here, which is rich text editor inside the global folder, and we can continue from here. And also guys, if you don't know which folder I'm on, or for some reason, maybe I skipped mentioning it, you can see the path up top right here. Okay, so you can pause the video and you can search for which folder it is, and you can also see the tree. So the first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to check, actually, let me keep the div. And inside this, I'm going to check if the HTML content exists and if they're not editing and it's an inline text. Okay, so if all of this exists, then only am I going to render the HTML version. Okay, if not, I'm going to render out the editor version, and I'm going to pass in all the JSON data. So go ahead and say HTML content like this and not editing, and in line. If this is true, then render out the HTML parser. If not, I'm just going to render something like this. I'm just going to render out a React fragment for now. Now go ahead and open up your folder structure. You want to scroll up to global, create another folder, and you want to call it HTML-parser. Okay, just like this. And inside this, create an index.tsx. And it's a very simple component, but we're going to need another library for this because we're going to need to kind of re-render our content to HTML. Okay, so go ahead, open up your terminal. You're going to quit the terminal just like this. And you're going to say bun add, and you're going to say HTML-react-parser and hit add. Okay, and that should install successfully. So now we can go ahead and use this package. So all the way up top, I'm just going to go ahead and kind of re-import just to solve that TypeScript error. Okay, great job. Awesome. So this parser is going to need the HTML, which is a string, of course. And we are basically using a use effect in here to check if everything is mounted. And based on that, we are rendering data. Okay, and the reason is because it helps us prevent hydration errors, right? Because there's no, I guess we can't really mount HTML or mount HTML to the DOM when we are in the server, right? So that's why. So just create a state here to see if it's mounted, and then we're just going to have a use effect. So this means when the component is mounted only will this run, right? And then after that, we're just going to create a div here with the following class names, and we're just going to say if it's mounted, then parse all the HTML. So now let's go back into this component right here, and now we can install the HTML parser component, okay? And you shouldn't see any errors, but I think this is just TypeScript, so we will continue now. So the next thing is we're going to need a bunch of a bunch of tools from the novel editor. So let's go ahead and import that. So we need the editor bubble. Okay, why is this not working? All right, I think we need to first use it because we have some linters and stuff. It's not actually working. So okay, let's just do it piece by piece. So first thing we need is the editor root, just like this. Go ahead and import that from novel. And then we're going to have the editor content. Okay, so I'm going to import that from novel as well. And don't forget to say run dev and then refresh the browser. Also, one more thing, guys. We need to change this to a client component because we have use state inside it, right? So I'm just going to change it to use client, just like this. And let me also refresh in here. So I think we are seeing this because we did not complete everything or the setup itself. So we might need to just push through and try to understand just purely based on code. But regardless, it's just going to be, if an editor shows, right, it's just going to be an area. That's pretty much it. So let's try to kind of just push through and see if this solves the error. And if it doesn't, we will come back to it, okay? Because the editor actually has some setup. You can take a look at the docs if you need to. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass all those, all the important stuff, okay? So first thing is the editor props. I know this is important, so I'm going to go and pass this in as well. And basically what this is it's just an object, right? And the first thing is the editable property. So it's an arrow function that returns a Boolean. So since this can be disabled, right? Because sometimes we just want to show some data, that time we're just going to set editable to false. Okay, so we're just going to send this here. And then next is we're going to have the handle DOM elements. This is just part of how they want us to set it up. Okay, we're going to have the key down event. We're going to put an arrow function. We're going to get the first two props, values here. And we're also going to say handle command navigation. And this actually comes from novel itself. So let's go ahead and import that. So you want to scroll all the way to the top and you're going to say import handle command navigation. And that comes from novel extensions. Just quickly tested it out as well. And yes, we need to actually complete all of this. I think there's just one more error that I'll have to fix. I'm not entirely sure if we can move on without solving that error, but we'll get to that. But basically, we need to put the setup for the editor to even show, okay? And there's a bunch of stuff we have to do. So please pause the video and follow through with me so that everything makes sense, okay? So right above the editor props right here, I know we also had some attributes and some classes in here, but before this, we also want to pass in a custom class for the editor itself, okay? So I'm going to import cn function, and I'm going to say if this is an inline element, then we're going to show this specific type of style. If not, we'll show something else. Then the next prop we need is initial content. So if initial content exists, we're just going to pass in this content in here. And then finally, down here, we're going to need to pass in an onUpdate function, okay? So let's go ahead and import that as well. So we're going to say onUpdate, we're going to pass in the editor. And in here, we're going to say const.json equal to editor.getJSON. Const text is editor.getText. And if the HTML set content exists, this is basically the setter, right? The dispatch function. Then we're just going to say HTML equal to editor.getHTML, okay? And then in here as well, we're going to set the content inside the setter. Then we're going to set the content to the JSON, set text to text, and set the characters to the length of the text. We can then use these characters to determine the length of the field, okay? That's why we need the state. Then next, we're going to need another extension, okay? And you can provide any number of extensions you want, but basically these extensions allow us to pretty much create our custom elements and do literally whatever you want with the editor, right? So the first thing is the default extensions. Now the default extensions comes from a file in here. So you're going to create something in here called extensions.typescript. And inside this file, we're going to do a bunch of stuff. So the first one is the tip-tap image extension, okay? So we're going to do this. We're going to say const tip-tap image equal to tip-tap image and import that from novel extensions dot extend. We're going to say add pros mirror plugin. It's just a plugin here, right? So we're going to bring that in. And then the next thing we need is the upload images plugin. And this one comes from the same novel plugins. So let's go ahead and install that as well. And then in here, we're going to have CX, which is a class variant authority. You can also use CN. I think I just use CX here, so I'm just going to use that. Okay. So you're going to import this plugin down here, and then we're going to configure it. Okay. This is, by the way, this is all documentation. Don't expect, you to know all of this stuff, because this is all part of what they require to kind of create an extension and configure it with your editor. Okay, so don't worry if you don't understand, because nobody does. All right, so in here we're just going to configure. We're going to say allow base64, and we're going to pass in the HTML attributes, which is the class attribute with the custom style. And the other thing is, with this extension, you can also, like I said, you can extend the placeholders, right? You can configure them. So let's also go ahead and do that. So we're going to say placeholder equal to placeholder from novel extension. So this is the extension that we're storing in here. Then we're going to say tip tap link. Let's go ahead and install this as well. .configure. So this is for the link part. And we're just going to pass in the class name for it. After that, we're going to have a task list, right? So let's go ahead and install the task list, the task list as well from here. And we're going to have some styles for that as well. Now you can go into GitHub and you can just copy all of the configuration and you can paste it in here just to save time. And then we'll just run through them. Okay. So I just went ahead and grabbed everything. This is what we did. So horizontal rule, let's go ahead and import that from the extension. Then we also have something called starter kit. Let's go ahead and install that as well. And this starter kit is going to have the bullet list, order list, list item, block quote, the code block, and code. Okay, and this directly comes from them itself, from their editor itself. They already created for you. So we're just bringing that extension and just using that. And finally, we're going to export all the extensions directly from here. And we also need two more items. So I'm going to import the updated image and the task item. Okay, I really hope you're building this with me. Please pause, type so you understand what you're doing. Okay, now I'm going to go back into the index file and I'm going to import my default extensions. Okay, awesome. The next extension is the / command. So go ahead, open up your folder structure, create /command.tsx, and inside this folder, we're going to essentially build that backslash. Okay. So I just want to point something out before we start coding this part. So how this works is when you type the backslash, there are some suggestions that the editor would provide you, right? That backslash suggestion is what we're trying to configure now. So when they do show these suggestions, what are we supposed to do? Let's say we have a title element called text, right? In this configuration, we're going to have some settings that's going to allow us to pretty much set the title, the default text, what does a user have to search to kind of get that command block, and also maybe if we need to fire off a callback function that can pretty much save some data or do some processes, whatever it is, that's how we can do it inside this file, okay? So if you want to extend anything, just keep in mind that you can come into this file and you can pretty much change the / command configuration, or you can add more onto this. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import the Uploadcare import that we just created. So let's go ahead and get that. And the next thing is I'm going to say export const suggestions equal to create suggestion item. And we're going to invoke that and pass in an empty array. And inside this empty array, it's just going to take an object with the types of suggestions that you want for the backslash. So here I'm going to say send feedback. And this is one, and it says, let us know how we can improve. And we're going to use the icon, which is the message square plus icon with size 18, and this is the callback function. So we're going to say editor.chain.focus delete range.run. This is just part of their their configuration script. Okay, so just put it in here, and then we're going to say window.open feedback or underscore blank, so you can send the user to a different page. Next thing we're going to need, which is more relevant to our case, which is the text. Okay, so let's go ahead and import the text icon from Lucid React. And just like that, we have the title, description, the search for the specific block, the icon, and the command. So for the command, we're doing the same thing, right? Chain.focus, delete range, pass in the range. We're going to toggle this specific node, which is the paragraph, and we're just going to say .run. Next, we need a to-do list, so I'm going to go ahead and do this as well. Please pause the video and just read through this. It's the same exact thing, just a different setup, okay? So I'm just going to quickly put the next one as well, which is heading 1, and this is another text, another icon from Lucid React, and we're literally doing the exact same process. And I'm also going to do heading 2 and heading 3, which is literally the same thing. So let's go ahead and import this and import this as well. And then we're going to need the bullet list and the numbered list. So bullet list is going to be like this with the following. So we're going to say title bullet list, and the search term for this is point or unordered. Okay, you can also do U if you want. That's totally fine. And the numbered list is this icon, which is a list order, and we're going to have the ordered as the search term. Next, we're going to have quote right here, and this quote is a text quote, so I'm going to import this. And we're going to have the code block, so I'm going to import the code block as well. And then for this one, you can see the search terms as well. Now the next one is for image. Now image is slightly different, but it's going to give you a good idea as to what you need to do in case you want to upload a video or something more complex. We're also doing videos, but we are using a little bit of a hack, and I'm going to show you how we were able to get $0 hosting. We don't have to host the video. Somebody else hosts the video, and we just render it out right here. And School is actually doing the exact same thing. They don't even let you host videos in their platform. They just let you use an external source. So they save thousands of dollars per month. Okay, so here I'm just going to go ahead and import the image icon. And for this, the command is an arrow function, right? We're going to get the editor and the range, of course. So we're just going to say the same command again right here, but here we're going to upload the image first. So we're going to say document.createElement input. We're going to say input.type is file and image. And then we're also going to say input.onChange. So we're literally firing an onChange. We're saying if the input.files.length exist, then we're going to get that file. Then we're going to say uploadcare. Upload, let me actually get this real quick. So upload just like this. So import upload.upload file, and we're going to pass in that file right in here. Okay. And then next thing we're going to do is we're going to say image source is the following. So ucare, this is basically Uploadcare's file location, and then I'm just going to pass in the UUID. And then if the image source exists, if we got everything back, I'm going to say editor.command.insert content, and we're going to pass in this content along with the source. And inside the JSON, essentially, we can render this out. And finally, at the bottom, we're going to do input.click. So it's kind of like a hacky way. And then the final one at the bottom is the trick that I discovered as to how to save thousands of dollars in a course hosting platform. Okay, so I'm going to break down how I discovered that, and I want you to actually think like an entrepreneur as well. So let's just quickly jump into our Excalidraw. Now, whenever you're building a SaaS, you want to make sure your application is as MVP as possible. Now, what does this mean? This means that if you're not embarrassed about your first application release, that means you probably spent a lot of time. So let's be honest, I'm not that embarrassed with the project that I'm releasing right now to you guys, but I just want to say that if I was actually building the real MVP version of this, it would have absolutely nothing but a login portal, and it would have the courses. That's it, nothing else crazy, right? So I just want to say that that's the first part in building a SaaS. And this is exactly what I teach every single student. Do not build more than what you're supposed to build. The next problem that we faced is if we had to host videos, that means we have to deal with a lot of data. And courses are usually 1 hour or 2 hours long sometimes. So you can imagine how much data we will need to store in our database. This also means that our costs will also increase. I mean, there's no harm in this because some people might just be a video hosting platform or something like that, and that's totally fine. But the point here is we're not going to be making money through advertisements, or we're not going to be able to give the user a limit on how much videos they can upload, because then all their courses become limited. So as a result, this would not pass as MVP. We do not need the user to upload a video in order to be able to use our platform because there's always a workaround. So I want you to think, what do you think is a workaround here if we could potentially leverage another source? How do you think we can combat this problem so the user has unlimited videos and they're probably going to spend a smaller fee on a different platform? And how would they already have that software? If maybe they already have it, right? And if they already have that software, that makes it so much easier. So try to guess, what do you think is the solution here? Okay, hopefully you guessed correctly. If not, no problem. I'm just going to show you how I strategized. So the first thing I know that people who are creating courses, who are they? Well, they're course creators, right? And course creators are, of course, going to be also content creators because it's not very easy to get leads if you don't have content, right? And if you don't have content, remember you're not gonna make a single dollar. Okay, doesn't matter if you're just selling courses or selling services, agency services, doesn't matter. So they are going to be creating some sort of content as well. Now, there's a new outreach strategy, and this is something that I teach inside Prodigies University, but I'll be more than happy to actually show it to you, okay? It's a new type of outreach strategy that we use, which is called Loom Outreach, okay? And this is how I was able to get high-ticket clients. I'm talking about 5-figure deals, okay? Not 4-figure, 5-figure projects. So what's the trick here? All these course creators, they all have the software called Loom, right? And the reason is they're probably using it to make money right now by sending Loom outreach messages to their clients. Imagine if we told them, all right, we're going to use the same software inside our tool right in here, and you can now host your videos without even needing to upload anything. So it's almost instantaneous. So now all that the user has to do is record a Loom video, or they can also upload a video into Loom, and then they can grab that link and they can paste that link in here, right? Inside our application. And the other benefit of using Loom is you get animated thumbnails, right? And with the help of this, you can actually show some animations, or you can show like a preview of the video itself, and you can do a lot of customization. And this is why I think Loom is an amazing way to kind of host videos, not on our application, but give the user the ability to select whatever video they want, host it on a different platform, take off thousands of dollars of fees from our platform, and that way we can ensure that we have 100% profits. Well, it's not going to be 100%, but I'm just saying, right? We're going to have a higher profit margin. Now, eventually in the future, the goal is to have our own hosting platform. That means we have to host for them. Now, why should we do this? Why is it ideal to do this in the future? Well, the reason is because first, we want them to use our platform for as long as possible, right? The longer they use it, the more money we make. Very straightforward. Now, a community platform is a very sticky model. And the reason is because, let's say if we have a community application like Drupal up and running and someone purchases an account, then if they have, let's say they got around 1,000 paying members, when do you think they will leave the platform? Probably never, right? So it's a very, very sticky solution. Now, even better, imagine all their videos were also hosted inside our application. So they hosted their videos inside here, and downloading those videos are going to take some time as well, right? They might even be like, you know what, I'm not going to waste so much time just downloading it. I might as well just use the same platform. So it gives them a better experience when it comes to just staying on our platform for as long as possible. Now, yes, for some people, this might sound a little dark. For some people, you can capitalize on this opportunity. I'm just here to show you how you can maximize your profits. That's basically the goal. So for the rest of you who think this is not nice, well, then think about all the other applications out there. What do you think all the other softwares are doing? Well, they want you to use your platform as long as possible. So they make sure you get as used to the platform as possible and you genuinely use it. And of course, you find value in it, because if you don't find value in it, you're going to leave, right? But if you end up using it so much, you're going to consume more of what you're using. This is Alex Hormozi's formula as well. Customers should use your stuff more. The more they use your stuff, the longer they stay using them. And as a result, you make more money. So this is why eventually in the future, we should consider moving to self-hosted videos if it's needed. I mean, if people enjoy the experience, and you can do this through surveys and you can get some data, because we never want to make an assumption, right? This may not even be a necessity. We don't even need to do this. But what I'm saying is in the future, it could bring us a better return. So when we get feedback from customers, and they will tell you, trust me, they will literally send a message, they will post, they will literally reach out to you and say, hey, can I please host my videos in here? They will ask for this. That is the fastest way for you to improve, because customers are telling you what they want rather than you deciding or assuming what your customer wants. So there you go. So not only did we save money, right? We save money right here. We also make it very easy for them to upload a video, because they just have to get the link and just paste the link in here. We get animated thumbnails. We save on resources and storage. And the most important thing, we are able to go to market as fast as possible with only what is required for the user to start running their community. Because an MVP is not everything. It's just only what is required to run your business. All right, so now let's get back to coding. All right, I think that was a fun session, but let's understand how to complete all of the stuff, because I want to get that error to disappear. All right, so the next one is after this right here, which is after the image icon. We're going to put the final video, the video icon as well, okay? Because we also have the video embed link. So let's go ahead and import the video icon. And in here, we're essentially just going to say video source, which is window.prompt, video URL, and if the source exists, we're just gonna return and insert this content into our editor. And finally, scroll all the way to the bottom. We're gonna say export const / command equal to command.configure. And actually, I think we need to import this. Okay, this comes from Novel extension. So you want to say command.configure. You want to invoke it, pass in an object. And inside this, for the suggestions, you want to say item, which is an arrow function, and you want to render all these items. And these render items also comes from Novel extension. So let's go ahead and import that as well. All right, great job so far if you're still watching this video and you're pushing forward, because you are going to have the best project on your resume. And when they ask you some questions, you're at least going to know where to locate what. Okay, so let's go back really quick and let's import the / command that we just created. Okay, so it looks like I made a typo here. So I'm going to actually change the export to command, right? / command. And now I can go ahead and import that. The next thing we need is the character count. So let's go ahead and import from Novel extensions as well. And you can set the max property right here. I think we set it to 10,000 or 1,000 characters. I'm not sure. So go ahead and do that as well. And for placeholder, again, this is another extension. Let's import this as well. And we also have to import another component here called video. So let's go ahead and get that as well. So open up your folder structure. Inside here, you want to create another folder. You want to call it video.typescript. Probably not a good name, but it's fine for now. And you want to say export const video equal to node, which actually comes from TipTap Core. So we're going to need to install this library as well. So go ahead, open up the terminal, quit the terminal, and you're going to say bun add, and you're going to say add tiptap / core. Go ahead and install that, and now you can just refresh, and also say bun run dev. And now you can import this node from TipTap Core, and you're going to say .create, and this is an object in here. So let's go ahead and pass this in. And in here, we want to pass in the node, the name of that block. So we're going to say name, video, group block, selectable true, draggable true, and atom true. Next, for parse HTML, we're going to return an object, sorry, an array here with the tag iframe. And for add attributes, we're actually going to send in the source. But for now, we'll set it to default, which is null. And after this, we're going to have the render HTML, and this is going to give us this one basically. We're just destructuring it from the params, which is the HTML attribute, and then we're going to return an iframe, and we're going to merge all these attributes in here. So let's go ahead and import this from TipTap Core, and then let's pass in all our attributes. Finally, we want to add node view. Okay, this we're going to return a function here, and this first we're going to create a div, then we're going to say class name is equal to, and we're going to pass in the aspect ratio plus this, basically based on what the user is doing. So if it's editable, we're going to show the cursor. Okay, and then after that we have to pass in an iframe. So create an iframe here. We're going to set its width to 100, height to 100, and then just some properties. So pause the screen and please type this, and then we're going to append it to the div, and then finally we're going to return it on the DOM. Okay, so let's go back one more page and let's import this video component. All right, so now we also need this image component. So go in here into the rich text editor folder, and you're going to create another folder in here called image.typescript. And inside this, we're going to do the same thing as video, but just slightly different. So export const image equal node. Let's import it from TipTap core. .create. We're going to invoke this. And inside this, we're going to pass in the name, which is the image. And then we need the group, which is going to be block like this. And then we need selectable true, draggable true, and atom true. And for the parse HTML, this time we're not going to send an iframe. We're going to send back an image tag. And for add attributes, same thing. We're going to set the source to default, which is null. And then we're going to pass in the render HTML. In here, we're just going to say image, and we're going to merge all these attributes. So let's go ahead and import this one as well. And then finally, what to add. So what node are we adding, right? So we want to add node view, and we're going to return the following. So we're going to return a div here, and we're going to set some class names for this. So width as full, and if it's editable, so for editing, then we're going to say cursor pointer, and then we're going to pass in the image in here. We're going to create an image, sorry. And then we're going to attach a class name to it, which is aspect video, and with full, which is of course already done for you inside your global CSS file, so you should be good. And then we're going to say image.source is node.attributes.source, and we're just going to append this to the DOM. All right, now if we go back and let's try to import the image folder. The next thing I found is some weird TypeScript error. That's because we actually imported the wrong placeholder here. Okay, so go ahead and import placeholder, but this placeholder is going to come from a different package. So you're going to say placeholder from @tiptap/extension placeholder. And now let's scroll down here. All right, guys, so I'm still not sure why I'm seeing this TypeScript error here. You can just put TypeScript ignore and pretty much ignore that for now if you'd like. And if we see the error in the future or something happens, then we can figure it out. But so far, I mean, everything's working correctly. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Maybe we just made some errors inside the configuration. So if anyone finds this, do put it in the Discord. If I find it out later on, I'll also share it in the Discord, or I'll also probably put it in the video here. Okay. All right, next, inside the editor content, we're going to have the editor command. So let's go ahead and put that as well. And this editor command, of course, comes from Novel as well. And just go ahead, pause this video, and type out the following styles. Next, we're going to say editor command empty. So let's go ahead and import this empty component as well. And if that's true, I mean, we're just going to show this no results text inside. And after that, right down here, we're going to say the following. So suggestion items, which comes from /command. So let's go ahead and import that. We're going to say .map. And for each item, we're going to return a editor command item. So go ahead and import that from Novel as well. We're going to pass in the title, the command, literally all the props that we got, right? Including the class. So pause this, just type out this class name. We also need the key. And then we're going to have a div here with the icon that we set on those elements. And then we're also going to return the title and finally the description. And now since we have this command item, let's just go ahead and test it out. So if you say \, you will now see this amazing command menu. Now after this command down here, we're going to import the editor bubble. So let's go ahead and do that as well. And this comes from Novel, just like this. And we just need to provide some options here. So we're going to say placement top, and then we're also going to give it some class name. And then we need the node selector element. So let's go ahead and get that. So open up your folder structure, and inside the rich text editor, you're going to say node-selector.tsx. And in here, you're going to return a component, and you're going to rename it to node selector. Finally, let's provide the following props. We need the open state, which is a Boolean, and the onOpen change, which is a callback function. And I'm also going to destructure this from the props. And sorry, guys, I have a really bad cold. So if I sound like I'm struggling, I am actually struggling, okay? So please hit the like button so you can make me happy. All right, so let's proceed. Now, the next thing we need here is the use editor hook. So let's go ahead and get that. This hook comes from Novel, so you can import it directly from here. And now we're going to get access to the editor instance. Next, if there's no editor, we're going to return null. And then we're going to find all the active elements. Now, I don't quite recollect what this was, but I think what this is when you click on something, I think that's what's considered a active element. I might be wrong, guys. This comes from the documentation of Novel. It took so long for us to get all of this together. So I'm sorry if I'm not able to be very particular on what it is, but you can definitely read the documentation, okay? So this active elements needs something here we call items. So let's go ahead and create that. So I want you to go into GitHub right now, and you're going to find the items inside this file. Okay, so go into node selector, you're going to find something called items. So just go in there and copy and paste it. It's literally nothing else but every single element that we created with some stuff. And I'm just going to explain what that is, all right? So first thing for the selector item, I'm actually going to create a type up here called selector item. With the name, and the icon is going to be set to the Lucid icon. So go ahead and import that as well. And the command is going to be an arrow function that returns void, and this one returns a Boolean. Okay, so that's basically what the items is, and it's an array of these items. Okay, so for the text, you guys know, just put text in there. For text icon, just literally import all the icons again from Lucid React. So basically, we just have to provide all these values, right? So we have the icon, and then down here, we have something called command, okay? And we're doing the same thing here, editor.chain.focus, toggle node, and we're toggling the paragraph node, and we have to hit .run. And yeah, there's a note here. We do think that there is some better ways to actually make this more performant. And if you guys feel, please go for it, okay? You can create a PR or something. I'll take a look at it. If it makes sense, I'll push it. If not, I mean, this works as well, okay? So if it's active, for is active, it's another callback function. It has to return a Boolean. So we're going to say if the editor is active. And for that, we're checking the paragraph. If this is true and the bullet list is not true and the order list is not true, then we're going to return true here. For the heading, same thing, right? We're going to have the command, and the command function is going to basically say editor.chain.focus.toggle heading, and we're going to pass in level 1, and then we're going to say run. So this level 1 is basically part of TipTap or part of the Novel editor itself. They know which should the header be, right? So that's why it's saying level 1, and then same thing for level 2 here for header 2, and then same thing for header 3. For to-do list, we're just doing pretty much the same thing, but we're changing this to toggle tasks task list dot run, and then we're also checking here if it's active. So we're saying editor.isActive for the task item. Same exact thing for bullet list, just change it to bullet list. Same exact thing for the bullet list also, you need to change this function here. And for the ordered list, which is the numbered list, we have to change this to toggle ordered list. And then we have to pass an ordered list for is active. And now for block quotes, or basically it's kind of like a little section, right? For that, we're essentially toggling the paragraph here. Maybe this might be wrong. You guys can check, okay? I think we might need to change it to block quote in here. But for now, I think since I already have paragraph in here, that should work. But yeah, we're just going to toggle the block quote, and then we're going to say run. And then for is active, editor.isActive block quote. And then for code, same thing, just change it to code block and change this to toggle code block. And also don't forget to do .run, okay? Next, go ahead and replace this div here with a popover component. And this popper comes from Shatsian UI, so go ahead and import that as well. And inside the popover, we're going to have the popover trigger. So let's go ahead and import that one as well. And we're going to basically pass in the following styles. And inside this popover, we're going to have a button, and the button is going to have a chevron icon. And now for the popover content, after the trigger, you can actually put that down here. So we're going to say popover content, just like this. Please go ahead and import this from Shatsian as well. For each of the items, we're essentially going to return something in here. So let's go ahead and bring in the editor bubble item. And we're going to say key index, of course. And the on select, we're going to say item.command. We're going to pass in this editor in here. And then we're going to fire this on change function, and we're going to set it to false. Okay. And then next thing is we need the class names as well. And then inside this, we're going to pass in a div. So for this bubble item, we're going to have a div with the icon itself, and the name of that element. And then finally, we're just going to have a check icon here and go ahead and import that from, this is actually coming from Lucid React. Don't import it from our local folder, okay? And that's pretty much it for the node selector. So let's go back and quickly import this right here. So I'm going to import node selector. Now, since we already did the node selector, I'm actually not going to explain the link selector, text selector, and color selector. They're exactly the same. They're just configuration stuff. We just had to follow configuration that was given on Novel, okay? So go ahead, open up your folder structure, just create another file in here called link-selector.tsx. And inside this, go ahead and copy this from GitHub and just paste it in here. And just out of context, I hope you realize what we're building here. We're basically building that rich text editor bubble that basically shows the link, the text icons, the color, stuff like that, okay? So that's pretty much what we're building here. And now we're going to do the same thing for the next file, which is text-selector.tsx. And go into GitHub, please, and copy and paste that in here. It's the same thing. We just have different options like italic, underline, bold, and code. And I'm also going to import this real quick. And the final one is the color selector. So let's go ahead and say color-selector.tsx. Please copy and paste this as well. Now I want you to scroll all the way down inside our inside our index.tsx. Right down here. Okay, I also have to import this. I'm just going to quickly import that. And after the content down here, we're going to say inline if this exists, and we're editing, then we're going to return a div, and we're basically going to put the characters in here, okay? And we're going to change it to red color if it's greater than the minimum. I think this is actually mixed this up. Basically, you want to show red when they hit the maximum number of characters, right? Or else you can just show the regular color. So take this up as a challenge and try to see how can you tweak this code so that you can fix this tiny little bug here. Now, nothing is wrong really, it does still work. It's just that it shows red the moment you start typing. But I wanted to show red only when I hit the maximum number of characters, okay? This is a good enough challenge, so go ahead, you can pause the video now and try to attempt, and if you can't, there's no worries, don't worry about it. I mean, the community definitely already has the answer. You can go into the Discord and we'll show you how to do it in there. To update the group preview image as well as the icon. So to do that, of course, we're going to need a button. So the first thing is go into your components, group settings page, index.tsx, and at the bottom here, right below the label component, we're going to create a button component. And inside that, we're going to put a loader component as well. And don't forget to add the type as submit, or nothing's going to actually work because this is inside a form, right? So make sure you add this prop right here, this property. Now, inside this, you can now click on the change cover for the backdrop or the thumbnail. So I'm going to click on this. And I'm just going to select Prodigies University, and I'm also going to change the icon preview. So just give me a second. Okay, and down here for the description, I'm just going to put a description real quick. So I'm just going to say mentorship for SaaS business owners for the price of a coffee per day. Okay, and now I'm just going to go ahead and click on update settings. And if everything went well, we should have this saved successfully. Okay, so it looks like something is happening to the description. And that's why it's not saving, because everything else I think saved. Let me just remove this and let me add an icon real quick. Actually, I think I can still save with this. Okay, so what's going on? Let me just refresh and see. It's just some logical issue, a logical error. So let me see if I can fix this real quick. Okay, so I'm not sure what happened. I think it's the same thing with a caching problem. If I put the description, something is going on in here. Let's see. So it still says the description is empty. So let's go into the group settings form, which should be inside the forms folder. And inside here, we should get all of this data actually. All right, guys, I think this is a little more of a bigger problem. So let me just quickly pause this video and I'll solve the issue and then I'll show you what I did. Okay, see you soon. All right, guys, so I found the issue. What I did was I actually set this to have a minimum of 100 characters, and that's why we have to enter at least 100 characters, okay? And now when you try to save it, I don't know if you are also seeing this issue, you might see a hydration error, okay? And these hydration errors are happening because of React Query, because React Query also has the cache data and the new data right here. And even though we are actually invalidating for invalidating the previous data that we cached. For some reason, it's not doing that. So there is a solution. I hope you remember. I mentioned it in the start of this, not in the start, but somewhere in the beginning of the course, that you can actually use the, I think it's called the revert or remove query, and that should actually just do a full refresh. Okay, so if that happens for some places, you can also do that to kind of solve that problem. So now that we have our general section for in the settings page completed, we can jump into the Explore page, because the Explore page is really important for when the user finishes creating an account, because we are going to need to redirect them to the Explore page. Okay. Now, our application has a combination of public and private pages, and some pages that you would expect to actually be private sometimes is also public, right? For example, the About page of a group. So how do we do this? I want you to take a minute to actually guess, how can you intercept a request for a page and make some changes so that before the user even gets access to the page, you can reroute them or you can actually protect the route before they get to access it. So pause the video and try to guess, where can we do this to accomplish this feature? All right, welcome back. Hopefully you said the middleware file. If you said that as your answer, then great job. Inside the middleware file, we can set tasks to be performed before the server actually responds. So for example, it's kind of like an intercept, right? Or what we call in backend, it's a middleware, right? It's literally what the name states. It's a middleware. So before this route gets returned, we can, the middleware function or the middleware file is invoked. So we can do some stuff in here. So the first thing is we want to make all paths that are inside the group only private. Okay. So we're going to say is protected route right here. We're going to set this to \group. Okay. You're going to also put the bracket here like this. You're going to put a period sign and a star, indicating that all files within this group are now protected. So now let's go back into our app folder, and we're going to open up the Discover folder, and inside that, you're going to find our Explore page. Now inside the Discover folder, before that, we're going to create a layout.tsx, so just like this, and also a loading.tsx. And this layout.tsx is going to have the following component. It's just a navbar that we're going to import. So let me just do this one more time. Actually, sorry, I think this might be, okay, from groups. All right, this is a different navbar, guys, so just give me 1 second. So inside the Explore page component, you're going to create another folder, call it navbar, and inside that an index.tsx, just like this. And inside this, we're going to create the following component. Now, since we already built a bunch of navbars, just go into GitHub, copy that navbar from there, and just paste it in here. And I'm also just going to quickly import everything from here. So group dropdown, I think we might need to create this one as well. So let's just go ahead and create that. So go back into navbar, and inside this component, you're going to create group-dropdown.tsx, just like this. And inside this, you're going to go back to GitHub, and you're going to copy this group dropdown element. Okay, I'm not going to explain it because it's just a dropdown component with a link, and inside that, we're going to have the name. Okay, and that's literally it. There's nothing else inside that. So just go copy it from GitHub, and now you can import this component from here. And I'm also going to import the glass sheet component. And now when I actually try to import this, it does import, but there's one prop that we're missing. We need to pass in the group ID. But in this stage, I don't think we actually have the group ID. Let me just take a quick look. Yep, we don't have the group ID in here, right? So what does this mean? This means the group ID has to be an optional prop, but if it's optional in here, it's also going to scream. So let's go into the user avatar and make the group ID optional in here as well. And now that should solve this problem. But the settings icon here will not show or will not actually work. So you can just use some sort of dynamic, state here to check if group ID exists. And based on that, you can render out the settings, okay? But I'm just going to quickly do this here, undo this, and now I can import this so I can test it out. Okay, so in our nav bar, just to give you a quick overview, very simple. We just got all the authenticated user details, which is all this stuff right here. And then we also got the user, the groups for that specific user, okay? That way we can render all of that inside the nav bar. So all we're doing here is we first have the group drop-down component, and we also have a glass sheet. And in here, we have a button that has create group all the way up top. This is not the nav bar, but it looks very similar. And then we also have a button that says sign in. So if the user is not logged in, then we're just going to show the sign in button. Now, since this is a public route, anyone can access this even if you don't have an account. So that's why we're doing this if condition right here. You could choose to send the user back to the sign-in page, or maybe you can prompt them to sign in after a certain amount of time. Maybe you can create a a set timeout function, and then if that timer expires, you can show a modal on the page, right? There's multiple ways of increasing conversions. Now, again, this is just an educational project, so I'm just going to use whatever we have right now, but I'm just giving you some strategies. So let's go ahead and close this. And now we can import the nav bar from this from the explore page. So this one right here. Okay, awesome. And now we can try to access the explore page. Let's just see what happens. So now, of course, if you try to access the explore page, you're not going to find the page in there. The reason is because we only have a layouts.tsx. And I'm also just going to copy the loading state from our GitHub repository, and I'm just going to paste the SVG in here so I can show something for that. But yeah, inside the Explorer, we're going to need to have a bunch of stuff in here. So the first thing we need is the components folder, which we already have. We have the nav bar inside the components, which is good. Then we also have a layout page right here. And we also have a TSX loading.tsx page. Sorry guys, actually our Explore page does not have anything. This is inside the Discover, okay, right here. It's a little confusing. I don't know why they kind of indented it like this, but basically our Explorer only has the components folder. So inside the Explorer, go ahead and create a layout.tsx, and inside this, we're just going to return a layout page just like this. And let's go ahead and destructure all our props. So I'm just going to change this, and I'm going to return something like this in here. And now for the layout, I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to have a div, and inside, actually first we're going to get the authenticated user information. Then I'm going to get a div, and inside that another div, and then we're going to have a gradient text called explore groups. And then a paragraph after that saying create your own group in case they want to, with a link that takes them to the create page. Then we're going to have our background gradient along with our search component and the group list sidebar. Next, inside the Explore page, you want to create our page.tsx, and in here we can build all of our carousels and all that kind of stuff. So quickly return a component just like this, rename it to Explore page, and the next thing we're going to do is first we're going to invoke query client because we're going to need to create another hydration boundary inside this component. So in here, I'm going to say query client just like this, invoke it and import it from query client from transstack query. And then we're going to make 3 calls in here because we're going to have 3 different categories of data inside our components, okay? Inside our Explore page. We're going to have fitness, music, and lifestyle already prefetched. So let's go ahead and import that as well. So this needs to change to an async component. And because we're using React Query, we can fetch and cache all of this data. And with the help of the hydration boundary that's going to kind of encapsulate all of our components, we can now get access to that state and we can render them out in our client components. So this way, like I mentioned, we are not prop drilling and we can store everything. We can basically do state management from a server component. So first thing is I'm going to create the server action. I'm going to go into actions, go into go into groups just like this. And at the bottom, I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to say on get explore group, we need the category and the pagination number. And then we're going to say from group, we're going to find many for this specific category. And you're going to just exclude the description and the thumbnail. You're going to get 6, and you're going to pass in our paginate so we can skip over those when the user wants to paginate. And then next, we need to also get the groups. We're going to check if groups and they have some length. And if so, we're going to return them. If not, we'll return an error. Now I'm just going to go ahead and import this server action. So now I can make a request and I can pass in all of these values. Okay, so now inside our Explore page, inside our layout, I'm actually seeing an error here. The error is because it's coming from this group list sidebar. How do I know? If I comment this out and refresh the page, you will see the error goes away. So that means something is happening in here. And I hope you realize that we have also seen this error happen previously. And the solution to that was actually just changing it to a client component. And if you go into this component right here, since we're using slider, I think there is some client-based stuff that's needed to be done in here, okay? So for that reason, we're going to scroll all the way up top and say use client up top here. And I think this should solve the problem. Let's go ahead and refresh. If not, we'll see where else we need to put the use client or what we need to do. Okay, so I changed it to use client and now that solves my problem. So great job. Let's go back and let's go one more page up into this one. So this is the layout.tsx. Let's go back into the page and now we can continue. So now you see we're reusing this awesome component here. And because we wrote some good code, it's actually, first of all, infinity, right? So you can loop infinite. And the second thing is you can reuse this to actually check what the user is clicking on. And we also use this in the create page, right? So this is why we need React, because we can create components that we can reuse in different ways. It saved us so much time. The next thing we need to do in here inside the page is we need to render out the hydration boundary that I spoke about. So go ahead, import the hydration boundary, and you also have to import dehydrate from React Query. And we need this new component in here called Explore Page Content. So you want to go into your components folder right here. You're going to create a file, call it explore-content.tsx. And inside this, you're going to return a component and you're going to call it Explore Page Content, just like this. Next, we're going to need some props here. So we're going to say layout, which is slider or list. And then for this, we're going to have category set to string. Now, since this is throwing some sort of an error, we're going to go back and import the Explore Page Content component, and that should solve this error. Now I'm going to, destructure everything from the props here so we can start to use them. And the first thing we need here is a new hook called use app selector. So let's go ahead and get that as well. So this is basically use selector, right? If you've used Redux before, you'll know what this actually means. So it's use selector. So let's open up our folder structure. We want to scroll down all the way into Redux. And inside this folder, you're going to create another actually, we already created the store file. And inside this, you're going to find this use app selector right here. So we're just renaming it differently, right? So let's go back now, and we can actually import this from that file. So since we don't have any reducers in here, we need to also provide some reducers. So let's go ahead and provide them. So right now, I think we only need the search reducer. So let's go ahead and create that. So in here, you want to say search reducer, just like this. And you're going to open up your folder structure. You're going to go into the slices folder and you're going to create, actually, we see the search slice in here, right? Okay, I see some error here. What is this error? Okay, we will fix this error real quick. But before that, I just want to get the search reducer. So just give me 1 second. So I'm going to go up top here and I'm going to say import search reducer from /slices/search slice. Okay. And now I also want to solve that other error that I was facing. So let's go back here and let's get this state. So this is actually just a type that we need to get. And I think this type, or let's just put it up here just for simplicity, just for now. Basically group state props, where we need the ID, name, category, created at, HTML description, user ID, thumbnail, description, the privacy, JSON description, and gallery. I thought we actually created this. I don't know why I'm not able to import it, but I can't find it either. So I'm just going to keep it for now, okay? So let's go in here now and let's continue. So now that we have this, we can now get this search reducer. So since we're using a hook in here, this has to be a client component. So let's go ahead and change that as well. And down here, we want to return a div. Okay, so go ahead and return a div just like this. And next, we're going to check if the user is searching or we are debouncing something. And if so, we're going to return the search groups. Okay, so let's go ahead and say is searching just like this or debouncing. Then we're going to return something in here or we're going to return something else. So for this part, we're going to return the search groups component, which I think we will also need to create. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to scroll up top first because I'm going to dynamically import this component. So let's go ahead and say dynamic, and I'm also going to need to create this file. So let's copy this, go into our folder structure, and inside this inside the components right here, we're going to create another component called search groups.tsx. All right, guys, now inside the search group component, let's go ahead and return a component from here, and let's rename this. And we also need to get all the props. So let's go ahead and get all the prop types, and let's go ahead and destructure these as well. And I'm also going to go ahead and import the group state props, which is just this data stuff. It's basically all the group information. Now here, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to return a div just like this with the following styles. And inside that, I'm going to have a loader component just like this. And I'm also going to import it from our global folder. And inside this loader, I'm essentially going to loop over the data. And this is when the user tries to search for groups. Whatever we find, we want to essentially get that. We want to loop over it. And for each group that we got, we want to render out a group card. Now, we already created this group card, and that's pretty much the same thing we use in the settings page. So we're good to go. And if we don't find any groups or there's no group length, then we have to create another component in here. So we want to go down into the search component right in here. And this no results component is what we need here. So let me see if I can import this real quick. Okay, we actually need to create it. I totally forgot about it. So let's go ahead and build out this component. So this component is called no result. It's a div with a link inside that says refresh. And then we also have something here. What is this exactly? I totally forgot. Okay, it's just an icon. So if you look at it, it's just this icon, okay? And then down here, we're going to have a div saying, it's quite empty, right? Or there's nothing in here. And then later, we're going to have a paragraph and say 0 results found. And now let's go back and let's quickly import the no result component. And now I'm going to go back here. And after this, we can pretty much render out the next part, which is after the loader, if data.length, so we got something, then we're going to return a component called infinite scroll observer. Now, this is a custom component, so go into the global folder, say infinite-scroll, just like this, and inside that, we're going to create an index.tsx. Now, this is a really helpful component because we can reuse this infinite scroll for any type of component where we want the same the same scrolling feature. So for those of you who don't know what infinite scroll is, if you have ever scrolled mindlessly on Instagram, you probably know what it is, right? So if you keep scrolling through the page, you're going to hit the bottom, and eventually it's going to load more data so that you can pretty much scroll infinitely. So that's what the infinite scroll feature is. So if we can pretty much create a component that can help us take on all that the logic behind how that works, then we can reuse that everywhere we want. So first thing is I'm going to create a use client. I'm going to change this to a use client component. And this component is called infinite scroll observer. So I'm going to import, just create a component like this and change the name. Next, we're going to need some types for this component. We need the action, which for now we only have groups and posts. Okay. So for now, I'm just going to pass that in here. We're going to have the identifier, paginate, search, and loading state. Now in here, I'm just going to quickly destructure and import all of these. And now the first step is we are going to need a hook called use infinite scroll. So let's go ahead and create this hook. So open up your folder structure, scroll all the way down into hooks, and you want to create another folder. And this one is called infinite-scroll, just like this. And inside that, you want to say index.typescript. And in here, go ahead and return export use infinite scroll is equal to an arrow function, just like this. And this function is going to have the following props, it's going to guys, it has to be in here, okay? And this is action, identifier, paginate, search, and query. So these are the parameters that we need to pass into this hook, okay? And in here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create an observable element. And if you don't know what an observable element is, then you can probably do some research. But inside the web API, we have something called intersection observer. Intersection observers help us pay attention to certain sections of the web browser, and based on whenever an element intersects with the edges of that intersection observer, we can essentially fire off a callback function, which is really helpful. So you can use this intersection observer for stuff like animations, fade-in animations, or even pagination, right? And that's exactly what we're doing right now. So the first thing we need to do here is let's go ahead and create that ref. So I'm going to say const observer element equal to use ref, and we're going to invoke this, and we're going to pass in null. And in here, I'm going to also say HTML for the type. So HTML div element like this. And after this, next thing we need is use dispatch, so we can basically fire off, we can use Redux in here, okay? And with the help of use dispatch, we can dispatch an action to the store. So I'm going to say const patch equal to use dispatch and invoke this. And this is of type app dispatch like this. Next, I'm going to say const, and we're going to destructure some values that come from this, but I'm going to get the app selector itself. We're going to invoke this, and we're going to get a callback function. And in here, we're going to get the state, and we're going to return state.infinite infinite scroll reducer, which of course we don't have right now, but let's just say state like this dot infinite scroll reducer. So now go back into the use app selector hook, and all the way up top here, you're going to create this new selector. Sorry, this new reducer, okay? So open up your folder structure, and inside the slices, you're going to create a new file and call it infinite scroll slice.typescript. And next, you're going to say export const infinite scroll equal create slice, and you're going to import that from Redux Toolkit. You're going to invoke it, and inside that, pass in an object. And now we can give the slice its information. So I'm going to say name is going to be infinite scroll. Then the initial state is going to be the initial state, which we're just going to create. So all the way up top here, for the initial state, we're going to need some props. So let me put the props as well. So it's going to be data, unknown, an array of unknown. And then here as well, I'm going to create that initial state so I can pass it down in here, okay? And after the initial state, we're going to need the reducers. So you're going to say reducers like this, and this is going to be an object. And the first one we're going to create is called onInfiniteScroll. So we're going to put this in here, and this is going to be an arrow function, and this is going to give us access to the state and the action. And this type is called payload action for initial state props. So let's go ahead and get that type as well. So I'm going to import this just like this, and that's pretty much it. And then after this, down here, we can now do whatever we want inside this reducer. So what should this return, right? Whatever you're going to be setting the state equal to. So here we're going to say const list equal to state.data.find. And in here, we're going to say data, which is of type any for now. And we're going to return basically action.payload.data.find like this. And only if we get something true for this. What is that? Well, we need to get payload right here. So we're going to say payload like this, which is of type any again. And we're going to be returning data.id. And only if this data ID is equal to the payload ID, okay? Just like this. So if you want to get some better type cases for this, you can watch the previous video where we did a lot of React Context API stuff. And in there, we did have actions and reducers and all that kind of stuff. And I basically broke down Redux completely from scratch, and we built our own Redux, right? So you can go and take a look at what I did in there and pretty much how I got some good type IntelliSense and how I created the reducers. It's very different from using Redux Toolkit, but today we need to kind of upgrade our skills, right? So that's why we need to eventually use Redux somewhere down the line, all right? So after this, down here, we're going to make a check to essentially see, actually not down here, guys, sorry, it's right after this, okay? We're gonna essentially say, if the list does not exist, then we're gonna set our state.data equal to this new state, which is an array with everything that's already inside the state, but we're going to add our action payloads data that we got in, okay? And finally, another reducer we're going to create is called the onClearList, which will essentially just clear everything inside the search for us. Sorry, guys, inside the infinite scroll for us. Then finally, let's go ahead and export this. We're going to say export const, want to export this reducer. the onClear reducer as well. We're destructuring it from the actions right here, and then we can just return this reducer. Okay, so let's go back one page, right back to our reducer, and now we can import this reducer. Okay, I think we have an issue here, so let me just quickly fix this. Okay, this should do the job, and you just want to import this new infinite scroll reducer. Now my browser is just acting up, but everything should work. You see how it has the old data. All right, there we go. So now that we have this, we need to destructure and get the data from here, okay? And once we get the data, the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna use query to essentially get all the paginated data. So go ahead and say const, just like this, equal to use query. Sorry, it's query like this, and you want to invoke that, and inside this object we're going to pass whatever we need. So first I'm going to destructure this right away because we need these values, and inside this object the first thing we need is our query key. So this query key is called infinite scroll, so let's go ahead and put that in as well. And the next thing is the query function. So our query function is going to do the followings. So if there's any search value, and if the action is of type groups, then we're essentially going to fire off this server action called onSearchGroups, and we're going to pass in some data. Okay, if we get a response, we'll essentially return it from here, and that'll be pretty much kind of cached in here. Okay, so open up your folder structure, go all the way up to actions, go into groups. You want to scroll to the bottom, and you want to do the following. So you want to say onSearchGroups. Actually, I think we already did this. Okay, we already did this, guys. So let's go back and see if I can import it. Okay, there we go. So just import that. So this way we can search the groups, right? I remember that I already did the groups for you, but I did not do the posts for you, right? So you need to do the post version of this, but it's very similar, okay? And now I also see another error back here inside the global infinite scroll component. Just import this hook that we just created. Now, of course, this hook is not actually returning anything, so it's going to throw some error, but we're going to get to that in just a second. Okay, and the next server action we're going to need in case we're trying to look for posts is a server action called onGetPaginated_posts. So let's go back into this groups folder, groups file, and we're going to scroll all the way to the bottom right here, down here, and I'm going to say export const onGetPaginated_posts. It's an async function, and we're going to get these two parameters. And in here, we're going to have a try catch. We're first going to get the authenticated user information, and from the post, we're going to find many for the specific channel ID. We're going to have the identifier as well, right? So we'll pass that in here. Then we're going to skip any pagination. We're going to get 2. We're going to order it in descending order, and we're going to get some specific information. We're going to get the channel, the author, counts, likes, whatever we need. Okay, so I'm going to go back now, and I can quickly import this right here. And after we return null down here, we also need to set one more property called enabled set defaults. Then after this, all the way at the bottom, we're going to say if isFetched is true and paginated data is true as well. Then we're going to import onInfiniteScroll from our slices, and we're going to dispatch this action to the store. And then finally, we're going to have a use effect. And this use effect is essentially the intersection observer, okay? It's going to listen to whenever a change happens, and then it will essentially do whatever we tell it to do, which is to refetch the data, okay? So let's go down here, and I'm going to import the use effect. And as you can see, we have the intersection observer, just like this. And in here, we're saying if there were any intersections, then we're going to get the first one, and we are going to refetch the data again, okay? And we're going to observe this, of course. So once this ends, or once we're cleaning up, then we can disconnect it. And now let's go ahead and return the observer element and isFetching. So that should solve that problem for us. Okay, we're almost getting there. Now, after this down here, we need to return the data, right? So down here, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to return a React fragment. I'm going to return all the children, and I'm going to return a div and check if we are fetching. If we are fetching, I'm going to return a component called skeleton that we already created. I hope you remember. And that skeleton just shows some, it'll show some information basically. Or actually, I think we should create another skeleton in here. Just undo this real quick, guys. Let's create another skeleton because I know we have some different styling. Just give me a second. Let me create this component. Okay, so open up your folder structure. Inside global, just here, you want to create a folder here called skeleton. Oops, I spelled it incorrect. Okay, and inside this, an index.tsx. And in here, we can return a component and change its name to skeleton. And of course, you can change the name a little bit more if you want, but I'm just going to keep it like this. And then I need some props. So I'm going to say card and post. Next, let's go ahead and destructure the elements from our props, just like this. And here, I'm going to remove this and return a switch statement. And inside the switch, the value that the key that we're going to be listening to is the element, and the value here is going to be card or post. So let's go ahead and remove this and say card, and I'm going to duplicate this again, and I'm going to say post in here. Now, in the case where it is card, we need to return something else, right? So we can return a div just like this, and we're going to need a component here as well called skeleton UI. So let's go ahead and get that. And you can scroll up here and you can actually just do it manually because we need to rename it, and it comes from Shatsian UI. So we're going to import skeleton as skeleton UI from components UI skeleton, and we can use that in here. So it's just a kind of like a placeholder, okay? And then if it is of type post, then we're going to remove this and we're going to return a div here with the following styles, another div inside it. We're going to have skeleton right here. We're going to have another div here, and then we're going to have another skeleton, and then a div in here as well, and we're just going to have some design. So it's literally just designs. There's nothing crazy in there, okay? So in here, finally, I'm just going to return a React fragment so I can close this up. Now, going back here, I can now successfully import the skeleton from our local folder, okay? And that should solve that error. Now we can go back to our infinite scroller inside this component, and we can actually import the infinite scroller observer. And next thing we need is the paginated groups component. So open up your folder structure, and inside the components folder under explore, I think this should be fine. Okay, first thing, just move this navbar into the discover, or actually, give me a second, guys. Let me just think. Okay, so inside the discover, create another folder in here called components, like this. And inside this, we can now move our navbar component in here. Okay, so move that, and don't forget to also update all the imports. Okay, looks awesome. And now inside our explore page, we can actually fix this stuff in here. So we have the components in here. So we also need the paginated group. So inside this components folder, you can go ahead and create paginated-groups.tsx like this, and you can return a component and you can rename it. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to invoke uselector, and I'm going to get this, I'm going to get my infinite scroll reducer. And let's go ahead and import that as well. And finally, what am I returning here? Well, I'm going to be returning a group card element. So go ahead and return data.map, and for each of these, we're going to return a group card element like this, with the following props in here. Now you can go back here and quickly import this, and that should solve this error here. Now let's go back to the explore content right in here, and I see there's something wrong here because I already did import this. Let me see, /searched groups. Okay, and I think I'm not exporting the component here. Okay, so we're going to export search groups down here, and we can delete this. We can go back now, and that should solve that error. Okay, looks great. All right, so let's continue. So now after this here, we're going to check if the status is 200. And if the status is 200, then we're going to check if the layout is of type slider. Okay, so I'm going to say layout of type slider. If so, then I'm going to return something else here like this. Okay, it was just a bracket issue, so I'm just going to return an empty React fragment for now. And I also need to import the explore slider. So let's go ahead and build a slider out. So open up your folder structure. This is a really nice component and actually took us a very long time to build it. So I would greatly appreciate it if you could just reward us with a free to do subscribe button. That's literally it, okay? So just go ahead and subscribe, and we'll be more than happy to create more free courses like this, okay? So yeah, feel free to learn how this component works. Let's go ahead and create this component now. So it's called explore-slider.tsx. And in here, we're going to return a component called explore slider. And inside this, we're going to have some props called query, label, and string. And we're also going to go ahead and destructure all of the stuff. Next, we're going to say use group list. Now, this is a hook that we're going to create. So let's go ahead and do that. So open up your folder structure, scroll down to groups, hooks, go into groups, go into index.typescript, and you want to scroll all the way down, and you're going to say the following. So you're going to say this. You're going to say export const to use group list, and we're going to have the use query hook in here, and we're going to extract data from there, and we're going to pass any of the queries that we wanted. It's essentially the query key. And then we're going to have use dispatch, so we can dispatch an action. And then we're going to use layout effect, which is very similar to use effect. And you can read more about it on React if you don't know what it is. And we also need these actions. So I'm going to quickly import these actions as well. And we also need this type right here. Next, from the data, I'm going to extract group and the status, and I'm going to return it from this hook. And then in here, let's go ahead and import use group list. The next thing we're going to do down here is we're going to say use explore slider, which is a new component that we need to create. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Sorry, this is not a component. This is a hook again. So you want to scroll down to groups under the hooks. So hooks, groups, index.typescript. And at the bottom, we're going to do the following. So you're going to say use explore slider. We need the query and the paginate number. And then in here, we're going to have on load slider and set on load slider. And this is a state, and then we're going to get dispatch function, and then we're going to say use query in here for this specific key, and we need a server action here called on get explore group. So let's go ahead and import it real quick, and after that we're going to say enabled false. Now if it's fetched, the data is fetched and the data actually exists, and we have the groups in there, then we're going to dispatch an action, and we're going to set on infinite scroll with the following data.
Now here is your next step of action. This will cause a behavioral change.
This is so far the best community I've ever joined.
I've recently got 3 clients after 1 month.
We're gonna literally go from start to finish as much as possible. We're gonna try to give you as much value as you need.
I got 3 job offers. 3.
I really see the value, and this is something very different from a lot of people.
What ended up happening was I got over 7 to 10 messages.
When you're in this course, I have the feeling that you're my colleague and we're working together on a project, and this is really interesting.
Today we're focusing on the backend side. So here's the algorithm that runs everything.
This first statement is the most important part of the call. This determines whether you close on the call or they go home, think, dream, sleep on it, and then come back to you.
When you start to question everything around you, your brain will literally create solutions.
Pull back and restate again. Go back.
Let's go. This is the Upwork challenge. Well, yesterday I made like 7K. You run a SaaS company, selling the website, but making the subscription fee.
The Prodigies.
What Prodigies?
Thank you so much, Web Prodigies. I closed a $1,000 deal. Something that you cannot get in textbooks. Just join the program. Will transform your life too.
Next, let's also go ahead and create a use effect down here, and we're going to say set on load slider to true, and we're going to return this just for cleanup, okay? And finally, just return all of this data so we can use it in here. So go ahead and now import the use explore slider. And the next thing we need to do down here is we need to basically get our state, right? So we're going to get the use selector hook, and we're going to essentially get our infinite scroll reducer from here. After that, we're going to check 3 things. We're going to check that the status is 200, the length of the groups actually exists, so we have some data, and we're going to say if the on load slider is true as well. If that's true, then we're going to return a div. And inside this div, we're going to have another div that is going to have an h2 and a paragraph. And that's going to be the label and the text. Okay, so I see some error here. Let me see if I can import this component. So let's go up 1 level. And let's import this, and this is inside the explore content.typescript, TSX, sorry. Now let's go back into this component. Next thing we need after this div is a slider component. So let's go ahead and import it from our local components folder. Actually, sorry guys, this is not SAAS and local components. This is actually a custom component. So let's go ahead and build that out. So open up your folder structure. I thought we actually built this slider. Let me see. Yeah, we do have it in here. Why am I not able to import it? Let me see. Very interesting. Let me try to just install it manually, or import it manually, sorry. Okay, sometimes things just does not work right. It is fine, no problem. So we need to pass in some props. I'm going to say free mode, just like this, class flex, space between 50 and auto height. And inside this, we're going to need another one, which is on reach end. So once we reach the end of the file, then we're going to essentially refetch the data. And next thing is we're going to need some breakpoints. Okay, so let's just go ahead and provide all these breakpoints. We're going to have 200, 820, 1024, 1280, and 1540. And now inside this slider, we're going to essentially loop over the groups. We're going to say groups.map for each group. We're going to return a swiper slide that comes from the React, swiper React. And then inside that, we need the group card component. So let's go ahead and get that as well. And after that, we're going to say fetched data.status. So if we have anything and it's a 200 response, then we're going to loop over the data and return the same. And if we're fetching anything, guess what we need to what do you think we need to return here, right? So if we are fetching data. So pause this video and just try to guess, what should I return here if we are fetching some data? Awesome. If you said loader state, great. But we also created something called skeleton, remember? So that's what we're going to be using in here. So if fetching is true, we're going to be rendering out the skeleton component from our global folder. All right, awesome. So now we have the explore slider. Let's also go ahead and complete this section down here, which is the group list. So I'm going to say group list like this, and this is something that we can import. We need to create, I think. So let's go ahead and get that. So open up your folder structure. Under Explore Components, you're going to create another component here called group-list.tsx. And let's return a component and rename it to group list. And inside here, we're going to have a bunch of props. And we need the name category created at HTML description. This is basically the type that we created previously, right? So we're going to get that. And here, I'm just going to simply destructure everything. So just go ahead and do that as well. Okay, and the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to essentially use the use group list hook, which we already created. So let's go ahead and import that. And after this, we're going to return a div in here. So we're going to say return. Let me remove this first. We're going to say return a div, just like this. And if status is 200 and we have some data, groups.map, and we're going to map over that and return a group card. And if no result, just return a no result component. And if there's any groups that we have and the length is greater than 5, then we're going to return the intersection observer, and we're going to also have the paginate group. So it's also being a little performant right here. So now if you go up one page, you can import the group list, and that should solve this problem. Also, sorry guys, I think we don't need all these props. We're only using category. So let's remove all of this, and I'll keep this for now, and we'll use it later if we need it, okay? So if you go back up here, let's see what's happening. Okay, group list. Okay, I think it's just stuck. Let's just give it a second. Okay, sorry. Let's just remove it, once and for all, and just keep the category. That should maybe solve this problem. Of course, it will, but I was hoping that, I actually thought we were going to need that later. But okay, it's fine. Let's just keep it like this for now, and if we need it, we'll just come back to it. Phew. Okay, so we were doing a lot of stuff, and I know we did not get to see anything, and there are some reasons for that. You'll probably come to know about it soon. But so far, we did a great job. We still have so much more to go. So good job if you are still watching this video and you are genuinely doing it yourself, not just watching the video, but you're also typing with me and building the project so you can put it on your resume. Okay? All right, let's move on now. Quickly test out the search functionality. So if you look up something in here, so of course the only group that we created right now is Prodigies University. So if I just look that up, just like this, and hit enter, there we go. We can now see it. And if we click on this, it should take you into an about page, but since we don't have it, it's going to throw a 404. Now there's one more part in this that we need to complete, which is the custom pages that we need to render for each category. So if the user, for example, clicks on business, it should take us to the business page. So like /business, like this. But it's a 404 page because that does not exist. So let's go ahead and build out those custom rendered pages. Okay, it's dynamic pages. So let's go ahead and set that up. So inside the explore page, right in here, you're going to need to create another folder called categories. So open this up and you're going to put a dynamic route and you're going to say category like this. And inside that, a page.tsx. And since we already created an explore page content component, we don't have to really do a lot of stuff. All we have to do is just render out the following, okay? We just have to render out the explore page content. Let me just go ahead and create this component real quick. Sorry, import this component real quick, just like that. And all we need to do is have the hydration boundary. We're just going to search for a specific category like this, and we're going to cache this as well. And then we're just going to create the hydration and also put in our component. And now here's why this is so performant. So if the user clicks on business, boom, the search is made, and the only business community right now is Prodigies University, so it shows up. But I want to show you something really, really cool. If we go back one page and we go back to this page again, it instantly renders. There's no time between fetching any data or anything like that. And the reason is because we are also prefetching and caching all of these requests. So this is super performant, especially if you have a search functionality in your application. So please learn this, understand how this works, and if you need any help, just reach out in the Discord, okay? And if you want help directly from me, the team, and also hundreds of other students, you can join Prodigies University and you can talk to them and they will also show you what they're doing in their SaaS applications, okay? But this is a really cool feature because now we have that blazing fast experience and we can cache all of our search requests. And yes, because we built these components so that they can be reused globally, you can use the search functionality and the caching feature for anything you want to create. So any other search feature, for example, posts, or you're searching for members, or maybe courses, catalogs, whatever it is, you can use the same components. That's why this repository is literally going to be the best thing on your resume. All right, so you probably expected this to be a really big component, but there you go, really, really simple, okay? So go ahead and maybe try to create multiple groups and just see how that goes. And maybe you can change the name, the title for them, have different options, and you can also test out the infinite scroll capabilities and stuff like that, okay? So now that we are able to see all of the groups, let's go ahead and create the about page for the groups, okay? Then we also have to go into the groups and start building all of our core stuff. So first thing we got to do is inside the Discover folder right here, we're going to create an about route. Oops, sorry, this is all caps. So let's change that. And inside the about page, we're going to create a dynamic route in here called group ID. Sorry, guys, I'm making spelling errors. It's group, G-R-O-U-P, ID, like this. And inside the about page, we're also going to need an underscore components folder. So first, let's go into the group ID and create a page.tsx. And let's return a component from here. And this component is going to get access to the params, right? Remember, when we try to access a group, to access the about page, first we go to /about, and then we also have the ID of that group. With the help of that dynamic ID, we can then fetch all the data from the server, okay? So let's go ahead and also destructure everything from here. And the next thing is we're going to use query client because we need to create that hydration boundary, right? So go in here and say query client, just like this. And next, we're going to make some requests right here and prefetch some data. So we're going to get the group information, and this also has to turn into an async component. So we're going to get the groups about page info, and we also need the active subscriptions. And this way we can actually render whether they are subscribed or not. Okay, so in here, first thing, let's go ahead and import our onGet group info server action that we already created. And the next one is get active subscription. And that one we actually have to create. So let's go ahead and build out that server action. So open up your folder structure, go into the payments inside actions, right? And then you want to scroll all the way to the bottom and you want to say on get action subscription equal to async and client here from libprisma. And we're just going to say subscription.find first for this group ID, okay? And we want to check where active is equal to true. And then we're just going to return it to the front end. And let's go ahead and quickly import this. Okay, awesome. Next, we want to get the user's ID, and we can get that from the authenticated user information. So let's go ahead and invoke this as well. And then after that, just like usual, we need to create our hydration boundary. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's also import this. And let's also import dehydrate. And inside this, we're going to return a div. And this div is going to have the following class names. And inside this div, we're going to have an about group page. Okay. Of course, we're going to create this in just a second. So let's go ahead and first do that. So if we try to access the about page, do you think that we will see a 404 now, or will we see the component render? Okay, we should see an error, and the reason is because we don't have this component, but the page is rendering. So both answers are kind of correct. Okay, so let's go ahead and first create the about group page. So open up your folder structure, and inside the components for the about page, right in here, you're going to create about.tsx and go ahead and return a component and rename it to about group. And this is going to get access to the user ID and also the group ID. So let's get these two props, and let's also go ahead and destructure this from here. And after this, we're going to create another hook called use group info. So let's go ahead and get this hook created. So for this, you need to go into your hooks folder, scroll all the way to the bottom right here, and inside groups, index.typescript, you want to go to the bottom, and we're going to say use group info, and we're going to call this use query here, and we're going to get the data for the about group information, and then we're going to use router. If there's no data, we're going to send them to the explore page. If there is some data, then we're going to extract the group and the status from the data. Okay, and then after that, we also have to kind of typecase this right here, and after that, we have to see if 200, if there's any error here, right, it's not 200, then we'll return, we'll push the user to the explore page. If not, we'll return the group information. So let's go back now, and let's also first import this about group, and then we can go into this component, and then we can import the use info hook. Next, our about page is going to have a lot of data, right? So we're going to need to create a hook again to get all this data. Now you can do everything in here, but it's also nice to have it in a hook, right? And that way you can reuse it in different components. So let's go ahead and create this hook. So right here, right below this, I'm going to say const, and I'm going to set this equal to use group about, and I'm going to invoke this. And this is the new hook that we have to create. So go down all the way to hooks right here, go into groups, and you're going to scroll down here just like this, and you're going to say export const use group about is equal to an arrow function just like this, and this is going to get the following params. So let's just pass that in here. Next, I just want to point something out. So inside our application and our about page, sometimes the user might also upload a Loom video in the about page itself. Okay, now when they do this, we need to identify and validate that URL to only make sure that it is a Loom link or a YouTube video link as well. Okay, so sorry, I also forgot to mention that we can also host a YouTube video link directly in here, so you don't have to host the video. Okay, so giving the user much more free options as well, paid and free, so it saves us time. YouTube takes care of everything else. Okay, so in here, first thing is let's get that media type and let's make sure we validate it. So we're going to say const media type equal validate else string, just like this. And we're going to pass in the current media, just like this right here. And now this is a helper function. So you're going to go down all the way into libs, into utilities, and at the bottom here, we're gonna basically do the following. So we're going to say validate URL string. Actually, I don't know why we have this. Let me just cancel all of this. My computer is just very slow right now. I don't know what's going on. But basically, we're going to have a regular expression, and we're just going to test the URL to make sure it satisfies that. And if it does satisfy, we're going to return an object with the URL and the type. Okay, same thing for this and for an image as well. So let's quit out of this real quick. Let's go back and import this helper function. And now we can proceed from here. Next, we're going to create a ref. So I'm going to put the ref all the way up top here. And let's also import use ref from React. And next, we're going to need a state to essentially hold the active media. That means the media file that the user has clicked on to see from the about page, okay? Because the about page is going to have a bunch of media files, such as images or videos to kind of showcase what the community is about, okay? So we're going to say active media and set active media, use state, and then its type is basically an object with these properties or undefined. And right here, its default value, we're basically going to look at media type.type is image. If if that's the case, we're just going to have this, the URL is going to be current media, and type is going to be image. And if not, we're just going to return the media type itself. Next, we need to get the JSON content. We need to get the JSON description, the HTML description, the edit, like whatever we need, right? So let's go ahead and say const JSON content equal to, if JSON description is not equal to null, then we're going to parse all of the JSON description as a string, or we're going to get undefined. Now, you can also pretty much, you know, since remember, I think this might also be undefined. Let me just see. Okay, it's null, and that's fine. So this should be good to go. And after that, we need another state to essentially hold our JSON description. So I'm going to say on JSON description and set JSON description, and the default value is going to be this JSON content. Right after this, we're going to also need to store the description details. So I'm going to say on description and set on description, and the default value is going to be the description itself. Next, the HTML version is going to be stored inside this state with the HTML description set as the default value. And then if the user is, or the group owner is a person who's looking at the about page, they are going to have the ability to edit everything on the about page directly on the page itself. So for that reason, we need a state to essentially keep track of whether the user is in edit mode or not in edit mode, and that's just a Boolean. So let's just quickly create a state for that as well. And now, of course, because we're using forms or some way to get data from the user for the group information, we're going to need the use form hook. So let's go ahead and import this as well. And then after this, we're going to have a use effect that's basically going to set the description. So let me just quickly go ahead and get this. I don't know why I'm seeing some errors here. Just give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about this. Before we do this use effect, I just missed one part. We have to create a function called onSetDescriptions, okay? And that function is basically going to set all the values locally, okay? So you're going to set the JSON description, the description itself, and the HTML description too, okay? And so upon mounting, and once this updates, we will then invoke this and kind of set it in the state. Now, I want you to take this up as a challenge. When the user clicks on the editor, or when they click on the document, we want to essentially invoke a function called onEditTextEditor. So what do you think is the best way to do this? So go ahead, pause the video, and try to guess how can we do this. So again, let me just say the requirements. When the user clicks on the document, we essentially just need to turn on a Boolean inside the edit description value, right? The state. So how do we do this? Okay, hopefully you got the right answer. If not, no problem. This is exactly what you need to do. So we're going to need to create a use effect, okay? And we're going to append an add event listener to the document, okay? Sorry about that. And then we're going to need to create an onEditTextEditor function. It's a callback function. So let's go ahead and get that. So this function is going to get the event itself, and we're going to check if the editor actually exists. And if it does, we're going to check if we have some values in there, and if we do, then we're going to set it to true, okay? If not, we'll set it to false. So this is how we can basically keep track of when the user clicks on the editor and pretty much changes something or is looking to update the about page. Next, we're also going to need some optimistic UI updates, and for this, we're going to need the use mutation hook. So let's go ahead and import that. So in here, we're going to have the mutation key, which is the about description. And then we're going to have the mutation function. And this mutation function is going to get the schema, which is all of the values for the group, right? So in here, if the user tried to change something, we're going to first check if they provided the description. Then we're going to say on update group settings, and we're going to update the description. Okay, remember we already created this action, right? And if it's 200, if it's not 200, we'll show a quick toast message. And same thing for the JSON description, same thing for the HTML description. And if nothing exists, we're going to say the form is empty, okay? And then finally, we're just going to show a message here saying success if everything was successful. Then after this, right down here at the bottom, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to say on set active media equal to an arrow function. And this arrow function right here is going to get the media file, which is an object with URL set to string or undefined. And the type is also set to string. And in here, all we're going to do is we're just going to set the active media to the media file. So when we invoke this, we can basically pass that in. And we're also going to need to create a handle submit function to essentially invoke this mutation function right here. So in order to do that, I'm just going to say const on update description like this equal to handle submit, and we're going to invoke that, and we're going to get a arrow function. It's an async arrow function, and this will get access to values like this. And in here, we're essentially just going to invoke our mutate function and pass in our values as well. Don't forget about that. Sorry guys, the value, this is not value, this is values because there's multiple things in here, okay? And let's also pass that in here as well. All right, awesome. And finally, we have to return all of this to the front end so we can use it. Okay, it looks like I also made a spelling error here. This is not onset action media. This is onset active media. Okay, so go ahead and change that as well and just save your file. Okay, so now that I'm done with this hook, let's actually go back and import this hook, the used group about hook, which is inside our, sorry, what's going on here? Let's see. Okay, it's inside the about page, okay, about.tsx component. And now, of course, we need to pass in all the props that that is asked from this hook. So let's go ahead and pass those in. We need the description, JSON, the HTML description as well, and the icon as well as the ID. And next thing is we also have to destructure all those values that we're returning from this hook. So I'm just going to destructure them right here. If you don't like this long structure, you can just, you can keep it as one value, and then you can just use, dot and then select the specific method or the property. But I'm just going to destructure it so it makes sense for me. And then here I'm going to see and check if there's no group, then just return no results component. And let's go ahead and import this from our global components. And if there is something, then we're going to return a div just like this right here. And inside this div, we're going to return a div with an h2 and a paragraph inside it. All right, guys, so I also see this import error here. Let's see where that is. Okay, right here. So I need to change this to a client component. So I'm going to say use client up top. And at the bottom down here, now I think we can also refresh this. Why is it not refreshing? Oh, whoa, what's going on? All right, just give me a second, guys. All right, guys, it was just something, I think I just need to refresh the browser, basically. So I also added this new class name. So MD, we're going to make it margin 2 and margin top of 5 on mobile device. And it actually looks really, really nice. Okay, so after the paragraph now, after this div, we're going to go ahead and create more stuff here. So after this, we're going to say group.gallery.length. If there are some items in the gallery, then we're going to return a div like this. And inside that, another div with the following class name. And here we're going to return an image. Okay. And after that, if the active media type is Loom, we might also want to use the YouTube video. But just for now, if it's, okay, sorry, it's already here. But if it's Loom, then we're going to return this iframe with the source. If it is YouTube video, we'll return the iframe with the source. Okay. And then after this down here, I think probably after this one right down here, we're going to say media gallery. And this is a custom component as well. So let's go ahead and create that. So open up your folder structure, go into the about page right in here. And inside this, you want to go into the components and create gallery.tsx. And I'm just going to quickly return a component and rename it. And let's go ahead and provide its props. So its props right now are the gallery, group ID on active, user ID, and group user ID. And let's also go ahead and destructure everything from here. Next, I'm going to remove this and return a div with the following class names. And inside this div, I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to say if gallery has any items, so gallery.length is greater than 0, then we're going to map over the gallery items. And for each of them, we're going to pretty much render something out. But before we render, we have to check if it is an image, a Loom video, or a YouTube video, right? So we're going to use get the help of our validate URL string helper function, and we're going to pass in the gallery, the prop, right? I'm sorry, the value that we're getting from here, which is a string, and it's going to essentially tell us if it's an image or a Loom, okay? And then if it is an image, we're going to return an image tag with the source attribute set to the Uploadcare URL. And we're also going to give it an alt tag here, and you can pretty much give whatever you want. And also, if this is not true, so it's not an image, then it might be a Loom video. And if it is a Loom video, we're simply going to return an iframe. So this is literally a gallery of pictures and videos that show the user what the group is about, okay? So it's very powerful for the user, for the group owner to pretty much convey their message and pretty much show their students how they're going to get value from joining this group. And then after that, finally down here, if it's none of the above, then it has to be a YouTube video. So we're going to show a YouTube video down here, which is a div with another div in here. Please pause and type. Okay, and inside this for YouTube video, we're going to return an iframe, and we have to also set the allow full screen to true. I think for this one we don't need to. Yep, we don't need to, but for this one we do have to. Okay, then finally, if the user ID equal to the group user ID, that means the user that's looking at the page is actually the owner of the group themselves, then we're going to show some sort of a way for them to actually create some gallery items. So let's just go ahead and import this glass modal, and we actually have to create this, sorry about that. So go into your global component, create a folder in here. Oops, sorry about this. And we're going to call this glass-modal. And inside this we'll create the index.tsx, and in here make sure you return a component, and this is what we're going to do inside this component. Essentially all we're going to do here is we're going to get access to the trigger, child, title, and description. It's just a modal. Okay, so we're going to have the dialog component, and we're just going to pass in all the props that we get from the props. Basically we're just going to render them out right here. And let's go back and quickly import the glass modal. And here is the title, basically add media to the VSL, paste a link to a YouTube or Loom video, okay? And then at the bottom here, we're gonna import this card component. So let's go ahead and bring that in. And we also need the card content. So I'm gonna import this one as well. We need the badge plus, which comes from, I think, our local folder. And we also need this media gallery form, which we'll just create in just a second. But let's see if we can see something. Okay, we also have to import this component, right? So I'm just going to go up one layer and just import this media gallery component. And it looks like we also have to pass in a bunch of stuff. So what I'm going to do is okay, let me just let this run for now. Let's go back one step and let's pass in all the props, okay? So let's go ahead and pass in all the gallery, the group ID, and all that kind of props that were required. And then we're just going to make a quick if statement in here. So inside this, we're simply going to say if the user ID is same as a group owner, then we're going to return the HTML parser. And this component is going to help us pretty much render out the HTML. If it's not the group owner, then we're going to render the HTML parser. If it is the group owner, then we can render out the block editor, this component right here, and we're going to have a form element. And remember, all the React hook forms that we used, we can pass that down in here. And for the block editor, please pass in all these props. It's literally the React hook form stuff, and also some states and some setters, okay? And down here, we're gonna have a button inside this, and when the user tries to basically click on, if they're trying to edit it, we're gonna show this button here, okay? And also I wanna bring in this loader component, okay? And that should do the job. All right, guys, and there you go. You can see this right here. This is basically that modal component. So if you click it, it shows a modal, and then you can put something in here. But right now we don't have the form, so that's why we can't see anything. So I'm just going to quickly go back into the media gallery, and I also see some weird error here. Group ID. I think I already passed it in, right? Okay, it looks like we don't need the group ID, so I'm just going to delete that and remove this. Okay, sorry guys, I made a small error here. I think this is not supposed to be inside the media gallery. So just go ahead and remove all of this. We're going to delete this stuff right here. Close this component and then place it right after that. Okay, awesome. And now that solves our error, so we can go back to creating our media gallery forms. I'm going to click on the media gallery component. So just to show you how this works, you can double click on this right here, and then you can change it. Okay, you can change it and you can update as well. So I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this media gallery form component, and now I can populate this. I can create this component. So open up your folder structure, and you want to go into media gallery, which is going to be inside your components forms right here. And actually you need to create the folder called media-gallery like this. And inside that, index.tsx and the schema.ts as well. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to return a component and change the component's name. And this component needs the group ID as a string, which is a string passed in as a prop. So I'm going to quickly destructure that from the props. And I'm also going to create a hook here called the use media gallery hook. And this hook also needs the group ID passed into it. And this hook is not too big, so let's go ahead and create that. So go ahead, open up your folder structure. You want to scroll down to hooks, and you're going to find groups. And inside the index.typescript file, all the way at the bottom, you're going to say the following. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say use media gallery needs a group ID, which is a string. We're going to use React hook forms to essentially create a schema. And the schema is actually very straightforward as well. So let's go into the schema file, which is all the way up here inside the media gallery file right here, schema.typescript. And in here, we're going to say max upload size, the accepted file types. And for this, we're going to need the video URL or the image, or and we're going to set the video to be optional. We're going to set it to a string. We're going to refine it to make sure it's only of type YouTube or Loom. And of course, we didn't create this. It's very complex. We actually just use ChatGPT, okay? And that will basically tell you how to do that. And if the user tries to input something else, we tell them that it's an incorrect URL. And then for image, same thing. It's of type any. We're going to refine it to make sure it is below the max size, okay? So let's go back and just quickly import our schema. And then right here, we're going to need another action. So first, let's create the action, then we'll get back to this, okay? Or actually, let's just read through it. So now that we're creating, now that we have registered this form and we have all of this ready to go, first thing we're going to do is we're going to do some optimistic UI stuff, right? So we're going to get the mutate function right here, and the mutate key is update gallery. And in here, if the user is trying to update it, we're going to have the mutation function in here. If they have a video URL, we're going to try to upload it, okay? And if any error happened, we'll show a toast message. If they have the image or the image length actually exist and the image length exist, then we're going to loop over those images, and essentially we're just going to pretty much upload that file. And of course, we're uploading this to Uploadcare here. Okay, and then finally, again, we need to store that in the database. So we're going to do that in here as well. And if any error, throw a toast. If not, so some big error happened, throw a toast here as well. And then finally, you can also show a success message. So code is actually very easy. It's not that complex, right? So if you really read it this way, it's very simple. But I guess when you try to build it by yourself, then you realize how complex it is, because you have to think about all this stuff, right? No problem. You guys can do it. I believe in you. All right, so let's go up and let's click on the group.typescript. Let's scroll all the way to the bottom. And now we need to create that on update group gallery action. So we need the group ID and the content that we need to save. And now we're just going to say group.findUnique. We're going to find that group ID and we're going to select the gallery. Next, if the media limit is success, that means it exists. And also they have something in the gallery, then we're going to update that group ID's gallery right here. We're going to push this content to it, okay? And why are we doing this? Because the user can only have 6 media files shown on their about page, okay? And then finally, that's it. And then we're just going to revalidate the path, and we're just going to return status 200. So let's go back here and quickly import the server action. And that's pretty much it, right? We're just saving the image or saving the video URL. That's it. And finally, at the bottom, don't forget your handle submit to actually call this mutate function. And in here, we also need to return all this stuff so we can connect them. So now let's go back to our component and let's import this insane hook. All right. And down here, now we can return the form, so we can use all of the stuff we got from that, the use form stuff, and we can actually kind of wire up the error checking and stuff. So the first thing we need in here is our magical form generator. So I'm going to get that component as well, and I'm going to pass in all these props, okay? And then after that, we need a simple label, and the label is going to have a paragraph, and the paragraph will also have a span after that. Very simple stuff. So I'm just going to say label here, and let's go ahead and import this from our folder. And then we're going to have an input component. Let's go ahead and import this as well. And then we need a badge. Let's import the badge plus. And this one's actually our local component. So let's import that from icons folder. The error message, import this as well. Okay. So yeah, very simple. We just have a form generator for a video link, which is an input field, which is a text field. And then we're just going to have a label saying upload an image if you want to. And we're going to have an input file input in here. And we're going to have a badge that says you can add something here, a drag and drop basically. And then any error message will just show the error message in here. Now let's go back and let's import this media gallery form. I'm going to remove this DI thing right here. And the group ID is throwing an error. What's going on? Okay, so I remember we actually removed the group ID from here, right? So we're going to need to bring this back. Let me just quickly get this back here. So that way we can use it. But I think we're going to have another TypeScript error in the about page. Yep, right here. How do we get... Okay, we also have the group ID right here. Okay, so we can probably just pass this down. Where is that? Where are you? Okay. Group ID equal to group ID just like this. All right. Yay. Everyone's happy now. Now let's go back in here and I see a beautiful error and I'm super excited. So can't wait for it. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. So something that I really don't like here is I have a description up here and the description up here as well. So let's go ahead and remove that. So inside the about page, it should be somewhere in here. We have the group name and then we have the group description, right? And then I think we have the group description again one more time. Let's see. So what I'll do, let me see if I can just remove this and see what happens. So refresh. Okay, looks so much better. Let's just keep it this way. Okay, nice. Now if you click on this, just to show you, you can actually edit this. You can use backslash. You can pretty much do literally whatever you want, okay? So you can make this look like a landing page. And this is the feature that school does not even have, right? So now you have more, I guess, flexibility on the posts you want to create on the about page, and you can literally make it look like a website. You can embed videos into it, whatever you like, right? So this is going to be very helpful to convert more customers. And I would also like for you to take it one step further and see if you can create stuff like columns, rows, and things like that. That way users can kind of update them individually. And that way you can also create, I guess that way you can make a website like structure, right? Okay, so I don't know if I made an error here or not, but I think the button to save the image is actually not showing up, right? Because this form should help me kind of, or maybe this is, okay, so I think this is only for, all right, let me just think, guys. Give me a second. Okay, so it looks like I missed the button at the bottom here. That's why we don't see that button. So down here, you're going to return another button component, just like this. And this button is going to have a loader component inside it as well. And finally, we're just going to set this one here, set it to disabled if it is pending, is set to true. Okay, so let me see if this works now. Just give me a second. Okay, so let's see what happened here. So I put a Loom video, but something is going on. It's saying Loom refused to connect. Okay, all right, give me a second, guys. Let me fix this issue real quick. Found out what was the problem. So the link that we were using is actually the shareable link, and we actually need the embeddable link, okay? So if you go into any Loom video that you're trying to pretty much share, if you click on the share video, you're going to get this little modal. Click on the embed link in here, then copy the embedded code. Okay. Now, if you can probably just use this, just paste it in here for now. And you see this iframe, right? You want to copy this iframe code. Now, this URL here is the only URL that can be embedded. Okay. So if you try to use this one, it's going to look alike, but it's going to say share. I think if you change this to embed and then remove this, this should work as well. But just want to let you know. Okay. And then when you paste that link in there, it will essentially render it out, and it will also have the animated URL, the animated thumbnail, everything that you need to make this interactive. Okay. Great job so far. All right. So I just went ahead and uploaded a bunch of images and one video, and this video is pretty much a 1 hour video. It's kind of like a free tutorial, right? So I placed that in here. All right, now we can go into the about page, into the group ID, the dynamic page.tsx, and in here, after the about group, we need to also create the group side widget, okay? And this widget kind of gives more information about the group, and pretty much has the pricing, all that kind of stuff. So in here, you're gonna basically hit enter after this div right here, and you're gonna create a div here, give it a column span of 1, and this one is called the group side widget component. So let's go ahead and create this component. So open up your folder structure and scroll down to your global components, and inside your global component, you wanna create the group dash side. Oops, what is this, guys? I'm so confused. Okay, let's go back down to the global folder and say group dash side dash widget like this. And inside that, create an index.tsx. Next, I'm going to return a component in here, and change the name to group side widget, just like this. Now this component is going to need some props. I'm just going to pass in the props in here. Now let's also quickly destructure all these props. Next, we're going to need to create a hook called use group. Actually, we already have this hook, so let's just hit enter here and say use group info, and let's quickly import this hook. And now we're going to return a very simple component. So we're going to return a card component. Let's go ahead and import this component as well. And I also imported all the other things that I needed to, like the CN function and the separator. And then we finally have one more component down here. And this component is called, actually, I think I made a small error here. This should be the card component like this, or sorry, like this actually. Something seems off. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me just redo this part. Okay, I just accidentally deleted this card component. So I'm just going to go ahead and import that component as well. And now we need to create this join button, right? So we might see an error here. So first, let me go back and just import this widget so we can see what we're doing. And also, let's change this to a client component. Don't forget about that, okay? All right, awesome. And now we need to import this component, right? So we're going to say if group ID, let me also uncomment this stuff. So group ID, if it exists, then we're going to return this join button component. So open up your folder structure. You want to go into the about page right down here, and inside the components folder, create the join-button.tsx. And inside this, we're going to pretty much return the following component. Now this component is going to need 2 props, owner and the group ID. Let's destructure that as well. And now we're going to need a hook in here. So let's go ahead and build out this hook. This hook is actually very simple, not too complex. So let me just get that real quick. So scroll down all the way to hooks down here, go into payment, index.ts, scroll all the way to the bottom, and we're going to say the following. So use active group subscription. We're going to say use query. We're going to give it a query key, and we're going to get this, we're going to import this server action, which is on get active subscription. And now we can go back in here and import this hook real quick. And the next hook we're going to need is the use join free hook. So I'm going to go back into the same payment index.typescript, and I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to say use join free, which needs a group ID. I'm going to say use router, and then on join free group is an async function, and we're essentially just going to create the server action so we can make the user join that group. So go open up your folder structure, go into groups under actions, and at the bottom, I'm just going to say on join group, which is an async function, and we're going to have a try catch, and we're going to await on authenticated user. And once we get the user information, we're essentially going to find that group, and then we're going to update his members, and we're going to create this user ID in here, okay? And then finally, we're going to return a status of 200. Now let's go back real quick, and let's just quickly import the server action. And then if everything is successful, we're also going to get all the groups channels. So let's go ahead and import this server action as well. And then we're going to push the user to that specific group, and we're going to send them to the first channel. Okay, so we also need to import this, guys. So I'm just going to go back into the join button component. And first, let me import this. Okay, I think that's good. And I'm just going to delete this for now so we can see this error here. And inside this component, which is group side widget, I'm going to import this join button component like this. And now we're going to need the another component down here. So essentially in here, we're just having a glass model that has the Stripe payment link, right? So the user can essentially pay through here. And we also have a button here that says join now, okay? And yep, and that's it. At the bottom, we're also returning another button here. I think this one is for the free group, right? And this is if it's not the owner, only then are we going to show this modal down here. Okay, so let me just quickly go back to, actually, let me open up my folder structure. I'm going to go into the global components right down here, and I'm going to create the join-group folder. And inside this index.tsx, and in here, I'm just going to return the following components. A very simple component that just needs the group ID. And I need to actually import this manually, I think. Okay, or I think we haven't actually created. I thought we already did. Okay, let's go ahead and create this hook. Okay, so go ahead, open up your folder structure, go down to payment, inside hooks and index.typescript. And at the bottom, we are essentially going to do the following. So we're going to say use join group is going to give us use stripe, and we're going to get the elements. Next, we're going to get use router, and then we're going to create the payment intent, and we're going to save that in here. And we also need to create the server action. And this server action is inside the actions folder under payments right here. And at the bottom, we're going to do the following. So we're going to say on get group subscription payment intent, and we're going to create a try catch down here. And we're essentially saying client.subscription.find first for this group ID. We're going to select the group, the user, and specifically the Stripe ID. And then down here, we're going to say if the price exists, if this is successful, so we found the price, then we're going to create the payment intent for that specific amount times 100. And then we're going to set the automatic payment methods to true. And then finally, we're going to send the user's Stripe account ID itself. That way they get the money and our platform does not get the money. Okay. And then finally, sorry guys, I still have a crazy cold, but yeah, and then in the end down here, if the intent is successful, we're going to return that secret. Okay, so let's go ahead and import this server action down here, and let's wait for this TypeScript stuff to actually refresh. All right, awesome. And then we're going to do some optimistic UI stuff. So we need use mutation. So the mutation function right here, you can also create a mutation key, but I think we don't need it right now because this is a payment intent, right? So we don't really need that. But for the mutation function right here, if there's no elements and no stripe, we're going to return null. And then we're going to get the intent and the error. We're going to extract it from stripe.confirm card payment. We're going to pass in this secret. And the payment method is going to be card and the card elements that we just created, okay? And then if any error happened, just throw up a toast. If everything is successful, then we're going to essentially say await on join group and pass in the group ID. And if the status is 200, we're going to basically get the channels and send the user to that group and send them to the first channel. So now let's go back into our component and let's import this use join group hook. And now we can use it down here. So we're going to import the card element. And in here, we're going to pass in some styling basically. And down here, we're going to say class name and pass in the following class names. And we're also going to pass in a button that says pay now. So because I'm the group owner, of course, I'm not going to have anything in here. So you can hide this, but for now, I just want to have an indication, right? But if you log out, let's just see what happens. Okay, there you go. You can see a join now button. And if you click the join now button, as you can, kind of guess what happens. Okay, so I think nothing happens. Something's wrong. Let me just go back and quickly fix this bug. Okay, we clearly did not even import the join group payment form. So let's go ahead and import that. And let's try one more time. I totally forgot about it. Every group has to set a pricing in order to charge their customer, right? So if the group is a free group, then we're going to show this, which is join now. That's what we're going to show. Okay, so because of that, they don't have an active subscription. This group does not have an active subscription, so anyone can join this group. So now because I try to join this group, I actually have to go and delete the member from here. So I see a bunch of members in here because I was using a bunch of accounts. So just give me 1 second, okay? So I think a good idea would be to actually jump into the settings right now, and then we'll get into this stuff, okay? So I'm just going to log out real quick, and I'm going to log in with a different ID. So just give me 1 second. Okay, awesome. Now I'm inside the settings page, and I've logged in as the group user. The group owner, sorry. So let me go down here into the group settings, group ID, and inside settings page. And inside this, we have to create multiple pages, right? So the first one we're going to create here is called subscriptions, like this. And inside this, we'll create a page.tsx. And this subscriptions component is also going to have the underscore components like this. Components, awesome. And inside this page.tsx, we're going to return a component. So just do this real quick. And then we're going to say subscription page. So I'm just going to change this inside this component as well. And these props are actually going to get, we're actually going to get the params. So let's go ahead and write that out. So we're going to say params and group ID and string. Let's go ahead and destructure the params from here. Next, we're going to delete this stuff here and we're going to return a div just like this. And now we can actually render out this page. So if I go into the subscriptions page, we should not see a 404. Okay, awesome. So we see this real quick. We see it pretty quickly, so that's good news. And now here we have to create an H2 tag and say group subscriptions. And then we're going to have a div right after this. That's going to basically show us the subscription form and the subscriptions that the user has. So open up the folder structure. You want to scroll down to to subscriptions. Sorry about that, to forms under components. And in here, we're going to create subscription like this, and inside an index.tsx and a schema.ts. Okay. So inside the tsx file, here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to copy from GitHub, paste, and then I'll explain. Okay. So first thing is we need the group ID as the prop, and I'm going to destructure it as well. Next thing is we're going to need this use group subscription hook. So let's go ahead and get this. So open up your folder structure, go down all the way to hooks, and you want to go inside payments. And inside payment all the way at the bottom, we're going to pretty much create this hook. Okay, so we're going to say use group subscription. We're going to use the use form hook, and we're going to pass in a schema. And this schema is actually very simple. We're just going to go into the schema file, which is right here. And we're going to say the following. We're going to say z.object. And we're going to pass in the price, which is going to be a string. Okay, so let's go back now. I'm going to quickly import this. Next, we're going to need the query client. So I'm going to import the query client as well. And then we need this function. Okay, I thought we already created the server action. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so next I want you to go into the payments under actions and scroll to the bottom. And we're going to create the following. So we're going to say on create new group subscription. And we're going to pass in the group ID and the price. And we're going to have a try catch in here. So we're going to say client.group.update for this group ID. We're going to pass in, we're going to basically update the subscription and pass in the new price. Okay. And we're going to return to on response if everything was successful. Let's go ahead and import the server action as well. Then on mutate, we're going to basically reset everything, reset the states, right? And in here, we're also going to say on success, we're going to show a toast message, and on settled, we're going to invalidate the previous data. Okay. And then finally, at the bottom here, we're going to say on create new subscriptions is going to be a handle submit. And that's going to basically invoke our mutate function. And then we're just going to return all of this. So let's go back here real quick. And I just want to read through this so you understand what's going on here as well. We just have a modal here. And this modal basically allows us to create a subscription plan. Okay. So it's basically a payment that they want, right? So that the group owner wants. And then we're going to have a form here and the form generator. And this form generator is an input field that takes in the price and just a button to create it. And then we're going to have another component in here. And this component is called subscription card. So open up the folder structure. You want to go into settings. Let's see, right up here, subscriptions, inside components. And you want to create a folder called card and index.tsx. And in here, we're essentially going to say the following. So we're going to say const subscription card, and it's going to need optimistic price member on click and active. We're going to destructure that as well. And in here, we're returning a card component which has the on click function passed into it. And we're going to have the cn function down here. And the next thing we need is h3. And then after that, we're going to have the members that are also assigned to that specific price, the pricing card. Okay, so let's go back now and quickly import this pricing card. Okay, awesome. And now we also need to import the group subscription form. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that in as well. And the next thing we're going to need is the subscription. So let's go ahead and get that. So you're going to open up your folder structure. Inside the components folder, create another folder, call it subscriptions like this. And inside that, create an index.tsx. And inside this component, we're going to do the following. So we're going to say subscriptions. This component is going to need first the group ID. Let's destructure it as well. Okay. And we have to create another hook in here. And this hook is called the use all subscriptions hook. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. So open up the folder structure, scroll down to hooks, go into payment, index.typescript. And at the bottom, you're going to pretty much put this in here. And we also need to import the on get group subscriptions. And then we're going to import use query client. And down here, we're going to say on active subscription. We're going to say use mutation. And in here, we have the mutation function first, which is basically to get the active subscription that we have. And this server action is something that we need to create as well. So I'm going to go back into the actions folder up here, go into payment, scroll to the bottom, and I'm just going to paste this down here. We're just going to go into subscriptions, find for where this specific ID, and this ID is actually the data ID. What is data here? Let me just take a look. Okay, so data ID right here is a subscription ID, okay? And then we're also going to only select the ones that are active. And then finally, if the status is true, if the status is successful, then we're going to say plan already is active. And if not, then we're going to say subscription.find first for whichever one is active. And then we're going to select the ID as well. And then if we have current here, and that means if we found this subscription and we have an ID for it, then we're going to pass in the ID right here. So we're going to say subscription.update. We're going to update it to this current ID. Say data active set to false, and then if deactivate, then we're going to set it to true. Okay, and then if activate new is set, then essentially we're just going to return 200 saying new plan is activated. Else we're just going to say we're going to basically update this and change the active to true, and then say the new plan is activated in here. Okay, or actually you might want to say the opposite. You might want to say the here you might want to say the new plan is deactivated. And you probably want to change this to false. So probably just a logical error, but that should be fine right now. And down here as well, I'm just going to set this to true. So we can say the plan is active. Okay, so let's go back. The reason why I'm not changing it is because I want to first see if what's actually happening. And then if there is some crazy error, then I might change it. Okay, and you can also change it if you'd like. No problem. Okay, and here pretty much the same thing. We just have a mutate function, and on success, we're going to essentially just show a toast. On settled, will invalidate the query. Okay, not too complicated. But yeah, you see there's a lot of CRUD work. This is why I hate applications like this, because you just have to create CRUD, and I hate CRUD. It's so boring. But it's so valuable because if an employer or a business owner sees this kind of stuff, you are almost guaranteed any project, right? Because this is basically as full scale as it can get. You really have real world experience. This is pretty much what the code looks like. Of course, enterprise level code might have some more, probably it's going to be actually enterprise level code is just a little more redundant stuff, but that redundancy actually helps other developers understand what's happening much more easily. But yeah, this is good to go as well. You just need to make some tweaks and adjustments, and you can pretty much, go live and host this as well. You can take a look at the description for a license and all that kind of stuff, because I know a lot of the students wanted to make money from this, and so many students have actually already done that. And I'll probably mention, all the other students' name and probably sometime later in this video. Okay. All right. Now we can import the subscriptions. Okay. So let's go ahead and import that. And now we should see something. So let me refresh the browser real quick. All right, awesome. So now I can see the group subscriptions. So I'm going to try to add something real quick. Let's just say something like $89 or maybe $99 or 87 sounds better. Let's go ahead and try to create that. And there you go. Now we have a new group subscription. Now, if I click on this, this plan is now the new active plan. Okay. So the user can actually change between plans for their group at any time they want. And when I'm talking about user, I mean the group owner, okay? Not anyone and everyone. Now I have signed in as a new user, and of course it's going to ask me to pretty much create an account if I want to, but I'm just going to skip for now, and that should take me to the Explore page. I'm going to just filter out for business, click on the Prodigies University, and there you go. Now I can see the join for $87 per month. And now if you click on this, you're going to see a really nice simple card component to pay, right? Now, of course, this is too simple, okay, to a point where it looks a little scammy, but you get the point. You can do your magic. You guys are developers and designers. I know you can do a great job. In fact, I would like to see you guys actually change the design a little bit and share what you guys have created, right? And you can share it inside the Discord. I would love to take a look at it. So go ahead and join. Every now and then I also host free, just I guess show and tells, or just, let's just all hang out sometime kind of call. And sometimes I also do mentorship calls completely for free just to help you guys out. Okay, so you can join the Discord. It's a lot of fun. and please share your work and show me what you have accomplished. Okay, so let's move on. We have so much more to do. This is an absolute beast of a project, so I hope you are enjoying so far. Okay, let's move on now. All right, guys, so I just took a look at the work in progress flags, and we still have a mobile nav bar that we need to put inside our layout file. Okay, so inside group ID, layout.tsx, you want to scroll down here, and we're going to pretty much uncomment this. Now open up your folder structure, and you want to go into the group components, and inside this you're going to create mobile-nav, and inside that an index.tsx. Now in here we're going to return a component, so I'm just going to return this and change it to mobile nav. Now first thing we need is the group ID, so I'm going to go ahead and destructure this and also get it from the props. And then down here, first we need the user information. So I'm going to get this from Clerk. I'm going to say current user, and I'm going to import that. And let's also change this to an async component. And then I'm going to remove this and return another div with the following styles. And now I can go back and quickly import our mobile nav component. The next thing we need inside this component is a link right here, and we're going to import the home icon. After that, we're going to say notification, and this is a component that we already created. So go ahead and bring that in as well. And then we need a link in here that has the message icon inside. And then finally, we need the avatar icon. Okay, so go ahead and bring that in as well. So now when you shrink the page, you'll notice at the bottom of the page, you're going to find a really, really nice nav bar. And this is probably what you would see on most mobile devices. So that's why we have that here. Now, the next thing is inside this channel, we actually see nothing in here, right? That's because we haven't created anything. So go inside group/group ID /channel /channel ID /page.tsx, okay? And inside this page, we're going to do the following. So the first thing we're going to do in here is we need that hydration boundary. So let's go ahead and get that component, and let's also import it and also import dehydrate. Next, we're going to import a div just like this, and another div inside that. Now open up your folder structure. You want to go into group right here. Inside this components folder, you want to create another folder in here called leaderboard. And inside that, you want to create an index.tsx file. And this is a very simple component. We're just going to have a light prop right here. And then we're going to return a card with h2 and paragraph. Okay. And we're going to set the following styles on this as well. And same thing for both these elements as well. And let's go back and quickly import this from here. So I'm going to import the leaderboard card. Okay, awesome. There we go. And then after this, we're going to have a div right here. So I'm going to create a div. And inside this div, we're going to have a create new post component. So let's go ahead and bring that in again. Okay, and this is a new component that we have to create. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside your folders, inside the channel ID, you should actually have, okay, so let's create another folder first, and this is going to be called _components like this. And inside that, we want to create a create-post component like this with an index.tsx file inside it. And then let's go ahead and return a component, and we're going to rename this to create new post component. Just like this, okay? And now this is going to need 3 props. I'm going to go ahead and quickly get those props as well. And please go ahead and destructure and also get all the values here. And inside this component, we're going to first create a hook called use channel page. So open up your folders, go down all the way to hooks, and we're going to create another. Actually, we already have channels in here. So go into the index file and scroll to the bottom. And in here, we're going to say use channel page is equal to a function here. And this is taking in the channel ID. And then we're going to invoke use query here so we can create this action and the query key. And then in here, we're going to need to get the channel info first. And after that, down here, we're going to use a use mutate state function. So let's go ahead and import that as well. And then this is essentially the mutation key that we have to pass in, and the status. I think this is just some setup stuff, so you can pass this in for now. And then here we're just going to say select. We're going to return state and status basically, and we're going to set the state to mutation state.variables, and we're going to return the status in here as well. Okay, I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to quickly import the use channel page. And I need to destructure some data that comes in from this channel page stuff. So I'm going to get the name from it, and I'm going to set it as a string, as an object with name set to string. Next, we're going to remove whatever we have in here, and we're going to return a React fragment. And then I'm going to quickly go back one page into the channel page.tsx. And in here, I'm just going to import our create new post component. And now inside our create new post component, please change this to a use client component, just like this. Okay, awesome. Now we have that set up. So let's move on. All right, guys, so we also need to create this navigation bar, but I actually went ahead and already did it because I actually missed that out. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to go into the main nav bar that we have for our landing page, which is right here. So this nav bar, menu.tsx, and just copy this entire component. Okay, first copy everything. Then you're going to go into your group ID, your components, group navbar, just create a folder like this, and inside that create index.tsx and just paste it in here. Okay, then the next thing you need to do is you need to basically get the constants. So if you go into the constants folder, you can go into GitHub and you can get all of this. Okay, so first put group page menu right here, and you want to get the props as well. And then you're going to put this right here. Now this is going to throw an error. So for that, what you're going to do is you're going to basically create this type. It's basically the menu props type. Just remove a couple things, okay? Remove section and the integration, okay? Just for now, we just need something there. It doesn't really matter if it doesn't work. We just need to kind of navigate, right? After that, once everything is working, you can make it look all pretty and stuff. But for now, just focus on functionality. And once that is done, you should go back in here. And now you can say Drupal constants.group page menu. And that's pretty much it. You don't have to do anything else in here. And then down here as well, you want to say Drupal constants.group page menu.map. Okay. Then the on click, just restructure it to look like this. Okay. Just remove it and just put this in here. So onset section and menu item.path, and same thing for this one as well. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now let's go back. And now you should see a nav bar that looks just like this, okay? And if you click on it, of course, it's going to have, the icons and stuff. But there's one issue. The issue is that we don't have the right path. So let me see if I can customize that as well. Okay, guys, so it's going to take a lot of time. I already showed you how to build a nav bar. So just use the knowledge that I gave you or look at the other components. And it's basically what you need to do is you need to set the href to match the correct path. Okay, that's literally it. So for this group, you will have to have the group ID. This one is exactly what we need, which is the first channel, right? So when you click on group, it should take the user to the general channel for this specific group. Then when they click on courses, it has to take them into the group / this ID. And instead of channel, it has to go into the courses, okay? Same way, but for now, I'm just gonna leave this as is. And on mobile devices, it pretty much just looks like this, okay? And you can make it look nicer if you want to, but this should do the job just for now. Now, I'm gonna go back into my create new post component, which is in here, inside the channel page.tsx, right here. And, or actually, we also need one more element here. So let me first go ahead and do that. So go back into this component right here. And after this div right here, you want to hit enter, and you're going to create another div, and you're going to say group side widget. And go ahead and import this group side widget component. All right, there we go. That component is done as well. And after this, we also need one more component, but I think we can get to this next. Let's first finish the create new post component. So inside this React fragment, we're going to create another custom component just called simple modal. And I want you to go into GitHub and grab this component, okay? It's inside the components folder. So let me scroll down here and find that. So inside components, global, and then we're going to find something called simple-modal, and inside that an index.tsx file. And that component is just a very simple dialog component, okay? It's going to have a dialog with an image inside, and then we're going to have some arrow icons with another image inside it, and then just another title and description and all the children components, okay? And that's pretty much it. So let's go back real quick. And I'm also going to go ahead and just import this component. And the trigger for this component is basically a span. And we're going to have a card inside that. And the card is going to have some content. So card content. We're going to have an avatar. So we're going to render out the avatar component. We're just going to say avatar image, avatar fallback URL, just like this. And then let me also fix this real quick. Just give me a second. Okay, so I'm going to also import all of this. So just go ahead, pause the video, and just import everything, okay? All right, and now inside this modal, we need to have an element inside that as well, right? It's because this is actually asking for the children to show up inside. So for that, I'm going to hit enter inside this component, and I'm going to create a div, and inside the div another avatar, and the username and the name of the and their name as well. Or sorry, not name, I meant the channel name. And then after this, right down here, we're going to create the post content. And this post content is our awesome block editor, right? That's why we're using this block editor, because the user can use any design they want for their comment section. Sorry guys, not comment section. Oh God, when they create a post, they can basically do whatever they want. They can have images, videos, they can put titles, they can structure it in any manner they like. All right, now inside the global folder, we're going to create another one called post-content. And inside this, inside index.tsx, and inside this, I want you to go to GitHub, copy this entire component, and just paste it in here. Okay, it's nothing different. It's the exact same thing. We have a button, we have a block editor, and we have the input for any file. Okay, not file, sorry. I think this input is just for the title. Okay, but we're going to have one special hook in here, and this hook is called use create channel post. So go ahead, open up your folder structure, scroll down to the hooks folder, and you're going to search for the channels. Click on that. You're going to scroll to the bottom, and you're going to say use create channel post equal to an arrow function that takes in the channel ID. And inside this, first thing we're going to do is we're going to basically create a state called on JSON description and set JSON description. And then we're going to also have, we basically just copied it from the other one, right? So that's why it has description in here. But then basically it's the post body essentially. So then next thing is description and set on description, have a use state for that as well. Then for the HTML version, we got to have one as well. And I'm going to just import all the use form stuff. And inside my global component, inside the post content, I'm going to create schema.typescript, and inside that I'm going to have a very simple schema called create channel post with title, content, HTML, and JSON content. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to go ahead and import this. So now I can have that schema in here. Let's also import Z from Zod, and we also need the Zod resolver. So I'm going to go ahead and import that as well. Okay, so now we have the use form stuff. Next we have a setter. Okay, and this setter basically sets the value of the JSON content, the content and HTML content, and we're also stringifying it, right? Because it's JSON stuff. And then down here, we're basically listening to it, and based on any changes happening to the state, then we are setting the descriptions, okay? And then down here, we're gonna have the query client, and finally, we're gonna use mutation, and the mutation key here is create post. And for that function, we're basically gonna have all these values, which is title, content, HTML content, JSON on post ID, and then we're going to have this server action. So go up into actions right here. You want to go into channels, and you want to scroll to the bottom, and you want to do the following. So you want to say on create channel post, and you want to get all those values, and we're making a very simple API request. And before that, we need to also get the user credentials. So get that first. We're going to say client.post.create, and we're going to pass in the data. Okay. And then that's, oops, sorry guys. And then if everything was successful, we'll just return 200, okay? I'm going to go back and I'll bring in this new server action, and I'm just going to pass in all the data that it needs. Then upon success, once that is successful, then we're just going to set the JSON description, HTML, and HTML description as well. And then we're going to call the set on description and pass an undefined for that as well. We're basically just resetting everything. And then we're just going to show a toast, okay? And then in here, once everything is settled, we'll just invalidate the previous request. Next, we're going to create a handle submit for our form, for our post form. And then we're going to pass in this mutate function, invoke it, and pass in all the new data. All right, so now I'm going to go back into my post content component, and I'm just going to import this, this hook. And this hook is basically going to get us everything we need for this form. So we're just going to wire up the on submit. We're going to, use it. We're basically going to spread all the register from, I think this comes from reactive forms. Yep. So just use a spread operator and just pass in everything as a prop into the input component. And then down here, we have a button, and then same thing for the block editor. It needs all of this info, right? So we're just going to pass all of this as well. Now let's go back and import our post component, which is right here. So post content component. So I'm just going to bring that in. Okay, awesome. And just like that, we now have our post basically. So if you click on it, it's going to show a little modal, and then you can put whatever you want in here, a title, and then you can use the editor that we just created, and you can basically do pretty much anything you like in here. Okay, so let's quit this real quick. Now, another thing is we want the data to show instantaneously, right? We're basically using that use mutation function to create optimistic UI, right? So basically down here, once the user has created the post, we want to check for the mutation.length, okay? Because that mutation right in here actually has the mutated data, okay? And this mutated data is the optimistic UI data. So down here, we're going to say mutation.length. If it's greater than 0, then we're going to basically check the status. So at 0.status, if it's equal to pending, and the mutation actually has a state stored inside it, then we're going to render out a postcard component, okay? So this way we can instantly show what the user just created, and for them it's going to look like magic because it's basically going to instantly show on the front end, right? But technically we're basically faking it. I mean, that's how optimistic UI is. And then if anything happened, React query will actually kind of undo this mutation state, so it'll go away. All right, so I just returned that post component card right here. But of course, we need to create this component. So go into your global folder right in here, and you're going to create another component in here. Or actually, since we probably want to create it somewhere else. So let me go into the channel, which is right here inside components. We can create this component. So I'm just going to create a folder in here called post feed. And inside this, I'm going to create an index.tsx like this. And I'm also going to create the postcard.tsx. So let's go into the postcard component, and it's a very simple component. We just need some props in here. So we're going to bring in all these props, and then we're also going to destructure all these props down here. Okay. Then we're going to get use path name, and then we're just going to use a card component, the card content. We're going to have the post author, and then we're going to have a link component, and then a separator. And then we're going to have some interactions here. Of course, we don't have all of this, and that's why it's going to show red here. So I'm just going to delete this so we can see it in here. So the first thing we need is the post author. So let's go ahead and grab that component first. So inside the post feed, you're going to create a post-author.tsx. And in here, we're going to do the following. So it's a simple component that has a div, an avatar, another div, a paragraph, another paragraph right below it. And inside that, we're just going to show the channel where the user is posting it in. And now, of course, go back and import that component. Okay, looks amazing. And then we also have the interactions page, interactions component. And this is basically the likes, comments, and stuff like that. Okay, so inside the post feed, you want to create interactions.tsx like this. And in here, you want to return the following. So you want to say, get all these props. You want to destructure them as well. And you're going to have a new hook in here. So I'm going to remove this so we can create it. And then in here, we're returning a div, right down here. This is just CSS stuff, not too complex, but we have another div in here, and we're going to have a span. And even the likes and comments are also optimistic, right? Because if it's server-side, if the user hits like, it's going to take like 3 seconds to reload the page and then show the new like. So that's why we're just using optimistic UI here. So basically, we're just going to show optimistic if true, then show unlike. If it's pending, then we'll show the, if the user liked it, then we'll show the like component. If not, we'll show this one, okay? And then finally, we're just basically returning another span down here. And inside that, we're gonna have the like icon, and it's gonna have an on-click with the mutate. And this mutate is gonna come from our hook, basically, okay? I hope you remember, we've literally done this a million times. And then down here, pretty much the same thing, okay? You can unlike it as well. I mean, you could literally just have a toggle if you want, but this just was easier to build. But you can have a toggle, and then you can have the opposite function if you'd like as well. Actually, I probably prefer that. I like that UI much better. It makes more sense, okay? And then in here, if it's pending, and we're going to check if the liked user is equal to the user ID, okay? If it's the same user. And then we're going to see if this is true. Then if likes exist, likes -1, we're just going to return this. If not, we'll return likes +1, okay? And if it's still pending after all of this, we'll return likes, the total likes, basically. So finally, we'll also have some comments down here, and we're going to have a message circle icon. And this message circle icon comes from Lucid React. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this hook real quick. So you want to go down into hooks down here, and inside that you want to go into channels, index.typescript, and at the bottom it's a pretty small hook. All we need is first get the correct client, then we're going to be using that use mutation hook, right? So I hope you realize there's a pattern right now, right? This pattern is what I'm talking about. It's called pattern recognition. Now you understand what to do, and then later on you can figure out how and why everything works. Now your next step would be to figure out how everything works, which is basically you're going to sit down with yourself, open up the code after you're done coding everything, and you're going to read every single line and see how everything is wired up. Then you're going to understand why everything works, which is the most important and also the most difficult answer. So you'll figure it out. But first understand what to do, then how it works, then understand why. Okay? So this is a simple server action called onLikeChannelPost. So when the user tries to like it, we have to show the post ID and the data.likeID as well. Okay? And once it's successful, we'll show a toast. And then once it's settled, we'll invalidate all our past queries. Okay, so let's go back into the channels page, which is in here. Sorry, not channels page, it's the action. So channel is right here. And at the bottom, we're going to say the following. It's a very, well, it's not too complicated. It actually looks complicated, but it's easy. So we're just going to say on like channel post. We're going to get the post ID and the like ID. Then we're going to get the authenticated user information. And finally, down here, we're going to say client.like.find first for this specific like ID. We're going to get the user ID as well, because sometimes, you know, the user probably already liked that post, right? And if the like actually exists, then we're going to delete that like. So we don't show the like, right? It's like an unlike. And then if the like does not exist, then we'll create the like, okay? And for that, you just have to pass in the like ID and the user ID. And down here, to create the ID itself, then the post ID and the user ID, okay? And then if everything is successful, just return 200. So I'm going to go back real quick and just import this post from here. Okay, import that. Looks amazing. And that's literally it. Okay, so I'm going to go back now and import this hook. Okay, looks great. And now we can also import our interactions components. And now if you notice our create post down here, our post card is also messed up. So we're just going to import that one as well, so it doesn't throw this error. Okay, so there you go. I just created a post. I clicked on this, and you know, the modal showed up, and I just posted something in here, almost at 100K. So help us reach our goal, so we can help you reach yours. Okay, love you, Prodigies, basically. And let's go ahead and try to create this. And of course, this is the TipTap, or it's the novel editor, so you can do whatever you want in here. But I'm just going to do this for now and hit create, and there you go. Instantly, you see the post. All right, guys, so now we are actually, it disappeared, and I think I know the reason why it did, and I think it's because we don't have the post feed being rendered out, because this is only mutated, this is just optimistic UI data, right? So when the real data comes, it's actually going to come through the other component, which is the post feed component. So we'll see if this works, and if it doesn't, of course, I'll fix the error and I'll tell you what to do, but I think this should be the answer. So you want to go into your channel ID right in here, and you're going to go into the page.tsx, and down here, you're going to find our group, actually our create new post. And after this, there we go. So we don't have the post feed component in here, right? So go ahead and create this post feed component, which we need to create in just a second. And we're also just going to pass in 2 props for now, and then we'll get back to that in just a sec. So open up your folder. You want to go into the components folder right above this. Go inside the post feed, and in here you see we have an index.tsx file, right? So we have to populate this with that post feed component. So all we're going to do, so go into GitHub, of course, copy this component, and then let's just continue from here. So first, get the props destructure. You guys know, okay? Then we need a hook, and this hook is called use channel page. So go ahead and import this hook. We already created it, so we're good to go. And then we're going to destructure all the data. So we need all the posts from here, okay? We're going to destructure it from this data, and this is just a type that we're trying to set on this. And then we're going to return if posts exist and the post.length exists, and it's greater than 0, then we're going to return this. If not, we'll return the we'll just return an empty fragment, okay? Maybe you can just return like a empty component that shows nothing or no posts or something like that. That's fine as well. But right here, we're essentially just going to return this post card, and we already created this, you know, so we're just going to map over the post and return a postcard and pass in all these props, okay? The key, channel name, title, HTML, every single thing. Just pause the video, type this out so you understand what's going into this component, okay? And then remember I told you we created this really helpful infinite scroll observer component. We can use the same component here as well. So you can literally use it for whatever you want. The code base in this project is very optimized, and there's a lot of components that you can pretty much use for your projects as well, okay? So don't forget, we are now releasing the license for all our code projects. So you can go to the description, you can grab it. I made it very affordable for everybody, so you can start monetizing just like all the other students who have already made money using this code. All right, so now let's go ahead and import the post feed component, which is inside the page.tsx under the channel ID. And let's see, down here we have the post feed, so let's bring that in as well. Okay, and now inside our post feed, we actually have to create a component called paginated posts. So let's go ahead and do that. So open up your folder structure, and inside your components under the channel, you want to create another folder in here, and you want to call it paginated-posts, and inside that an index.tsx. Now in here, we're just returning a postcard component, okay? Very simple component. And we're also getting access to our state, our Redux state. And then based on that, we're just looping over whatever's inside our Redux state, and we're just showing all the posts on the page. And now let's go back. And of course, if you want to take a look at what does it do, what props you're passing in, it's basically a postcard, right? So whatever props we need from the props as well as from our data object, we can pass them in here. And now let's go back and just quickly import our paginated posts. And there we go, guys. Now we can see our posts on the it's not a For You page, it's a group page, right? It's a channel page. So under the general channel, we can actually see this. And now if you click on the announcements channel, of course, you're not going to find anything in here because the user has not created any posts under the announcements channel, okay? So if you go ahead and create one in there, you'll see it in there as well. But I created 2 posts in here. You can clearly tell they're different. And I was just basically testing them out. That's pretty much it. And that little, the skeleton that you saw was the skeleton post that we wanted. That helps us fetch more posts as well. So the other thing that I did here was I changed the like and dislike. So instead of having the like and dislike icon, I just have the same thing. And don't worry, the code will also, it's pretty much the same, okay? There's nothing different. So now if you click on the heart icon, it's going to like it. And because it's optimistic UI, it's going to show almost instantaneously. And if you uncheck it, it's going to show as unliked. Okay, so we still have our courses to complete. And we also have the real-time messaging feature, which is really nice to have in a group because no online platform right now has this. And it's very important to keep the community going, okay? And that's why even for PU students, I have a separate Discord channel where they can pretty much text if they want to. But this is what's going to help create that real-time, that one-on-one like experience, okay? So first, let's move on to courses because I want to kind of have 2 different things here. Multiple pages here that I can access. So let's go ahead and build that first. So under courses, you're going to create a page.tsx. You're going to create a components folder like this. And we also want to create a dynamic course ID folder. So in here, you want to say course ID, just like this. And inside this, we can pretty much create another page.tsx. Or let's first finish this page, and then we'll get to that one, okay? So let's wait for this. All right, guys, so go ahead and return a component and change it to course page. And we're going to need the group ID from the params. So let's go ahead and grab that from params. And in here, I'm also going to destructure this value. And the first thing I'm going to do is grab the query client. So let's bring that in as well. And we're going to prefetch some data in here, okay? And this one is called group courses. And I'm also going to set this to an async function. Now open up your folder structure. You can scroll up, go into your actions folder and create courses.typescript. And in this, all the way up top, I'm going to say use server. And this is the server action we need, which is on get group courses. So you're going to get Prisma clients.courses.find many for this group ID. We're going to get the first 8, okay? And then we're just going to order by descending. And then if the length is greater than 0, return 200. So let's go back now. And let's also import that. Okay, just like that. Awesome. And the next thing we need here is the hydration boundary. That way our components can get access to all this prefetched data. So go ahead and import the hydration boundary and dehydrate in here as well. And now we're going to have a div inside this with the following class name. And first thing we're going to have is the course create placeholder. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab that. Now, believe it or not, this is actually the biggest component I think we have. So just bear with me. We're going to first go into the global folder right here. We're going to say create dash course, course like this, and index.tsx. And I'm going to return a component called course create, and I'm going to grab the course ID as the prop for this component. Okay, and let's also go ahead and destructure that. And the first thing is we're going to need a hook in here called use create course. And let's go ahead and open up our folder structure, go down to hooks down here. We're going to create something called courses, and inside that an index.typescript file. And in here, we're going to have our hook. So we're going to say export const use create course. And this is basically going to take the group ID, which is a string. And first thing we're going to do here is we're going to have a state to basically have the course's privacy setting, whether it should be public or open, or it should be private. The next thing is a ref down here. And let me see where, I think this ref is basically just to create the course itself, but let's just see where I'm actually using this. Okay, yeah, it's just for the mutate function, okay? So yeah, next thing is because we're using forms here to create the course, we're going to need to use all the React hook form stuff. Same thing we've been doing previously as well. So let's go ahead and grab everything from use form, z.in for type of, this new schema. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So inside the create course component, which is in here, you want to create another one called schema.typescript. And in here, the schema is very simple, z.object. And we're going to basically say name, string, description string, image is any. We're going to refine it to make sure it's less than the file size. Pretty much the same thing we had previously, right? And the privacy is going to be a string as well. And published is going to be Boolean. Okay, so let's go back now. And I'm going to import my schema. And then I'm just going to set some default values for privacy open and for published false. Then we're going to have a use effect in here, which is basically going to watch all these values, right? So based on the watch, we're going to set our privacy to the value we're getting, okay, from that form field. Next, we're going to get query client, and then we're going to make this API key to basically get all the group info. And then the next thing we're going to do down here is we're going to use mutation. And this is done for the real-time stuff, right? For the optimistic UI. So the mutation key is create course mutation. And the mutation function is basically, we're just going to upload this image for the course, right? It's kind of like a banner. So we're going to upload that image into Uploadcare. And then we're simply just going to create the course itself. So open up your actions folder, go into courses, scroll all the way down. And we're going to do the following. We're going to say on create group course clients.group.update for this group ID. We're going to say data courses. We're going to create this course in here and link it to this specific group. Okay, that's pretty much it. And then we'll return a 200 response. And let's go ahead and import this create group course and let's pass in all the data. And then finally, we're just going to return the course from this mutation function. Then on mutate, we're basically going to we're going to invoke the button click on this. So if the button exists, then we'll click that button. So it's kind of like the on submit, okay? And then in here, if it is successful, we'll return a toast, just like this. So let's get toast from our components folder. And then okay, sorry guys, I made an error here. Just give me 1 second. This toast is not from components toast, it's from Sonar, okay? So go ahead and import that. And once everything is settled, let's invalidate the previous queries. Next, we need to create our handle submit. So I'm gonna quickly remove this. And I'm going to import v4. That way we can create an ID. We can also pass in all the other values. And that way, the handle submit will invoke our mutate function, which will then fire all the server actions. Okay. And then down here, we're just going to return all the values we just created. So the on create course, please pause the video and just type this. It will make no sense for me to read it. Okay. So pause and just type it out. Okay. Now let's go back and I'm going to import the use create course just like this. All right, awesome. Now, who can create a course? Well, only the group owner. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if the group owner exists. Okay, so if group owner exists, then we're going to return something. So for now, I'm just going to return a React fragment. So the element that I'm going to return right here is a glass modal. Okay, so I'm just going to say glass modal like this. And inside this, I'm going to set the title prop to be create new course. And I'm also going to set the description and the trigger. And our trigger is just a card component that has sort of like a bordered element, right? It has a plus icon in there. And that's it. We're just going to have a plus icon. We're going to say create course. And this glass modal is now going to have a form inside it, because inside the modal, we're going to have the form where the user can create everything. It's actually a very simple component, but it's just very long. So just follow through with me, pause the video, type it out so you know what's going on. And then eventually when you have time, you can dig more deeper into every single thing. Okay, so let's break down everything now. Okay, so after this component inside the glass modal, we're going to create the form, pass in our onSubmit function and some class names. And then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a form generator component. So import that. And this is for the type input type. Okay, and it's called add a course name. And the next one is add a course description. Okay, so 2 form generators. Then after that, we're going to have a div in here. And this div is going to have a label called course permissions. And next, we're going to have another label in here all the way till here. And this is going to have a span and an input inside it and a card component that says open. Okay, so it's basically the privacy settings. Then the next thing is after this, actually, it's not the privacy settings. It's basically whether we're showing the course to people or not. Okay, so basically hiding it or showing it publicly. Privacy settings, which is the published or unpublished, that's actually different. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So we're just going to build this component with the card component, and then down here we're going to have another label, and this is the level unlock. So a user can basically unlock it at a certain level. Now, this is something that you can skip because I don't think we're including it in this video because we already built way too much and it would just be a waste of your time for us to do a lot of crud, right? But level unlock is very simple. So remember we had a leaderboard, and I think this is a great kind of a challenge that you can take. So a leaderboard, well, it needs some metrics, and the metrics that we think will be appropriate for determining if a user engages with the platform would be something like likes, right? You could have even more, like the user logging into the platform and pretty much having a streak, right? So the more number of times in a week they log in, the more bonus points they get, right? And all of that, it's just a simple number that you have to attach to the user profile, okay? And that user profile should be inside the members, inside the group. Okay, so not just the user itself, it's for each member. Okay, so basically every time they like a post, you're going to add 1 point to their total count. Okay, or maybe you can call it P or something like that. And every time they log in, maybe you can offer a 2x on their XP or something like that, right? That way you can keep track of who is on the leaderboard in the last 30 days. Okay, that means who earned the highest number of points in the last 30 days, not who is the top of the leaderboard in 30 days, because that'd be only one user, right? So that's how you can track XP. Very simple, not too complicated. Try to make it work. Not right now, you can do it towards the end of the video, okay? I'll tell you when to do it. So based on the user's level, that means, let's say they have 1,000 points, then you can give them level 1, right? If they have, well, that's a lot of likes, but I'm just giving you an example. And if they have 2,000 points, that's level 2, right? Very simple. So based on that level, you can unlock a course for the user, okay? Hopefully it's not too complicated, but that's pretty much it. So I'm not sure if we're doing it in this project or not. If it's in here, you know, enjoy yourself. That's probably because I had some time. But if not, then it's not too complicated, and I would like to see you take up a challenge. Okay, so that's how we can create the level unlock component. So this is just an input field with the type radio, so they get to choose which level, and then we have a card inside it, and the card's going to have level unlock just around that. Okay, and next another label. This is for the privacy, so the hidden, whether we're basically showing it as a private course or public course, right? So let's go ahead and create that as well. So it's an input field with the card here, and finally the error message at the bottom. And then for the image, basically the banner image, we're going to have an input file right here and a card right after that with the following styles. Please pause and type all of this, okay? And then we're going to have an error message at the bottom as well. Next, we're going to have a div, And in that div, we're going to have a switch and a label. This is for whether the user wants to publish the course out to the public or not. Okay. And then finally, we're going to have the button with the type submit, and it's a create button, so user can create this course. And we're going to have a dialog close for the button that says close modal. So if they don't want to create it, then they can just close out by clicking this button. So now I'm just going to remove everything from the URL and just say course. Let's see what happens actually. Okay, and we are seeing a 404. So let me see what path I have, and then I can see if I can fix that. Okay, it's called courses. It's not course. Let's try this. And if everything is working, we should see an error. Okay, there we go. And let's import our create course component. Okay, next in our create course, this is supposed to be a client component because we're using a hook, right? So go up top and you want to say use client like this. And look at that. How amazing is it, right? If you click on it, it's going to essentially open up a modal where you can create the course information. Now, there's one thing I see that's actually not working here. Okay, I think I know what happened. I used the wrong plus icon, I think. So let me go ahead and fix that, okay? Just give me a second. Okay, so yeah, the plus icon you want to use is the badge plus from the from Lucid React icons, okay? And that's it. There we go. Now, if you click it, it shows all the course details. You can create it. It's going to create the course, but you're not going to be able to see the course, okay? And the reason is because we don't have a course list, component. So let's go ahead and build that as well. So again, you want to go into your folder, go into courses. This is under group, right? Group, courses, inside components, and you're going to create another folder in here called course-list, and inside that index.tsx. And in this component, we're going to basically return a component like this, and we're going to set this to course list. Next, we need some props. So I'm going to say group ID, and this is a string. Let's also go ahead and destructure from the props. Now we're going to create a hook in here called use courses, and all this is doing is basically getting all the information from the query client. So I'm going to scroll down to hooks inside courses. I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to say use courses equal to group ID. It's a arrow function that gets the group ID, and then we're just going to say use query. I'm going to pass in that key, and then on get group courses as the server action. And then finally, let's just return all the data. Now let's go back and just quickly import this hook. And since we're using use courses in here, this is going to be a use client component. And then inside this place, right before this actually, we're going to check if the data status is 200. And if it is, then if it's not 200, then we're just going to return nothing here. And then in here, we are going to pretty much loop over the courses and return a list. Okay, so we're going to say data.courses.map, and for each of them, we're going to return something. So first, I'm going to return a link component from NextLink, and inside this, I'm going to provide the href and the key, okay? And the href is /group, the group ID, the courses, and the course ID itself. Okay, that way we can go into the course if the user clicks on this module. Sorry, on the course itself. And then inside this, we're going to have a card component. Let's go ahead and import this stuff as well. And we're going to have an image tag. This is the standard image tag. And the reason is because of because we're using Nextjs15. And then down here, we're going to also have the source. So Uploadcare /course thumbnail. And then down here, we're going to have a div with the h2 with the course name inside it. And then we're going to use our helper function to truncate the string. And now let's go back and import our course list component as well. So now when we create a course, we should see it reflect inside the courses tab. Okay, and I just hit create course, and there we go. So I also see this little weird, okay, I accidentally typed something, so you can remove that. And just like that, we have created our first course. Now, if you click on it, it's going to take you to a 404 page because we haven't used the dynamic ID to kind of select that course and render out that course itself. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Now go ahead, open up your folder structure, and you want to go into the course ID folder right here. Remember, we created a dynamic folder, right? So open this up, and inside that you want to say page.tsx. And for the course, for this specific course, all we're going to do is return a div here with the following class names, and we're going to import the empty icon. Next, inside the course ID page, create a layout.tsx, and in here, we're going to return the following. So we're going to basically import two new components. I'm just going to delete this so we can see these errors. And then we're just going to say async function, and we're going to import query client. And this is going to give us the course ID and the group ID in the params, right? So let's grab that as well. And don't forget to destructure from here. And the next thing is we need to create a new server action called get course modules. So let's go ahead and get that. So open up your folder, go into courses, and all the way at the bottom, you're going to say the following. So you're going to say on get course module, it's an async function. We're going to say client.module.find many for this course ID. We're going to get everything in descending order. And we're also going to include each section. So each module, basically. Remember, I told you I swapped the names. But yeah, we're just going to return that. We're going to return those in ascending order. And if everything is successful, just return a 200 response. And I'm also going to go ahead and just import this real quick. Nice. And then now we need to basically import the hydration boundary. We're going to say dehydrate in here, and we're going to pass in our client. And then down here, we're going to have a div and a div inside that as well. And then finally, we're going to render out all the children components at the bottom. But in here, we're going to have the create course module and the course module list. So we're going to have a component to essentially where the user can create something. And in here, we're just going to render everything. So open your folder, and inside the courses components folder, create another one called create-module. And inside this, create an index.tsx. And this is a small component actually, but we're going to need a custom component called global accordion. So I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to delete this hook real quick. And before I do anything, I'm going to go back up one page and import our create course module. And I'm going to hide this component right here. And now because we have our course ID and the page, we can actually click on this and we should see something. All right, now we're seeing the error, so it means it's rendering out this component. So let's go back into the create course module component and let's get this hook. So again, we need React hook forms, right? So that's why we're going to go into hooks, and inside courses, inside index.typescript, all the way at the bottom, you're going to say export const this course module name, and we're going to return an arrow function. We're going to set it to an arrow function, and we're going to get two parameters. First one is the course ID and the group ID. Now, first thing I need here is query client. So let's get that as well. And then we have to get all the group info. So I'm going to say use query, grab all the data. We're going to pass in our query key, and we're going to also have the get group info server action. Next, you guys know the drill. We're going to use mutation. Okay. So use mutation hook right here. We're going to get the mutate function, any data, and the is pending state. So the key is create module. The function is the following. So we're going to have the course ID, title, and module, and then module ID, sorry. And here we're going to have a server action as well to essentially create that course module. So go into actions all the way up top, click on courses, scroll all the way to the bottom. And in here, we're going to say on create course module, we're going to get all three of these. And then we're going to say client.course.update for this ID. We're going to grab the data, which is what we are going to grab is this data prop right here. Actually, sorry, this is update, guys. We're not getting anything. We're updating it, right? So we're going to say data, and we're going to set the modules. And inside modules, we're going to create one of a module called title and with an ID, okay? And then we're going to return a 200 response if everything is successful. And I'm also going to import this real quick. And that's it. So if everything is successful, send a 200 toast. And once it's settled, you want to invalidate all the past queries. Next, all the way at the bottom here, we're going to say on create module. We're going to create a function here, and we're going to invoke the mutate function. And I'm also going to create an ID here. So we need v4. And by the way, if you don't know what this is, v4 is basically UUID. Okay, I can't wait for the day when they actually rename their stuff, but I guess v4 is just another variant. It has some options and stuff, right? So that's why it's called v4. And then finally, we're just going to return all of this down here. And let's go back. And now we can import this new hook that we just created. So finally, we're going to say if it's not the group owner, then we're going to return nothing, right? But if it is the group owner, then we're going to return a plus where they can add a course. And then we're going to have something called global accordion. And the global accordion is just our custom component of the accordion itself. So go into your global components folder right here. And inside this, you want to create the accordion folder like the, oops, sorry guys, accordion. And inside that, you want to create, actually, I don't know, where is it going? Somebody please save me. Okay, there we go. All right, and inside the accordion, we're just going to return an accordion component, the accordion item, the trigger, and all the content, basically. And another thing I want to point out, guys, is when you double-click the accordion item, it turns on edit mode. So it's the same thing that we did for the previous one as well, which is the sidebar items. And that way you don't have to open up a modal and then edit and then save. It's just a lot of work. So this is also a really nice feature to have. So inside the accordion item, even though we're just returning the trigger, we're going to have the ref and the double click here that's going to help us do this. And in here, if we're editing the element, then we'll show, whatever is being edited, so the edited value. If not, we'll just show the default title itself. All right, so let's go back one page and let's quickly import our global accordion. So I think this should now work. So if I try to click on the play button, okay, global accordion is not defined. Let me see what's going on, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, so we click. All right, so I think, I'm not actually sure what's going on. Let me refresh this one more time. Okay, so I think we're having the same problem with the cache stuff. Okay. So yeah, I mean, React query is actually new to us as well. We're just getting, kind of used to it. And I don't know why it's caching like this. It should actually refresh. All right, so please just pause for a second, stop coding, just leave everything and just pay attention, listen to what I'm about to say, okay? So I want to just quickly help you understand a little bit more about how React query is going to help us with optimistic UI, okay? So let's bring this up here so it's clear, okay? So basically how the optimistic UI works, I think I already explained everything to you so you understand. Basically, when you create something server-side, it takes time to refresh and then get the response back and then show it on the front end, right? But what we are doing is instead, we are just optimistically expecting the endpoint to return a 200 response. And based on that, we are creating the illusion that it's already created in the database and we're instantly showing it on the front end, okay? And then that's pretty much it. That's literally what we're doing right here. Now, the other thing I want to point out is how are we writing it in this entire project? So the thing with React query is if you look at the use mutation, it's going to have something called variables, right? These variables are going to hold the new temporary state. So the temporary state is essentially inside this, and that's how we get access to this mutation value, which is the optimistic data, okay? So basically, when we create something on the server, what React query is going to do is it's going to optimistically set those variables with the new data, okay? And then this variable is what we are going to render here instead. So let's remove this, and I'm going to refer to this variable right here. So now this is the variable. But when this optimistic UI is completed, that means on settle, once everything is done and the API request is successful, then what React query will do is it will reset this variable. So if it resets this variable, whatever is pointing in here will also delete because there's nothing in here, right? It's a state. So if the state gets deleted, what do you think is going to happen? Well, it's not going to show on the front end. So what should we do in here? In this request, essentially, we also get the response back. Remember, every time we get a 200 response, sometimes, not every time, we also return the data, right? So this data is what we can show here instead. Or we can have another component. So this is going to be component number 1. And this component does all of the React query stuff, right? It's just the optimistic section, all right? It's like a temporary state. And then we're going to have another component here. And this component is going to be the real data, which basically means get the data from the DB and render. I hope this makes sense. So that's why in our application, when I hit the plus icon that was right here, what it did was it created this and it optimistically set the state. So the variables right here were rendered. And then this component, this variable was rendered onto the UI and it showed instantaneously. But once it was reset by React query, this goes away. So what we should do is then we should show another component that essentially renders out all the modules from the database. Okay, so this is how React Query works in this project. Now, you can pretty much bypass all of this if you are using just Redux itself. And this is why I wanted to show you the power of both of these libraries, right? React Query kind of does it automatically, but you do have to do a little more work to make it work the way you expect to. But Redux is very manual, but it is kind of like a source of all truth, right? And in my opinion, I mean, I would just do it myself. I like doing it myself because it just looks nicer and it feels nicer because you know what's happening where, and you can track every single action, right? But with React Query, it's magic. And as a developer, when anything is magic, you should not like it, okay? Do not like any more magical stuff. I like knowing exactly what's happening. That way I truly understand the code. This is why I don't even use Redux Toolkit. I just use it for this project just to help speed up the process. But usually what I use is the traditional, the old school Redux, which means we have to create the reducers, the actions, everything, and pretty much create a root reducer, put all our reducers into it, pretty much the traditional version, okay? And that traditional version is very similar to React Context API. So just pay attention. I'm going to give you some more training right now because I want you to really, really understand this. Because if you can pretty much get a really nice UI that uses If you can basically figure out a way to create good optimistic UI, your users will absolutely love you. And I'd like to give, it's not a shout out, they're not sponsoring me in any way, but I use this tool called Linear, okay? And Linear helps me basically keep track of tickets and stuff like that, right? We use project management. And in fact, inside Prodigies University, we literally showed how we wrote down each and every feature for the application, where we got the data from, where we found the market for all of these features, and we'll show you how we put it into like a ticket tracking application. So if you look at Linear, just try to sign up to Linear right now. It's completely free. You can log in and you can see the optimistic UI. It is so nice when you get to click a button and instantly see some feedback, right? So Linear does a great job when it comes to basically they have a good UI that you love to use, right? Because it optimistically creates data. And I think they're also using Redux. I'm not sure, but again, you can take a look. You can pretty much look at the Redux dev tools, Chrome extensions, and you can check, what's going on. But I just want to say, this is a good example, all right? So Linear uses optimistic UI as well, and it's so much nicer than having to wait for the server to respond and give you data. Now, with the power of Redux, what you could do is you can instantly show data, and that you don't have to deal with all this, the data disappearing and then you needing to show another component. What you could do instead is you could do something like this. So you could have a component here that renders a specific state. So let's just say state, just like this, and Redux is basically going to grab this. So this state is now being rendered in here. All you have to do is update this state. So this state is this right here, okay? This huge, the square right here, this is the state. So inside the state, we're going to have some values. So this first value is being rendered. Now, when another value is added by the user, what you want to do is you want to immediately show it in here as well. Okay, immediately show it in here, and then you can keep appending it to this array. Now, the problem that, might come up or you might ask is, what if the user clicks on this? Let's say it's a course ID, right? And if the user clicks on this, where do they go? Because if we have a page that's going to make an API request to this group ID, like this, where is it going to go now? Because this is going to lead to some sort of an error, like a 400 response, and nothing's going to show on the page, right? So how do we fix this problem? Well, this is where client-side logic comes in place. So optimistic UI, traditionally speaking, is much better when it's done in a React-only environment, okay? A React-only ecosystem where you only have front-end client-side components and not a lot of server-side stuff, okay? So I just want to point out that's how you can pretty much build a good optimistic UI if you are using Redux only. So now, how do you actually solve this problem? Okay, I have to also answer that question. So How to solve this problem is basically just make everything client-side. So when the user clicks this, we're not going to make an API request and populate everything in here. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to look inside the Redux store and we're going to check for what data do we have inside the Redux store that we can render out in here. Okay, and when the user tries to create something in here, we're going to store it inside the Redux store as well. So that way, we're always going to have a source of all truth. That means this state is the only thing we render on the front end and nothing else. Right now, for us, we're rendering two things. We're rendering server-side data, right? So server-side rendering data. And then we also have the client-side data. So client-side stuff as well. So this is why we need to create this sort of an experience where we have to show two different versions. Now, if you have come from one of the past videos that I created, which is the Notion clone, then you will see how I used a new strategy to pretty much get server-side data and client-side data to show in one single component. But there is one problem. The problem here is prop drilling. Okay, you end up prop drilling component, and this can cause another problem. So what was my solution to the prop drilling approach? Well, my solution was I created a Redux store. So let's just put something here. So a Redux store that is sort of like the layer in between the client component and the server component. So let me quickly explain what I'm talking about. All right, so this is a server component right here, okay? Forget about the circle for now, but this is a server component. And inside the server component, I'm going to have a client component called Sidebar. Why? Well, inside the sidebar, the user might want to create sidebar items, right? So maybe it's probably going to make more sense to make it a client component. So now for me to render out the data on this client component instantly, I need to first get server-side data passed as a prop into the client component. Now, if you really understand Nextjs, you should know why you need to do this. So I want you to take it up as a challenge, pause this video, and try to guess. Why do I need server-side data, and why do I need to show it in the client component? Go ahead, pause this video, and try to guess. And if you don't know, I'll show you why we need to do this. Okay, awesome. Hopefully you got the correct answer, because this is the right answer. So when a client component renders, we want the data to show instantly. But as we all know, in client components, we need the use effect. And how this works is the component will first mount, and once it's mounted, this use effect gets invoked. And after the use effect gets invoked, we get some data that we can then, we can make like an API request or something in here, right? We can make an API request, call a server action, whatever that is. And then after that data shows up, then we populate. So there could be a 2-second delay. But in a server-side component, we take the 2-second delay in serving the page, and that delay basically allows for us to get the data and then keep the data ready. But because we are rendering a client component, right? How can we get that data to show from the server into the client? Well, in Nextjs, every client component creates a hole. And if you don't know what this is, you probably need to read the documentation, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. Hopefully you understand about how this works. So there is a hole that is created in client components because client components are also pre-rendered on the server. So the server essentially gets this component, right, inside the client, and it builds out the component in the server itself. So that means a client component is also pre-rendered. It's also built on the server. And it creates some holes in here where you just have to plug in all the data. So that's why even client components show instantly in the browser when the component loads, even if the component, supposed to actually be rendered on the client side. That's because it's pre-rendered on the server side, okay? Now, once this data is successfully received on the server, right, this client component comes back and it has some holds, but the server component, because it pre-rendered everything, and if it made some API request on the back end, right, in the server, it's going to also have the data stored. Now, all that takes place on the client is with the help of this, well, there's more technical stuff, like basically this comes in a JavaScript file and all that kind of crazy stuff. But in simple terms, the data that comes back is now plugged into these holes. And it's so fast that you don't see it, right? Because it's being rendered on the client side. So that's why even server-side data can show almost instantaneously. So what did I do? This is what I did to basically solve that problem. It's kind of hacky, but it's also really nice. So I had a server component right here. Okay, let's go back to our example. So I'm just going to delete this and let me build this out one more time. So I had a server component in here. Okay, and this server component is, I think it was just the dashboard page. I think that's what it is. Okay, it was a dashboard page. And inside the dashboard page, I had to show a sidebar. But the sidebar had to be a client component because users can create pages for their Notion application, right? So when they create pages, there's going to be some click elements, so it has to be a client component. So what I did was I created a client component, and which is basically the sidebar, and I plugged that sidebar component inside the server component. Then in the server, I made the API request and I got the data, okay? And then all I did was pass this as a prop into the first element right in here, okay? This way the client component instantly shows the sidebar items, but what I also did inside this client component is I had a Redux store, okay? So right in here, let me just delete this. So right in here, I had a Redux store like this. Now this Redux store, or basically it's the selector, right? So what I did was when the component first mounts, I look inside the Redux store and check if there's any data. If there is no data, then I use the use effect and basically fetch some data, and then I get some data from there, and then I render that data out. If we have some data that comes from the server, then I instantly show that data first, and then what I do is with the help of the use effect, I push all of this data into a data layer. It's the Redux store, right? This is what I was talking about. So I push it from the client component to the Redux store, and then I swap between showing the props right here to showing the Redux store itself. So this was the hack that I used. So now what the user will do is when they're creating elements or they're creating whatever, anything that they're creating client side, essentially we are just using this data layer. We no longer need the props. So prop drilling only happens at one layer and not all the layers inside. I hope this makes sense, okay? So this was the hack that I used. So this way, if I had another component in here called card, and then I had a, I don't know, some sort of some other element inside it, I don't have to pass it from here into this component and from here into this component. I don't have to do that anymore. All I have to do is use the useSelector hook inside this, and now I can directly get all of the sidebar elements directly in here. Okay? So if you like this type of explanation, I think your best bet would be to get some mentorship and some assistance with your code as well. And you can do that by joining Prodigies University, because you can get to speak to me just like this in more detail, and you can get more assistance with your code and understand how everything works. And yeah, and I'll put a link in the description. You can join, and hopefully that helps you understand even more about the project and just understand web development as a whole. Okay, now let's go back to our project. All right, guys, so now that we understood everything about how the optimistic UI works in React Query and in our application specifically, let's go ahead and render out the elements to show all of that, okay? And we can render out those elements with the help of this course module list component. So this is the optimistic UI component, and this is a new list component. It's literally the exact same thing, the exact diagram that I drew, right? I hope you remember the top half and the bottom half. Now go into your folder structure, open up the components folder, and in here you're going to say module like this, dash list, and inside that an index.tsx. And the first thing I'm going to do is quickly create this component so I can import it. All right, and I'm going to go back to the course ID component right here, and I'm just going to import the course module list component. All right, now inside this component, we're going to need 2 props. So let's import those as well. And in here, we're going to create a new hook called use course module. Now this hook is kind of brutal, so just please bear with me. It's called use course module. So let's go ahead and create this first. Okay, so you want to scroll down all the way to hooks, courses, and let's scroll down all the way here. And inside this component, we're going to do the following. So we're going to say use course module equal to an arrow function, which takes in the course ID and the group ID as well. And then in here, we're going to have 2 refs, okay? The trigger ref and the content ref. and then the input ref as well. I think this one, okay, we also need one for the section also. So let's go ahead and say section input ref as well. So create 3 refs, and all of these refs are going to have null as the default value. Then we're going to have the edit and set edit state. So when the user double clicks, we need to enable the state edit mode, right? So that's why we need this state to keep track of that. And then edit section. So when the user tries to edit the section itself, then we want to have a state to keep track of that as well. And then finally, we have the active and set active selection. So which one did we click on? Next, we're also going to have a state to store the module ID, so go ahead and create that as well. And then here, we're going to have a query, so use query, and then this one is for the course modules, and we're going to import this server action, which is on get course modules, okay? Not module, because the last one was for module, this one is module, so go ahead and import that as well. And next, we also need the group info, so we're going to say use query so we can grab that data, and we're going to say query key is group info, and we're going to pass in the get group info server action. Next, we need the path name. So go ahead and import path name and get the query client as well. And now we can do use mutation, and we can grab those variables that I just spoke about, right? So variables, we need the mutate function, and then is pending. Next, for the mutation function, we're going to need a server action in here called on update module. And let's go ahead and actually create that first. So you want to scroll up, go into courses, and you want to scroll down here, and we're going to say the following. So we're going to say on update module. This requires the module ID, the type, which is name and data, and also the content itself for the module. Okay. And then what does this basically mean? Well, if you're trying to set the name of the module, then you can change it from here. Or if you're trying to set all the content, that means the about page kind of content, right? We have something very similar for each and every module. So the content creator or the group creator basically has all the freedom in the world to use any element they want to make their course modules look alike, right? And next thing here is we want to say, if it's a name, basically say module.update for this module ID, update the title. Okay, and for data, I think I'm actually not storing that for now, or let's come back to this when we need it, okay? But for now, this should be fine. We only need the name right now. And let's go back and let's quickly import this module. Okay, awesome. So we're going to pass in this Boolean here. We're going to, actually not Boolean, we're going to pass in the module ID, which is a string. And then we're going to pass in the data type and the data content, which is data type is name, and the content as well is going to go right in here. And then for the on mutate, we're going to set edit to false. And then once it's successful, show a toast, on settled, invalidate. You guys know the drill. And then next thing here is we're going to create another use mutation hook. And this one is for the section, okay? So this one was for the module, this one is for the section. Now, remember, section is not the group, unfortunately. The module is a group, and section is each module. So I'm going to go back into our server action file right here, which is the same courses file. And down here, I'm going to say the following. So on update section ID, type name and complete. And here for name, what we're going to do is say section.update for this section, change the content. And then next thing is if the user actually completed the course itself, they can basically hit a check icon that will set the course module to complete. So that's why we want to update this. We want to have the update option for this as well. Okay, so we're updating it in here and saying where the section ID, just like this, and we're updating this and setting it to complete. Okay, now I think one thing that I did as an error here is I did not set it for the specific user. So that's something that's wrong here. So that's something you can probably try to upgrade, update, try to improve it. But for now, this is enough just to show that it works. Okay, so let's go back now. And I'm also going to import this update section. All right, nice. And then on mutate, we're going to have set edit section to false, same toast for success, and settled. We're going to invalidate the query. Then the next one is for creating the section itself. So let's go back into our server action file, and all the way at the bottom, we're going to say the following. So we're going to say on create module section, we're going to have the module ID and the section ID. We're going to say client.module.update for this module ID. We're going to update the data, set section, and we're going to create a new section in here. And then finally, return 200 once everything is successful. And I'm also going to import this. And next is for success, show a toast. For settled, invalidate the query. Then we're going to create a function in here that basically gets our event, right? So it's an on change. And we're going to say input ref.current and trigger ref.current. So if this exists, then we're going to check that none of them are equal to null and all of them have the target event, okay? And then if there's a value stored inside that input ref, we're going to invoke the mutation function and we're going to send in the name and pass in the value itself. Else, we're just going to set the editing option to false. Next, for the section name, we're going to do pretty much the same thing. So if the section name input has the current value, and if anything exists, first of all, inside it, then we're going to update the section. And this is also another mutation function. We just renamed it here, okay? So we're going to invoke that and pass a name as the type and the value itself, or we'll just set the editing options to false. Next, once the module ID updates, we're going to create a use effect. And if it updates, we're going to essentially create a add event listener, which is a click event listener that where the user can click outside it and pretty much switch the edit mode. And if they did click outside it, we're going to invoke this onEdit module name function, okay, right here. And the same thing for the other one as well, for the active section, okay? So when the user tries to click on the section name, we can do the exact same thing as well right here. Finally, we're going to say onEdit module, and this is a function we are going to invoke inside our component itself, so not right here. And this is just going to set edit to true and set module ID to that ID. So this is for the double click function basically. So finally, we're going to return all of this, which is crazy, I know, but sometimes we need to do this in production as well. We do things like this. I remember seeing a component when I first got a job and it was more than a page long and it absolutely looked horrifying. But just for now, you can return all of this, no problem. Now going back, we can use this hook here and now we can start. So go ahead, remove this, and you want to return a div right here. And this div is going to basically check for the status and make sure the status is 200. And if that is successful, then we're going to loop over the modules. So we're going to say data.modules.map. And for each of these, we're going to return something here. So for now, I'm just going to return a React fragment so I don't see errors in here. But basically, I'm going to be returning the global accordion component. So go ahead, import our global accordion component. And in here, we're going to set the edit to the edit value, the edit state. The ref, we're going to say trigger ref. And for editable, we're going to put an input inside that. So go ahead and import this as well. And then for onEdit, we're going to pass in our onEdit module with the module ID. And then the ID and the key itself. And the title is, if it is pending, we want to show the variables.content. But if not, we'll just show the default title. So this is the pretty much the optimistic UI stuff. Next, we need the accordion content in here. So let's go ahead and import this as well, just like this. Nice. Looks like we need to change this to a client component. So let me see where this problem is. Okay, so scroll up top inside the course module list component, and we're going to change this to a use client component. Okay, and as you can see, it has created all of the modules that we need. But unfortunately, because I spammed it, it actually created multiple. So for now, it's fine. I'm just going to keep it. But yeah, hopefully you don't spam it as well. But now let's go in here and hit enter inside the accordion content. And let's go ahead and say the following. So we're going to say module.section.length. So if we have any sections, right, then module.section.map over them. So we're going to loop over each of them. And we're just going to return a link. And in this link, make sure to provide the ref, the double click function, and an on click to set the active section. And then we have some class name, the key, and the href, which is group ID, courses, course ID, and the section ID. Next, inside this, if the section is completed, that means the user has already completed watching this, we can go ahead and import the purple check component. And or you can also use a regular component, but just change the color. But this works as well. And if not, we'll import the empty circle component. Next, we're going to need our icon renderer component. So let's bring that in as well. And then we're just going to say icon equals section.icon. And the mode is pathname.split.pop. And if this is equal to the section ID, then we'll return the light mode or we'll return dark mode here. And then here we're saying edit section and active section if that's equal to section .id, then we're going to return the input field. If not, we're going to return the value. That means the section name itself. All right. But if the user was creating a new module and we're trying to use optimistic UI, then we'll render out the updated variables.content. And then finally, after all of this, that means if there's nothing inside the length, then we'll just return an empty component. Next, hit enter after this, and here we're going to say if it is the group owner who's looking at this, then we're going to check if we have any pending section, and the section variables, that means we have something for optimistic UI. Then we're just going to render out a link, and we're going to show the empty circle along with the icon renderer, and we're just going to say new section. So that's why I see that stuff in there when I hit the plus icon. And then after this, I'm going to essentially have a button here. And this button is going to also have the v4. So let me go ahead and import this right away. So when you click on this, we're going to invoke the mutation function. And we're just going to pass in this module, the module information. And this right here is the plus icon. So if the user tries to add a new module inside this section, then it's going to show up in here. So just to test this out, if I hit the plus icon here, boom, immediately it shows the new module. And of course, you can also add a new section, but we also have to kind of set some stuff on that, I think. Just give me 1 second. And you can also improve this UI. I think this was just something that we did immediately, just because it was urgent. But you can delete this, and you can have the same plus icon inside the module as well. All right, and I think that's pretty much it. All right, guys, so remember how I told you the browser makes a difference, right? So by the way, all of these problems are happening because we're using Nextjs15, okay? So that's why in the last project, even though we did use Nextjs15, we actually downgraded, okay? So for this one, since we are using Nextjs15, you are going to face problems like this. You're going to face bugs, things are just not going to work. Like an on-click handler was not working. What does that even mean? I literally have no idea what that even means. Like, take a look at this. Let me see if I can show you. So we were getting 404 errors, 404 errors for every single endpoint, right? And basically we're getting, I was getting this error from, I think it's called static chunks or something like that. And it just made no sense to me. But I think the solution of how I fixed it was this. So if while you're building, you see some errors, like for example, nothing's working, clicks are not firing, or if you're trying to create something, you're seeing some hydration errors, just open up a folder structure. You want to delete the next folder, then go ahead, open up the terminal, quit everything, okay? Refresh the browser, and then restart. And even then, if it still doesn't work, then try changing the browser, okay? So I changed to Safari, and now it is working, okay? Remember how I told you in the start, our local host was actually, the design was actually not was not showing correctly. But now it's working, right? See, let me show you. All right, well, nothing is opening, and I think it could either be because my computer is just super laggy, or just because it's Nextjs15 again, okay? I'm just gonna blame it on it. All right, okay, there we go. This is the home page. Now it still doesn't work. You can see our gradient does not work the right way, right? So just wanted to show you that this might be the issue with Safari, but I'm just gonna keep pushing through the project because we have so much more fun stuff to go into. So let's move on now. Now, when you click on any of these sections right here, if you click on it, you're going to see a 404 page. That's because we don't have a dynamic ID that's listening to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out that page. So scroll down all the way to your folder structure right in here where you see courses. And then I'm just going to shrink this component. We have the course ID, and inside that, we're going to create a folder called section ID. And inside the section ID, we're going to have a page.tsx and a layout.tsx. Okay, awesome. Now inside this layout.tsx, so click on this layout.tsx, and this is all we're going to do in here. We're going to have a component called hydration boundary, and inside that we're going to have a new component called section navbar, okay? And we'll bring this in, just give me 1 second. And we're also going to need another server action. And this server action is called onGetSectionInfo, just to get all the information for this specific section, okay? And then the next thing here is we're also getting query client, and that's pretty much it. We're literally just prefetching all this data, okay? So let's go ahead and build this out. you want to go into your actions folder, go into courses, scroll all the way down. And in here, we're essentially going to say on get section info equal async function, try catch, and we're going to say client.section.findUnique for this specific section ID. Then if that section exists, we're going to return 200 and return all the data. Okay, so going back here, we can now import this component. All right, awesome. And then we need to create this section navbar. It's a very simple component. So let's go ahead and open up the folder structure. We want to go into the section ID, and inside this, we're going to create an underscore components folder. And inside that, we're going to create the section-navbar. And finally, an index.tsx. And in here, I'm going to return a section navbar component. And let's also go up top here and import, get the section ID from the props. And let's also destructure it from here. Now, hopefully you guessed this correct. If you didn't, well, we're going to need another hook called use section navbar. So let's go down to hooks, and you want to go into courses, scroll down all the way, and we're going to say use section navbar. And this is going to essentially just have the use query up top. We're going to get some data, and we're going to fetch the section info. So I'm just going to import the server action, and then we're going to get the query client. Then we're going to invoke use mutation and get the mutate function. And for this, we're just saying on update section, all right? And for success, we're just showing a toast. And here we're just invalidating everything, okay? And this is literally what we created previously just to update the section information, okay? Now I'm gonna go back to this component, and now I can import this hook that I just created. And now I'm just gonna check if everything is successful. If not, just return an empty component, basically a React fragment. And down here, we're going to return a div with the following class names. And inside this div, we're going to have another div right here. Let me shrink everything. So another div, we're going to have a paragraph that says course title, and then we're going to have an h2 tag that shows the section name, okay? And then inside this div down here, we're going to have a button, and this button is just going to have a check icon so the user can pretty much select this as done, right? And make sure you import this from Lucid React. And then we're just going to say if is pending, then show completed. If not, you want to show, you want to check if data.section.complete exists. If not, then we're going to set mark as complete, or we're just going to show completed. Okay. Now let's go back to our layout page and let's import this section navbar component. All right, great job. We're almost there. Next, we need the page for this to render out. Okay. So in here, I'm going to return a component. And I'm going to change the name to course module section. Next, we're going to get the params that we're going to get from the URL. So let's go ahead and destructure this as well. And now we need to first get the user information. So let's go ahead and grab that. And first change this to an async component. Okay, just like this. And then down here, we're going to say group await the group info equal get group info, which you can also import as well. And we're going to pass in the group information, the group ID. And after this, we're going to render out another component called course content form. So now you want to open up your folder structure. You want to scroll down to components, and inside the global folder, inside the forms, you want to create something called course-content, and inside that an index.tsx. Oops, sorry about this. We're going to say index.tsx and a schema.typescript file. And inside the index.tsx, we're going to do the following. So we're going to say export const course content form, and we're going to get some types. And for the types, we're going to get the section ID, user ID, and the group ID. Next, we need to get all the course information. So let's go ahead and create a hook for that as well. So scroll down here, go into courses, scroll all the way to the bottom, and we're going to say export const use course section info. We're going to get the section ID from the params. And then we're just going to use query and get the information right here. Okay, so this is another server action that basically goes into the section and finds where that section ID is like this. That's it, and just returns that to us. And now let's go back here and let's quickly import this as well. All right, awesome. And next we need the use course content hook. So I'm going to go back into the use course section info, the same page, which is the courses index.typescript file. And I'm going to say export const use course content equal to an arrow function with all of these parameters. And now inside this hook, we're going to first create a, actually we're not creating a state first. We'll do that next. First, we're going to get the JSON content. So we're going to say const JSON content equal to JSON content. If it's not equal to null, then we're going to parse all the info and we're just going to store it in this variable. If not, we'll set it to undefined. Next, we're going to import useState and we're going to store the JSON description. And the next thing is we're going to have another state here to store the description, just the general description in here, not the JSON version. And then we also need the HTML description. So let's go ahead and store that in another state as well. Finally, we're going to store the ref for the editor. Okay, so we're going to say editor equal to useRef HTML form element or null. And for now, we're going to set it to null. And then if the user is trying to edit the description, we're going to store that in a state as well. Next, let's go ahead and set up all the use form stuff. So because we're using this editor again, we need to have use form again, right? So this is going to use the course content schema, which we need to create. So let's go ahead and grab that. So I'm going to scroll up. Where is this? Okay, here. Course content schema.typescript. And in here, we're going to create a schema with the content, HTML, JSON content as well. This is a string and this one is a string as well, this one as well, and we're just going to set some states here, such as optional for it, the minimum characters and stuff like that, okay? You can pause the video and type it, or you can copy it as well. Now, I'm going to go ahead and import the schema, and next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to create the set description function that's going to help us set all the values for the JSON content, and the HTML content as well. So for this, we're going to need the useEffects hook. And when these states update, we're going to listen to them. And based on that, we're going to fire off this function. Okay. And then we're also going to return a cleanup here to essentially fire this one more time. And down here, after this, right here, we're going to say useEffects and we're going to add an add event listener to the document. So when the user clicks outside, then we can essentially set it to false, right? We can basically set that editing state. And for this function, for the click handler, we're going to basically say if the editor.current, so if the editor instance exists, then we're going to set the editing description to false based on whatever state we are, right? And if not, we'll set it to true. So that's why we need this right here. Finally, let's go ahead and grab the query client as well. And then we're going to invoke the use mutation. So we're going to say use mutation, and the mutation function is going to have a server action called on update course section content. So when the user updates the content of each course, we need to pretty much save that in the database, right? So let's go ahead and do that as well. So you want to scroll all the way up top, go into courses, scroll down, and we're going to say on update course section content is going to have the following props. And we're going to say client.section.update for the section ID. We're going to set the data to the following. Okay, and then we're going to return a 200 response. So now we can import this server action. All right, just got a random call out of nowhere, so had to just disappear. Sorry about that. So we're going to get this server action. We're going to pass in all these values, and then on success, we'll show a toast. And then once it's settled, we will just clear up the invalidate all the queries. Okay, now let's go back and let's import this amazing hook that we spent so long building. And let's see, why is it screaming at me? Come on. Oh, I totally forgot. We need to return everything, right? So scroll all the way to the bottom right here, and we're going to return all of the stuff we just created. And we also need the on update content. So I'm going to create that as well. It's just a handle submit that's going to fire the mutate function. Okay. Now if we go back, this shouldn't scream anymore. All right. Awesome. Okay. And don't forget, we also have to pass all the data into this hook, right? So we'll go ahead and do that as well. And then here we're going to return if the group ID is equal to the user ID. So if the user owns this group, only then will they even see this component, the edited version of this component. Okay, so we're going to say return this form, and this form is going to have the handle submit. We're going to pass in the ref for the editor as well. And then here we're just going to return the block text editor. Okay, and also I think we have to change something to a client component. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to go back into my page.tsx first, and I'm just going to bring this course content form in. And then I also see this error here because we're using a client component. We're using a hook that's not in a client component. Hello? But I think this shouldn't really matter. Why are you causing so many? All right, give me a second, guys. So I just quickly try to test everything to make sure it works, and it works amazingly well. Okay. For example, you can click on any of the sections now, and it will show up like this. Okay. And it's also pretty fast, so that's great. Next thing is you can mark something as complete. So if you click on this, it's going to turn this purple. All right, that's exactly what we want to see. And finally, you can also update material. So for example, I'm just going to set something here. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Let me do something like this. All right, there we go. And of course, you can change everything, but I'm just going to set this for now. And I'm also going to get a Loom video. And if you click on the Loom video, it's going to show you a little pop-up. You want to put in the right ID. Remember, I told you guys which link you want, right? Put that link in here and hit OK. And just like that, you have a module already set and ready to go. And this is why this editor is so nice, because you can pretty much make your course module look exactly the way you want. Right now in school or in other platforms, there's some limitations, right? You can only have a module that they give you, and you can have all of the content written right below. And the content can only be formatted in certain ways, right? But now you can create images, you can pretty much build literally whatever you want, which gives the group owner a lot of flexibility. So don't forget to go ahead and save all the stuff as well, so you can come back to it. Okay, great job. All right, guys, so go ahead, open up your folder structure, go into group settings, and create another folder called affiliates, and you want to create a page.tsx, okay? Because now we're going to build the affiliate system for our application. Really, really fun feature. So please pay attention. I'm going to explain a little bit of how it works, and then we'll get into it. So basically, there are 2 accounts. Now, we also have multiple affiliate systems inside our application. For example, we also have affiliates for groups as well, but that is a premium add-on because we have already taught you how to do affiliate systems after I basically explain this and we type out the code, okay? You have to take the knowledge I gave you and you have to apply it, get the result, and get the right answer. If not, of course, you can reach out in the Discord and the community will try their best to help you out. But if you just want the answer, it's already in Prodigies University. You can join and grab it from there, okay? But regardless, let's first understand how the affiliate system works for the application level, okay? So first, there are 2 levels. We have the app level, and then we also have one more, which is the group level. Now, this is a highly asked feature, the group level inside school communities, because community members also wanted to share their affiliate links with their friends so that their friends can get discounts and stuff like that as well. And well, school is probably not going to do that anytime soon. Well, they do have that down the pipeline. It's just taking some time, but this is a highly requested feature. Now, how do I know this? Well, I did a lot of research, right? All the projects we build are not just ideas that I think, oh, that might be great. No, it's based on real data, real research of what people want, and we take that and we convert it into a feature, okay? So this part is inside Prodigies University. This part is in here, okay? Completely for free. And both are exactly the same. There's no difference at all. The only difference is you're doing it at a different level, okay? So with the knowledge you get from this and the code you get from this, you can take all of that, learn from it, and then apply your knowledge and do the same for the group level, okay? And if you get the answer, you can basically put it in the Discord and everyone's going to be, super proud of you, okay? But yeah, let's move on now. So I just wanted to get that out the way. So let's jump into the app level affiliate system and let's understand how that works. So first, we have 2 people that need to be involved in an affiliate system. So we have you, as in the customer. So I'm just going to call this customer. And we also have the app, okay, which is Drupal. So let's go ahead and open this up so you can see clear. Okay, and I'm also going to change this to Drupal so it makes more sense. So how it works is every customer of Drupal, not a sign up user, every customer. That means someone who has purchased a $99 per month plan for their group, right? Or $99 subscription or whatever it is. So every time they purchase, they become a customer. So they get access to an affiliate link, okay? And this affiliate link is what helps them get a piece of the cake every single month, another customer they refer signs up. Okay, so let's look at that real quick. So first thing, to make this work, we need Stripe Connect. Okay, Stripe Connect is the only way for us to do this at the moment. I know a lot of you guys wanted us to use other softwares like Lemon Squeezy and some other payment providers. This is why we cannot do that, because they don't have these amazing features. Okay, and even if you are trying to do this for your application, you have to use Stripe. Now, there are some workarounds, and we'll probably look into it. If you guys want us to use these different payment providers, just leave a comment below, because I read each and every single comment. I take whatever you guys want and I find a way to make it work, right? So if that's what you want, let me know. But for now, we basically need Stripe Connect. And Stripe Connect gives us access to a Connect account ID. Okay, you can also call it Stripe ID just for now, but it's essentially a connected account ID. You can send money to this connected account ID. Okay, you can transfer money. You can also put them as somebody who has to take a piece of the fund that's being transferred, right? Or whatever it is. This Connect account ID is the most important part. Okay, so how it works is a customer has an affiliate link. The customer can share this affiliate link with another person. Okay, so maybe we'll call them a lead. They can share it with their friends, family, does not matter. They can share it with anyone. And if these people, so if the lead signs up, so if they sign up with the link, only with the link, all right? If they go directly onto the platform and sign up, then the affiliate link will not, it won't be considered, right? But if they sign up to Drupal with this link, then what happens is the customer is going to get, this customer right here, the customer is going to get 40% of this fee. So let's just say it was $100 per month. This person, customer, is going to get $40. Okay, so right here, this person has $40. Awesome, they can buy their Chipotle meal now. Okay, now let's go back down here. Okay, so if the customer is getting 40%, the remaining 60% will come to Drupal. Okay, so this is a great feature to have in every application, and if you already have a SaaS, I would highly recommend, and I suggest you figure out a way to create affiliates, right? Now, there's also a specific way to do affiliates. You don't want to come across scammy, right? So be careful. Don't end up creating a scheme and get yourself in trouble. But basically, you can create a 1-level tier or 2-level tier, or as long as you pretty much put a block on how many tiers there is, right? You put a limit. I think you can do it because I've seen a lot of companies do it, but do your own research, okay? I'm not the expert at this, okay? I'm just going to say I'm not the expert, okay? I'm not the legal professional, so do your own research. But for now, a 1-level tier is absolutely fine, okay? It's an affiliate program that you can create legally. You just have to disclose it to your customers. So that's it. That's basically how it works, okay? 40% goes to the customer, and the 60% will go to Drupal. Now, I also want to quickly touch on the group level as well, so you understand how it works. So in the group level, we have customer, right? And the customer is customer of the group, right? Not customer of the application. So here, we're going to call this student. Student like this. And then we have another lead. So this is a lead, or I can just call it friend. So it makes more sense. So if you are a student of my group is, I'm just going to say Prodigies University, just as an example. If you join Prodigies University inside Drupal, there might be an affiliate program. And if there is an affiliate program, which the group owner, of course, gets to set, students can get a set percentage of the subscription fee that the group owner has set. So if the group owner says the affiliate commission is 20%, right? And the group fee is $100 per month, just like this. You guys can do the math and you know exactly how much, right? So the student who joins the group inside the settings page should have the ability to get their Connect account. I've showed this to you guys so many times, so you should know how to pretty much have Stripe Connect set up for anybody, right? And basically, the student will have to connect their account, their Stripe account, and they are going to get the Connect ID. Very important. Now, once they get the Connect ID, what we're going to do is if the student shares a link to their friend and the friend signs up and pays the $100 per month, right? After 30 days, you can set this if you want. Basically, after 30 days, this is very important because this student can refund, right? So only after 30 days are you going to process any of these payments. And how are you going to do that? Well, there's going to be an intent that we're going to create, right? In that intent, there's going to be a connected ID location or a property where you can pass in the connected ID to whom you want to send a certain amount of the transaction. So when the user is paying for 100, right, we're going to have the connect accounts pretty much wired in, and we're also going to have that payment intent. There's a property called transfer account. So in that transfer, we're going to basically pass in this connect ID. Sorry, it's not CID, right? It's called transfer property or something like this. And inside that, we're going to pass in the connected ID of the student who should get 20% of the payment. That's literally it. That's how it works. So no difference. Here, 40%. Here, 20%. Still doesn't matter. That's just math. The only thing that changes is how are we pretty much getting these affiliate links. So here, when the user tries to sign up, inside the sign up page, we're going to show a little icon and say you're referred by someone, right? Just like, sorry guys, just like this, we're going to say you're referred by someone. And in here, you just have to copy this, but just do it at a different stage, at a different part in the application, which is inside the group itself. Okay, so I hope this type of explanation is helping you out now. I'm sorry, I cannot do that for the entire application. We already spent 3 months building everything. Your goal right now is to take all the value I'm giving you completely for free, to sit down after you're done building the project with us. You have to sit down and read everything and just understand how everything works. Okay, let's move on. So inside your affiliates page.tsx, you're going to do the following. So you're going to say return an affiliate component, and you're also going to get the params. And first, we're going to make an API call in here, or server action call. We're going to call this on get affiliate link. So let's go ahead and create that. So this is going to be inside the actions folder under the groups. You want to scroll all the way to the bottom. And down here, you want to say client.affiliate.find unique. For this group ID, we're going to select ID and set that to true. Okay. And then we're going to return that affiliate ID. And let's also go ahead and import this. And don't forget to change this to an async component. Next, we're going to return a div. And inside that div, we're going to have a card. And the card is going to have title, description, and that's pretty much it, right? So the title, the description that says you can create an invitation link and share it. And then down here, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to have a div for the copy button, okay? And this is basically the affiliate link right here, right? So we're going to say localhost 3000/affiliates and then / the affiliate ID. And we're also going to create another component called a copy button. But before that, we also have another description here that says this link will redirect users to the main page where they can purchase or request some membership. And now we can go ahead and create that copy button. So you want to go into your global folder and create another folder in here and call it index.tsx inside that as well. Don't forget about it. And you can click on this now. And inside this component, we're going to just render out a button. And we're going to get the content as a prop. So let's destructure. And we're going to have a button here. And that button is going to have an on click. And here is a browser API called Navigator. So we can do navigator.clipboard.write-text. And you can pass in, whoop, it's a very loud notification. And then we can pass in the content. And then we can basically just show a toast message once everything is done. And then we can have the button inside, right? So the copy link text and an icon inside the button. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly import this. So now if you click on the affiliates tab, this should open up the affiliates page for us. All right, there you go. Looks amazing. And now the user can copy this affiliate just like that. And awesome. Now we need to create the path for the affiliates when they land on that page, right? So let's go ahead and open up the folder structure. And now inside this, the root folder, we're going to create affiliates like this. And inside that, we're going to create another folder with a dynamic ID. And inside that, you can say loading.tsx and page.tsx. Now for loading, I'm just going to copy what I have inside GitHub. You can go ahead and copy and paste it as well. And inside the page.tsx, all we're doing here is just pretty much redirecting the user, right? So we're gonna have this component called affiliate page, and we're also gonna get the params from the URL. So go ahead and grab that as well. And in here, we're gonna say await on verifying affiliate link. Now this is another server action that we need to essentially just verify the user's affiliate link. So let's go into groups, scroll to the bottom, and we're going to say on verify affiliate link is an async function. We're going to basically look inside the affiliates table. So we're going to say affiliates.find unique for this ID. If that exists, that means success, right? So we're going to go back here and we're pretty much going to invoke this and say await on this server action and pass in the ID, the affiliate ID that we have, right? And then we're going to make sure it's a 200 request. If it is a 200 request, we're going to redirect the user to the create page. And I'll show you what the create page is doing, okay? And down here, if it's not 200, we're just going to redirect them to the login page, okay? So now let's go into the create page so I can show you what's happening. Okay, so inside the create page in here, remember we had this affiliate thing in here, right? And our search params also gives us a dynamic ID, a dynamic string, right? Because it's a search param that we're passing in with the question mark. And you can look at that. Let's just go back real quick right here. Question mark, affiliate, and we're passing something in here. So that's what we're trying to grab. We're trying to grab this affiliate search param. And once we grab that, all we're going to do is we're going to get all the information of that affiliate. For example, which user does that affiliate link belong to, right? Including their avatar, whatever we need, right? All the information. And we're just going to pass that into this server action so we can get that. And once we do, we're going to make sure, I mean, we don't actually have to make sure anything here because we're going to look at it down here, right? You could look, I mean, you don't have to look at it right here because it's not required for the sign-in page, right? So down here, we're going to check if the affiliate status was 200, then we're going to render out the user's affiliate input, the avatar icon, and something else down here. So just to show you an example, I copied my affiliate link and I pasted it. And as you can see, it shows you are referred by Prodigies Testing. How insane is that? No one has ever done this. And I know when I started my career, I wish someone actually explained how all of this works. But that was very easy, right? Affiliate stuff is very, very simple. So now that I have taught you everything, please take all this knowledge and go apply it for yourself. Okay, go apply it to the other feature I mentioned, which is inside the groups itself, right? Because students should also have the ability to sell affiliates, to share their affiliate link with their friends, because their friends might also want to join and get discounts. Okay, so go ahead and try to give that a shot. You don't have to do it right now, but you can do it after we're done building this project. Okay, so we have some more cooler features, so let's go ahead and finish those as well. Now go ahead, open up your folder structure. You want to go down into your group page right here, group ID, and inside that, go into settings. Now remember, for affiliates to even work, you need the user's connected account ID. Now, even though the user is signed in, we don't have their connect account ID. Okay, we need to grab that. So where did we grab it from? Well, we're going to have it inside our settings page. So basically, on mobile view, you see we have subscriptions. Then we have a tab called integrations. So inside our integrations tab, we can basically give the user the ability to connect their Stripe account. So this is also another example or kind of like a hint as to how you can solve the other bonus content that I told you, right? The other challenge. So this is how you can do it. You can have an integration page and pretty much allow the student to connect their Stripe account. So let's go ahead and build out that page as well. So inside the settings page, you want to create another page called integrations, just like this, and a page.tsx. Now inside the integrations page, let's quickly return the integrations component. And for this component, we're going to take in some props, but this prop is actually the params, okay? So go ahead and you can just create it like this if you'd like. You can destructure, you can say params, and here you can provide the type, right? Which is params is a type, which is an object with group ID set to string. And the next thing we need here is on get Stripe integration, which is a server action. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So open up your folder structure, go to payments, scroll to the bottom, and in here, you're going to essentially do the following. You're going to say on get Stripe integration. And first we need the authenticated user info. Then we're going to find that user, right? We're going to say for this ID, we're going to select the Stripe ID. And then if anything is here, then we'll return that. Let's go ahead and import this as well. So now we have that payment, right? Now for connections, we're going to say Stripe if payment exists, set it to true. If not, set it to false. Next, we're going to need the integrations list item. Now, I created this in such a way that inside this integration page, you can have as many integrations as you like, right? You can probably help the user connect their Notion, their Google Drive, I don't know, whatever you want, really. So that's why we're building it this way. So all you have to do is just provide the connection and some special stuff inside the component that we're going to build soon. And then that's pretty much it, okay? So the first thing you're going to do is open up your folder, scroll all the way down to constants, and you're going to go inside menus.typescript, TSX, sorry, and you want to scroll all the way to the bottom, and you're going to basically copy this from GitHub. Just copy it, paste it in here. It's just a constant type. And for this, we're also going to have a type right here because this is an array of the integration list item type, right? And for this, all we need is the name, the ID, description, some logo, and the title, and some description as well. Okay, nothing else crazy. So let's go back now, and now we can finally import the integrations list item, and we're simply going to map over it and provide a card component, card content, a div, and an image inside here, and an h2. Okay, and then down here we're going to create this special component, and this component is called the integration trigger. So open up your folder structure. You want to go into integrations page right here. You want to create another folder called components like this, and inside this you're going to create the integration-trigger component. And don't forget the index.tsx. Now inside the index.tsx, this is what we're going to do. So we're going to have the integrations trigger component, and we're going to grab all of these props, okay? So connections is an array. It's basically a dynamic key, right? And in here, we're also going to get the group ID, description, made a small error here, but that's fine, title, logo, and name. And we're just going to destructure everything. And in here, we're just going to show a simple modal component, okay? We're just going to show a modal component, and that modal is going to have title, type, the logo, description, and the trigger. And the trigger here is going to be a little cloud icon, okay? So we're going to show a cloud icon, and if inside our connections, we're able to find our Stripe connections, that means the user's already connected their Stripe stuff, then we're going to say connected. If not, we'll just we'll allow them to connect, okay? Then we're going to have a separator, another div, and then an h2 on top that says Stripe would like to access. And I'm just putting something here for just UI-based stuff. We're just showing some features that they want. And then here we have div, and inside this we're going to have a button and a Stripe Connect button, okay? And this button is basically it just says learn more. That's pretty much it. And let's go ahead and create this. So open up your folder structure, and now inside components, create another folder, and we're going to call this connect like this. And inside this, an index.tsx. And this component is just going to be a button, literally nothing else, just a button component, okay? But here we're going to say use Stripe Connect. And this is basically going to give us all the info we need for Stripe, okay? So let's go ahead and build this out. So I'm going to remove it from here. I'm going to go down all the way into hooks, payments, index.typescript, and at the bottom, I'm going to say the following. I'm going to say use Stripe Connect, and we're going to create a state here to basically keep track of the pending state. And then we're going to have an API request. And for this, we're going to be using Axios. So open up your terminal. You want to quit the terminal and say bun add Axios and hit enter. And then now we can say bun run dev again. And let's also refresh the browser. And now we can import Axios. And in here, all we're doing is we're saying, first we're setting it to true. That means we're making some request, right? And here we're going to say await axios.get API/stripe/connect, and we're going to pass in that group ID, okay? And then if the account, everything was successful, then we're going to set this to false because we're done. And then if the account exists, then we're going to set window.location.href to the account.data.url, okay? Now let's go ahead and also, first let's import the server action. Okay, and in here, all we're going to do is have a button with the connected set inside it. And for onClick, we're going to pass this function. So now what is this URL? Well, for Stripe Connect, essentially, you get a URL that you can use to connect the user's account, right? So you can send them to Stripe, and Stripe will do whatever it needs to do. So let's go ahead and build out that endpoint. So open up your folder structure, shrink everything, go into source, app, and inside this, you need to create an API folder. And inside the API folder, we're going to create Stripe, just like this. And inside Stripe, we're going to create another folder called Connect. And inside Connect, create a route.typescript file. Okay, now the next thing is inside this, we're going to have a get request, just like this. We're going to get the request, which is of type next request. And inside, we're going to have a simple try catch block. Okay, in the try block, we're going to say request.nexturl.search_param. So grab the search params, and from the search param, we're essentially going to get the group ID. Remember, we're passing that in, right? And then after that, we're going to say stripe.accounts.create, and we're getting Stripe from this right here. We're essentially creating a new client here, saying new Stripe, and we're passing in our Stripe key. We're passing in some other configuration stuff, okay? You can probably extract this and put it into its own file. That probably makes more sense, but for now, this is okay, doesn't matter, all right? So you're gonna say stripe.accounts.create, pass in the type, which is standard, the country, and the business type, which is individual. Then in here, we're gonna check if this user has a Stripe account, right? So actually, sorry guys, we're creating this account, right? This is basically sort of like mock information, right? So down here, we're gonna say if the user has a Stripe account. So if this account was successful, then we're going to get the user authenticated information. And all we're going to do is we're going to update the user, and this account ID that we're getting back, we're just going to set it in here. So technically, we're just mocking Stripe Connect, okay? We can't actually make it work right now, because if we do, there's a lot of things we need to do, and it's very time consuming. So what I would suggest is if you want to see an even more broken down approach, or probably a little more closer to production. You don't have to do it right now. It's totally fine. This is just faking it. We're mocking the situation, so you don't have to type a lot of info, right? You can go to my most favorite video ever that I created called Plura, and in that you can look at the Stripe section. It's very similar, just a little more complex setup, but this is just the simplest way to make this work. And if you had something like this on your resume, first, it's easier to create, and you know your employer, whoever's looking at it, does not have to go crazy and start filling in all the info for the business. Okay, so that's why. So next, down here, we're gonna also update and pass in that Stripe ID from this mock accounts. Okay, then finally down here, we're gonna say if the account is successful, right? Then we're gonna say stripe.accounts.links.create, and we're gonna pass in the account ID. And then the refresh URL is callback/stripe/refresh. And the return URL is the group/group ID settings/integration. And for the type, we're just going to say account onboarding. Please don't make any errors in the stuff. Please copy as is, okay? And then finally, we're going to return the account link.url. So let's go ahead and create the callback and if anything else, whatever we need to create. All right, guys, so I used that Stripe doc that I created, and I just took a look at all the docs, and it looks like we actually don't need this refresh URL. So technically, I mean, it's fine. We don't need it right now because I don't think it's even going to send us to that URL. But what it is going to do is it's going to return us to this URL. So this one we need for sure, okay? So make sure you have this in. Now, I'm going to go back, and I see some errors here. What is this? Under settings, integrations page. Okay. We need the integration trigger component. So I'm going to import that component as well. And inside the integration trigger, I think I have the Stripe Connect component that I need to import as well. Okay, all right, awesome. Now, let's go to integrations and let's see what happens. Okay, I think we might have a 404 because of, okay, we don't have a 404. Integrations. Okay, that works, no problem. Looks good. Just go into your integrations page.tsx, and in here you're going to find the image tag, right? Just go ahead and remove the source and change it to /stripe.png, okay? And you can get that from the public folder. It's a new icon that I just downloaded from Google. So just download the PNG version, store it in there, and then you can use that. Previously, I was using Uploadcare. So if you see any of those question mark type icons, that's because it was from Uploadcare. So go ahead and change that. Okay. So now if everything works, oh, also one more thing, changes to width and height 60. All right. And you can remove the fill property as well. So next, when I hit connect here, so let's go ahead and hit connect, it should take me to the connect host page. So let's see what that looks like. All right, awesome. And there we go. Now the user has connected their Stripe account. Of course, it's a mock state, right? Because if we did not have that mock function to create the Stripe account, we would have to go in here and fill in so much info. It's going to take you a very long time. Okay. So that's why I managed to figure out a way around it to save you a lot of time. But if you want to look at what this could look like in production, then I have an amazing project for you that I've already built out, and it's completely free. It is my most favorite project I have ever built, and it is the best performing video on my channel. So go ahead and take a look at Plura. Plura is a multi-tenant web application that allows agency owners to create sub-accounts for their clients and host websites, build funnels, create pipelines. Like, there's so many cool things in that application. There is no other application like that on YouTube, period. Okay? And if there is, it probably came after mine, because I spent like 3 months building that application, between 2 to 3 months, and it took a lot of time and effort, and I know you're going to absolutely love that project. And so many students have purchased the license for that project and have made money through the application itself. Okay, so hopefully you can do the same for yourself as well. But if you want to see how we did Stripe in that application, you can go ahead and take a look at that project, just understand how it works and implement it in this project as well. Okay, now once you come to this page, all you have to do is go back and return. Now it says Corinna AI because I'm just using the previous code from the last project, but just hit back and it's going to take you in here. Okay, now just to show you it works, let's go into Prisma. Let's refresh our schemas, and we should be under the user table. And if you scroll down here, you should see the Stripe ID. Awesome. All right, guys, now the next feature we're going to be creating is the chat feature, which we also call huddles. And huddles allow groups to essentially have a group chat where all team members or all group members can communicate with one another. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is inside your messages folder, you're going to create a layout.tsx, a page.tsx, a dynamic page, a folder called chat ID, and another folder called components. And now inside the layout.tsx, we're going to say huddled layout like this. We're going to grab the params and the children, and we're going to destructure them from here, and we're going to pass it down here. So we're going to say div like this, and a div inside, and one div at the bottom. And inside this div, we're going to have a glass sheet component. And inside that, we're going to have a group chat menu. So this is a custom component, and we're just going to create that in just a second. And in here, we're just going to show no chats selected. Next, down here, we're going to render out the same component, which is the group chat menu. So let's go ahead and create the group chat menu component. So open up your folder structure. Inside components, create another folder called chat menu. And inside that, create an index.tsx. So in here, we're going to get the group ID from the props. Let's destructure it. And the first thing we need is we're going to invoke use app selector. And in here, we're going to say state.online tracking reducer. So let's go ahead and grab this as well. So you're going to put the online tracking reducer first inside the combined reducers, and then you're just going to import it just like this. Okay, so if you don't know where this is pretty much a slice that we created called online members. So we're just importing it like this. Okay, import it and pass in the online tracking reducer. And now this should solve that bug, okay, that error. Then after that, you're going to say use group chat, which is another hook. So let's go ahead and grab this hook as well. In here, all we're doing is we're using use query to get the data for the query key member chats. And we're going to say on get all group members, which is another server action. And this basically just goes into the database, looks inside members, finds the specific member, right? So we're going to say members.find many for this group ID. So we're literally getting all the group members in here, and we're saying except for this user, the owner, basically. Okay, that's why we're getting the authenticated user details. Next, down here, we're going to say if everything exists, return the data. So once the data is returned here, we're also getting use path name, and we're returning both of this, the data and the path name. So now in here, we can invoke this. So you can import. So just go ahead and import the use group chat hook, and then destructure the data and the path name. Now inside here, we're going to return a div, and this div is going to say if the data is successful and we have members, then we're going to return a link component, okay? And this link is going to have the path name / member ID, okay? And then we're going to pass in the key and also a class name for some styles. And down here, we're going to have a div inside this. So for each member, we're just going to render out a span, kind of like an icon to show that the user is online, right? And then we're going to have the avatar with the user icon. Then at the bottom, we're going to have a div with an H3 that has the user's name itself and a paragraph tag to show no active chats. Okay, so now don't forget to also change this to a client component. Let's close this, and now let's import this group chat menu component. All right, awesome. Our layout is now done. Let's go into page.tsx. Well, there's nothing in here, okay? We're just gonna basically render out an empty component like this and a paragraph tag that says no chat selected. So let's go ahead and try to render that out. So you want to remove everything from the URL and just have chats or messages in here and hit enter, and that should take you to this page. Now, the next thing we need is inside this, we're gonna create a chat ID, okay, and a page.tsx inside this. And inside here, basically it's a dynamic ID, right? So we're first going to use query client, so import that, and then get user from membership. So we're going to essentially look into members, and for this specific membership ID, we're going to select that user information and return it, okay? And we're getting this from the params. Next, we're going to prefetch the user's messages, and we're going to say get all user messages and pass in the membership ID. So we're going to go into members, find unique for this membership. We're going to select the user itself, and then in here, we're going to get the authenticated user information. Next, we have a hydration boundary, and inside the hydration boundary, we're going to have dehydrate and pass in the query in here. And then we're going to have a div in here, and in this div, another div inside with the avatar icon, okay? So you're going to have the avatar in here with the user fallback, and down here, the user's name itself inside an H3, and then we're going to have another component in here called chat window. So let's go ahead and create that chat window component as well. Go ahead and log in and create another account. Well, I already did it, and I'm going to try to join this this group right here. So hit this, and you want to hit 424242, so just spam that. And just for this, change the number as well. So just put a fake credit card and hit the pay now. And there you go. It should take you into the group. All right, awesome. I just like this here. And on my end, through a different account, this is the group owner account. Of course, they can see it like this, right? All right, and now that both these users are online, I can see this chat right here. And I can click on this and I can speak to each other. All right, so there you go. I just sent a message. All right, awesome stuff, guys. Now there's one more thing we need to do before we jump into a more complex feature. The first thing we need to do is, now if we click on each of these posts, we can't actually see it. And the reason is because we're not rendering those out, okay? That means we cannot see the comments and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and grab that. So you want to go, just shrink everything. You want to open up the groups page right here. Inside that, you want to go into the group ID. And inside that, go into channels. And inside this channel, you're going to have a components folder and a page.tsx. So you want to create another folder in here that is called post ID. And inside this, you can create a page.tsx as well. And inside this component, all we're going to do is a post page component just like this. And we're also going to need some custom components. So I'm just going to remove this so we can create them again. And the first thing we need is to get all the post information. So scroll up top, you want to go into groups, scroll to the bottom, and you're going to say the following. So you're going to say on get post info and the post ID. First get the user information, then you're going to find unique for this post. You're going to include the channel name, you're going to include the author, the count, that means the number of likes and comments. And for likes, we're also going to get for where the user ID is not of this type of user ID. And we also, for this specific user ID, we're going to select the user ID and another ID field as well. And we're going to return the comment as well. So let's go in here and quickly import our get post info server action. And then we're also going to need all other posts. So all other post comments. So go into the server action, scroll all the way to the bottom. And inside the actions group.typescript file, all the way at the bottom, we are going to do the following. So we're going to say on get post comments, which is an async function, which needs the post ID. We're going to search for the comment in the comments table. We're going to find many for this specific post ID and where reply is false. And in here, we're going to say order by descending. We're going to include the user, the count as well. Okay. And let's return this to the front end. And now we can go in here and import the server action. All right. Awesome. Now we're going to need a couple custom components. So let's go ahead and build those out as well. So the first one is the post info component. So inside the channel ID folder, right in here, or actually inside this post ID itself, you can create an underscore components like this. And inside this, you can create another folder called post-info and an index.tsx inside it. And inside this component, we're going to do the following. So we're gonna import, not import, we're gonna destructure the ID from the props, and then we're gonna create a new hook here called use get post. And let's go all the way down into the hooks, and we wanna go into channels inside this, and let's scroll all the way to the bottom. Sorry guys, we wanna go inside channels, not courses. And at the bottom of the channels, we're gonna say use get post, and we're gonna pretty much use query here, and for this specific query key, and we're gonna fire this server action on get post info, and we're gonna return the data to the front end. And now I'm gonna import this hook. So now I have the data in here. Now, if there's no data or some status is not equal to 200, we're gonna render out the no result component. And now if that is successful, then we're gonna render out a div here. We're gonna have the post author component, which we already created. And inside that, we're just going to pass in the username, the image, and the channel. And then down here, we're going to have a div. We're going to have an H2 and the HTML parser for all of the content. And then we're going to have the interactions component for the likes and comments and stuff like that. Okay, so after this, again, pause and just pass in all these props. Let's go back and let's import this custom component. And the next component we need is going to be inside the components folder. So go into global. And inside this, you're going to create post-comments like this, index.tsx, and we also need the schema.typescript. Now inside the index.tsx, we're going to do the following. So we're going to need a couple custom components here as well. So let's go ahead and create those. But before that, first get the props. Okay, we need these props, and go ahead and destructure them as well. And we're going to need a hook called use post comment. So let's go down all the way to hooks right in here. And you want to go into channels, and at the bottom you're going to say use post comment is equal to an arrow function, which takes in the gets the post ID. Then we're going to use form. We're going to pretty much set the type of to this new schema that we're going to create. So go into your schema file up here in the post comments, and all we need is the comment, which is a string. Okay, and I'm also going to import my use post comment hook so I can pretty much jump back and forth. And in here, I'm going to also bring in my new schema. Next, we're going to get the query client, and we're going to use mutation. And in here, we're going to have the mutation function. Now, this mutation function is going to have this server action. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So you want to go into channels, and at the bottom, you want to say the following. We're going to get the authenticated user info. We're going to search inside the post table and update for this post ID. The data for comments, we're going to create a new entry and pass in all this info. And then we're going to return a 200 response if everything is successful. And let's also import this. And in here, on success, show the toast. On settled, we're going to invalidate the queries. And here, let's change this to v4 to create a new ID. And this handle submit is what we're going to return back to our front end, along with the register, errors, the variables as well, because this is the optimistic UI and the is pending state. And now this should no longer throw an error. And the next one we need is the user comment. So this is the real-time data, right? Sorry, not real-time. This is the optimistic UI state. So open up your folder structure, and you want to scroll down until you find, or actually scroll up until you find components folder under your post ID folder. And inside that, you want to create comments and index.tsx. And inside that, a user-comment.tsx. And inside the index.tsx file, we're going to have the following component. So this is going to say post comments, and let's also remove this stuff. And we're going to need the use comments hook. Oh, I thought we created a different hook. All right, just give me 1 second. So scroll down into your hooks folder, and inside channels, at the bottom, we're going to create this new hook called use comments. And we're also going to get the post comments for this post ID, okay? And once we get the data, we're going to return that to the front end so I can import this as well. And then we're also going to have another hook in here called use reply. So scroll down again, and you want to go into the hooks folder inside channels. And down here, we're going to say use reply equal to use state. So we're going to have the comment and the reply for it, okay? And right now, we're just going to set it to some default values. And then we're going to set the active comment and set active comment, which is a use state. And down here, we're going to have a setter. So onset reply is equal to an arrow function that will set on reply, right? It's going to grab the previous state, and it's going to pretty much put whatever is inside it, but the comment is going to be set to this comment ID, and reply set to true. And then we're going to create a function for this. And actually, we're just going to create a function here. It's an arrow function that will set the active comment to true. So we can use this on the front end when the user clicks on it. Okay, so let's go back now. And now we have the use reply hook. So let's go ahead and import that as well. And then we need another component in here called user comments. And that's going to be inside this folder. So go into GitHub, copy and paste this, and let's just quickly break it down. So first, we need all of these props, right? Because we need to pass in all these props into this component. Next, we're going to destructure everything. And down here, we're going to need this hook. So let's go ahead and grab that. So open up your folder structure. You want to go down to the groups, channels. And down here, we're going to say use get replies. And this is, again, we're just going to get data again, right? We're going to pass in comment replies and the comment ID in here. And I think, let me look at this. Okay, I think it's just, you can pass in multiple queries. That's pretty much what it is, right? It's an array. So that's why we have the comment ID, because that's probably another query key as well. And down here, a server action called on get comment replies. So let's go ahead and create that one as well. And I'm just going to click on this so it takes me into the file, which is the actions group.typescript. And at the bottom, we're going to say const replies equal await client.comment.find unique for this comment ID. We're going to select the reply and include the user as well. And let's also return 200 if everything is successful. Let's go down and let's import this server action. And then we're going to return this back to the front end. So let's also go and import the use get replies hook. All right. Now, in here, we're just going to return a div. It's a pretty big component. I mean, it's not too bad, but we're going to return a div here. And inside this div, we're going to have two divs, all right? The top and the bottom one. Just set the following class. And let's first approach the first one. We're going to have an avatar with the avatar image, the avatar fallback, and a separator. Okay, simple. And at the bottom, we're going to have an H3. We're going to have a paragraph. And inside this, we'll have another div. Okay, so inside this, we're going to have pretty much three sections, just like this. The first section is a div. Inside that, a span with a heart, the like icon, right? And down here, we're just going to optimistically render out the likes. Okay, sorry, the responses. Okay, and let's shrink this. And down here, we're basically going to say if reply count is greater than 0, then we're going to render out a loading component. And inside the loader, we're going to have the user's comment in here. Okay, and we have to pass in the content inside this. And this component is just going to pretty much render the same component again, so it infinitely nests within each other, okay, if we need more comments. Then at the bottom, we'll just show a span that says load more, and let's also open this one, okay? And if there's nothing in here, no comments, no responses, no replies to a comment, we'll just show an empty fragment. Then if reply.comment is equal to the ID and reply exists, then we're going to create a component called post reply. And to do that, let's go into our global components folder. And inside this, we're going to create a post-reply folder. And inside this, an index.tsx. And in here, we're going to say the following. So we're going to grab all the props that we need and destructure them as well. And again, we're going to need another hook. So let's go down here, go into channels, scroll all the way to the bottom. We're going to say use post reply. We're going to use form. We're going to get all these values that we need for use form to work. And we're going to pass in the create comment schema. And down here, now we're going to need the use mutation to get all these variables. And inside this, we're going to have another, I think this is another server action. So let's scroll all the way up top, go into the channel. I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to say on create comment reply, we're going to get the user's information. And then we're going to say comment.update for this comment ID. We're going to set data. That means the data that we're passing is for a reply, and we're going to create a response to that, okay? And return 200, of course. And let's go back and also import this reply, okay? Just like that. And on mutate, we'll reset everything, and on success, we'll show a success toast. Let's also import v4 here, so we can use this handle submit to submit that form. And now going back here, we can import this use reply, post reply hook. All right, should look good. And we're just going to go ahead and import everything else. So here we have an index file. Let's import the the user comment. This is inside the post comments component. So that looks good. And then let me see if we have any other errors. Okay, we do have one more somewhere else. I think this is inside the post ID. Let's see. So post ID, we have a component in here called page. Okay. Well, I don't know why TypeScript didn't even catch that, but okay. So let's go ahead and import the post comment form as well. And we also need the post comments component and the group side widget. So I'm going to import all of this. And I'm not sure if I went over these components, but let's just take a quick look. All we have in here is a form. We have an input field, a button, and basically the optimistic UI state to render out the user's comment. Okay. And then, of course, we're using the use post comment hook. And this hook does the following. So essentially what we do is we have use form here, and then we have the use query client. And we're just wiring up all the, the form stuff. We've done this before, right? And then we have the use mutation for this. I think we already did this, but I just want to make sure I completed it. The post comments, I think we already took a look at this, but we have a use reply hook, right? And with the help of that, we're going to get all these props from here. And we also have the user comment components to go ahead and import that one as well. This is inside comments index.tsx, okay? And if not, we'll just show the paragraph tag. Next, what else do we have here? Let me see. I see another error here. Okay, I see a weird letter at the bottom, so let me remove that. All right, and now inside user comments, it looks like something is happening in here as well. So we have the use get replies, and I think we went over this as well. If not, guys, just reach out in the Discord, okay? Everyone's helping each other out, and I might show up every now and then to maybe just give some mentorship or something like that, so I might be able to answer your questions, okay? So make sure you join, turn on your notifications. I promise you it'll be the only Discord channel where you'll never, ever need to switch off your notifications, because you will only get one message per day from me and nothing more, okay? So no spammy stuff, all right? I want to make sure that it's the only community where you don't shut off your notifications because you're getting annoyed at some guy spamming, okay? So you're going to enjoy it. And you can also ask a lot of questions. There are a lot of developers in there. They can help you out. And it's completely free, right? Awesome. So down here, we are just going to have a div here. I think we already went across this, but okay, here we need to import the post reply. Okay. And if for some reason I missed it, like I said, just reach out in the Discord. I'll help you out, okay? So I'm going to close this. Okay, and there you go. So if I click on any one of the posts, just like this, I can see everything in here now. Looks awesome. Okay, so I just posted a comment here. And as you can see, we also have the threads-like design. So you can pretty much follow what other people are commenting as well. Okay, now I just added another comment, and of course all of this is in real time. So the second I added the comment in here, it immediately shows up in here, okay? But I want to show you how you can load more comments and we don't spam by showing all of the comments at once. So here when you click on load more comments, it takes a second and then it responds, it basically refreshes the page and shows all of the replies. Okay, so this is one way you can optimize the UI as well. All right, I think I created every major feature and I didn't miss out anything because we have so many features in this application. Oh, this looks awful. Hopefully you can fix that, all right? Just change that to cover or something like that, fill, and it'll pretty much take the entire width. But I think I've done everything. Let's see. So we have the most important one right now, which is the domain configuration. But keep in mind, guys, your challenge is the affiliates, okay? Don't forget, that's the most important part, the affiliates for groups as well, okay? For group members, I already showed you exactly what to do. I showed you the solution, I explained everything to you. So at this point, you should at least be able to leverage the code that I have provided and in a way kind of get the answer, okay? And if you don't know the answer, again, the Discord's there, we got you, okay? So let's go and finish this amazing feature now. So the first thing we need to do is everything happens in the middleware file. So if you watch the Plura video, you will understand a lot more about the middleware file, right? You will see how we overwrote the domain, the root domain, and added subdomains. So that project was adding custom subdomains to our application. But in this one, we're going to be adding custom domains itself. So the user can basically white label their group, right? Instead of saying, for example, groupal.com/the group name or something like that, they can change that to whatever they want, right? They can call it webprodigies.com. So that's why this is so powerful. You can white label everything. So go into middleware.typescript, and now we're just going to do some setup real quick. So after this, down here,
Now here is your next step of action. This will cause a behavioral change.
This is so far the best community I've ever joined.
I've recently got 3 clients after 1 month.
We're going to literally go from start to finish as much as possible. We're going to try to give you as much value as you need.
I got 3 job offers. 3.
I really see the value, and this is something very different from a lot of people.
What ended up happening was I got over 7 to 10 messages.
When you're in this course, I have the feeling that you're my colleague and we're working together on a project, and this is really interesting.
Today we're focusing on the backend side. So here's the algorithm that runs everything.
This first statement is the most important part of the call. This determines whether you close on the call or they go home, think, dream, sleep on it, and then come back to you.
When you start to question everything around you, your brain will literally create solutions.
Pull back and restate again. Go back.
Let's go. This is the Upwork challenge. Well, yesterday I made like 7K. You run a SaaS company, selling the website, but making the subscription fee.
The Prodigies.
What part is
Thank you so much, Web Prodigies. I closed a $1,000 deal. Something that you cannot get in textbooks. Just join the program. Will transform your life too.
You're going to first get the base URL. So for now, we're just going to put 3,000, of course. And then after that, we have to get the required header. So we're going to say request.headers.get and get the host and store that in there as well. And then next, we need to get the origin and the regular path. Okay, the path they're trying to access, so the path name. So we're going to say request path equal request.nextURL.path_name, and the origin is a request nextURL.origin. And then we can move this to the bottom here where we say if protected route, and then we can just say auth.protect. Okay, so next we have to essentially check to make sure the base host includes the host as a string. Okay, and we also want to make sure that we have group inside the URL. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So if base host dot includes the host as a string and the request path includes /group, then we're going to make an API request in here. We're going to say await fetch origin API/domain, and we're going to say $host equal to, and we're going to pass the host name. Okay, then we're going to say method get and pass in the headers as well. Next, right after this, so right after this one, we're going to say await response.json, and then after that, if data.status equal to 100, then we're going to return next response. So let's bring that in from next server, and we're going to rewrite the domain, or we're going to rewrite the URL to a new URL, which is the request path, right? And we're going to say https / the domain they were trying to access / the requested path. Okay, the request path. That's pretty much it. So it's kind of like a hack, right? It's literally a hack, but we also have to do some setup inside Vercel as well. Now open up your folder structure, open app, go inside group, group ID, settings, and inside this, we're going to create the domain configuration page as well. So go ahead, create a folder. You want to call this domains, and inside that, create a page.tsx. So go ahead, return a component in here, and we're going to call it domain config page. And we also need the param, so let's go ahead and get that from the URL as well. And don't forget to destructure that in here. Next, let's also get the query client. So I'm going to say new query client just like this and import that as well. And we need to get the prefetched queries. So, oops, what is this, guys? Sorry, I accidentally quit that page. So let me search for it again. Okay, domains page.tsx. Okay. So now in here, we're going to also change this to async, and we're going to say await client.prefetch queries for this specific query key, which is domain configuration. And the API key, the server action for this is going to be inside the actions inside groups, and at the bottom, we're going to say get domain configuration. It's an async function. First, we're going to check if this domain actually exists. So we're going to say group.find unique for this group ID. We're going to select the domain. Then if it exists, we're going to say Axios, and let's go ahead and import Axio.get, and this is where Vercel comes in place, right? We have to first check if that domain is verified and is authorized to pretty much to render out into, right? So to redirect into. So basically, we're going to fetch from Vercel's API. They have a way to verify domain. So we're going to say domain, pass in our domain name and some configuration stuff in here as well. And we'll get this in a second. Don't worry about it, okay? And then we're going to also pass in our headers right here. And we're going to return all of this data and the domain itself. So now going back here, we can import this server action. And next down here, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to return a hydration boundary. So go ahead and import that component. And we also need dehydrate. So let's import that one as well. Next, we need all the card stuff. So card title, card description. I really wish ShaDCN was a component library and not just copy paste library because there's so much work in here. But yeah, it's the same thing, right? So card title, card description. And we also need the custom domain form, which is another component. So open up your folder structure, go down into forms, inside components, and in there you want to say domain and create an index.tsx and a schema.typescript. You guys know the drill, right? And inside here, we're going to do the following. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to say custom domain form, and we're going to get the group ID and destructure, and we need a hook called use custom domains. So scroll down to hooks right down here, and inside this you're going to go into groups index.typescript, and at the bottom you're going to say the following. So you're going to say use custom domain, and we're going to basically use form, and then we're going to say z.in for type of for this new schema. And this schema is also very straightforward. So let's go up and find our folder domain right here. And inside the schema file, we're going to say z.object domain, which is a string. That's it. Okay. And let's go back and import this. Next, we're going to need query client. We're going to use query down here, and we're going to basically get this data. And the server action is on get domain configuration with the group ID. And then down here, we need to create another server action to create this, to add this custom domain. So again, I'm going to click on this one. So it takes me into the server action folder. And I just scroll to the bottom, and I'm going to say export const, just like this, on add custom domain. It's an async function that needs a group ID in the domain. We're going to say try. And in here, we're going to first make this API request, right? So we're creating the template, the URL template, which is API. Please pause, copy this, paste it, or type it out exactly. Don't make any spelling errors. Okay, nothing is going to work if you make a spelling error. So please pause and type it carefully. So https:/api.vercel.com, version 10 projects, and we're going to put our project ID. Okay, and then after that, our domains, we're going to pass in the team ID as well. Now we can insert this domain into our Vercel project. So down here, we're going to say axios.post, and we're going to pass in our HTML string. Our HTTP URL string, and we're going to say name, domain, and for headers, we're going to add the following headers. Then if everything was successful, we're going to return, we're going to try to add it. So we're going to our database. So group.update for this ID, update and set the domain. And then we're going to return 200. Okay, so let's go back here and let's import this custom domain. And the same thing, guys, you guys know what to do for unsettled and on success. We're going to create a handle submit as well and return the on add domain is pending, register errors in the data. And now let's go back and use this hook. And then after this, oops, made an error here. Let me import that one more time. And basically here, we're going to create a div with the following styles and a form inside that. And this form is going to have the on submit that we got from here. So just pass that in. We're going to use our magical form generator component. And we're going to have the register in here, all of the values that we usually put in. And then we're going to have a button at the bottom to pretty much add this domain. And then you can also change this to type submit if you'd like. But then down here, we have a div with the following class names. We're going to import CN, and we're going to also show that if this is configured, then we're going to show a check icon. If not, we'll show a check alert. Okay. And if we cannot configure this correctly, then same thing here. We're just going to return a string that says DNS not configured correctly or DNS configured. Okay, that's pretty much it. So now let's go back into our domains page.tsx, and in here we're going to import this form component. Awesome. I also have some other annoying components. Let me just quickly import this as well. Okay, and how this works is we have an A record that the user has to add and points it to a specific URL, or in this case it's going to be like an IP address, right? So they are going to have to do this on their own. So yeah, that's pretty much it right here. Let me see what else. And yeah, we just have some labels and stuff like that. I don't want to waste your time and explain all of that. You guys can pretty much read, right? So I'm going to go to the domain configuration and see what I need to add now. Okay, there we go. So I'm just going to try something, but we don't have any of the Vercel keys. So let's go ahead and grab all of that and pretty much get set for finally handing over this project. Okay, just give me a second. All right, guys, now it's time to deploy. Now, if we face some bugs or if something happens, because deployment, I actually hate deployment. And if anything happens, guys, I got you in the Discord. We're literally going to be there to support you. Okay, so if you face any bugs, or even if I face any bugs and I'm not able to deploy, I apologize, but we will be there in the Discord ready to help you when it comes to the deployment section. Okay, so first thing we need to do is we need to also push our repository, because we need to connect that inside Vercel. Now, I use the starter kit, so I cloned the starter kit, and as a result, I don't know if this is the result of it, because usually, I'm not sure, but it uses the same Git repository. So it initializes the same repository, and it points to this. And when I was initializing a new repository in here with the help of GitHub, it just wasn't working. I really don't know what happened. So in case you have the same problem, or I think this is probably the best way to do it, first thing we need to do is delete the Git file, okay? So you're going to do rm-rf.git, just like this. And after that, you might see nothing in here, and it's fine. Don't worry about it. And the next thing you want to do is you want to say git initialize. And then it will say initialize empty git repository in this specific folder, okay? Then you're going to go into GitHub, and you need to copy the first command here, paste it, hit enter. Literally just follow their instructions. They're giving you the instructions, copy and paste it, okay? Don't even have to type, just copy paste. But if you want to learn, then I would recommend actually typing does help, especially when it comes to GitHub stuff, right? So, all right, so let's see what's going on. Okay, maybe I just have to do this. So I said git add space dot, and then I said git commit -m. And you want to say feat like this, like a feature, because we're using Husky. You want to put the semicolon or the colon, and in here we're going to say for deployment, and go ahead and hit enter. Okay, and I don't know if git push is going to work or not. Okay, it needs the upstream, so let me just do that and then do git push. Okay, so it says it pushed something, so I'm going to go in here and refresh. All right, there we go. All right, so that was the issue I was facing, and it was really, really annoying because it kept pushing, and I was wondering where all the code is going, but turns out it was going to the starter kit. So I'm going to refresh this and pretty much like undo everything, or maybe just create a new starter kit, and you guys will get the same stuff, but don't worry about that, okay? Next, you want to click the link in the description, and it's going to take you to this page inside vercel.com, okay? Go ahead, create an account if you haven't already. Log in, do whatever you need to do, and make sure you connect your Git repositories, okay? I already did, and that's why it's showing my stuff in here, and because I just made a push, it's also saying 50 seconds ago. So I'm going to go ahead and click on import, and I'm also going to copy all my environment variables, just like this, and I'm going to open the environment variables tab right here, and I'm going to paste everything, so it's just going to do it for me. Next, inside the build output settings, also, I know that there might, I think the deployment may not work because we have localhost somewhere, and I remember seeing that. Oh my God, okay, that's fine. This is why you want to put everything inside your Vercel, inside your .env file, okay? But in here, anyways, inside the build command, we're going to override this, and we're going to change this to bun run build. Okay, just say bun run build. Okay, awesome. And for the install command as well, we're going to say bun I or bun install. That's fine. And now we can shrink this. All right, now for deployment, please follow these instructions. So remember in the last section or the last part when I was explaining, I told you where you're going to put all the environment variables, right? So there are 3 more variables that we need to populate. And those variables are the project ID for Vercel, team ID for Vercel, and auth bearer token. Okay. Now I just deployed my application because I had to do something offline, just fix some errors and stuff like that. And I'm going to explain every single thing. So the first thing is once you populate all the environment variables, you can leave these 3 inside that environment file. You can leave it empty. Okay. So let me see if I can open that as well. All right. So as you can see here, everything is populated except for these 3. Okay. It shows something here, but it's empty. All right. So what you're going to do now is first we need to grab the project ID Vercel and the team ID Vercel. So let's go ahead and grab that first. So go ahead, click on this right here, this icon, the Vercel icon, then click on settings, and under, I think this is general. All right, this is general. You want to scroll down, and down here you're going to find the team ID right here. Copy this team ID, and you want to go back into your project, click on your project, and go into settings, and at the bottom here, inside environment variables, just paste it, okay? So I can't show this, but just edit. Actually, I can, that's fine. So you can edit this, and under team ID Vercel, you can paste this in here, okay? So I just already went ahead and did this, so we're good to go. But you just have to edit and then paste it, okay? So if you don't see this page, that means you haven't deployed yet. So just go for the deployment. It's fine. We don't have those variables. Just go for the deployment because it does not give you another way to kind of escape out of it and then go in here and grab all the variables, okay? So first deploy, then click on the project, then go into the settings, and then we'll mess around here, okay? So next, let's grab the project ID. So the next thing is, again, I clicked on this inside the hobby, I guess this is a team, right? And I clicked on the project itself, and then I clicked on settings, and under general, I scrolled down and I found the project ID. So go ahead, copy that one as well. And you want to go into your project and same thing, just populate that value. And if you don't know where to go, I might as well just show you. So you want to go into settings, inside environment variables, and you want to populate the project ID Vercel. Next, there's one more key called auth bearer token. So this is a little different, and I'll tell you how to get it. So first, you want to click right here and go to account settings. Whoa, did Vercel just shut down? Let me refresh, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, this is really weird. I think it looks like Vercel is down. Okay, great. So I don't know why. I just tried again and again, and it's sending me back to this. I have absolutely no idea why Vercel is shut down or what's going on. But basically, click on your icon right here and then click on account settings. And let me see if I can get one of the PU admins to actually log in and then give me a screenshot. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so yep, something's happening and it looks like Vercel is just not opening the account settings. But basically, you're going to click on your icon and then you want to click inside the settings. And then make sure you are clicked under this tab, the settings tab. And then at the bottom here, you're going to find tokens. Okay, click on the tokens. Then in here, just give it whatever name you want. It doesn't really matter. And for scope, I think you have to set it to token or access token. I'm not entirely sure. Just check what options you have and just make sure it's the most relevant one. Okay. And then for expiration, you can just set whatever date. I would say just set like as far as you can into the future. So just put anything you have, any expiration date, the latest one that you have, and then click on create. After that, it's going to give you a bearer token. Okay, make sure you copy that token. Okay, next you want to go back into your environment variables and you want to populate that auth bearer token. And that's pretty much it. Now let's go to the deployments. Of course, it's going to look like a Christmas tree with full of red lights. It's okay, we're going to fix it, okay? So you want to go into deployment, or actually you can pretty much click on this and then click on this project as well. And then if you have any errors with your deployment, it should show up in here with an accordion called errors, okay? If you click on that, it's going to take you into the build logs, so that way you can pretty much look inside and, see what error happened. So let me click on the build logs and see if I can show you. Okay, it's going to look something like this, but not entirely or not exactly like this. But you're going to see a bunch of errors. Now, all you have to do is solve those errors in your code base, and then you have to push to your GitHub, and then Vercel will automatically deploy once again. Now, here's how you're going to pretty much fix all of these errors. So 100% of all the errors we faced were because of some TypeScript related stuff, okay? So there were no errors technically, it was just TypeScript. So I put the tsignore flag right here, and inside the GitHub you will also find this tsignore flag. So while you're developing, just look for this and place it in the right area. And the other version of the tsignore would look something like this. Okay, so add ts-ignore, but you should be able to find it inside the code base. Right now, I don't know why I'm not able to find it. It should work. Okay, there we go. Poof, found it. So it's going to look something like this. Okay, so make sure you add all of these TypeScript ignore commands and then push it to GitHub and then let it spin up one more time. And that's it, guys. We have now successfully deployed our application. Great job so far. And I'm serious about that. If you have come so far in this video, all the way through till the end, and you're still watching this, you should really be proud of yourself. In this project, we faced obstacles, we overcame them, and at the same time had a lot of fun building it from start to finish. If you face any problems while building your application, the Discord link is in the description and it's completely free. Join and get some help from the community. Hey, how's it going? Hopefully you enjoyed this video and hopefully I inspired you to start your own SaaS company. Now, before you go, I just want to give you some word of advice. I have taken all the knowledge that I have in building SaaS applications and I've given it away to you completely for free. This is the least I expect of you. I want you to take action. That means don't just take the knowledge that you got from this video and just sit there doing absolutely nothing. I want you to take this knowledge and apply it in the real world. Because who knows, you could probably create an application just like school. Now, if you think this was an amazing project, I cannot wait for you to see what we have next. But we're gonna need your help. In the next 48 hours, I'm going to be creating a poll with highly requested features. If you turned on your notification, you're going to have an opportunity to participate in the cool features that we could potentially add to the next project. So go ahead, subscribe if you haven't, and that's it, Prodigies. I wish you the best in your career, and I'll see you in the next one.